The scene is set in Vladivostok, Russia. A figure kneels on the ground, seemingly in distress. A hooded figure stands outside a building with a sign written in Cyrillic. The hooded figure opens a door, entering the building. Lisa sits at the bar with another man. Lisa says she heard that she can speak to Amor Tigro if she comes here. A man at the bar tells her to go back, saying it's expensive to commission him. A man kneels before another, begging him to kill that bastard, Gunter, for him. He says Gunter killed his husband and son and sold him into a brothel. Lisa says she can't stand the very existence of that devil. Lisa is told that it's just a small amount of money to ask for his head. The man behind the bar says that Gunter is a well-off mafia boss in the eastern region. Kim Shin is told that he is lucky. Lisa reclines, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Kim Shin, bearing a fresh bruise, listens intently. She thinks to herself that they needed a head of someone like him anyway. A disembodied voice declares that this will be fitting for Amor Tigro's retirement ceremony. The camera pans to a large building at night. A bald assassin unleashes a hail of bullets from a machine gun. At point-blank range, the assassin fires, the impact sending the target reeling. The target screams, cursing his attacker. The force of the bullets throws the target backward. The assassin's grip tightens on the weapon, smoke rising from the barrel. Even as he falls, the assassin continues to fire, ensuring his target's demise. The body lies motionless in a dimly lit hallway. She sits at the head of the table, her expression unreadable as she looks down at Gunter. Kim Shin, the Korean killer also known as Amor Tigro, thinks to himself that he was just a young Asian. He proposes a deal. Gunter says he'll give him 10 times the money he received. Kim Shin is shown with a cut on his face. Gunter tells him to fuck off. Gunter points a gun. A hand points back. Gunter is dead. A woman in a hoodie thinks that revenge can only be. Kim Shin is shown washed off with blood. Kim Shin is shown in the ring. It is said to go to home. A grizzled man with a stern expression speaks, advising that if it's that place, Kim Shin will be able to find a way to beat those guys. A hand meticulously prepares a knife, the speaker declaring that he is done preparing and there is no reason to postpone it any further. Standing before a mirror, Kim Shin is seen from behind. A voice congratulates Kim Shin, telling him he did well. Lisa sits across from Kim Shin, informing him that she put the pay and the information that came from Korea in the bag. She also prepared a new identity that's similar to his previous one, as he asked. Lisa, Bar Iskra's madam and contract broker, asks Kim Shin what he is going to do after his revenge. Kim Shin replies that he hasn't given it a thought. Lisa tells Kim Shin that if he has nowhere to go, he can come back, and he's always welcome there. Lisa continues, saying that he won't say that he's going to come back, even if it's a lie. Kim Shin responds that he doesn't know, and he never thought about it. A hand places items into a bag. A document labeled Project Castle is shown, indicating the Castle organization chart. A secret organization operates from the 71st floor of the Gangnam Castle Hotel. It is an alliance of influential figures from the hotel, construction, trade, and finance industries. However, its true form is National Criminal Syndicate. And 8 years ago, an alliance of all the big shots of the hotel, construction, trade, and finance industry. You can't win against them with justice alone. They're not going to crumble just because 1 or 2 higher-ups are dealt with. There's only one way. A detective who challenged them got brutally murdered, to gather people who resent them. He ended up coming back. The place where the people who killed his father were. To this country. You made a mistake. Kim Shin, you poor bastard. That's right, it was from that moment. His life fell to the deepest bottom of hell. However, Kim Shin didn't regret the choices he made after that. A stark declaration hangs in the air, since this will be the beginning of condemnation. Inside the car, Jin-tae instructs the driver to head to home. The driver seems surprised by the destination. The driver hands over the money for the ride, ensuring he gets paid. The car speeds away into the night. Jin-tae is on the phone. He identifies himself. Jin-tae inquires about the investigation, learning it has devolved into cleaning instead. A man lies on the ground, lamenting that he was jumped after asking for directions. He wonders if he should just go wild. It's too early, he thinks. Jin-tae stands over the fallen man, still on the phone. He asks if he can do whatever he wants to these guys. CO Jin-tae is instructed to just keep them alive. He agrees. 2 men stand near construction equipment. One asks what the man on the ground is doing there, telling him to come on in. The man on the ground remarks that the neighborhood is quite a mess, right? Buildings stand tall against the night sky, a distant figure visible on a rooftop. The word castle looms over the name home, a city with the highest crime rate in the Republic of Korea. The city streets are dimly lit, buildings lining the roads. And also the very bottom of their territory. If it's here, a man calls out, "Boss, here." Full of hobos, homeless people, and criminals, this place used to be my teacher's hideout. A figure is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The figure is attacked. You can hold the enemy's breath even if you hide your body. A man exclaims, "Whoa, what's with this bastard? Are these all the flies?" One man says, "Well, yeah, as you can see." He then asks, "Then what's that?" A group of men enters the room. One of them wonders who they are. 2 men observe the group. One remarks that they aren't even running away. Kim Hyok-ju states that the group is acting like this is their turf, calling them arrogant fools. Yun Diok, under attack, shouts at his assailants. A knife glints in the dim light. Someone curses, calling the attackers sons of bitches. Kim Hyok-ju warns someone not to pull it out. A man vows that someone will die. Someone holding a knife remarks that the attackers think he's a joke. A man orders someone to drag those bitches to him so he can rip them apart. A man is stabbed. A man is beaten. He throws a punch, aiming for Yun Diok's face. The punch connects, and Yun Diok exclaims, "You bastards! Were you told to come here?" Yun Diok wonders which group it is, noticing two pocket knives. Kim Hyok-ju thinks that it's not a weapon that would deal a lot of damage, and his first move would be. He plans a light jab, and the second one would be. Yun Diok attempts to stab Kim Hyok-ju, but fails, exclaiming, "Ah, shit, to actually stab me." Kim Hyok-ju punches Yun Diok. The force of the blow sends Yun Diok flying backwards. Kim Hyok-ju says that he feels like he did most of the work, but Yun Diok got the fun part, calling him selfish. Yun Diok, lying on the ground, calls out for Kim Hyok-ju to wait for him. Kim Hyok-ju thinks that even though Yun Diok doesn't know where to go, Kim Hyok-ju realizes that they are at the place where Mr. stayed in Korea, a pawn shop. The door creaks open, inviting them into the dimly lit building. They proceed down a hallway, the air thick with the scent of decay. A photo is held up, revealing a younger man. Kim Hyok-ju examines the photo. A subordinate informs him that someone is inside. The two men continue their walk, the atmosphere growing more tense. Kim Hyok-ju's expression hardens. Gunter points, identifying the man in the photo. "You're him, right? Pai Woo-jin, Mr. Min-sung's disciple." "It's been a while," he says, a hint of recognition in his voice. He chuckles, adding that Pai Woo-jin looks uglier than in the picture. Gunter adjusts his glasses, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Kim Hyok-ju warns to guard up, not wanting to clean up corpses. Kim Hyok-ju mutters, "Look at this bastard." An unseen assailant attacks. A woman with crimson eyes declares, "It's gonna be worth killing you." Pai Woo-jin stares forward, a steely glint in his eyes. The text declares him to be Kang Min-sung's first disciple, and also probably something more. A fist clenches, ready to strike. It is described as the first weapon to topple the castle. Gunter gazes out the window, his expression unreadable. "Look at this bastard," he mutters. Kim Hyok-ju stands before Gunter, listening intently. Kim Hyok-ju raises a hand, his tone firm. "Don't misunderstand. We didn't come here to fight." A bag, overflowing with cash, sits on the floor. Gunter's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in them. "It's gonna be worth killing you." His fist clenches, knuckles white with suppressed rage. A car speeds away, tires squealing against the asphalt. Kim Hyok-ju faces another man, his expression cold. "You really want to die, huh? It's not a small amount of money. Is it not enough?" Kim Hyok-ju's gaze hardens, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. This crazy asshole. A brutal fight erupts, fists flying in a whirlwind of violence. The combatants trade blows, each strike carrying the weight of desperation and fury. "You bastard." On the ground, the woman spits out a mouthful of blood. "Aren't you being too rude to your guest?" With a burst of speed, she launches a kick. "Get your hands off me, and then speak." Kim Shin is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. She doesn't give him a chance to recover, immediately following up with another kick. The woman looks down at her opponent, her expression unreadable. Kim Shin grits his teeth, pain etched on his face. Standing over him, the woman prepares to continue her assault. "I was going to test him anyway." Her red eyes narrow. Her foot rises, ready to strike. "How is it? Is this hospitable enough for you?" Kim Shin's eyes widen slightly. "This is going to be tough. Asterisk as I expected. He's not at a level where I can go easy on him. Asterisk." The woman's foot connects with Kim Shin's face. Kim Shin collapses to the ground. This guy, he's suddenly different. He is thrown through the air, a testament to the force of the unseen blow. The man's expression is one of recognition, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "I have seen it somewhere," he thinks. A swift kick connects, sending another figure reeling. Pai Woo-jin's gaze is intense, his thoughts focused. Pai Woo-jin. He muses. The two figures grapple, a dance of strength and skill. His basics are strong, one thinks. The man's expression hardens, a realization dawning. He learned properly from Kang Min-sung, he acknowledges. One figure stands over another, a silent dominance in the air. "What are you doing?" he wonders. The man sits, his thoughts swirling. If he reflexively just laid on the ground it would have been over, but he kept his guard up. "I have never seen you before, but saying things like you're his disciple." The two figures stand face to face, a tense conversation unfolding. "Your fighting style is quite similar," one observes. How do you know Kang Min-sung?" The man's expression is thoughtful, a hint of the past in his eyes. "I used to owe him a favor," he admits. "So you were his follower." The two figures walk away, a decision made. "You got the wrong house number," one states. "I don't want to be involved with him ever again." The man's gaze is intense, a dark determination in his eyes. "Castle," he thinks. It's related to them. And someone has something to tell him about Kang Min-sung. "It will be best if you hear me out, and then make your decision. Follow me. Prepare yourself if it's going to be something trivial. Then, should we at least eat while talking? How about a fancy steak? Sizzle. Is this place safe? It's tasty. It will be all right. The owner is trustworthy. He's a bit obnoxious though. But first of all, what happened? Why did you guys come instead of Kong Minsung? Should I tell him? Kong Minsung is. The man's expression is grim. He states simply, dead. Another man looks up, startled. What? Kong Minsung was. The man's eyes are closed, his face etched with sorrow. Murdered. Kim Hyok-ju stands in a snowy forest, rifle in hand. Soldiers in white camouflage move through the trees behind him. Kim Hyok-ju's face is grim, his eyes narrowed. The sound of gunfire echoes. Bang. The man's expression is unreadable as he considers something. The man with sunglasses asks if someone is dead. Another man responds with anger, questioning how he could abandon them in their current situation. The man with sunglasses warns him to watch his words, stating that something has been bothering him for a while. A man speaks, his gaze intense. A hand grips something tightly. A man sits in a car, his face obscured. A man asks if someone can endure what's happening and live on. Another man responds that they both lost everything. One man states that those guys are still ruling the world. Another man says he came here for only one reason as he pours a drink. The man declares his intention to take over home. A man says he doesn't know how it was between two people, but he intends to climb to the top of the world starting from this point. A man points his finger, stating that Kong Minsung is dead and that they will destroy Castle for everything they did. Kim Shin sits across from a woman with white hair, listening intently. She states that she needs him in order to do something. Elsewhere, a group of men laugh boisterously around a table. Someone wonders what it would take over home. The man with slick back hair is asked a question. He sits at a table, contemplating something. He thinks to himself that even with those skills, this neighborhood would be difficult to take over. A blonde man sits with another, stating that he should just get lost after drinking this. He threatens to kill him if he gets in his way again. The woman with white hair says that something is rotten. The man with slick back hair curses, wondering if he should just kill him. He realizes that the other man must be shocked, because they were like him before too. The man with slick back hair is told to be given some time. He thinks to himself that there's nothing good with being late. Someone wonders if they are Kong Minsung's underlings. A blonde man is told not to worry about Wu Jin. The blonde man pours a drink, thinking that the situation is how it ended. He curses, unable to believe it. The blonde man is told that he'll take some time to calm down. The man with slick back hair thinks about Kong Minsung. The blonde man hopes that Kong Minsung rests in peace. He reflects that he was something like a big brother to the Roughnecks here. Someone asks if he was close to Kong Minsung. The man recalls a passionate relationship and how Wu Jin will end up helping someone out. He advises not to hate him too much for his yellow hair, stating they were like family after all. The man with the sunglasses reacts with a questioning, passionate, and an ugh. Another man suggests that before anything else, someone will need a guide. One of the men declares that there's just the right guy for this. The man states that it will be troublesome if the person is not as good as Pai Wu Jin. He also comments that the others are still a bit clumsy and that it's not good to always rely on fists. Pai Wu Jin vows to show the person who holds all the information on home. The narration states that this person is the heir of the previous owner of home, whose power got taken by the guys from DS Security. A hand slides open a case, revealing its contents. Elsewhere, a woman lights a cigarette. The woman remarks that there are so many crazy bastards in this neighborhood. The woman asks what someone is looking at, calling them a pig. The narration introduces Cha Su-min as the daughter and the substitute boss of the previous boss of the Bujin faction. A man laughs, asking if someone went somewhere. Kong Man-jae, the head of DS Security and an ex-professional boxer, tells someone they should have just stayed still. He adds that they made them hurt these guys for no reason. A man lies on the ground, bloodied and bruised. He begs for forgiveness. Holding a cigarette, the woman demands the junkyard be handed over. A man laughs, seemingly amused by the situation. The cigarette drops to the ground. She tells someone to fuck off. The man from before calls her a crazy bitch. Cha Su-min thinks to herself that she could handle this if that pig bastard wasn't here. A group of men stand together, observing the scene. One of the men addresses Cha Su-min as sister-in-law, suggesting they do this the easy way. Another man says there's no need to be rough. As she takes a breath, a man grabs Cha Su-min from behind. Restrained, she is kicked in the stomach. A fist connects with her face. She collapses to the ground. She is thrown violently against the side of a car, the window shattering under the force of the impact. A man in a suit grabs Cha Su-min, preventing her escape. A gasp escapes, followed by a hesitant question. Kim Shin. Tears welling in her eyes, a woman cries out, Kim Shin. The woman sits on the floor of what appears to be a garage. Two figures stand outside a brick building, one sitting on the ground. A woman stands before two seated figures. A man states, Cha Su-min. Cha Su-min grabs someone. A man, his grip tight on her hair, snarls, look at me. Don't get distracted. The man, sporting fresh cuts on his face, demands, who are you two bastards? I haven't seen you before. The woman cries out, let go of me, you jerk. A man orders, Jin-tae, beat him up. One man says, nicely. I'm tired of beating pigs. It will be troublesome if it gets noisy, so don't use a knife. Jin-tae delivers a brutal kick. He is sent flying through the air, another figure falling with him as a third remains standing. Someone is pulled to their feet. Gunter swings a punch, snarling, you son of a bitch. The man in the red jacket retorts, oink, 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 you speak too much. A foot comes down hard. The man in the red jacket lunges forward. Gunter grits his teeth, a pained expression contorting his face. A fist connects with brutal force. Another foot stomps down. The man in the red jacket asks, "You done?" The man in the red jacket continues his assault. A final kick sends Gunter reeling. Gunter smirks, declaring that he's just getting warmed up. The fight continues as Gunter throws a punch. Pai Woojin counters, landing a blow on Gunter's face. The man thinks to himself that Pai Woojin is tough. Gunter curses, calling Pai Woojin a dodgy bastard. Pai Woojin steps forward, thinking it will only take half a day to catch him. Gunter's eye twitches, thinking he doesn't care anymore. Pai Woojin continues his assault, hitting Gunter again. Gunter is surprised, noticing a knife. Pai Woojin steps forward, his footfalls echoing. Pai Woojin unleashes a powerful kick, declaring it's game over for the fat bastard. The force of the kick sends Gunter reeling. Gunter lies on the ground, having let his guard down. He wonders if Pai Woojin actually used the knife. A man with bleached blonde hair and dark sunglasses smirks, pointing a finger. He says, "All right, you did well." A woman with short, dark hair stands in a room, a thoughtful expression on her face. The woman's expression hardens. She thinks, "Fuck, how embarrassing." The woman speaks to a man in a suit, saying, "I thought you were dead because you disappeared just like that." The woman's eyes narrow, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. The woman asks, "What made you come to a gang leader?" The man replies, "I want to make a business proposal. I'm planning on taking over Hobum, and I need all the information and power I can get my hands on." Kim Shin says, "So you were alive. I want to borrow the influence of the Boojin faction." The woman says, "Did you think I wouldn't know?" She pauses, then says, "You, rather than Hobum." Kim Shin states, "Your goal is Kim Jae-hun, the one who's behind all this." The man's face is shadowed, a hint of anger in his expression. He is asked, "Are you finally going to take revenge after all this time?" Kim Shin says, "What I need is information about home and DS security. Also manpower. Of course, I'll pay for all of them." He states that there will be no problems for the other party. A woman says she has one condition. Elsewhere, a man in a red shirt is told to protect the junkyard because it's important to her. Kim Shin agrees that he can do that. The woman is told that she has to keep watch at all times, because you never know when they will come. A woman flicks a switch. Someone wonders what is happening. A woman is told not to be scared. She is then told to follow, and that she will be given a spare room. The woman walks with a man in a suit. Someone thinks that she accepted the deal too easily. The woman is seen with the man in the red shirt. Someone thinks that she is always as cautious as always. Cha Soo-min's name is mentioned in someone's thoughts. The DS security building is shown. Inside, a group of people are gathered. A man is kneeling on the ground. Someone wonders if she is planning on watching them. Someone says that it was their first time seeing those guys. Another person thinks that there's not a single day when the neighborhood is quiet and wonders why it is like this. Kim Dae-jeon, director of DS security, apologizes to Mr. President. Someone wonders if they aren't part of Cha Soo-min's gang. The man's voice echoes, stating that one can step on insects, but footsteps approach as three men stand ready. Yoon Deok-soo's value has plummeted to the ground, the man declares. The man asks if Yoon Deok-soo can still call himself part of the Yoon Deok-soo family after this. Yoon Deok-soo, president of DS Security and the previous boss of the Orient faction, stammers, begging for forgiveness. A hand grabs a nameplate bearing the name, Yoon Deok-soo. The man holding it states that he has no right to call him Hyungnam. The nameplate is lifted high. The man shouts that if one cannot solve it by speaking, then they should get beaten up until they die. A brutal blow lands. Another strike connects. Yoon Deok-soo lies defeated on the floor, blood dripping from his wounds. The man spits, calling Yoon Deok-soo a pathetic bastard. Kim Dae-jeon stands with another man. Dae-jeon lights a cigarette. The man in the suit responds, "Yes, Mr. President." The man in the suit says, "You go instead. Take care of the guys from the Boojin faction." The man in the suit stares intently. The man in the suit says, "Leave it to me, sir." A graveyard of crushed vehicles stands silent, monuments to forgotten journeys. Elsewhere, two figures slumber, oblivious to the world outside their dreams. One snores softly, while the other lies still. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the backdrop of the junkyard, his back turned to the world. 8 years have passed since that day, etching lines of sorrow onto his face. He grips a sword, the steel gleaming faintly in the dim light. I wonder if his knife will reach the guys who killed my father. The sword is raised, ready to strike. The blade sings a song of vengeance as it cuts through the air. He stands bloodied but unbroken, a testament to his resolve. A hand grips a knife tightly, knuckles white with tension. A stark white line divides the darkness. A figure is engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy, the air crackling with unseen power. Sweat beads on a man's brow, his expression a mixture of fear and defiance. The air shimmers with unseen force, the threat palpable. The knife is raised, glinting menacingly in the dim light. A man sprints away, desperation etched on his face. Stop! A voice cuts through the air, laced with suspicion. Who are you? The man's eyes narrow, a hint of respect in his tone. You know how to fight. No wonder Chief Kong lost to you. Kim Dae-jeon's voice drips with menace. Did you come here alone? It would be too much trouble if I came with my guys. The man, his face grim, delivers a chilling message. Tell the junkyard guys this. His eyes cold and unwavering, the man issues a final, stark warning. If you want to live, leave this place by sunset. He exhaled, the sound a low sigh in the junkyard air. A voice, laced with sarcasm, echoed. Thanks for letting me see your skills. A card slid across the hood of a nearby car. The man walked away, his back to the speaker. The voice continued. You could become the leader anywhere you go, but not here. The man's polished shoe stepped forward, the sound sharp against the cracked asphalt. A low growl followed. If I still see you here by tonight, you're dead meat. The man's hand, adorned with a tattoo, rested casually in his pocket. The voice dripped with disdain. There are guys like you. The man's gaze hardened. Wannabe gangsters who think they're the shit. The voice sneered, but you're wrong. He turned, walking away from the scene, leaving a cloud of unspoken threat hanging in the air. The man's expression remained unreadable. How interesting, he mused. He continued his departure, disappearing into the maze of wrecked cars. See you around, he said. Another man watched him go. That guy's run-of-the-mill, he observed. Does that mean he's different from those guys? The man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of caution in their depths. A discarded cigarette but lay smoldering on the ground, a silent testament to the tension in the air. The observer spoke the name, Kim Dae-jeon. A parking lot sits empty, save for a few cars. Lee Cheol-min, an informant from the Bin faction in Holem, is shown in a close-up. Yin Deok-soo was infamous for his strength, but there used to be a bunch of organizations in Hobom, but now most of the place belongs to DS Security. Someone states that they shall start now, mentioning projects and even selling drugs to gather money. A woman explains that they have politicians in their back pocket, so they have the upper hand, adding that they're a corporation only on the surface, but gangsters undercover. Shin 1Il, from the Bujin faction, is shown, as someone says that they have nothing compared to them. A man exclaims that you won't be able to win if you keep saying that. Kim Dae-jeon thinks that it brings in good money, but wonders if they sold drugs even though Hazung Construction is in the picture. The woman asks if there is a plan. Someone says that Jin-tae will help you out, so help them acquire some drugs. The woman asks what they are planning on doing with the drugs. Jin-tae examines his phone, a grim determination etched on his face. He's going to try to find their weak point so that he knows where to dig in order to end them. Cha Soo-min holds up a card, her expression thoughtful. She met this guy this morning. They're planning on returning to this place tonight. K. Kim Dae-jeon, that bastard. The camera focuses on Soo-min's eyes, a hint of anger flickering within them. Do you know him? Soo-min stands before a closet, her hand resting on her head. This is not the time to look for drugs if that guy is coming back. Yellow hair should stay back to help us block them. I'll take care of Kim Dae-jeon. Jin-tae studies a series of photos, his gaze intense. You help Jin-tae. Soo-min believes you're mistaking Kim Dae-jeon to be on the same level as Kang Min-jae, but he's different. I know. A hand is outstretched, as if making a silent vow. But it's too early to use all of our members. A close-up of an eye reveals a steely resolve. I'm planning on getting rid of DS Security from home. A collage of faces flashes, each one a piece of the puzzle. I'll take care of Kim Dae-jeon. The DS Security Management Office, eclipse looms in the night. Jin-tae's face is a mask of surprise. Who's this punk? Excuse me, sir. Two men shake hands, sealing a pact. Have you made an appointment? JT. I haven't heard of it, but, gosh, read more news. Don't you know that it's a global conglomerate? One of the men demands that the door be opened, threatening consequences if they don't. Below, a figure is reported to have entered the building. Cha Soo-min wonders if she can really trust the guy. The man on the phone assures someone that he's an expert con man. He's asked how things are going on the other side. He replies that it's just on time and that he'll contact them later. Elsewhere, a group of men are gathered in a room. The man observes that he's not there, wondering where Kim Dae-jeon is. A man is told that he's quite brave even though he's by himself. Dae-jeon is a bit busy, so he stepped in for him. JT asks if that's all right with him. One of the men states that they're both on the same level. The other man thinks that he's someone who's not on his list of information. The man says that it will be more fun, of course. The man says that he'll make sure of that. Kim Shin declares there's no need for small talk, inviting his opponent to come at him. He throws something. A voice commands to beat him up. A group of men rush forward. Another man joins the charge. The brawl erupts as the men clash. One of the men delivers a brutal kick. Another man raises a bat, ready to strike. The bat connects with a sickening thud. A blade finds its mark, drawing blood. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze. He is on the ground, kicking upwards with tremendous force. The unnamed opponent blocks the kick, his expression unreadable. The opponent remarks that he's going to die of boredom. The opponent grapples with Kim Shin, attempting to overpower him. With a heave, the opponent throws Kim Shin upwards. The opponent lunges forward, closing the distance. The opponent strikes Kim Shin, the force of the blow echoing in the confined space. Meanwhile, a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. A man with a stern gaze wonders why they don't get more serious. The scene shifts to a view of the castle entrance. A man wonders if it's all right for him to come to such a nice place like this. A woman with red hair remarks that it's quite stylish as they enter the building. A woman compliments Seo Jin-tae, remarking on his handsomeness. She asks which customer he is, noting his unfamiliarity. Seo Jin-tae replies that it's his first time there, and he wants to have fun. He requests the pretty Nuna to guide him. A voice tells Seo Jin-tae to snap out of it. Another woman compliments Seo Jin-tae, saying he's even more handsome up close, adding that he's exactly her type. The woman asks if she should call someone else, noting that he's not even looking at her and questioning if he doesn't like her. A woman tells Seo Jin-tae to ask for Suzy when he enters the place, stating that it's the password. Again, a voice tells Seo Jin-tae to snap out of it, calling him by name. The woman in the red dress asks who Suzy is, noting that she's not from their store. A hand gestures, telling the woman in the red dress not to be like that and to think about it again. She wonders why he is looking for someone who doesn't exist. A hand gives Seo Jin-tae a card, stating that it's his. He thinks that he is misunderstanding something, and that this is Suzy's. The woman in the red dress and Seo Jin-tae are in a room. He is told to wait for 10 minutes. The woman in the red dress takes the card. Seo Jin-tae thinks that was pretty fast. The alleyway is dimly lit. A woman in a cap remarks, "So you came." Pai Woo-jin stands before her. A voice says, "I heard about you from the others." The woman asks if he is all right, then assures him that he doesn't need to worry. She adds that she's always thought of him as a dead person anyway. A man smokes a cigarette, wondering what they are going to do after they get the drugs. Pai Woo-jin says he doesn't know yet. The woman adds that they look pretty skilled. The woman suggests they talk later and asks if he can go to the junkyard. The woman states that he's going to have a hard time facing Kim Dae-jeon on his own. A car screeches to a halt as men step out. A man is welcomed as president. The woman wonders, Yoon Deok-soo? K. Kim Dae-jeon. The man smoking wonders why those guys are here. A VIP door stands closed. Someone pours a drink, asking if Mr. Yoon is yet to come. Another voice apologizes, saying that he has just arrived. Rapid footsteps echo through the corridor, the sound growing louder as someone approaches. The doors creak open, revealing a man in a white suit striding purposefully into the room. A voice from the shadows complains, "You could have told us earlier." The door crashes open, the force of the entry causing a visible tremor. President Kim Jae-hoon sits back on the couch, his expression unreadable. "I didn't come here to play Mr. Yoon," he states. A man bows deeply, apologizing for the wait. "Welcome," he says. "I apologize for making you wait, Mr. President." A voice pleads, "If you're sorry." The text identifies the man as Kim Jae-hoon, president of Hazing Construction and sponsor of Yoon Deok-soo. A group of individuals are seated around a table, engaged in discussion. A hand clenches into a fist, the knuckles whitening with tension. A sharp, almost manic, laugh echoes in the background. A man throws his head back, roaring with laughter. Another man, on the phone, chuckles, adding, "I'm just kidding. You were really planning on doing that, huh? Ha ha. Ah, Mr. Yoon, what a man. You're so cool," someone comments. Mr. Yoon responds with a casual, "Yeah, sure." Lisa leans in, asking, "There's an inspector who's being annoying. Can you get rid of him?" A man lights a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his face before he exhales a plume of smoke. A hand slides a business card across a table. A voice asks, "Can I ask for a favor as well, Jae-hoon?" Jae-hoon smiles, a hint of menace in his eyes. "Just call me," he says. The man takes a drag from his cigarette, the cherry glowing in the dim light. Someone addresses Mr. Yoon, while another man is addressed as Mr. President. The news spreads. Kang Chong-suk has been released, selected as a model prisoner. The man in the white suit places a hand on the shoulder of his associate, urging him not to postpone the cleaning of home any longer. 2 years have passed since they decided to take over home, but they haven't been able to accomplish it. A man contemplates what others would think of him, knowing this is his last chance to end it now. The two men walk away, their conversation concluded for now. The man acknowledges the order with a simple, "I understand." The pair head towards a VIP room. A figure stands in the shadows, observing the unfolding events. Kim Dae-jeon admits he came to see if he could find anything, but the situation is more dangerous than he anticipated. The two men are seen at the VIP desk. Kim Dae-jeon realizes that Kim Dae-jeon being present means the boss is having it easy right now. The word castle looms large, a symbol of power and control. He throws a punch with considerable force. The blow connects with a sickening thud. The force of the impact sends his opponent flying backwards. A man turns his head, a slight nod accompanying the movement. Pai Woo-jin advances, his expression grim. "Hey there, put away your weapon." The man's face is etched with anger. Another figure is slammed against a wall with brutal force. The man from before looks on, a question forming on his lips. What's this? Where did they?" Pai Woo-jin stands his ground, his gaze unwavering. "What do you mean? Is this your first time seeing a gangster?" The man's eyes narrow, his face contorted with rage. "You bastards." Another figure is sent flying through the air. The man observes the scene, a realization dawning on him. Aren't part of Yoon Deok-soo's group. They seem to be normal street hoodlums. A fist connects with a man's face, the force of the blow snapping his head back. Kim Sung-joon watches the fight unfold. He mutters to himself, observing that someone else has arrived instead. The punch lands squarely, the impact reverberating through the air. The man on the receiving end struggles to maintain his footing, barely managing to choke out a plea to stop. Someone shouts for everyone to run, the urgency clear in their voice. The man's hand clenches tightly. A swift kick connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the kick sends the man sliding backward, struggling to regain control. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his body. The man on the ground grits his teeth, declaring that he's had enough of this. Kim Sung-joon watches with amusement, remarking that it should be like this. Kim Sung-joon wonders if he was bluffing about being on the same level as Kim Dae-jeon, telling him not to look at him like that. Pai Woo-jin grabs Kim Hyok-ju's jacket, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Because it makes him want to rip him apart, Woo-jin stabs upwards with a knife, the blade a silver flash in the dim light. He declares that it's time to get serious now, his eyes hardening with resolve. Kim Hyok-ju, recovering from the initial assault, wonders what's different though. Woo-jin follows up with a swift kick, sending Hyok-ju stumbling back. Hyok-ju's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. What's this? You arrogant, Hyok-ju thinks, before launching a punch of his own. Wiping blood from his lip, Hyok-ju snarls, telling him to come at him properly. Blood splatters on the ground. He wonders what's going on, noting how different someone is from before. Sitting in the car, he wonders if that's all they've got. His fist clenches. A hand grips a knife tightly as someone shouts, "You, son of a bitch." The fight intensifies as one figure attacks with a knife. The knife is poised to strike. The blade finds its mark, eliciting a pained cry. He declares that it's over, but another voice cries out, "Stop." A group of figures stand by as one pleads, "Can't you just let that guy go? Please." He looks down, and someone urges, "Let him go." Amongst the group, one figure offers, "I'll explain it to you." The hooded figure stands in profile, a silent tension hanging in the air. The scene shifts to a junkyard at night, where a group has gathered. The hooded figure speaks, his voice low. "What, you still here? Didn't I tell you that I would kill you the next time I saw you?" "Ah, about that." The man with sunglasses retorts, a smirk playing on his lips. "Doesn't the stronger one usually say that? And it's you who popped up first." The hooded figure's expression shifts to surprise. "What?" The man with sunglasses reaches out, grabbing the other man's arm. "Then why don't you fight me? I want to listen to your explanation first though." A woman's voice cuts through the tension. "Of course. But before that, I want to confirm something." The woman continues, her gaze intense. "If we really end up beating Yoon Deok-soo and Kim Jae-hoon, then who's taking over Hoam after that?" A man stands with his hands in his pockets, observing the scene. The man with sunglasses grabs the hooded figure's collar, his grip tightening. "That doesn't sound right to me. You want to die?" The hand clenches the collar, a silent threat hanging in the air. "Whose collar do you think you're grabbing?" The man with sunglasses shoves the hooded figure away. "I'll give you half of the rights, but Hoam is mine. I'll be taking over." The man in the suit states that he is sure the other person knows how dangerous the position is. The other man remains silent. The night sky hangs heavy over the city. A figure in a car says, "Well, all right. I understand what you're trying to say." Lisa, leaning against a car, says that she will now give an explanation. Two men stand nearby, listening intently. Lisa continues, stating that Kim Shin came because he knew Woo Jin was Kang Min Sung's disciple, but it seemed like he didn't know that other than Woo Jin, there's one more. Kim Shin states that he is sure he knows him too. The graffiti-covered shutter of a building reads, "Ignite." A man struggles to pull up the shutter. Lisa asks why a woman has to pull up the shutters, calling someone a rude bastard. The panel introduces Lee Ri1, a tattoo artist during the day and an unlicensed doctor at night. A man with a bandaged hand says, "Thanks." The woman asks if he started doing that again. She tells him to stop it, otherwise, he'll end up. The man replies, telling her to stop nagging him. He says that he is in a pretty bad place. A fist connects with a man's face. "Why did you go to the junkyard?" Kim Dae-jeon's fist clenches, his expression a mask of barely suppressed fury. A flashback reveals a younger man with a tattoo on his hand, stating that he went to the junkyard to finish the work that someone else couldn't do. The man is confronted by another, who grips his shoulder. He declares that he will decide what happens and threatens to kill him if he intervenes again. A woman dismisses someone, telling them to get lost if they're going to create a ruckus. She adds that she's not planning on treating another patient. A man is strangled, his face contorted in pain as his attacker looms over him. A man reflects on the past, stating that it feels like shit watching from the sidelines. Kim Dae-jeon is referred to as the second disciple, his face etched with worry. A woman smokes, her expression unreadable beneath the brim of her cap. A man flicks a cigarette, his face obscured in shadow. He recalls that Kim Sung-joon was originally part of the Boojin faction. A lone figure stands near a car, remembering that they used to be friends, at least until 4 years ago. Kim Dae-jeon, his face a plea, begs for help, just this once. A man states that at this rate, those bastards are going to kill his brother. He also mentions that the one you fought is Kim. Another man is referred to as Mr. and identified as Cha Il-guk, the father of Cha Soo-min. He kneels on the ground as one of the men states that Sung-joon has to handle this on his own. The other man tells Kim Dae-jeon that is the rule. Two men grab Kim Dae-jeon. He shouts, asking how they could do this. Kim Dae-jeon yells, "You." The man orders them to take him out. Kim Dae-jeon sits on the ground, calling them bastards. Kim Dae-jeon walks away as he thinks about how his Hyung sacrificed everything for him. A motorcycle screeches to a halt. A man asks the driver what he is doing. The driver responds, asking since when they ask others for help. Pai Wujin is on the motorcycle. He asks if the two of them are enough. The neon sign of Queen illuminates the building's exterior, a stark beacon in the night. The room is filled with a tense atmosphere as several figures gather, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The air hangs heavy with unspoken words. He pulls his hair back, securing it with a tie. I'll hold them off so you just go and find your hyung, he says, his voice firm. The man in the suit offers a curt response. Thanks, and hang in there for a bit. His eyes burning crimson, the man snarls. What? Are you bastards from the Bujin faction? The force of the kick sends him flying through the doorway, scattering debris and bodies in his wake. The punch connects with brutal force, snapping the man's head back. The weapon flashes through the air, a silver streak against the dark backdrop, before slamming into its target. The blade finds its mark, a crimson bloom erupting as the steel pierces flesh. The weapon crashes down, a sickening thud echoing through the chaos. A figure is ambushed, dark energy swirling around the attacker's blade as it descends. A swift kick sends another figure sprawling. A heavy foot comes down with brutal force. Surrounded, a lone figure is set upon by multiple attackers. The figure screams, rage echoing through the air. Stop, you bastard. A desperate grab, a hand clamping down on an ankle. Another kick lands, sending its target flying. A man in a suit addresses his companions, his voice grim. I don't think I can kill all of you, but let me tell you this. Anyone who comes at me from now on will definitely die. Another man, clad in a jacket, taunts his enemies. Try me, you bastards. Fuck, do you want to die? Catch him. A figure roars in fury, the sound ripping through the scene. Yua. A man in a white shirt grits his teeth, his expression pained. Cook. What a persistent bastard. A lone figure advances, walking towards the chaos. He clutches a piece of metal in his hand, his knuckles white. Pai Wujin stares down, his expression unreadable. A man raises a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. A figure plummets from a building, the distance swallowing his scream. Wujin continues to look down, lost in thought. He thinks to himself, I'm not done yet. Blood streaks across Pai Wujin's face as he leans against the railing. He mutters, bear with me for a while. A man is confronted by others, their faces grim. He wonders, what is that bastard, Kim Daejeon, doing? Yun Deok-soo, the boss of the Orient faction at that time, stands tall. Pai Wujin, his face smeared with blood, states, you fucked this place up real good. He is told, Wujin, let's go back. Men stand over Pai Wujin, one asking, you, what happened? Another replies, Hyung's alright. Wujin looks down, his expression pained. He says, Wujin, I need to leave for a bit. I'm sorry about this, even though you helped me. The narration notes that Kim Daejeon had disappeared for a while after that. A group of people in suits stand together, having returned after 2 years. Yun Deok-soo is becoming someone's dog. The word castle looms above as a woman walks away. A hooded figure stands silently. The man asks why he doesn't stop. They are talking about unnecessary things, but he needs to know. A foot crushes a cigarette on the ground. Since Kim Shin and the Bujin faction are on the same boat now, the man wonders what the reason could be. Cha Soo-min is told that they will support her properly to take over home. A man with sunglasses remarks on how fiery she is about this. The man asks how she can trust a stranger like that. It's been a long time since those guys made home their playground. The Bujin faction can't do anything about this. They need to return home to its original state. They will support her until all the outside factions are out of home. The price will be half of the rights to home. Then she will have to leave. He asked for her answer. The hooded figure stands as Cha Soo-min accepts. The man with sunglasses speaks, his words hanging in the air. He reflects, thinking, I really wanted to beat up Pai Wujin, that arrogant bastard. The man continues, but I was really surprised by that woman. The other man responds, I don't think it's about the object. Gunter thinks to himself, Kim Jae-hoon, that guy why there? Of course, I didn't do anything since he's yours. But I don't know why you're taking so long. Gunter crosses his arms, thinking, don't we usually handle things quickly? A hand catches something. Gunter asks, so what are you going to do? Gunter considers, should I send it to Madam? He then decides, call Krot. Gunter removes his sunglasses, his expression hardening. Things have changed, he mutters. The man with glasses states, I now know what Kong Min-sung was talking about. A man walks along a rooftop, the city stretching out before him. The man takes a swig from a small bottle, muttering to himself that it isn't Wujin. He adds that otherwise, Hyung would have backed off. He wasn't injured by Wujin either, it's not his style. Then, a man walks down the street. Another greets him with a good morning, sir. 2 men walk down the street, one saying, let's patrol Bujin-dong for a bit today. A man runs down the street, desperate to give more time. A man is punched in the face, pleading to do anything to repay that money. He cries out as he is grabbed. One man states that last month's payment was pushed to the next and the previous one as well. He demands to know when they will get their money back, before punching the other man. One man calls the other a fucking bastard before slapping him. The other man cries out that they will go to hell. A man is slapped, as another says, isn't all of this money from you guys beating up people and making them cough it up by force? He raises his hand to strike again, calling the man an old geezer. A man delivers a brutal kick to another, sending him sprawling. In the background, A group of men watch, one exclaiming in panic. The man on the ground, seemingly injured, thinks to himself that this makes them look like they're the ones stealing the money. A man, seemingly frustrated, tells someone to look here, old fart, and that it seems like they aren't thinking straight because of their age. He demands that if they don't have the money, they should just give the shop to them. A man says, Mr. Kim. He then states that he'll handle this so the others can go now. One of the men refers to someone as the director. The man from panel 4 thinks to himself, wondering what he's going to do. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks to himself that it's all because the other person isn't doing the work properly that the president is pushing this onto him. Kim Hyuk-ju stands with his hands in his pockets. Kim Hyuk-ju states that if the other person says so, then all right. He thinks to himself that every time the other person is like this, he wonders whether they're really on the same side or not. Kim Dae-jeon states that the other person is going to have to take care of it eventually. He is standing with Kim Hyuk-ju. A man asks if the injured man can stand up. The injured man replies that he doesn't need their pity. The man helping the injured man states that he's no different from that bastard, Yoon Deok-soo, even though the director helped him out. Kim Dae-jeon says, let's go. The blade sings as it meets the whetstone, each pass honing its edge to a razor sharpness. There are a lot of skilled guys there, Kim Shin thinks to himself. Elsewhere, Kim Hyuk-ju smiles, stating that he can't help anymore from now on. Do your best, even though I couldn't do it, Kim Shin thinks to himself. If it's you, you'll definitely find a way. Kim Hyuk-ju looks on. Knock, knock. The sound echoes in the room as Kim Shin sits alone. They're here, Kim Hyuk-ju observes, looking out the window. He thinks to himself that he is starting to build up his own power, and that he is quite fast for those short legs. Krot. The name hangs in the air as two figures stand near a row of parked cars. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Gunter thinks to himself. He is dressed in a trench coat. Krot, the killer of Bar Iskra in the past, currently Iskra's Korea-Japan broker. Amor Tigro. Kim Dae-jeon looks on. Long time no see, Krot, Kim Dae-jeon says. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks to himself that he is just invisible to him. Huh? To think that I would get to see you in Korea? Gunter thinks to himself. Your absence in Vladivostok must be huge. How's Korea suiting you? Do you like it? Kim Dae-jeon looks on. Very. There's a lot of work for me here, so I'm making a lot of money, Gunter thinks to himself. Thanks to that, I have a bodyguard with me too, haha. The man with blonde hair wonders what kind of killer has a bodyguard with him. He then asks what Kim Dae-jeon needs help with. A hand throws a vial into the air. Gunter instructs Kim Dae-jeon to find out where that object is from. Gunter identifies the object as Fika. Gunter states that Kim Dae-jeon has no interest in this area, so it's given that he wouldn't know. The camera focuses on Gunter's hand as he slides a ring on his finger. He says that it belongs to that person. Kim Dae-jeon asks if Gunter knows about this. It's Baek Do-chan's. Python's name is invoked. One of the men states that the item belongs to neutral Baek Do-chan. The man in the hat acknowledges the situation. He reflects on the technologies invented by Python, admitting that they cannot escape him. The man acknowledges the danger of being involved with Amor Tigro, but states that it can't be helped. Krot. Neutral Baek Do-chan declares that he has some things to settle. The man throws something, stating that it's what they want. One of the men tells the other to call him if he needs anything, mentioning Krissa and even Medvedi. The masked man mentions the codename Python, stating that he has heard it before but thought he had retired a long time ago. The man in the coat wonders if Amor Tigro wouldn't be better than him then. One of the men states that Amor Tigro is the best among all the people he's seen. He adds that he has never seen Python's skills with his own eyes as well. The man in the coat states that Python is the embodiment of that word. He adds that if Python, who's known as the legend of that side of the world. The text states that if Amir Tigro, who currently possesses the best skills and talent, were to go up against each other, it's going to be a pretty close match. The text states that one of them is going to definitely die. However, a man with a sinister smile thinks to himself that he can't help but get excited over this. The man in the blue coat asks who the cheek yellow head next to him is. The man is identified as Soroka. The man identified as Soroka asks what. The man in the hat thinks to himself that Soroka may be annoying, but he's skilled with knives. He also thinks to himself not to act rashly in front of him just because he looks like that. The text states that he would fly off in an instant. The text also states to stop talking and go. The back of a car is shown. A car speeds away. A car screeches to a halt, and several figures emerge. A bag is dropped to the ground. The bag is pulled open, revealing its contents. The text states that here's 10 kilograms of pika. The bag is kicked. One of the men asks if there is perhaps something they are unsatisfied with. The other man states that the price has risen. The man in the suit replies that they made a deal last month with this price, but the man with the slick back hair tells him to take only half. The man in the suit asks how the price doubled, and the man with the slick back hair tells him if he doesn't like it, tell Kim Jae-hoon to come here directly. But the man choking barista, alias drug dealer, tells him that he is so fucking annoying. Barista chokes out, asking how he dares talk back to him. The man begs for mercy, saying they shall take only half. A car speeds away. Kim Hyuk-ju's associate tells him that he is not like his usual self and doesn't look good either. Kim Hyuk-ju apologizes, saying he had to lower his head because of him. His associate tells him it's okay and to just tell him. Kim Hyuk-ju says it's nothing, just that his little brother has started doing drugs these days, but his brother is the one selling the drugs so. Kim Hyuk-ju apologizes for the useless talk. Even if he's not there, the drugs would still be sold to him by someone else. It's because he's in this circle that he's able to protect his brother. Hang in there. Kim Hyuk-ju's associate tells him that's how he can survive if he doesn't have power, and to make sure not to show what he thinks or feels. A drink is poured. Kim Dae-jeon states that he has brought the goods. Kim Hyuk-ju, sitting on the couch, tells him good job and to have a drink. Dae-jeon thanks him. Hyuk-ju watches as Dae-jeon pours himself a drink. Hyuk-ju reflects that it has been 20 years since he's lived this way. He thinks that for 20 years, he hasn't seen anyone as skilled as Dae-jeon. Hyuk-ju thinks that this is why he holds Dae-jeon in high regards. He is grateful for that. Dae-jeon pours himself a drink. He thinks that a person needs to play in wider waters. He wants to climb up. Dae-jeon continues to pour the drink. He thinks that even though he wants to do that, Hyuk-ju thinks that his right-hand man, whom he trusted, is busy taking care of a couple of bastards in the neighborhood and neglecting other businesses. He wonders if he needs to cut off his right arm with his own hands. Hyuk-ju thinks that this is his last chance. Hyuk-ju tells Dae-jeon to get rid of the Bujin faction. Hyuk-ju thinks that the pressure is on him now. Hyuk-ju pauses, thinking about Kim Jae-hoon. A man in a red suit stands with his hands in his pockets. He says, "Long time no see." He is seen in a close-up shot, followed by a full-body view of him and Kim Dae-jeon. An ominous question hangs in the air. How's the scar on your face? Kang Chang-suk, the previous right-hand man of Yoon Deok-soo, smiles, tapping his cheek. He remarks that knife wounds tend to hurt on rainy days. A close-up of Kim Hyuk-ju is shown, followed by a man with a scar on his face. Two men are engaged in a physical altercation. Kim Hyuk-ju and Kim Dae-jeon are seen talking. Kang Chang-suk muses that he's always been curious since before and thinks he'll be able to see that pretty soon though. The scarred man reflects that he feels like the knife has cut down to the bottom of his jaw. Several figures sit in a room with lockers, the air thick with unspoken tension. Cha Soo-min sits perched on a chair, contemplating the limited number of people they can currently call up. DS Security, she muses, likely has around 100 members in its lower branch. Another man suggests they could recruit 20 more people if they requested other members who aren't from this area. He emphasizes the need to avoid direct confrontation. Pai Woo-jin, he wonders, is that guy really planning to cooperate with them? He knows him, he's not one to be tied down to any group. Cha Soo-min reflects that he's always been like that, even more so recently. She considers that Kang Man-jae, and even Kim Sung-jun now. She supposes he will be in charge now. Kim Dae-jeon is named in this panel. Cha Soo-min asks Kim Dae-jeon to tell her something, probably. Kim Dae-jeon wonders if there will be any problem if he deals with Kim Dae-jeon himself. What kind of guy is Kim Dae-jeon? Cha Soo-min remains silent. Kim Dae-jeon sits, holding a cup. He asks why the other person isn't drinking it, noting that it's going to get cold. A woman leans against the counter in a tattoo parlor. She thought the other person came here to drink coffee, but they haven't even touched it at all. The woman says that this Nuna will listen to it all. Kim Dae-jeon replies that nothing's wrong. The woman thinks that you brothers are always like this before causing a mess. Acting all serious and pursing her lips, Cha Soo-min seems concerned. Kim Dae-jeon takes a sip of his coffee, his expression unreadable. He puts the mug down. It's really nothing, he thinks. Is it something related to Soo-min? She wonders. Kim Dae-jeon walks away, his back to her. To the junkyard, he directs. The group trudges forward, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Jang-ho approaches. Thanks for the coffee, he says. Why is he acting like that? Cha Soo-min wonders. Let's go, Kim Dae-jeon says. Kang Chang-suk has been released, she thinks. Kang Chang-suk. He's already out? The group arrives at the junkyard. He stands among his associates, one of whom suggests they should have continued hiding around like rats. Another retorts that they wouldn't have had to meet again like this. The first man tells him not to get cocky. Elsewhere, a man wonders where Cha Soo-min is. A man asks why guys like them are looking for their Nuna. Another man observes that with how those bastards look, it's no wonder they're living like gangsters. A man's face is shown in close-up, a look of grim determination on his face. He thinks to himself that he came. The man from before tells him not to get cocky, boy. He responds that this wouldn't have happened if he had left at that time, but it's too late now. A man says that he never once thought of leaving, since he'll be taking over this place. Someone calls another a crazy fucker, saying that they don't know who they're bearing their fangs at, now do they? He responds that he'll show them. Another man thinks to himself how reckless Cha Soo-min can be by trusting that guy. Someone thinks that it's a misplaced hope. A woman sits alone at a table in a restaurant. A man asks if she's a customer or a pauper. She tells him to stop nagging. Someone thinks that they'll rip off their fangs out. A door creaks open. The man from the restaurant asks if she's here. She sits across from Kim Dae-jeon, who asks, do you have something to say to me, Cha Soo-min? Cha Soo-min stands, telling someone, get up. You need to come with me. Kim Dae-jeon's voice echoes, stop running. Cha Soo-min reflects, you and we've been turning a blind eye constantly. And so the place we're in right now. The scene shifts to a top-down view of a meeting in progress. The voice continues, has become hell, Woo-jin. Let's put an end to this. Cha Soo-min, seated, tells someone, go away. I don't want what happened between us all. Footsteps echo as someone walks away. A voice orders, don't do anything until I give you orders. A subordinate responds, yes, sir, as a group of people stand in a parking lot. Kim Dae-jeon asks, will you be alright without any weapon? A man responds, come at me. I'll kill you. Another voice replies, that would be too much against someone like you. Kim Dae-jeon states, well, if you say so. A fist connects with a resounding punch. The fight continues, bodies sliding across the ground. A figure delivers a powerful downward punch, the force of the blow evident from the angle. The fist connects, the impact radiating outward in a burst of force. The sound of the blow echoes, a resounding wham that reverberates through the air. Two men in suits stand side by side, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. The man's face is grim, his eyes narrowed as he thinks, wanting to have a go at me. The man with the sunglasses reflects, it's been a long time since the boss has been. The fight intensifies, a flurry of fists in motion as one man thinks, I'm going to make you regret. Another is punched and thinks, punched by someone. A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. The punch lands with brutal force. The follow-through continues the devastating momentum. Kim Dae-jeon is asked how strong he is. Kim Dae-jeon considers the question. JT remarks that Kim Dae-jeon didn't have a flashy start like Pai Woo-jin in the underworld. JT continues, saying that he can't imagine how much stronger Pai Woo-jin has become. Another punch connects with bone-jarring impact. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the target. A hand is shown, ready to strike again. The narrator says that the body will have a hard time taking one of those hits, and that's not all. The men are confident that Kim Dae-jeon isn't going to lose. That's genuine assurance on their part. He asks, what are you scared for? Another man responds, everyone's usually like that. One of the men launches a kick. One of the fighters exclaims, I got him. One of the men dodges an incoming attack, thinking, I knew that he would dodge that. But another fighter prepares to deliver a kick, declaring, this is it for you. The force of the blows sends tremors through the air. A swift kick connects. The impact sends a fighter spiraling through the air. The fighter crashes to the ground. Kim Dae-jeon observes, when you used your foot, you lowered your defense. You need to learn more. Another fighter retorts, you cocky. A final kick lands. Pai Woo-jin launches a powerful kick, connecting squarely with Kim Hyuk-ju's chest. The force of the blow sends Kim Hyuk-ju reeling, his face contorted in pain. He is thrown backwards, the air rushing past him as he struggles to regain his balance. A guttural cry escapes Kim Hyuk-ju's lips as the pain intensifies. Pressing his advantage, Pai Woo-jin closes the distance, preparing for another strike. Another kick slams into Kim Hyuk-ju, the impact echoing through the air. Desperate, Kim Hyuk-ju raises his arms, managing to partially block the blow. Switching tactics, Pai Woo-jin sweeps Kim Hyuk-ju's legs, aiming to bring him down. As Kim Hyuk-ju falls, Pai Woo-jin delivers a final, crushing kick. Kim Hyuk-ju collapses to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him as he groans in agony. Arg. Kerf. JT observes the scene, a cold calculation in his eyes. He won't get up. JT continues, he got a proper beating. But, what's up with those guys? So they won't move now if it's like this. JT watches as Pai Woo-jin continues his assault. The scene is the start of something, JT thinks as he watches the fight. Kim Hyuk-ju is only serious when he's about to die, Pai Woo-jin thinks to himself. Kim Hyuk-ju spits out blood. Pai Woo-jin continues to beat down Kim Hyuk-ju. Kim Hyuk-ju tries to evade the attacks. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks he should have killed Pai Woo-jin first. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks he is a phony. Pai Woo-jin delivers a final blow. Meanwhile, a man smoking a cigarette says the result should be out by now. He wonders if the other man is going to betray them. Mr. President is reminded of his promise to finish the Boojin faction. Mr. President is told that he has to give Kim Dae-jeon's head. The man, his hand outstretched, tells someone to do what they want. Kim Shin drives his knee into his unseen opponent. He follows up with a brutal punch. The blow lands squarely on the opponent's face. He then delivers a swift kick to the head. Kim Shin finishes the assault with another punch. Meanwhile, Kim Shin is different from his past self, becoming more like a professional. He's pretty sure you have no choice but to use whatever cards you have left. Kim Dae-jeon asks, now what are you planning to do? Cha Soo-min replies, Kim Dae-jeon is overwhelming him. It will be too troublesome if he gets beaten. Cha Soo-min says, do you think that guy will be beaten up in some place like this? Wait and see. It will end soon. He is grabbed from behind, his movements suddenly restricted. The world spins as he is thrown downwards, the ground rushing up to meet him. Two figures stand in the street, the tension palpable between them. One of the figures speaks, declaring that he can't just let this be. The other figure responds, commenting that it's too late. A fist connects with a face, the impact echoing in the air. His shoulder throbbing, he struggles to maintain his balance. He is attacked again, the force of the blow staggering him. The world blurs as he is thrown through the air, a helpless projectile. He grits his teeth, vowing that today he will. Another strike lands, the pain searing through his body. A voice declares that he'll leave with a couple of bruises. His jaw throbbing, Kim Shin felt as if it were about to fall off. He realized his opponent had been hiding his true abilities. But still, Kim Shin steeled himself, a guttural cry escaping his lips. He still had a chance. Kim Shin stood over his fallen opponent, the air thick with tension. Shit. The director is on the ground. Lisa watched with wide eyes, a gasp escaping her lips as she saw the director fall. He still had a chance. Damn it. Fuck those bastards up. The scene unfolded with brutal clarity, a fallen figure surrounded by those ready to fight. Gunter, his expression hardening, declared, "No wonder you're real gangsters. You really never let me down. So, you want to play dirty, huh?" A knife gleamed in the dim light, poised above the fallen man. The fallen man lay still, blood trickling from his wounds. Lying on the ground, Gunter finds himself unable to move. His vision blurs. He reflects that the man could have ended this earlier, right from the beginning. Gunter realizes that Kim Shin hid his real abilities, as if he was trying to test him. Gunter wonders if Kim Shin came to help Cha Soo-min. He laughs, a hollow, self-deprecating sound. He asks himself why he is always pathetic in front of Kim Shin. The camera pans to the exterior of a building. Gunter coughs, his eyes widening as he realizes what has happened. He wonders what this is, what happened. Meanwhile, Kim Shin stands before a man reading a book. The man apologizes for being too rough with him, stating that he had no choice. Gunter, bandaged and bruised, overhears the conversation. He thinks to himself that if he is planning on striking a deal with Yoon Deok-soo by using him as a bargaining chip, he should forget about it. He won't be of any use to him. The man asks Kim Shin if he wants him to chop off his pinky, stating that it has become tradition nowadays in the underworld. The man tells Kim Shin to go outside if he wants, wondering if he is letting him escape and what he is planning. Kim Shin asks the man what he wants, implying that he is trying to keep him in here. The man with the bandaged arms sits, reading a book titled The Prince. A hand drops a cloth. The man from before, now standing, is told that Yoon Deok-soo is not going to be happy with a hunting dog who failed to bring back the prey. Yoon Deok-soo sits in a chair as the other man asks what he can do once he walks out. Yoon Deok-soo is told that it's too late and he can't do anything right now. He is warned that Yoon Deok-soo will be looking through the whole city for him. The man proposes to Kim Dae-jeon that they fight Yoon Deok-soo together. A close-up of a man's face, his expression unreadable. A man walks, thinking he thought he would rot in there for at least 10 more years. Kim Sung-joon is told he is as cocky as always. He is asked where his brother is and told to tell them if he wants to live. The man apologizes, saying he doesn't know. He adds that he wouldn't tell them even if he knew. He is told that he's going to find out soon. Kang Chung-suk is called a piece of trash. Kim Dae-jeon kicks another man. He is asked who he thinks he is and called a bastard. A man stands in a city. The man assures someone that if they're worried about their family, they shouldn't be. He has already ensured their safety. The man asks what the other's reason is for coming here, stating that this world is more than meets the eye. He continues, stating that the other realizes there are unbelievable big shots behind everything, and that's exactly why he chose this place. Kim Jae-hoon reflects that his own tragedy began with him. He asks if the other knows the man who is supplying this drug, the most malevolent killer with the codename Python, who is controlling Yoon Deok-soo and Kim Jae-hoon. The man reveals that he killed his father as well as Kang Min-sung, and now, he's an axis of power inside Castle. He reflects on despairing when he went against them in the past. Python reflects on tasting the bitterness of defeat and helplessness, while they moved on and solidly established a cartel of their own in Northeast Asia. Kim Jae-hoon thinks that if he wanted to, he could get rid of several of their leaders, but no matter how hard he tries, the probability of an individual like him. It is said that completely overthrowing the system is zero. The narrator states that in short, a single wasp cannot take down an elephant by itself, and that he needs to find like-minded people who lost everything to Castle to topple the entire syndicate. The man states that he needs their strength, and he needs Kim Dae-jeon's power. Kang Min-sung is dead. Now that Cha Il-guk and Kang Min-sung are gone, the city of Hwaem is up for grabs. Soo-min is in danger. He wonders if he should let Woo-jin know as well, but decides against it, thinking that if Woo-jin finds out, he'll try something dangerous. These aren't the kinds of people they can go up against and win. It'd be better to be their dog, then everyone would survive. He should have a little faith on himself. If you look away now, hell will only repeat itself. You need to face the situation straight on. This guy is thinking on a much larger scale. There is no doubt in his gaze. Rather than a simple hope, he has conviction about his promotion. He doesn't know why, but he feels like he resembles Ajusi. Still, there's a bit of difference to him. He gets people excited and pulls them in. He should have a little faith on himself. It's too absurd, but, and this is a big if there is someone out there who could topple Castle, then wouldn't it be someone like him? But, can he really do this? If he turns back now, they might be put in harm's way again. Cha Soo-min. A pair of hands reach out, grasping at something unseen. Kim Dae-jeon sits on the ground, defeated. Cha Soo-min looks down at him, her expression unreadable. You foolish idiot, she thinks to herself. A man's voice echoes, laced with accusation. Did you think we'd be grateful if you shouldered the burden all by yourself? He pauses, then thinks, so, she already knew everything. In a flashback, the same man reflects on the past. Back when you first went after Yoon Deok-soo, I felt so insignificant because there wasn't anything I could do to help. And then seeing you in Yoon Deok-soo's group, I couldn't help but hate you for it. The man continues, his voice filled with regret. Because of those feelings, it was so hard for me to contact you afterwards. He pauses, then thinks, but how do you think I would feel when I see you doubting yourself like that? Cha Su-min's expression softens. You should just live for yourself, you fool, she says, her voice tinged with affection. From now on, let us be the ones to protect you. You're all out of your minds. A man kneels before another, his head bowed in submission. The standing man thinks to himself, fuck, so annoying. Director, no Hyungnim. A group of men stand together, their faces grim. We've been waiting for you for a long time, one of them says. Another thinks, whatever decision you make, we will follow you. Kim Dae-jeon lies on the ground, his eyes closed. They are all strong enough on their own. I was the weakest one, all this time. He thinks. The man from the flashback speaks, his voice filled with warning. Do you have any idea what sort of people we'd be facing? You'd better steel yourself. From now on, our fight won't be against the likes of neighborhood hoodlums. Did you say your name was Kim Shin? A man stands with another, his expression resolute. 4 years ago, I already died once. This life that was forfeit once. A voice declares that they will entrust something for the last time. Kim Shin walks down a dimly lit hallway. An attacker lunges forward, ready to strike. A voice remarks that the skills aren't rusty yet. A figure is struck by multiple projectiles, blood splattering. A figure stands covered in blood, a menacing aura surrounding them. Blood splatters across a surface. 2 figures face each other, one telling the other not to laugh prematurely, calling him a psycho son of a bitch. A figure delivers a powerful blow to another. Kim Dae-jeon moves quickly. A voice expresses disbelief at someone grabbing something barehanded. Someone reflects on the fact that Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-jeon were no longer on friendly terms. Another voice notes that something is definitely not right. Kim Shin says that today is just a bad day for him. A voice declares that they will finish this a bit later. He is stopped by someone who tells him to stop right there, calling him a son of a. Another person says, let's get out of here. Kang Chang-suk says that he is going to come back after gathering up his guys. Someone says, let go. 2 people walk away. Someone yells at DS security, asking how they could have so many people and not find one single guy. Someone asks who the bastard is that ambushed the business. Another person replies that they had never seen him before. Someone says that he was very skilled and it felt like he knew what he was doing. Another person says that in all that confusion, they lost track of Director Kim's subordinates. Someone yells, calling someone a useless piece of trash. Another person asks what sort of greenhorn retard would dare mess in their business. Someone says that Kim Dae-jeon betrayed them and Pai Woo-jin is causing a ruckus, and unknown bastards ambushed them. Someone asks if it seems like something's definitely up and if the other person is sure it's going to be okay. Someone thinks. Someone says that they sent the Boojin folks to the tattoo shop. Another person says that it won't be easy providing a safe house for their guys, though. Someone says that they asked a reliable guy to provide cover by creating some havoc. Another person says, thanks. Kim Shin, there's something you need to know. Someone says that they know that he is strong, for sure, and they can admit that. Yoon Deok-soo, he's the real deal. He clenched his tattooed fist, knuckles white with tension. A low growl rumbled from his throat. I don't need any of you. The darkness seemed to press in around him, amplifying the weight of his words. I'll take care of this by myself. Sitting on the steps, Kim Dae-jeon is asked if he is doing all right. The man standing above him wonders if he can really act like his Hyung at a time like this, especially after almost getting himself killed. He's a foolish brat to think the situation would unfold like this. He never learned how to be heartless, thinking back to 4 years ago when he jumped into the Orient faction, blabbering about the past again shit. Hey, I'm leaving town soon. Have an easier time, right? He thinks to himself that he'll leave, get himself clean of drugs, and try to live like a human for once. That's why. Please look after Dae-jeon for me, Woo-jin. You know what kind of a guy he is, don't you? He went to work for Yoon Deok-soo, so he could protect everyone. A fist connects. The punch lands with a sickening thud. What's this? Have you gone mad? You sounded like you were going to die or something. But apparently you're still alive and kicking. I don't care whether you leave or not, or if you clean yourself up. However, if you still have any balls left, you should protect what's important with your own hands. Kim Dae-jeon and Pai Woo-jin. Those guys stand out from the rest. Controlling Kim Dae-jeon by keeping Kim Sung-joon addicted, and pulling in Pai Woo-jin by cutting him off from others. I thought I'd pave the way to entering the castle by doing those things, but it didn't turn out as easy as I had hoped. It can't be helped. I think it's about time I cut my losses. Isn't it done yet? I apologize, Mr. President. We're combing the city, but still, do we need to waste any more time? If we set the junkyard on fire and squeeze some info out of the residents, they'll show themselves soon enough. These guys that I brought are pros in that field. They're pretty reliable. Just stand by for now. We found Director Kim. Well, we did find him, but he's headed this way with some small fries from Boojin faction. A cigarette is lit. A group of men walk along the street, their footsteps echoing on the pavement. One man speaks to another, his expression serious. They can't handle Yoon Deok-soo with their current number of guys. The man with the scar insists that they need to first increase their manpower. He adds that as soon as the sun is up, they're heading there straight away, and that Yoon Deok-soo is only the first step in their journey. The man explains that other factions are lying dormant because of Castle's authority, and they need to get them on their side. He declares that they'll publicly execute DS security for the crime of losing public support. The man orders his companion to get the other factions to take notice of them. The man with the scar states that when he's with him, he doesn't feel like they're going to lose. Below, a group of men yell at someone to get out of there. A group of men walk down the street. Kim Dae-jeon is told that he was thought to be smarter than this. The man with the scar asks if he gathered up these wretches to come up against him, or if he had a sudden urge to play follow the leader. President Yoon Deok-soo is called a dirty son of a bitch. The man is told that until now, he sucked dry the people of this city, and that he threatened his guys. The man is told that he made them clean up after his shit and treated them like dogs. He is told that today he'll pay up for all that he's done. The man with the scar says that the only thing that he regrets now. The man in the suit addresses the group, stating that it doesn't matter which bastard Yoon Deok-soo is. The group walks forward, their intentions unclear. A voice questions who they are, followed by a declaration that their goals should be obvious and that it's time to get started. Someone remarks on the audacity of the approaching group, realizing it's not Kim Dae-jeon or Cha Soo-min, but their leader. Yoon Deok-soo is identified, and an order is given to crush them all. A chaotic charge ensues as the two groups collide. The sounds of combat fill the air as the fight intensifies. A brutal exchange leaves one man reeling from a blow to the face. The brawl continues, a whirlwind of fists and fury. Kim Sung-joon, enraged, curses his opponent, vowing to get payback from Yoon Deok-soo. A man with a bandaged head shouts at his opponent, questioning their audacity. Someone wonders what their opponent can do in their current condition. The man in the suit delivers a punch with a resounding SLA to his opponent. Down on the ground, the man in red spits out blood. "Oh, what a shame. I wanted to hear some nice screams from you," he says. The man in the suit sneers. "I'll make sure those screams come from your mouth instead." The man on the ground looks up, surprised. He grunts. With a foo and oosh, the man in the suit kicks his opponent. The man on the ground is sent flying. What? He cries. With a screech, the man in red kicks a motorcycle. "You crazy heek," he shouts. The motorcycle wobbles, the sound of kerthump echoing. The man on the ground says, "Don't misunderstand." The man on the ground continues, "I only came to take out the trash." With a bam, a group of men fight in the street. Jin-tae stands with another man. The other man asks. Kim Hyuk-ju observes the surrounding area. He states that there are too many of them. Gunter says to cut them down to half. Gunter says it is time to go scare the little kitties. A swift kick lands with brutal force. The blade finds its mark, piercing flesh with a sickening crunch. With lightning reflexes, he dodges the incoming attack. A sinister grin spreads across his face. Another strike, another life extinguished. The blade plunges deep, painting the scene with crimson. A flurry of steel, a dance of death. The final blow lands, silencing the screams. The man stands amidst the carnage, a silent testament to his skill. The man asks, "Who the hell is he?" Another responds, "It's the bastard who fucked up our place last time. Fuck, how are we supposed to deal with him?" The chief orders, "Step aside, all of you." The chief says, "See, chief. You're the fatso from before. I see you got your head kicked in and wrapped up in tissues. You little piece." Gunter says today is someone's last day and they should say their prayers. A figure attacks with a sword. A foot steps down. A figure is attacked. Gunter says they'll play next time, calling someone fatso, and that he is a little busy today. Multiple figures attack. Kim Shin wonders what sort of people he and the blondie are. Gunter recalls their last meeting being rather short and asks why someone doesn't try again, saying today is the day they'll lose that shitty hand of theirs. Someone asks who says so. A close-up of Kim Shin. Gunter says someone's bullshit ain't worth his time and that he'll send them both to the afterlife, one after the other. Someone says to finish him quickly and join them, as they're short on numbers, and another responds, "Of course." If Dae-jeon is taking on Kang Chang-suk, then Yoon Deok-soo is next. He won't let him have him. "Are you Pai Woo-jin? You're famous. They call you the god of fighting, right? You took down 30 Orient faction guys in a single fight. Let's find out whether the nickname god of fighting befits you or not. Don't worry, I'll just be watching." A blade finds its mark, drawing a crimson bloom. "You're pitiful, Kim Dae-jeon. You used to put on all sorts of airs. But these knives are too much for you, You motherfucker." A block lands with brutal force. Damn. He swings his sword, aiming for Kim Dae-jeon. Kim Dae-jeon says he doesn't understand him at all. He continues, saying that he could have had anything he wanted if he had just obeyed. So why would he rebel? Kim Hyuk-ju asks why the police aren't here. Kang Chang-suk replies that they're not coming, and they're all in it together. He adds that they don't have the guts to report a big incident in the middle of downtown. Yoon Deok-soo says that they know by instinct what would happen if they disobeyed the big shots. Kim Dae-jeon says that he's been neck-deep in this shit for 4 years, so how could he not understand it? Kim Jae-hoon grips his sword tightly. The sword crunches as it strikes Kim Dae-jeon. Kim Dae-jeon tells him to keep living like a dog. Kim Hyuk-ju says that he's following orders, but today he's going to pull down Yoon Deok-soo and climb above. Kim Jae-hoon strikes Kim Dae-jeon again. Kim Dae-jeon calls him an arrogant bastard and says that he'll show him what happens when a lowlife forgets his place. Kim Jae-hoon kicks Kim Dae-jeon. Kim Jae-hoon kicks Kim Dae-jeon, telling him he'll crush him. Kim Dae-jeon hopes he hasn't forgotten. Yoon Deok-soo, standing with his arms crossed, reflects that Yoon Deok-soo is a monster that's far crueler than he is. Below, someone declares that today, someone will get a taste. The man experiences true fear once again. He thinks he's screwed, never knowing Yoon Deok-soo was so huge. Someone realizes there's no way they can take him on. They decide to fall back, hesitating. A hand reaches out and grabs someone's arm. Someone is kicked with a resounding boom. Someone cries out in pain. Yoon Deok-soo stands among the fallen, thinking there's not even a single bastard who's decent. He wonders if they are seriously sending these lowlifes to face him. Someone realizes things are taking a turn for the worse, and it's because of that blondie. It's noted that he's taken down over 20 men. Someone declares they're going to cut him down first. Someone falls to the ground with a boom. Yoon Deok-soo declares that this is the end for someone. Someone else asks if he was their leader. Someone finds this is getting really boring, wondering if there aren't any decent fighters among them. A clang rings out. The gray-haired man stands over his fallen opponent. Cuckoo, you're finished now, he sneers. He continues, our Hyungnim no, our president is going to take care of you. In the background, several men stand watching. The gray-haired man continues to taunt his opponent. No matter what you try, you won't be a match for him. He adds, Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-jeon. They've never gone outside of this town. But our president is feared throughout the country. The gray-haired man looks down at the fallen man. He thinks to himself. A man in a suit kicks another man. The gray-haired man says, Kim Dae-jeon, and everyone else here, they're all the same. You guys think that the city of Hoam is something special? The gray-haired man scoffs. Feared throughout the country? Cuckoo, don't make me laugh. The gray-haired man leans in, his glasses glinting. Cuckoo, talk about not knowing one's place, he says. He adds, 'cause a lowlife like you won't get to see this again. Another kick lands with brutal force. A woman watches in disbelief. How can this be? She wonders. The woman stands, observing the scene. The woman speaks. That's what it means to be world-class. She continues, for the past 2 years, we couldn't do anything to Yoon Deok-soo, our archenemy. But he took him down quickly, with hardly a word. A man stands over the body of Yoon Deok-soo. 2 men stand on the street, facing each other. Yoon Deok-soo rose to the top because he had the backing of Hwaseong Construction's Kim Jae-hoon. There is no doubting that he has strength. As for Kim Shin, Daejeon wasn't enough to bring out his full strength. But he can't afford to hide his true powers while going up against Yoon Deok-soo. So you're the lowlife mosquito that was annoying me these past few days, huh? Cocky son of a bitch. An improving greenhorn like you would dare. A punch lands with brutal force. The punch continues, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The barrage continues, each strike carrying the weight of a sledgehammer. Ugh, grit. Motherfucker. The man in the white shirt declares that his opponent's tricks won't work. A swift kick connects, the sound of cracking bone echoing in the air. The force of the blow sends a figure hurtling through the air. Crouching low, the figure prepares for the next attack. Energy radiates from the figure as he braces himself. The man in the white shirt observes, noting that his opponent's movements are like those of a wild animal, and that he is no average brat. He realizes that if he isn't careful, he'll end up his prey. A sudden attack elicits a sharp reaction. A voice whispers in disbelief, lamenting the shitty timing. A crushing blow descends from above. The 2 figures clash, exchanging blows in a furious exchange. A strike lands, drawing blood. The figure reels back, a gasp escaping his lips as pain shoots through him. He unleashes a devastating blow, the force of it promising to end the fight. Staggering back, Yoon Deok-soo feels something shift within him. Yoon Deok-soo thinks, this guy is wrong. The realization dawns on Yoon Deok-soo. This guy isn't someone that I can handle. Kim Shin continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of his superior skill. Yoon Deok-soo's eyes widen, a primal fear gripping him as he recognizes the power of the Amur Tigro, Black Dragon River Tiger. The narrator speaks. Normally it behaves in a calm, quiet, and dignified manner, but once it singles out its prey and starts to move. The narrator continues. It transforms into a ferocious, merciless predator. The final blow lands, sending Yoon Deok-soo crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, a group of men stand ready, one wielding a baseball bat with grim determination. Kim Shin's gaze is cold and unwavering. A tiger lurks in the shadows, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Kim Hyuk-ju reels, disbelief etched on his face. He thinks, this can't be. Yoon Deok-soo lies sprawled on the ground, defeated. How could I lose to a fucker like you? He thinks. JT observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. He took down Yoon Deok-soo in an instant. He muses. He really seems to be a man without limits. JT continues to ponder, and he's completely different compared to when I fought him, keeping his true powers hidden from the start. Maybe it was all a ploy to draw Yoon Deok-soo out into the open. The man in the suit observes. He drew all eyes onto the fight and demonstrated his overwhelming power, to everyone's shock. If DS security is publicly humiliated like this, there's no way they could recover from this. Another man replies, the president got taken down? The first man responds, fuck, then there's no way. One of the men states, there's no way that we can win now. Another man replies, it's all over. We're wiped out over there, too. Yoon Deok-soo lies on the ground, bloodied and bruised, thinking, that bastard. JT reflects, I've faced many opponents so far, but he's on a different level, just like those guys. The man in the gray hoodie stands silently, the implications of Yoon Deok-soo's defeat weighing heavily on him. Kim Hyuk-ju looks up, listening to someone as they tell him to admit his defeat and stand down, stating that this war isn't something he can handle. A close-up shows a clenched fist, conveying frustration and defeat. The man thinks to himself if he isn't strong enough to face these guys. The scene shows a group of people standing over fallen bodies in the street. Someone wonders if this is as far as they go. Lisa stands with another man, observing the situation. She thinks that these past 2 years were in vain. The man with her says he saw it with his own eyes, but still can't believe it, wondering how a human could move so fast. Lisa looks on, curious. She thinks to herself that she is curious as well, and that he's so different from how she remembered him in the past. Kang Min-sung walks away from the scene. Someone thinks that he's the same as Kang Min-sung. A man kneels on the ground, seemingly defeated. Someone says that they say he owes him one. A close-up of eyes filled with rage and disbelief. The man thinks it's a lie. That bastard inherited everything from Kang Min-sung, and wonders why he let that guy inherit everything instead of him. Kim Hyuk-ju looks down, questioning why. The scene shows the collapse of the seemingly invincible group and the appearance of a new power. People discuss the recent events, noting it's been so long since such a big fight broke out, and that they can't believe Yoon Deok-soo got his ass handed to him. Someone else comments on who that man is, saying they don't think they've seen him before. Another person says that this is one fucked up town, an extended melee breaking out in broad daylight between syndicates, and that they bet the streets are going to get rowdy again. Meanwhile, the recent events filled the city of Hwayam with tension and a sense of curiosity. One man informs another that Yoon Deok-soo is no more. An unknown power from the outside has taken over. The man continues, stating that the new leader is someone they've never seen, an unextinguished ember. A figure lying on the ground is told that he messed with the devil and will pay the price. A door creaks open, foreshadowing future discord. A man and Lisa stand at a bar, discussing a threat and future adversary. The man swears this isn't the end. The woman's face is shown, implying that seeds would be planted. Their biggest continued to bear down on them. In the midst of the quiet before the storm, Kim Shin and his group became the new owners of the city of Hwayam. A man stands before a window, asking if they are open, now new owners of the city of Hwayam. Inside a dimly lit room, several figures gather, their expressions serious as they discuss matters of importance. Kim Hyuk-ju stands among them, observing the scene with a calculating gaze. Gunter is also present, his posture suggesting authority. A USB drive is tapped against a surface, its contents holding significant value. Kim Hyuk-ju explains that this is one of the USB drives that Yoon Deok-soo always carries. It contains the weaknesses of community leaders, as well as a ledger detailing secret deals with Hwasong Construction. Gunter examines the USB drive, remarking on its value. He believes it will make things much easier. Kim Hyuk-ju declares that from now on, he will treat Gunter with the respect befitting his position, sir. He adds that while they may have toppled Yoon Deok-soo, they have yet to absorb most of the group, and there will be those who would try to resist them. A woman stands before Kim Hyuk-ju, who states that in times like these, they need to be clear-cut about their ranks within the organization. He presents his will and the will of his subordinates, humbly requesting that she accept this. Kim Hyuk-ju tells her that it should by her. He adds that she can be as casual as she wants, anytime. Kim Hyuk-ju states that one person has been on his mind. It's revealed that after Yoon Deok-soo took over North Borough, he spent 2 years trying to oust this person, but he failed. Isol states that she is from South Borough. Gunter asks if this means they took over the entire city of Hwayam. Kim Hyuk-ju says he was just wondering, but Gunter asks if she is pretty. Hwayam's South Borough, on the day of the showdown between Kim Shin's group and DS Security. The scene opens in a classroom, students seated at their desks. One remarks on the lack of bugs, slang for something desirable. On a crowded bus, a blond man with a scar on his cheek stands, holding onto a railing. The man on the bus continues to muse about Hwayam being called a den for criminal syndicates, dismissing it as bullshit. The bus screeches to a halt. The man continues to think that when the real deal shows up, people piss their pants. A group of men gathers, their expressions serious. One of them thinks that the town's brats don't give a shit when an elder comes by. The man on the bus is thanked by a passenger. A narration box states that only one rule exists in Hwayam's South Borough. Avoid confronting burly men in black t-shirts. A man with a tattoo and a jacket with the word hope on it is seen. He is described as a reliable young man. A man on the phone agrees to assemble their members at the office. The narration states that they are a vigilante corps formed to protect the weak and the merchants of Hwayam. The man with sunglasses is told he can sit. The narration states that they are the South Borough Hope Young Adult Group. The man with sunglasses wonders what kind of sick bastard came crawling in. Isol, president of the South Borough Hope Young Adult Group and director of New Hope, slaps someone. She scolds them for using inappropriate language in front of the kids. Isol serves food to the children, apologizing for the wait. She tells one of the children that they can have more. Kim Dae-jeon. He knew he wouldn't stay loyal to a bastard like Yoon Deok-soo. But what made him change his mind so suddenly? Are you saying that you're that confident about your choice? The group descends the stairs. Or rather, an ex-stooge starting today, right? Is Isol in? That's Mr. President. You son of a bitch. You clearly lost your mind. Kim Dae-jeon, to come here alone. Let him through. Insu, 2ND, in command of the South Borough Hope Young Adult Group, stands with his arms crossed. He's not the type to use underhanded tricks. The man's face is grim. The group trudges forward. A figure sits in a dimly lit room. Walking into the tiger's den like this. Isul, it's been a long time. Did you grow another set of balls? You're looking healthy. Cut the chit-chat, asshole. Look who it is, it's Yoon Deok-soo's stooge. Don't you know that 20 of my brothers are staring you down, hoping to be the first to cut your head off? Nope. One newbie ain't here, and I'm not fighting, so it's just 18 of us. I'm sure you heard the news already. One of the men seated across from the other declares he'll make it short. The man continues, suggesting they unite their forces. A heavy thump echoes as he emphasizes his point, slamming his hand on the table. He promises that he isn't playing any mind games. The man explains that Yoon Deok-soo was only the beginning, and their plan is to strike down Kim Jae-hoon and ultimately the castle. He proposes they do this together. The other man's answer is a resounding no. The man who made the offer states that he respects the other's refusal to give up on protecting the neighborhood. He continues, saying he always thought it strange that someone like him would work under the human garbage. He asks if the other man thinks he's retarded enough to sacrifice his brothers and family for such an unrealistic delusion. The man who rejected the offer stands and walks away, his footsteps echoing in the room. Two other men watch him leave. The man who made the offer asks if the other wouldn't burn down the whole house just to catch a flea, and if he isn't curious. He wonders if the man is curious about the person who could unite him and Cha Soo-min. He reveals that the name is Kim Shin, a colossal monster of a bastard. The man states that he understands and believes that if anyone can topple the castle, Kim Shin can. He tells him to come to the North Borough tomorrow, as he has a present for him. One of the men watching Kim Shin leave asks if the other really believes that bastard Kim Dae-jeon's words. The other responds, "My beloved brothers." Won Young instructs his men to listen carefully. He explains that even if Kim Shin is an enemy, they must respond respectfully to his approach. The man expresses his desire to see Kim Shin for himself, wondering what kind of person he is. He orders his men to get ready. It's the long-awaited game in the North Borough. A man sits silently, deep in thought. A voice shouts, demanding to know where Kim Shin is. 20 men from the South Borough Young Adult Group, and its president, Isul. This is an obstacle you must conquer before. An all-out war with Kim Jae-hoon. A group of men stand in a room, their expressions unreadable. Gunter, wearing sunglasses, wonders if Kim Dae-jeon is really the one who took down Yoon Deok-soo. He thought he'd be some national-level gangster. Gunter recalls that Kim Dae-jeon endured the pressure of Haseong Construction and Yoon Deok-soo until the end. A man sits, stating that he wants to borrow Kim Dae-jeon and his group's strength. Kim Dae-jeon is addressed. He is asked if he didn't report the reply properly. A man tells Kim Dae-jeon that he thinks he's mistaken and to clean his ears and listen carefully. Gunter states that because outsiders like Kim Jae-hoon and Yoon Deok-soo have turned this neighborhood into a pile of garbage, from now on, Kim Dae-jeon should answer his questions carefully. He says that he came here today with the intention of turning this place upside down. He asks why Kim Dae-jeon is messing with them. Gunter asks Kim Dae-jeon if he wants to be famous in this world, or if he is going to become their pawn and help them grow. He states that he has a grudge against them. Gunter says that he basically doesn't like outsiders like Kim Dae-jeon. He's going to do anything to make them pay back. He adds that it is understandable. Gunter says that for Kim Dae-jeon's petty vengeance, he is bringing people in and touching those dangerous guys, right? The man asks if that doesn't make Kim Dae-jeon a bad-type bastard. Hope Group, they exist to protect children and the weak. He's the type of guy who turns into a beast when he sees injustice. He's not the kind of guy who's going to be swayed by money or jobs. Kim Dae-jeon is asked if he can convince him with just that. 20 members of the Hope Young Adult Group, including Isul. They're not gangsters, but they have all the strength and strategic skills that most organizations don't have. To achieve their goal, they need their power. Lisa asks how they can manage to convince him without money or anything. She states that the Boys and Youth Association don't have any grudge against Castle. If Isul and the group knew, they'd probably shake. Lisa says she has something prepared. Isul is told to contain her excitement. Gunter says it won't be too late to judge after listening to their story. There is no agitation or provocation in his words, so he's not your ordinary thug. Gunter orders someone to be sent in. Gunter looks down, anticipating the arrival. A man kneels, apologizing, calling someone big brother. A brawl erupts between several men. A foot stomps down with force. Someone shouts, "Hey, you bastards." A man demands, "What's the meaning of this? Why is one of my brothers here? Explain it right now, Kim Shin." The man in the suit states that everyone will die. The narration speaks of the man's brother. 3 months prior, he had joined Yoon Deok-soo's group. He took some money and handed it over to DS. Based on that, Yoon Deok-soo schemed with all the businesses in contact with the Youth Association. It was possible because Haseong Construction was backing them up. The financial troubles they've lately met up with. It was all Yoon Deok-soo's scheme to bring him down from the inside. The man wonders what the hell is going on, and if what he is saying is the truth. He asks if his brother didn't take the money to look after their mom. The man says he is sorry. Goodwill without a price is like a steal. That's the identity of this society and the Hope Group's pride. Even a small disturbance due to outsiders is bound to disturb the peace of the society. The fact that he's taking people in for his personal revenge. The man says he won't deny it, but lets the other man give him a piece of advice. As someone who's been through this before, they never tolerate those who oppose and speak against them. Not even the innocent and powerless society behind them. That's how he lost his father and his benefactor. Isul, the betrayal of your brother is just the beginning of your misfortune. Even if Yun Duk-soo disappears, Kim Jae-hun will threaten you, your brothers, and even the children at the nursery again for his personal benefits. A man, head bowed, whispers a desperate plea. A man in a suit asks to borrow strength. Elsewhere, a woman and an older man stand behind him. A man declares that he will be the one to bring Castle down, putting his neck on the line. A man in a beanie is greeted as expected and is asked if he can join for a drink. The man in the beanie is told that everything his brothers said were lies, including the story about his mother being terminally ill. He is then asked if he is in shock. The man in the beanie is asked what is wrong with him, and is reminded that someone might hear them. The other man declares that he is not an idiot and lives with that kind of determination. A man in sunglasses says that he is sure a lot has been going on, but there's a lot of cobwebs in their group. He continues, saying that he is shocked that he is a big brother and pretended not to know. The man in sunglasses pours some liquid into a bowl. He thinks about Kim Shin, and how what he did was unexpected. The man in sunglasses is told that he's not very funny. He responds that he owes Kim Shin such a favor, and he bowed down there, like a dog. The man in sunglasses is asked how he dares do such a disgraceful thing in front of his face, and that he completely embarrassed him. So, is he going to join him? The man with the beanie asks, his expression unreadable. The camera focuses on the neck of a man, the details of his face obscured. A display of men, Cha Il-guk and Kang Min-sung, who he admired the most, Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-jeon, are undoubtedly real men. Kim Dae-jeon will never do anything wrong. Kim Shin's definitely interesting, one man says. Yeah, another replies, but they're not done talking to each other. He knows exactly what to do, and he knows how to attract people. For him to bow like this, I could see how serious he is. Get him on the phone, a man orders, his arms crossed. Let's check him out. Two men walk together, their destination unknown. Your proposal, for now, is okay. I'm grateful. The other man replies, you will be a big help to us. I like your spirit. But, because we're the type to only serve the boss. It's exactly like what we talked. Nice. I'm sure you will be satisfied. Feet clad in sneakers stride forward, the sound of each step echoing in the silence. Well, how long has it been? No matter how much I see guys like you. I can't suppress my boiling blood. I just want to go down. I want to be beaten up. I want to realize that I'm alive. The sound of a heavy impact reverberates through the air. The world spins as a man falls backward, the ground rushing up to meet him. What? I lost. What happened? You lost, clearly. Phew. Ahaha. What a hell of a guy. Kim Shin smiles, a strange light in his eyes. I love it. 19 members of the Hope Young Adult Group have joined the Kim Shin faction. The Hazon Construction headquarters looms in the distance. Someone wonders what the reason could be, while another asks who they are talking about. Kang Chong-suk, kneeling, responds with a terse, yeah, so? A woman states that it was Kim Shin. A man asks who Kim Shin is. Someone remarks that the name is the same as one of their old friends. Kim Hyuk-ju is informed that the UAE buyers are scheduled to visit Korea next week. They will arrive on Tuesday afternoon. The president will specially attend the meeting. The meeting is planned at the hotel in the capital, the Sky Lounge, or the French restaurant. Gunter grabs Kim Hyuk-ju, who exclaims in surprise. Gunter demands to know if Kim Hyuk-ju is an idiot and wants to get fired. Kim Hyuk-ju apologizes and promises to reschedule it immediately, knowing Gunter hates tall buildings. It's time to go back, he thinks, or someone will lose his head. Gunter tells someone to get out of his way and to stop messing up at work. Gunter sits in a chair, finding the situation annoying. He reflects that the person was an idiot anyway. Gunter thinks to himself how the person would bite his own master after all he did for him. Kim Jae-hoon, holding a glass of wine, is reminded of how he was. He exclaims in disbelief, realizing he's Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon is told to stay away and not come near, being called a son of a gun. But the most ridiculous thing is, he muses, how did he survive all this time? The document declares the subject's disappearance and subsequent declaration of absence due to the expiration of the usage period. A voice muses that Kim Shin dared to return after everything that happened, adding that it's always the same with everyone in this line of work. He vows to make Kim Shin realize the gap between them once again, with all the power he now possesses. A woman stands tall, her arrogant eyes filled with despair, as she thinks to herself that she will make sure he meets with his father. She simply says, hey. Kim Hyuk-ju, seated with a glass of wine, orders someone to call Kim Shin. His phone buzzes. Kim Jae-hoon kneels on the floor, his phone buzzing. As soon as Kim Jae-hoon answers the phone, the caller congratulates him on becoming a gang leader. He asks why he was called, adding that he thought he was dead this whole time. Kim Hyuk-ju asks if the data he sent was checked, stating it was a gift especially for him. He scoffs, saying he saw that pile of garbage. Kim Hyuk-ju asks if he liked his gift, lamenting that he should have gotten rid of Yoon Deok-soo from the start. He warns that whether the data gets leaked or not depends on his actions. Kim Jae-hoon, on the phone, is greeted with a hey, long time no see, Kim Shin. He asks what is needed. The caller tells Kim Jae-hoon to give him control over Hoam, which Yoon Deok-soo had. He warns that he doesn't want to see his men on his turf. Kim Jae-hoon is told, you punk, you sure want to die, don't you? The man states that it depends on him. He admits that he is persistent and says he will do it. Kim Hyuk-ju says that for old time's sake, he'll let him enjoy the time he has left. Kim Jae-hoon responds with sarcasm, saying he's so scared. Kim Jae-hun smiles, thinking that if it gets released to the world, interesting things will happen. There is no second negotiation. The beeping of a device echoes in the room. A man holds a phone, thinking that this bastard is done for. Kim Hyuk-ju tells someone that they are waiting for their signal, instructing them to bring Kim Shin to him. A woman's eyes narrow as she thinks to herself that she will inform them. She wonders if cleaner is what they call it. Kim Hyuk-ju greets someone, saying that they are here. He adds that the person is an expert in those kinds of things. A man sits in a chair, thinking that Director Nam has a small entertainment business, so he invited him. He reflects that although they started out as business partners, they have. The man holds up a decorative plate, asking what they think they are, commenting on the close friendship between them. Kim Jae-hun holds a phone, thinking that Yoon Deok-soo, who acts like a shark, was taken down by a bait. He thinks that they need fresh bait like him, adding that Yoon Deok-soo got taken down. Kim Jae-hun thinks that he feels like he'll need to clean the mess. He realizes that there's a connection between him and the bug that took out Yoon Deok-soo. A hand holds a knife. Someone thinks that they are taking this opportunity to wrap it up forever, reminding someone to remember one thing. Nam Gung-hyuk states that he heard something interesting on his way up, adding that his only job is to protect the personal information of their major clients. Kim Shin, director of Sujin, voices his desire to shield Sunjin from any strenuous involvement. Kim Hyuk-ju contemplates the slim odds of Kim Shin's survival. He muses that events seem to be unfolding more rapidly than anticipated. Kim Hyuk-ju asserts that the individual he dispatched is more than capable for the task at hand, confident that the mission will be executed flawlessly. Cars speed through a tunnel, their headlights cutting through the darkness as they pursue their target. A sleek car is parked, its headlights gleaming. Shin Tae-jin, former director of Haesung Construction Company, stands revealed. The order rings out. Charge in. A brutal fight erupts, the clash of steel and the grunts of combat filling the air. The aftermath of the battle is visible in the room. Shin Tae-jin surveys the scene, noting the absence of the intended targets. Where'd all those bastards go? He wonders. Men in suits stand in formation, their expressions unreadable. Shin Tae-jin considers the possibility of a data leak, wondering if their target anticipated the attack and fled into hiding. One of the men in suits states that there is no way they would have known that. A disembodied voice declares that it's a trap. Lisa stands near a car, musing that if her guess is right, these guys are. Lisa continues, stating that they're here and can make their move now. A man looks up at a tall building, the city lights reflecting in his eyes. A man sitting with a glass of wine remarks that they have 30 minutes if they step on the gas. A voice declares that they're headed towards Kim Jae-hun and have 30 minutes. Two men walk forward, one stating, "Let's go in." A man questions the need to rush things. Gunter declares that the fact he was once considered dead is no longer a weakness. He intends to seize this opportunity to take someone down by surprise. Lisa suggests that Gunter should reconsider, warning that the people who support him might cause an uproar again, just like the old times. Lisa states that they have 6 months. Someone declares that they will finish Castle within 6 months. Gunter states that this time, he will only take a few people with him. Gunter orders his men to stay outside the building and report to him immediately when they start moving. Lisa remarks that someone was right about the enemy coming. She reflects that she didn't expect them to rush in like a bunch of dogs. Someone thinks that they are really unforgivable. Someone states to bear in mind that they don't have enough to play a hit-and-run game against Castle. The timer ticks down, indicating that Jae-hun's main group has only 30 minutes left to return. A voice narrates that the standby group is not as well trained as the main force. A woman whispers urgently into someone's ear. Gunter fumes, questioning how that Kim Shin dared to come here. A man looks up, seemingly alerted by something. An emergency alert blares. They have infiltrators at the bridge. Someone frantically presses the elevator button. A man wonders what the hell is going on. In the security room, Do Ji-wong enjoys the smell of his coffee, remarking that he likes it. The men rush towards the elevator, only to find that it's locked. Finding the lifts dead, they are forced to take the stairs. The men take the emergency stairs. Debris rains down as the building continues to be assaulted. One of the men curses under his breath. He is told that they can still use the stairs on the left building, near the entrance. The men run, their faces grim. They are informed that all paths except the one they came from will be blocked. The man states that the escape route will also be used for their escape. He realizes that these bastards planned it all out. Isol and the Youth and Hope Association group will block that path. The man is told to leave the rest to Jin Tae. One of the men reminds the other of what he said in the beginning, that they will face stronger foes here. The man thinks about his experience in Russia. He guesses it's time Magpie made his debut in Korea. One of the men says to escape when things start to get out of hand. He is told that he doesn't have to die for his own revenge. Jin Tae questions the idea of escape, wondering what's wrong with the man. Another man asks if they are out of breath. Jin Tae tells the man not to worry, stating that he has experienced how that feels 100 times. He adds that he was like them when he was new in the business. One of the men sighs, wondering what was going on. It turns out that local thugs, it seems, have a death wish. A voice shouts to take them all down. The remaining people rush to Kim Jae-hun's office. Someone is thanked for coming. A knock echoes through the door. That Kim Shin bastard has gone crazy, someone exclaims. How dare he come attacking in his own building? Lisa reports that there are 10 security teams in the hallway. The cleaning crew will still take 30 minutes to return. If she's not crossing the line, Lisa would like to ask a favor, sir. Something is amiss. Gunter asks if that is the only thing she can think of. Rushing into an empty house when the guards are not there, Kim Jae-hoon muses, that's funny. He offers to see what he can do. Someone says they owe the other this time, and will pay them back soon. What? You will get another cleaning crew or follow me, someone says. They're going down. Someone notes that they look lost and asks if they are looking for the CEO's office. If that's the case, there's a stairs that way. Take them, and you will directly reach it. That person, Gunter warns Lisa to beware of him. He identifies the man as Nam Gung-hyuk, director of Sunjin. As far as he knows, Nam Gung-hyuk is the one holding the most power within Castle. He adds that the company is deeply involved with Castle. Lisa asks if he wants to take the stairs. A timer displays 22 minutes. The group moves forward. Kim Shin is ordered to go ahead. He begins to take off his jacket. Kim Shin removes his jacket. He says that they will go down one by one. Kim Shin and two others walk forward. He states that they should leave it to them. Kim Shin attacks, daring someone to come if they dare. The attack lands. He launches a devastating kick, his foot blurring as it connects with Nam Gung-hyuk. The force of the blow sends Nam Gung-hyuk hurtling through the air, a dark streak against the pale walls. His face contorts in a grimace of pain and shock as he flies. Nam Gung-hyuk crashes through a window, the glass shattering around him in a glittering explosion. Landing hard, Nam Gung-hyuk spits out a curse. What the hell? Gunter's voice booms, laced with impatience. Stand up, and fight again. A man lies on the ground, struggling to rise. He wonders what the hell is going on. Kim Hyuk-ju stands tall, musing if his opponent is even human. He reflects that not even Kang Min-sung could beat him. The man's face is bruised and bloodied. Kim Hyuk-ju admits, with reluctance, that his opponent is out of his league. Someone urges Kim Shin to fight. An unseen figure commands that Kim Shin be stopped, no matter what. A swift kick lands with brutal force. A crushing blow connects. Another kick sends the man reeling. A powerful punch slams into its target. A final kick sends the man flying. The man's face contorts in pain. He is met with a swift kick to the face. The opponent's fist connects with Kim Shin's face. Another punch lands squarely on his jaw. The opponent delivers a brutal kick. The fist crashes into Kim Shin's face once more. The opponent's leg is poised for another strike. The kick connects, sending shockwaves through Kim Shin's skull. He is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Kim Hyuk-ju remarks that he got away, but he doesn't have to worry about him anyway. Lisa notes the presence of the bodyguards and a girl. Lisa states that they are starting with these two here. Won-young vows to make sure they will never see the sunlight again. A man in a suit straightens his tie, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He walks down a long, sterile hallway, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Over time, the memories faded, blurring the edges of the past. He stands with another man, a question hanging in the air. How did he reach this far? He has asked himself this question many times, but every time. He states that he is going in, but he could never remember it. Nor does he try to remember. Two men look up, startled by the sudden lights. What? The lights? One of them wonders. Because the anger within him is the same as yesterday's, he runs. 10 years ago, during a basketball game, someone shouts, "Hey, what are you doing?" Kim Shin. Stop him. A basketball soars through the hoop, the net rippling in its wake. The basketball game continues, players moving with practiced ease. One student remarks on another's impressive playing, marveling at his skill. Another student stares in disbelief at a ranking list, exclaiming at the impossible scores. Two students discuss watching the shuttle fight, one asking if the other is going to study during lunch. The words shuttle fight appear as students gather outside a building. A brutal fight unfolds, the text stating that they fight each other for the sake of a game. A student lies on the ground, defeated. The narration explains that those who make eye contact with the students are beaten up in public, and they were able to do such things in the campus. One student thinks about the shuttle fight, while another says he is his servant, and it's not funny. Kim Jae-hoon sits in a chair, the text explaining that it was because he was at the top. The scene shows a group of students, the text stating that no student nor teacher could touch him. Kim Jae-hoon was the king of the school, the text explains, as a student states that he never wanted to get involved with them. A student sits at his desk, writing. He thinks to himself that he had nothing to do with them, until that incident. A classroom is empty. Cha Soo-min sits at her desk, looking out the window. She wonders why she is here, as she never stays in class during lunch. Another student sits at his desk. The city is shown at night. Kim Tae-ha enters his home. He asks if someone is home early today. Kim Tae-ha, Kim Shin's father and a detective, asks if he did. Kim Shin replies that he usually stays at the library till now, and that he told him last time. Kim Shin walks with his bag. He asks again. Kim Tae-ha eats ramen. He asks if dad-boiled ramen isn't the best, Shin. He wonders why he is not eating, and if something happened at school. Kim Tae-ha asks if he wants to learn how to cook dad ramen. He tells him not to strain himself, as studying is important. Kim Shin says that it's nothing. Kim Tae-ha says that if he doesn't care is something he won't say. He asks if he isn't hungry and that he is making ramen. He says that all he has to do is live with honor, and that's the secret to living a successful life. Kim Shin walks. He remembers what he said. He says that he always works overtime. He says that's true. He asks if he doesn't have a girlfriend. He thinks to himself that he doesn't want to live a life with honor. The necessary conditions for it are power. Justice can only be maintained when you have power, which he doesn't have. Kim Shin is writing at a desk when someone calls his name. Yusuhi asks if he is busy and if he can help her with something. He tells her to show him. She thanks him. Kim Shin thinks to himself that it's a formula of costs. He sees Yusuhi and thinks if you add the value here. Someone says that Jaehan, isn't Yusuhi his type? It doesn't suit her to be with that trash. That punk Kim Shin is trying to flirt with her. It's solved. It all happened after that. A fight breaks out. The fight continues. Someone wonders how these thugs got here. Someone else thinks that they don't look normal. Someone wonders how the bastards even got in here. Huang Bomin Chol, the chief of security, states that he doesn't know why the others are here. He then notices something. A knife? He asks. A hand grips a knife, the wielder declaring that he's going to enjoy this. Huang Bomin Chol says it's nice to meet you. Another man asks, trick or treat? Suddenly, an unseen attacker lunges, the victim shouting in surprise. Before rushing into the chapter, a note advises grabbing some snacks. Gunter, the guerrilla president, orders his men to get Pai Wu-jin. The detective asks if he is being called a guerrilla. Gunter declares that he has something to say. Pai Wu-jin is thrown through the air. Gunter says that Pai Wu-jin is better than he expected. He also points out Kim Hyuk-ju, the guy with the scar. Kim Hyuk-ju declares that Pai Wu-jin is his and shouldn't be touched. He will take care of the guys on his side, then attacks. Kim Hyuk-ju looks pretty strong. Gunter says if Kim Hyuk-ju can't handle Pai Wu-jin, then leave him to him. Kim Hyuk-ju says that will never happen because Pai Wu-jin is his. Kim Hyuk-ju declares that Pai Wu-jin is his and shouldn't be touched. Now that Gunter looks at him, Kim Hyuk-ju attacks. Kim Hyuk-ju attacks. Kim Hyuk-ju attacks. Gunter guesses from those rough movements. He stands on the brick road, facing a man in a plaid jacket. The man in the plaid jacket says that the other is not the only one who trained in another country. He asks if it was Russia or China. Kim Hyuk-ju says that he will teach him the kabukicho style. Kim Hyuk-ju says that he doesn't stand a chance with such rough movements. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks that he has the advantage this time. Kim Hyuk-ju continues to fight. A man with glasses says that Kim Hyuk-ju is sure old in this business. He asks what was that about kabukicho. Kim Hyuk-ju wonders who the hell this punk is. He thinks that he didn't know people like him existed anywhere apart from Castle. Mr. Yoon asks what the hell is going on. He says that he will contact the security room. Mr. Yoon says that it's nothing. Director Nam went down too. He thinks that he has a special personal bodyguard with him too and that it's getting kinda stuffy in here. Mr. Yoon says, hey, wait a minute. Mr. Yoon says to check out the situation. It's way too silent out there. A voice echoes in the darkness, promising a return. The man's eyes widen in disbelief, the news hitting him hard. A chorus of voices erupts, realizing the situation, a sneak attack. Shin 1il plummets downwards, a trail of blood marking his descent. The narration notes that Director Nam left the rest for the others. Bodies fall like puppets with cut strings, the ambush taking its toll. A desperate shout pierces the air, a call to arms against the unseen enemy. Don't let the lights make you fall. Fight without them. A brutal assault unfolds, a figure caught in a flurry of blows. A hand reaches out, grasping for something, anything. One figure collapses, while another stands amidst the carnage, a silent predator. A hand tightens around a weapon, ready to strike. A crimson streak paints the darkness, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Shin 1il struggles to regain his senses, his vision returning in fragments. He's here. Shin 1il declares, I got you, as he is stabbed. The blade plunges deeper as another man shouts, everyone, he's here. ARGH, before being silenced by the assassin's attack. The assassin stands over the fallen bodies, the only sound the dripping of blood. The scene is a tableau of death, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. The assassin surveys his work, the silence broken only by the echo of his own breathing. The assassin pulls the blade free, the sound a sickening rasp in the stillness. A beam of light cuts through the darkness as someone turns on a flashlight. I'm turning my torch on, he announces. Pai Wu-jin mutters, huh. The light reveals the carnage. Pai Wu-jin exclaims, what the hell? How is this even possible? The blood pools on the floor, a grim testament to the violence that has transpired. The flashlight beam dances across the walls, illuminating the scene of devastation. The full horror of the scene is revealed, the bodies sprawled in grotesque poses, the air heavy with the stench of death. The commotion didn't even last more than 20 seconds. He took out groups of bodyguards. She doesn't think she can take him on. Even if she drags the fight on, by the time Director Nam reaches her, she might be dead by then. She can at least buy some time. She's sure of it. If she fights him 10 times, she'll die 9 times. She might die here. At this rate, Kim Jae-hun is done for. She doesn't think she can take him on. What if she attacks him from behind? She doesn't stand a chance against him. It's all about surviving now. This feeling, this pressure. It's just like back then, when she saw Baek Do-chan for the first time. She thinks to herself that she can't do anything. Backstabbing is only for humans. A man asks if the person he is speaking to is the secretary. Cha Soo-min sees Kim Jae-han. The man asks, trick or treat? Kim Jae-han says no. It's not trick or treat, but mass release. A man stands in a kitchen with another man. The words, live and honorable life, echo in his mind. Words he has tried to forget, but still hears clearly. Still, back then, it was too dangerous a life to live honorably. A man stands with his bicycle. He is invited to Jae-han's birthday party. One of the men says that he has to go home. Another man asks Yoo-soo where she is going. A man says that he has to go to work too. One of the women asks if the other can skip work for just one day. Another woman says that she will drop the other home herself, not to worry. It's Jae-han's birthday, and idols will also be coming as guests. One of the women tells the other to come already, or they won't be nice with her anymore. A man says that this is getting annoying now. A man grabs a woman's arm. She yells to let go of her. Gu Sang-hoon states that when Jae-han invites a bitch like her, she should just accept the offer. One of the men says that the other will have to fight him. Another man asks if the other will fight him. A man wonders if the other is out of his mind. A man says fine. He asks if the other said that he wanted to fight. It was a decision he shouldn't have made. A man says that this is going to be fun. He says that they will teach the other a lesson for acting brave in front of the girls. Kim Jae-han addresses Pai Woo-jin and Kim Shin, stating that he will say one thing before he starts. He adds that if Pai Woo-jin manages to win, he will forgive him for what he did today. Kim Jae-han thinks to himself that for the first time in his life, he is already enjoying this. He realizes that Yoo-soo he has already left, and that he doesn't have any reason to fight. Kim Jae-han thinks that he guesses he'll get hit a bit, as the price of living honorably. Pai Woo-jin punches Kim Jae-han. Kim Jae-han is sent flying. He thinks to himself, what? This punk. Kim Shin watches the fight. Someone says that they heard Pai Woo-jin was good at fighting, but they guess it was just a hoax. They add that Pai Woo-jin will be their new wallet boy since their old wallet boy is out of money. Kim Jae-han is on the ground. Someone says that he is so weak. They add that he is their new punching sack and a hang in there. Kim Jae-han thinks to himself that this is getting tiring and that he can't hold on anymore. He wonders why he is holding it all in. Kim Jae-han thinks to himself, aren't they all trash that needs to be cleaned up one day? Pai Woo-jin kicks Kim Jae-han. Kim Jae-han is on the ground. Someone wonders what the hell this crazy punk is. Pai Woo-jin punches Kim Jae-han again. Kim Jae-han's face is shown. Pai Woo-jin stabs Kim Jae-han. Kim Jae-han yells in pain. He recalls his dad saying that he should use his strength only when he needs it. He continues his assault, kicking Kim Jae-han while he's down. Kim Jae-han, sprawled on the floor, pleads for Pai Woo-jin to stop. Kim Jae-han identifies himself, demanding to know if his attacker is deaf. Kim Jae-han warns that Pai Woo-jin will regret touching him, ordering him to stay away. Pai Woo-jin's foot connects with Kim Jae-han's face. Kim Jae-han tries to grab his attacker's leg, but to no avail. Pai Woo-jin stomps on Kim Jae-han's hand, silencing his struggles. Kim Jae-han reflects on how things have turned out. Elsewhere, a man sits in an office, asking for a favor. The man is asked what the heir of Haseong needs from him. The man is reminded that no matter what happens, he is the heir of Haseong, Kim Tae-hun, the eldest son of Kim Young-sung, and should live his life as such. The man is asked if he is getting demoted, and is told that he is not the kind of person to accept bribery. The man states that he doesn't mind accepting any punishment, even if it is not real, adding that it's not that big of a deal. The frustration of living your whole life honorably no matter what is expressed. The man is sitting at a desk, and someone says, "Oh, you're here." He is asked if he is there to give his father clothes to change into. He replies that he is, but he can't find his desk. Someone asks if it was too hard for him to tell them. He is then told to get lost. Someone shouts to lock the door. A group of people stand around a desk. Someone asks what he is doing, and another says he can't read the mood, adding that it's too much. He is asked what he wants. The man replies that he heard his father was demoted. He is told that his father was taking bribes. He is then asked why he is shocked, and that this is just the beginning. He is warned to stay away from the speaker, and that from now on, his whole family will be at their mercy. The man thinks of his father, who was living honorably his whole life, and calls the speaker a bastard. The man states that he is tired of the speaker's crap. He then thinks that the last part is not important, so he shouldn't dwell on it. He is told that the speaker will think about forgiving him after he does it. He is then told that he can either go on his knees and beg for forgiveness, or he can just watch his dad lose his job, or maybe he can lick the sole of the speaker's shoe. He is asked why he is shocked, and that this is just the beginning. A group of people then attack him. A chaotic brawl erupts, bodies flying and fists connecting with brutal force. The group descends upon one unfortunate soul, their combined fury threatening to overwhelm him. A face contorted in pain, the shouts of the attackers ringing in his ears. "This bastard! Come on, fight us!" A storm of blows rains down, each strike carrying the weight of malice. "This crazy bastard! Get that son of a bitch!" It was unusual for the police to interfere in a fight among students. The police arrested neutral Kim Jae-hoon instead of Kim Jae-han. Because they were afraid of the police and Haseong group, the students testified against him. He was sentenced to juvenile detention for assaulting neutral Kim Jae-hoon. Nobody believed in him anymore, except his father. Hang in there. He started investigating Haseong group, eventually finding a weakness he wasn't supposed to. "Detective Kim, take a look at this." Eventually, His father got clues about the existence of Castle. This guy? Don't you think? He got close to their Achilles heel, but he was nothing but an ant climbing up their leg. And just like that, he was killed. A somber portrait marks the passing of Kim Shin. His face streaked with blood, a man's expression is one of intense fury. He lunges forward, knife in hand, ready to strike. Kim Shin thinks, I'll end up dying if this fight drags on. He strategizes, maybe I can bait him? Let's go for his left leg. Acting as if collapsing, Kim Shin prepares to lure his opponent's left leg towards him. Kim Jae-hoon thinks, I have lost too much blood, is when he dies. His eyes narrow, a grim determination etched on his face. The blade finds its mark, piercing flesh and bone. Kim Jae-hoon is caught off guard, a look of disbelief washing over his features. What happened? He knelt on the ground, blood staining the pavement beneath him. He knew he had been baited, his left leg now useless. This was his utter defeat. Up until now, Kim Shin had faced and defeated most of the people in Korea. He gripped the knife tightly. A muscular man stood with two others, preparing for what was to come. One of them thought to himself that compared to these guys, the thugs in Hoam were middle schoolers. Behind bars, the men were tired, but they still had the advantage. A man held a phone, his expression grim. Moreover, they didn't have much time left. If Kim Shin got a little late. A group of men ran, their footsteps echoing in the night. It just had to happen now. A man addressed the others, his voice firm. Get ready, boys, a lot of creepy birds are coming our way. A large crowd of men stood ready, their faces grim and determined. A voice wondered if they could handle them. A man adjusted his glasses, his gaze intense. Guerrilla president, he muttered. It's almost time. A man walked forward, his figure silhouetted against the light, determination etched on his face. A voice declared, get ready to go home. The man with slicked back gray hair and a scar on his cheek asks with a sinister smile, trick or treat? Responding to the question, the man with slicked back black hair delivers a swift punch to the gray-haired man's face. A man warns a yellow-haired monkey that this is not a situation where he can do whatever he likes. Gunter declares that he has a great advantage and invites everyone to enjoy the show he is about to present. The show begins with a brutal ambush. Two assassins descend upon a lone figure, blades drawn. A pile of bodies lies strewn across the floor, a testament to the swift and deadly assault. Against all odds, Gunter fights back, a whirlwind of motion and steel deflecting every attack. The knife flashes, finding its mark with lethal precision. Chaos erupts as the remaining combatants clash, a desperate struggle for survival in the face of overwhelming odds. One of the onlookers, witnessing Gunter's impossible skill, wonders if he is even human. Gunter continues his relentless assault, cutting down foe after foe, leaving a trail of blood and despair in his wake. Another wonders if he even feels fear. Gunter pauses, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as his enemies beg for mercy. The ambush erupts into a brutal melee, bodies crashing to the ground amidst a spray of blood. A blade flashes in the dim light, held by a figure moving with deadly purpose. More bodies fall, the sounds of grunts and the squelch of steel filling the air. One man, face slick with blood, struggles to stay on his feet. A swift kick sends another reeling, the force of the blow echoing through the confined space. Steel finds its mark, a crimson stain blooming on fabric as a scream pierces the chaos. The wielder of the knife stands amidst the carnage, a silent predator. A body is hurled through the air, a ragdoll tossed aside in the brutal exchange. A hand grips a bloodied knife, poised above a fallen foe. The world blurs into a vortex of violence, a maelstrom of death and desperation. One of the men looks up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The man's voice trembles as he mutters, "What the hell? I've never seen or heard of anything like this. Just who are these two?" Kim Shin and him. A man in a green beanie tells someone named Insu to take care of the injured brothers. A man in a suit lunges forward with a knife, while a muscular man prepares to fight. The muscular man vows to take back his pride. He reflects on the pride he had lost for a while. A man with a bloody face is shown. He struggles, realizing he can't do something. A man is caught in a barrage of attacks. The force of the blows sends him flying backwards. Someone observes that he is too much and already at his limit. It's revealed that he was already injured in a fight between Kim Shin and Yoon Deok-soo. Another man realizes he can only distract their opponent so that they can get away. He steels himself, thinking about winning, even as he throws a punch. Kim Shin, knuckles white as he clenches his fist, declares that he'll do whatever he can, even if it costs him his life. The punch connects with Kim Hyuk-ju's face, the force of the blow echoing through the room. Kim Hyuk-ju, a smirk playing on his lips, expresses surprise at being attacked, as if he hadn't anticipated such a move. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, several figures stand around a table, their faces obscured by shadows. The force of the blow sends Kim Hyuk-ju flying backwards, his body twisting in the air. He cries out, the sound muffled by the rush of air as he continues to fall. The world spins around him as Kim Hyuk-ju plummets towards the ground. Kim Shin stands over the fallen Kim Hyuk-ju, his expression unreadable. Kim Hyuk-ju lies sprawled on the floor, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. His face is contorted in pain, his eyes squeezed shut. Back in the dimly lit room, The figures continue to watch, their expressions hidden in the shadows. Kim Hyuk-ju, lying on his side, wonders why he spent all this time. He thinks to himself, wondering why he is being treated so pitifully. Kim Hyuk-ju reflects on the past, thinking that even when they were having a hard time, he didn't help them as much as he should have. Kim Shin grabs Kim Hyuk-ju, delivering a brutal blow. The detective prepares to strike again, his fist clenched. Right now, Kim Shin is focused on the fight. The punch lands with devastating force. Kim Hyuk-ju realizes his punch got stronger, but he is tired. The detective continues his relentless assault, to the point Kim Hyuk-ju can be called powerless. So, Kim Shin strikes again, drawing blood. Kim Hyuk-ju falls to the ground, defeated. Why does he keep on standing up? Knowing that he'll get punched down again, Kim Shin continues his attack. The final blow lands, leaving Kim Hyuk-ju completely overwhelmed. He is struck again, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Kim Hyuk-ju crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his senses. Where did he learn that from? He wonders. Kim Shin follows up with a brutal kick, driving the air from Kim Hyuk-ju's lungs. Images flash through Kim Hyuk-ju's mind, memories of his past training. He recalls the harsh lessons, the relentless drills. Each strike, each fall, etched into his very being. The voice of his instructor echoes in his mind. Even if you have blood in your throat, have strength in your legs, never lower your guard. Kim Hyuk-ju struggles to his feet, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. He grits his teeth, remembering the instructor's words. He didn't completely get hit by that attack. He turned his back to reduce the shock. He is catching up to my strength at a terrific pace. He is strong. The instructor's voice continues. Guys like him are rare. Even if you don't. If I ever meet him again, he'll be much more stronger. Kim Hyuk-ju clenches his fist, his eyes burning with determination. Never lower your guard. I cannot let him escape alive from here. A fierce struggle unfolds, punctuated by the sharp report of a gunshot. Someone nearby reacts in shock, the sound of the gunshot echoing in their ears. A gun is raised, the barrel glinting ominously in the dim light. Kim Shin levels the weapon, his expression cold. Goodbye, he says, the word a chilling farewell. Another gunshot rings out, the sound deafening. A voice cuts through the tension, laced with dark humor. Trick or treat. Another fight erupts, a desperate cry echoing amidst the chaos. No, not trick or treat, but mass release. 3 cars tear down the highway, their headlights cutting through the night. The city skyline glows faintly in the distance. Nam Gung-hyuk grips the steering wheel, his brow furrowed. He thinks, I lost contact with Secretario. Director Nam Gung-hyuk is there too. So I'm sure it's okay, but... A foot presses down hard on the accelerator. The driver thinks, it's still bothering me. A projectile slams into the windshield of a car, spiderwebbing the glass. A motorcycle roars alongside a car, its rider yelling, Woohoo! Eat this, you sons of bitches. Tonight's menu is fried food. Nam Gung-hyuk's expression hardens as he continues to drive. The cars plunge into a tunnel, the chase intensifying. Someone thinks, have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Another motorcycle attack sends sparks flying. Nam Gung-hyuk's eyes widen, thinking, what the hell? Cha Soo-min, tied up in the back, thinks, I have to delay them so they can escape in time even if something unexpected happens. The cars continue to speed through the tunnel. Someone thinks, these bastards. We must buy them as much time as we can. The most that I can do is a few minutes. Hurry up, Kim Shin. The title card appears, Castle. Kim Shin levels a pistol, his gaze unwavering. What was that? Someone shouts, questioning what the other is doing. The unseen man is urged to attack, as another wonders what can be done with the monster. Kim Jae-hun wonders why he is being let go, hoping it's not a trick. Kim Jae-hun decides to use this opportunity, believing he is done for anyway. Footsteps echo as Kim Jae-hun flees. A voice shouts for him to come back, threatening him. The sound of footsteps continues as Kim Jae-hun runs, his pursuer vowing to kill him. Kim Jae-hun fires his gun, yelling for his pursuer to stay away from him. Kim Jae-hun curses, realizing he's run out of bullets and must continue to flee. Kim Jae-hun tries to calm himself as he reloads his gun, realizing he can't see anything in the dark. Kim Jae-hun turns off the lights, hoping to use the darkness to his advantage. He sprints through the darkness, desperate to escape his pursuer. The sound of his own ragged breathing fills his ears as he pushes himself to the limit. A sharp pain erupts in his side, a searing reminder of the recent injury. He grits his teeth, refusing to succumb to the agony. Collapsing to his knees, he struggles to catch his breath. The cold, hard floor presses against his skin as he fights to stay conscious. His eyes widen, a flicker of memory igniting within him. You remember, right? What happened 10 years ago? A glint of steel catches the dim light as a hand grips a gun. The weapon is raised, a silent threat hanging in the air. In the past, a scene unfolds. Weak hero vibes anyone. Kim Jae-hun raises a bloodied hand, his voice strained. I'll even give you a part of my company. A figure walks away, their back turned to the scene. The word walk hangs in the air, a stark command. Lying prone, Jae-hun stares up at the ceiling, a mix of regret and resignation in his eyes. Shin, I was wrong. I'm sorry, but this isn't right, is it? He pleads, his voice laced with desperation. Hey, you're a nice guy? Don't do this. Please. I'll tell the truth, I wasn't responsible for your father's death. Jae-hun continues, his voice rising in intensity. That's why Castle killed him. If you look at it, you are the one to blame for your father's death. He finishes, his expression a mix of defiance and despair. If only you had ignored us and left, things wouldn't have reached this far. Is that all you have to say? What else do you want to hear from me? Cornered, Kim Jae-hun is threatened by an unseen figure. The figure shouts that Castle will be after him and that he won't survive. Kim Jae-hun, standing on a ledge, tries to calm himself, thinking that he needs to think calmly. Multiple gunshots are heard. Someone wonders if something happened to Kim Shin. Someone says, hey. Another person says that they should wrap it up. A close-up of a person's face shows a grim expression. A fierce fight unfolds, bodies blurring in a whirlwind of motion. A man clutches his face, blood trickling from his nose. He realizes that his nose is broken. Someone observes that the knuckles are too dangerous and that even if they guard, they'll get damaged from it. The fight intensifies. Someone thinks that now is the chance and that it's do or die now. A close-up reveals a fist adorned with metallic knuckles, glinting menacingly. The knuckles connect with brutal force, the impact echoing through the air. Blood splatters as the fight reaches a fever pitch, the outcome hanging in the balance. A man lies on the ground, defeated. Another man sits on the floor, injured and exhausted. A man looks up, his face etched with shock. Oh my God, he whispers. Standing amidst the fallen, Pai Wu-jin surveys the scene. I underestimated that guy, a voice admits. I never thought he could take them all down by himself. Pai Wu-jin stands tall, blood staining his coat. Kim Jae-hun sprints away. He's dangerous, a voice warns. I won't let you get away from me twice. Two men are shown in a close-up, one of them saying, come on. Time left, 8 minutes. An attacker descends, poised to strike. The defender below braces for the onslaught, questioning which direction the assault will come from. The defender is surrounded by multiple attackers, each poised to strike. The question hangs in the air, from the left? Or, the defender is now on the ground, vulnerable. Another attacker descends, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Will the defender run away? A swift kick connects, sending the defender reeling. A blow lands, the impact echoing with brutal force. What? The defender lies prone, defeated. The defender scrambles to escape, but the attackers are relentless. The defender thinks, I missed him? Twice? Meanwhile, someone is shocked by the events unfolding. Impossible. The man is determined to address the situation. First of all, Kim Jae-hun's situation is my top priority. Kim Jae-hun sits at his desk, frustrated. What the hell? I'm not working overtime ever again. Kim Jae-hun is looking at his phone. Kim Jae-hun, that crazy bastard. What did he do for so many gangsters to rush in? It's about time I considered retiring. A voice echoes in the darkness, a desperate plea cutting through the silence. Huh, what's that? The man's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition in their depths. Is that a person's poop? CEO Kim Jae-hun plummets through the air, the wind screaming past him. A desperate cry escapes his lips. Mom, save me. The air rushes past him as he falls, the ground rapidly approaching. A memory surfaces, a whispered plea. The memory continues, the desperate words echoing in his mind. Please save me. Please save me. A foul odor lingers in the air. It stinks. A rush of wind fills his ears as he continues to fall, the ground a blur below. A strangled cry tears from his throat as the inevitable draws closer. Kaya. Another memory surfaces, a desperate plea from the past. Please, Kim Shin, save me. A wave of regret washes over him. I'm sorry for everything. Tears stream down his face as he remembers a past conversation. I didn't do much. The memory continues, a chilling declaration hanging in the air. I'm here to kill you today, but your face keeps reminding me. A final, desperate thought flashes through his mind. Ark, that you shouldn't die so easily. I won't kill you. A voice echoes, a chilling philosophy. It's easier to kill people than letting them live every day in fear. You also know right. I don't like high places, so you better live. He stands, bearing the marks of a brutal encounter, the weight of his past etched on his face. The man reflects on the consequences of his actions. Every day repenting for what you did and beg for forgiveness. Don't forget what you reap is what you sow. A flashback shows a figure plummeting from a great height. The memory echoes with a chilling reminder. Remember this helplessness and shiver in fear. That's all that you are allowed. Bound hands are shown, a symbol of captivity and despair. A brutal beating unfolds, the victim's cries piercing the air. Please save me. Mom, where are you? Kim Jae-hun clenches his fist, frustration boiling within him. Damn it, he totally lost it. Lisa walks away, her back turned, leaving a sense of finality. That's all that you are allowed. What do we do about him? A group of men gives chase, their intent clear. Are you going to let those thugs get away? Secretario. A group of men surround someone, demanding answers. What? Why did you stop? Kim Jae-hun stands in a hallway, his presence imposing. I'll let you guys live if you don't cross this line. You can cross this. Kim Jae-hun holds a weapon, his expression grim. If you guys don't care about your lives anymore, nobody will get to see the next sunshine. The men discuss their next move, a sense of urgency in their voices. Lisa listens intently. Honestly, to chase them we would need a cleaner. I would rather hunt them down. Later, Kim Jae-hun reflects on a past encounter. Besides, there was a person who was better than I expected. It's a matter of time. Those jellyfishes dared to crawl into our territory. A group of men discuss their anger. They vow that those who have crossed them will pay with their lives. A man in a suit remarks that this is a first. The scene shifts to a violent encounter. Someone states that someone tried to rush into their territory and attack them. A car speeds down the road. A man reacts with shock. The car continues its high-speed chase. Someone comments that Castle won't stay still knowing that Kim Jae-hun was humiliated. The vehicles continue to move. Within 30 minutes, Kim Jae-hun was attacked within his own building. Kim Shin was the one who completed this mission, which was supposed to be impossible. Nobody was happy with this victory. Haesung Construction was only half of the Haesung Group. They had only faced half of it. They had realized the power gap between them and Castle. A man's face is shown, bearing the marks of a recent beating. The title Castle is displayed. The next day, a picture went viral on the SNS. Social media explodes with reactions. Some speculate about the victim's identity as a leading businessman, while others share rumors about connections to gangsters. The scene shifts to a hospital. A man in a wheelchair is greeted with the words, "Welcome, Chairman." A caption identifies Kim Tae-hun as Kim Jae-hun's older brother. Kim Yong-sung, father of Kim Jae-hun and chairman of Haesung Group, is identified. In a hospital room, a man tied to a bed pleads for help, as someone says, "Mr. President, please calm down." A man demands, "Who did this?" He wonders who dared to look down on their Haesung Group. Another man replies, "I don't know." The man is shocked and asks, "What the hell? Who is it?" He yells, "Who? You useless sons. Who did it?" A man groans in pain, saying, "I don't care, Tae-hun." Kim Hyuk-ju orders, "Find those bastards who did this and bring them in front of me." Someone responds, "Yes, Chairman." The man is yelled at. The scene shifts to a church, where a bell rings. Inside a dimly lit church, a lone figure kneels in prayer. A finger taps the screen of a phone displaying a Haesung AS request. The message reads, "Just get the head." A man, his face partially obscured by a hat, whispers, "Forgive me, Father." Shin Tae-jin stands in front of a stained glass window, a silver cross hanging from his neck. Ignite Tattoo Shop stands as both a tattoo parlor during the day and an illegal medical treatment center at night. One man asks if another will be free after this. The other replies that he has to attend to other patients too. The man with the scars is said to be flirting like he never has, but his movements as he fought are unforgettable. Someone wonders what's up with his body and how he got those scars. The man is asked if he was fighting in a war. Someone asks if he got his revenge. The woman states that Kim Song-young won't stay still after what he did. She adds that they are not in a good position right now. If they plan to fight them, they will definitely lose this time. Kim Tae-hun. Kim Tae-hun is the real power, not Kim Yong-sung. He is planning to meet Kim Tae-hun and negotiate with him. The woman asks what his bargaining chip is. He replies that he doesn't have any, but soon, they will have a good one. The word castle is displayed, followed by a shot of a hospital. Someone apologizes for troubling Mr. Chairman. She'll accept any punishment for this. He respects her on-scene judgments. It can't be helped since he was digging up his own grave. Well, it's about the group who attacked us. The man with glasses inquires about the group that initiated the attack. From below, a voice confirms it was the new. It's revealed that Kim Shin is the leader of the group that attacked. The text explains that he gathered the remaining gangsters of Hoam and consumed DS Security, a branch of Haesung Construction, within a few days of his arrival. He was also a classmate of CEO Kim Jae-hun in high school. The narrative shifts to Kim Shin's past. He was imprisoned in a juvenile detention center after getting into a fight with CEO Kim Jae-hun. Later, his father was killed by Castle. The text indicates that it was particularly ordered by Chairman Kim Yong-sung and handled by Representative Baek Doo-chan himself. The man wonders what Kim Shin has been doing. The text explains that a person is termed dead if their whereabouts are unknown for more than 8 years. It's revealed that Kim Shin is finally back and has revealed his identity. He also induced a trauma in CEO Kim Jae-hun. The man acknowledges that Kim Shin's skills are acknowledgeable. The man with glasses asks if the woman saw Kim Shin. She confirms that she saw him when he raided Haesung Construction headquarters. The text explains that he was skilled enough to disarm special guards in an instant. The woman states that Kim Shin is a dragon. She believes that he is vengeance-driven and will come after them all. The man with glasses declares that they need to get rid of Kim Shin. The text explains that the disturbance caused in Hoam is because of him, and if they get rid of him, they will all calm down. The man agrees that it sounds good to him. The text suggests that they should call Shin Tae-jin, as he should be enough. Shin Tae-jin is shown. The text states that it's him this time. The text explains that Shin Tae-jin always gets the dirty work to do, despite his religious nature. He is also one of the 2 swords who protect. The text states that Shin Tae-jin is among the best in the city. He's the only person that can be trusted with work when Baek Doo-chan is busy. The text also indicates that he is leaving early today. Kim Jae-hoon listens as someone says he didn't even do his confession for today. Kim Jae-hoon thinks to himself, as always. Kim Jae-hoon stands in front of a door. Kim Shin looks at 2 photos and thinks, so these 2 are the targets. Kim Shin holds a knife. Kim Shin thinks, he must be a strong guy. Maybe he is as strong as people of Castle are. Kim Jae-hoon is told, don't be resentful. The cloaked figure thinks, for you have sinned too. The cloaked figure stands in the moonlight as someone thinks, people like us are always ready to die. The cloaked figure stands in a garage as someone thinks, how quickly will you react? The cloaked figure is seen through a crack in the door as someone thinks, you can't blame anyone as this is a world where both the strong and the weak exist. Survival. An eye peers through a crack in the door, observing something unseen. In that moment when you sneak into the kitchen for snacks, but MOM is always one step ahead. The masked figure walks down a dimly lit hallway, a blade held in their hand. A thought crosses their mind. What is this feeling? He is right here. The figure reaches a door and quietly turns the handle. The masked figure steps inside, blade raised, ready to strike. This is going to be fun. The figure now holds a gun, their grip firm and steady. The masked figure drops from the ceiling, descending silently. The figure swings the blade in a wide arc, preparing for an attack. The masked figure climbs down a ladder, their movements precise and controlled. The figure holds a gun, their finger resting on the trigger. The masked figure leaps from a high vantage point, descending quickly. The figure launches a kick, their leg extended with force. The rumors were true. The masked figure holds a blade, their stance poised and ready. How did you know I was coming? If he's not an idiot like Kim Jae-han, there is no major person except him here. I see. This is normal for me then. This guy used himself as bait to lure me in. If that is true, he is way too arrogant. All he thinks about is victory. He's so stupid. He thinks he's at the peak. But there is another peak higher than him. The masked figure attacks, sword raised high. Pai Wujin prepares to strike back, his own blade gleaming. The force of the blow sends the masked figure flying backwards. Wujin presses his advantage, his sword a blur of motion. The masked figure struggles to block, barely managing to parry the attack. The fight intensifies, a whirlwind of steel and desperation. Wujin's blade finds its mark, drawing a spray of blood from the masked figure. He faces his opponent, the masked figure, a silent question hanging in the air between them. Pai Wujin wonders what the masked figure's reasons could be. The masked figure emanates a similar feeling to someone else. Elsewhere, castle's walls stand tall, just as high as expected. The atmosphere has changed. Pai Wujin grips his knife, ready to fight. 3 days ago, an illegal fighting ring in Russia, Vladivostok. A woman with light green hair remarks that she has seen him from a distance, but never up close. She pretended not to notice him, but felt like her body couldn't move. She asks if it's Python, the colleague killer. What is a figure of the past doing here? Someone mentions that Pai Wujin actually had the audacity to call the Iskra. They won't be trying to get rid of him now. Someone notes that it's a bit disappointing that Amor Tigro retired. Another person says that Iskra doesn't rely on the departed. Python returned from Korea. Someone says that they are thinking of asking Medvedi for a favor. The man named Medvedi is Iskra's affiliated killer and manager of the illegal fighting ring. Go on and complete the story with Python. The translator's words echoed in his mind. Grab some snacks for the chapter. He figured he'd grab some snacks. But a thought crept into his mind. What if Mom is inside? He opens the door, thinking she always catches him exactly on the days he goes to grab snacks at night. The two figures clash, a whirlwind of motion as they trade blows in the confined space. Each movement is precise, a dance of aggression and defense. One of the figures is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. He is one of the strongest foes Pai Wujin has ever faced in Korea till now. A little hesitation can result in death. The masked figure breathes heavily, preparing for the next exchange. Another blow lands, the impact echoing through the air. The figure is sent sprawling, struggling to regain his footing. The figure grips a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. He prepares to strike, his eyes narrowed in determination. The figure's feet pound the ground as he advances, closing the distance between them. His movements are too fast to be followed by the eye. This fight might cost him his life if he makes even the slightest mistake. Kim Shin stands revealed, knife in hand. He thinks it is so troublesome now that Pai Wujin has seen his face. Kim Shin thinks he can't let Pai Wujin live. A fight to the death. Kim Shin thinks he has to. He swings his knife in a wide, deadly arc, the blade glinting in the dim light. Dodging the blow, Pai Wujin narrowly avoids the razor-sharp edge. The knives clash, sparks flying as Kim Shin presses his attack. A crimson spray erupts as the blade finds its mark, slicing across Pai Wujin's arm. Kim Shin continues his relentless assault, his movements a blur of lethal intent. Again, Pai Wujin evades the deadly strike, his agility keeping him alive. Another strike lands, more blood painting the air as Kim Shin's knife tears through flesh. The relentless onslaught continues, each strike bringing Pai Wujin closer to his breaking point. His hand moves, seeking a desperate solution. His fingers wrap tightly around the cold steel of a handgun. The barrel rises, leveling at Kim Shin. Now, Pai Wujin prepares to fire. He and Kim Shin landed a hit at the same time, the force of the blows echoing in the confined space. The fight continued, a blur of motion and desperation. Blood splattered as the two men exchanged blows, neither willing to yield. Kim Shin's inner thoughts surfaced, a desperate search for any weakness in his opponent. I can't find any weakness. He recognized the raw, untamed power within Pai Wujin. He's like a beast. If I ever encounter a real beast. The fight raged on, each strike carrying the weight of their intertwined destinies. I'm sure that both of them will have the same qualities. Kim Shin roared in frustration, the pain and desperation fueling his rage. AR. A memory surfaced, a glimpse into a distant past. A very long time ago, chance. A deep-seated desire stirred within him. I desired it deep within. The battle continued, each blow bringing them closer to the edge. True power that will end my life. An opening. The clash of bodies echoed, a symphony of violence and desperation. Now's the... A hand gripped a knife, a final, desperate act. To end it all, he stands over Kim Shin, who is kneeling on the ground. Kim Shin looks up, his expression unreadable. You sure? Pai Wujin's face is etched with frustration. Why did you deliberately give up? Pai Wujin continues to tower over Kim Shin. Kim Shin says, there's no need to talk. End me. I don't have the will to fight anymore. Kill me. What are you waiting for? Kim Shin grips a knife. And all of your people will still die. Pai Wujin stares down at him, his expression hardening. Why do you want to die so much? Kim Shin's eyes narrow. What are you waiting for? Pai Wujin stands firm, his gaze unwavering. Kim Shin, still kneeling, clutches the knife tightly. Okay, so, if you want it so much. A voice asks, hey, are you awake? Another voice responds, leave him alone, he will wake up soon. Kim Shin's eyes flutter open. Why am I still alive? See, his toes are moving. Kim Shin's eyes widen, a flicker of realization in them. Oh, this bastard is awake. He groans in pain, lying in bed. A voice whispers an apology. The knife definitely stabbed him in a vital spot, but what did he do? 3 men stand guard. One wonders if they are his men. A voice assures that they can relax. Their boss asked them to keep him alive. It seems he was left alive on purpose. The man with bandages states that the reason is pretty obvious. Another man says that if they are planning to use him as a bargaining chip, they should forget it. Hazang won't care at all for his life. Chairman Kim Tae-hun doesn't even think about negotiations. It's going to be hard to get out of Kim Shin's grasp. The order is given to bring Kim Shin here. Lisa states that she needs to talk with him. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. No way. A car speeds down the road. A man apologizes to Mr. Chairman, explaining that the car suddenly blocked the way. Another man shouts at the driver of the blocking car, asking if he can't drive properly. The man in sunglasses is annoyed that his morning is ruined. He tells someone to come here, asking if they want a beating. He recognizes the person from somewhere. A woman asks someone to wait, saying she'll be right back. The man she's with thinks the other person looks familiar. One man asks another what his problem is. The other man tells him to stay still, or it'll hurt a lot, and to just wait there for a while. Lisa wonders why he is here. A woman with glasses asks if people know who she is. A man looks up, responding that they do, of course. It's nice to meet you, Chairman Kim Tae-hun. Waking up, Kim Jae-hoon wonders why he is still alive. Kim Shin. A man in a suit questions, adding that he is the one who did that to Jae-hoon. 2 men in suits stand together. One says he knows the other did some pretty funny things, but... A motorcade of black cars proceeds down the street. A man with slicked-back blonde hair leans back in a car. He asks if the other person doesn't think so. A name card identifies the man as Ryu Ji Hak, a powerful member within the Hazang group. The text notes that girls drool at the sight of such guys. A man in a cap and sunglasses says that what the other is doing right now is too much. He refers to you and all of your people. Kim Shin states that the other won't see the next sunrise if he makes one gesture. A man zips up his jacket. The man in the cap says that the other guy looks strong. A hand holds a knife. Kim Shin states that the knife is Shin Tae-jin's. He continues, saying all he wanted was control over Hoam City and revenge. The man zipping up his jacket says that he got it both. He adds that the other won't have to share the Hazang group with his brother anymore. The man in glasses smirks, his eyes glinting with amusement. He remarks, you sure say some funny things. Kim Shin bows his head, a shadow falling across his face. He mutters, I'm sorry. I don't need a lot of things in life. The woman's expression hardens, a flicker of desperation in her eyes. She says, I just want to save what I'm left with and live on. I don't have any family member left. The text below reads, if you wanted to, you could finish me and my group in an hour. But you decided not to do anything. Kim Shin kneels, his voice cracking with desperation. He pleads, please help me. I'll do any task you will give to me. The man pauses, his expression unreadable. He states so. That's enough. I have to go. The man in the suit leans back, lost in thought. He says, I'll think about it and inform you. The woman, Mr. Ho, Chairman, replies, Mr. Ho, Chairman. The man looks down, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He says, I'm looking forward to your cooperation. The woman watches the car drive away, her brow furrowed with concern. She wonders, Chairman, did you really believe in his words? Kim Shin stands alone, his expression hardening. He thinks, you can leave. He's hard to trust, but I can kill him whenever I want. 2 men stand silhouetted against a modern building. One says, I don't think that he is such a big issue. We have 2 important people here, who can finish him off any time. The other replies, Secretario. The woman sits in a dimly lit room, her expression grim. She states, the place we are going to right now is an area where only monsters exist. The man in the suit reflects, his gaze intense. He thinks, people who rushed in and tried to harm Hazang never thought such a power existed behind it. What happened to Shin Tae-jin was unexpected. Jin-tae reflects that there's always a new power to emerge anyway. He wonders if someone is capable of surviving in Hoam City. If they have the skill to do it, he'll agree to their deal. Gunter states that if they can't, they are as good as dead. He adds that Secretary O missed one thing this time. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks that someone is not a dragon. He reflects that at first sight, they are bold. He doesn't need a lot of things in life. He just wants to save what he's left with and live on. It's hard to think of. Kim Shin's name is mentioned as a car drives on the street. Jin-tae thinks that the greatest toys he can ever get. He hardly endured the urge to start a fight. The other day, the weather was hot and nice when they raided the building. Jin-tae thinks about Jin-tae, the cleaner that Kim Tae-hun sent yesterday. He was on the level of Iskra, the Russian killer organization. Someone gave up deliberately. They wouldn't have won easily if they didn't give up first. The other day, he came across a guy named Nam Gung-hyuk. They need to know more about them. Someone is one of. Until then, they have to stay low. But this is just the start. They will wait till the right time comes. Jin-tae says let's go back. They need to know more about them. Lisa states that the fact that you came back with such an expression means that the negotiation with Kim Tae-hun, when is planned, he will think about it. Nearby, a man stands guard. He is told to stay on guard until he is notified. A hand holds a pack of cigarettes. Lying in the hospital bed, Jin-tae asks why he wasn't killed. Kim Shin tells him that he borrowed his knife for a while. He also told someone that he killed Jin-tae, hoping that it would help him. Jin-tae asks what Kim Shin is planning. Kim Shin tells him not to say that he is planning to use him for his plans, but he can't guarantee that. Kim Shin offers to help Jin-tae live a new life if he wants. However, he wants one thing in return: information on Castle. Kim Shin laughs. Kim Shin says that Jin-tae is very interesting. He wonders whether he should give him information or not, and whether he is on his side or not. He will pay for the mission that he failed. Jin-tae thinks that's why they don't underestimate anybody. He says that all of them will die. He admits that Kim Shin is strong and skilled. Kim Shin laughs. He says that it's a skill that nobody in Korea can have except people under Castle, or the Yakuza in Japan, or triads of Hong Kong. He can tell where people are trained from. Kim Shin says that all the skills Jin-tae has are high-classed. He asks if he is from Iskra, Russia. Kim Shin says that if Jin-tae is from Iskra, that would explain his strength. He may be as strong as the members on top of Castle. The man with bandages around his neck states that it is what it is. He continues, saying that if you want to live, you should give up. He concludes that if they target you, you have no chance of survival. Lisa and an unidentified man enter an elevator. A hand presses the elevator button. Kim Shin says it's been a long time. He tells them to come in and go up together. Yu Woo-sung, CEO of Huajin, a former representative of the Chinese Triad Black Dragon Division, stands next to Ling Ling, his special guard. A woman blows a bubble with gum. Someone asks if his brother is fine, and then asks how he is planning to celebrate it. Kim Shin tells him to stop joking, calling him a bastard. Another man laughs, saying it's fun to tease their CEO Kim. A man says that he can call him anytime if he faces any problems. He adds that he is better than Representative Beck and that his boys are good at erasing people without any problem. Someone says that he can count on him. Kim Shin replies that he doesn't need any help. A group of men in suits are standing together. Someone says that the biggest reason why you can't beat Castle is Yu Woo-sung, CEO of Huajin, and Kim Tae-hun, chairman of Hazung Group. A man wonders if anyone has heard of Castle's 7 pillars. Someone asks what's wrong with the youngest ones being late. Kim Hwang, a big hand in gold in the national bond market, says it's nice to see everyone again and asks how they have been, noting that the guards are good. He says it's nice to meet them. Im Muyal, former Yakuza and CEO of Mori Investment Trust, and Shun Il-du, CEO of Hotel Castle, are introduced. A man says that this is rude, my dear seniors, and that they all have things to attend to, so hurry up please. He loves this tight atmosphere of the seniors. Yu Woo-sung, CEO of Huajin and a former representative of Chinese Triad Black Dragon Division, and Kim Tae-hun, chairman of Hazung Group, are introduced. Someone notes that they don't see Representative Beck. Beck Du-chan, a former Russian assassin and trade representative, is introduced. It's noted that Representative Beck is not here due to a business trip to Russia. Someone says so. A close-up of various characters' faces is shown. Someone thanks everyone for coming here. Choi Min-wook, founder and head of Castle, says let's start the meeting. The man lies on the bed, his body wrapped in bandages. What started as a truce has now reached a totally different level, not to mention its influence in politics and business. From the Yakuzas and Triads in Asia to the mafias in Europe and North America, and the cartels in Latin America, the network is vast and powerful. They have influence on all of them. There is no place where you can escape to. The man's expression hardens. Don't forget, you are not the only one. Standing with his arms crossed, he declares that will die. The man exclaims that when the day Castle goes down, he's visiting Jeju Island. He questions why those thugs are disrespecting their country by competing overseas. Leaning into the room, the man asks if the Iskra group is affiliated with the boss. The woman replies that she's not even surprised anymore. The man apologizes for eavesdropping on the conversation and asks for forgiveness for the discourtesy. Looking down, the man reflects that until now, they have lived as helpless as a dead person, only breathing. The woman replies that he wanted to die, right? The man with sunglasses states that it's their way of living. Another man clenches his fist, calling someone an assassin and asserting that they know the difference in power very well. The man declares that they are still going to face them, even if it costs them their life. One man declares that he's ready to do anything to take down Castle. Another man responds that they can wait and see. The man with bandages around his neck states, "Let's see that." A man in a brown jacket stands with his back to the viewer. He says, "I want to know about the specific powers that support the 7 pillars." A second man looks up at him, as the first man mentions, like Nam Gung Hyuk. A blonde man wearing sunglasses says, "You, and other people." He asks, "How long have you been in Castle?" The bandaged man says, "Fine, since you want to die so much." The bandaged man states, "I'll tell you everything I know." He continues, "There are 10 above me." A group of people stand in the background. A voice says, "Each is picked by the 7 pillars." A man in a suit states, "All of them are world-class." The bandaged man says, "Castle's 10 representatives." He continues, "That's what they are called within Castle." A voice states, "Nam Gung Hyuk is also one of those 10 representatives." A voice asks, "What about Python Baek Du-chan?" The blonde man with sunglasses says, "Baek Du-chan. If you're from Iskra, you would know him." A man recalls, "I still can't forget the first time I saw him." A voice adds, "When he joined Castle, there were people who questioned his skills." A voice states, "So, Baek Du-chan took them all down and proved his skills." He is, of course, amongst the 10 representatives. Now that I think about it, there is this rumor that's been going around for a while. Baek Du-chan has become an untouchable existence. Then, Kim Shin, I want to ask you, how many people do you have that can take down me and Nam Gung Hyuk? Are you planning to sit idly? Do you think Castle will stay still too? At least 5. If you dare to say that you plan to take Castle down, you must have at least 5 world-class people. Because if you don't, you can't match the power they have. It's too late now. You have already started the fire. If I get lucky, I might survive. As you said, an all-out war with Castle must end with your victory. I don't want to plan to start a losing fight for now. Castle is inherently a strong group. It's natural for us to die if any dispute arises. I'll start by taking down the representatives that support the pillars. There is also one more piece of information left by my benefactor. Kim Sun-kyu of the Innovation Party, a presidential candidate, is the VIP. Kim Sun-kyu of the Innovation Party? What? That's the VIP's identity? But this is the first time I'm hearing about it. Was the information limited to the representatives? Inside a lavish room, several figures are seated around a table. Kim Hwang, at the head, is being addressed. A voice declares that the matter should be left to him. The speaker continues, stating that the president will complete the VIP-related agenda directly. Another man adds that the result they've all invested in for years is just around the corner. The speaker cautions everyone to be careful about the Private Weapons Act until the end of the presidential election. He reminds them that the use of firearms and clashes between factions is also prohibited. A close-up reveals Kim Shin standing beside another man. A voice declares that in 6 months, Castle will be reborn as the largest cartel in history that nobody can touch. Kim Shin stands with another man, a skyscraper looming in the background. A voice declares that the only time they can attack them will be then. A man, his face scarred and determined, thinks to himself that he is really planning to do it, and that he is serious. A distant view shows several figures moving towards a structure. The man from before thinks that he is truly trying to take down Castle. The man from before, his expression grim, thinks that they are done talking. Meanwhile, 2 figures sprint forward, one shouting to hurry up. Another voice declares that the boss is in danger, and that these bastards must be stopped. The figures continue their sprint through a corridor. A voice shouts, questioning how they dare break into their base. A vehicle crashes through a barrier, sending debris flying. A group of armed men stand ready in what appears to be a garage. One of them questions what they are facing. Snapper, an ISKRA specialized killer, declares, "I'm disaster." A vehicle is riddled with bullets, the sound of gunfire echoing. The camera pans up to reveal the interior of a building. A body lies motionless on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around it. A man stands before a safe filled with stacks of cash, stating that he will be allowed to live as promised. An older man wonders aloud if he looks like he keeps his promises, admitting that he tries his best but still fails. Komodo, associated with ISKRA, declares that he kept his promise. A knife rests on top of a pile of money and bonds, an affiliated killer noting that local business trips are the best. 2 men sit at a table, one commenting that it was fun due to the baby on the back. Snapper expresses his weariness of these kinds of jobs, stating he didn't join ISKRA to touch money. A scarred man hears that Python is gathering useful killers, and is asked if he knows what Python is capable of. If the rumors are true, the man wonders just how strong this person could be. Gunter suggests they check for themselves to see if this generation is better than theirs. He continues, stating that if this person isn't much, then they can prove their skills and raise their demands. The man smoking wonders what if this person's abilities are as good as the rumors say. Gunter states that they will follow him and destroy Iskra together. The man smoking replies that it sounds nice, adding that the one who wins gets everything. Python introduces himself. Python wonders if he is as good as the rumors say. In Vladivostok, Russia, a figure's foot lands on a rooftop, initiating an entry. Gunter, peering through binoculars, remarks, "You're totally living up to your name." A man with a cigarette hanging from his lips is seen in close-up. A voice comments, "He sounds venomous." Komodo moves stealthily through a narrow passage, rifle raised. A note indicates that Komodos hunt their prey in stealth. A man walks away, carrying a briefcase. Gunter says, yeah, do whatever you like. Also, don't go easy on him. Gunter holds a pistol, his expression serious. He wonders, it's weird. There are no traps. A close-up of a man's face reveals a look of disdain. He thinks, there's no way the legendary python is so weak. Another voice adds, but Snapper, that fucker is also very easy to take on. A figure lies on the floor in a dimly lit room. A voice says, I have a bad feeling. Another voice responds, huh? A figure sits slumped in a chair. A voice exclaims, oh my god. Snapper lost how? A pair of glasses lies on the ground. A voice questions, Snapper, why is he so quiet? It's about time he made some noise. How long did he even last? A fierce gunfight erupts, muzzle flashes illuminating the scene. Someone observes, my dad's specs glow like that. A voice calls out, Python. A hand hurls a knife with deadly intent. The figures clash, knives meeting in a flurry of motion. The fight continues, a dance of blades and desperation. The combatants struggle, one now fighting from the ground. A close-up reveals the glint of a knife, poised for another strike. The fight intensifies, the grounded figure desperately defending. He realizes, the gun, it was thrown away on purpose? He curses, shit. The knife is raised, ready to strike. Someone cries out, hyuk, as blood splatters. A voice declares, a lot of Iskra's killers are on the move. You're a lot better than the ones that came earlier today, but... He asks, his voice laced with curiosity, if his opponent's specialty is a knife. Python explains that the use of firearms is very limited in Korea, which is why knife users like him are quite useful. He then requests that Kong Manjae show him some of his tricks. Kong Manjae, his eyes narrowed, declares that he'll cut and kill him. He realizes with a snarl that the rumors were fake. Kong Manjae is sent flying backwards. Python states that he will send him to Snapper's side. Kong Manjae, struggling to regain his footing, declares that he doesn't know much about loyalty and doesn't follow anyone. He snarls that from now on, it's a death match, and that he likes it. Kong Manjae grits his teeth, boasting that he can do it with one hand. He is sent flying backwards once more. Kong Manjae, his face contorted in rage, vows to take him down. He looks on in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. How did he stop it again? Kong Manjae hears the praise, someone calling him awesome. He is told that he is way better than what the rumors say he is. Python declares that he is among the best in Iskra when it comes to fighting with a knife. Python states that Kong Manjae made a big mistake by giving him the knife. The fight intensifies, Python's movements a blur as he presses his advantage. Kong Manjae wonders how he didn't get him, questioning if there was a gap in his defense. Python, poised for another strike, declares, once more. Kong Manjae's face contorts in disbelief, muttering, what? How? Kong Manjae struggles to understand how Python is doing it, thinking that he is sure he cut him after closing the distance. He thinks that Python reminds him of Amor Tigro. The clash of blades echoes as Python continues his relentless assault. Python's knife finds its mark, drawing a spray of blood as he continues to press the attack. Kong Manjae reels from the blow, struggling to maintain his footing as Python closes in for the final strike. Kong Manjae is bleeding profusely from multiple wounds. Kong Manjae remembers, I had no chance from the start. He falls, defeated. The narration states that he had no chance, that Python is too strong and ruthless. Kong Manjae continues to fall. Python stands victorious. Meanwhile, a man stands over a body in a bed, the room dimly lit. He holds a knife, a kukri, a lethal weapon in Nepal. The man thinks it doesn't go well with his style. The man holding the knife wonders how long someone will continue working as Iskra's dog. A man with glasses declares he will become someone's sword. He looks down at a body, thinking that someone can become more than what they are right now if they join him. A man stands, ready to let someone enjoy black freedom that people cannot dare to overcome. A voice echoes in the darkness. Python's presence is noted, his scent described as fishy. 3 figures stand in the shadows, their faces obscured. An internal monologue speaks of an ideal thing, something longed for and previously unattainable. A face fills the frame, contorted in what can only be described as pure evilness. A voice declares that from today onwards, things will change. A figure stands tall, bathed in a red aura, looming over another who kneels before him. A voice proclaims allegiance, declaring that he is the god who will be followed. A man with his back turned, hair tied in a bun, states simply, I'm ready. The man from before, now facing forward, declares, let's get started. Another figure stands behind him. The man's face is shown in close-up, his expression intense as he whispers, please. 2 men stand facing each other, the air thick with unspoken tension. A man sits, listening intently. Another man stands before him. He says, that's enough. Thank you. The man continues, you looked like you wanted to leave Hazong. Why don't you use this opportunity? Also, you can stay here for the while, if you don't feel like leaving. The man says, oh, you can get one hell of a view from here. How's the location? A man stands in a doorway, the light casting long shadows. He thinks, it's gonna start. The man says, you guys do things that cannot be figured out by common sense. A man with glasses says, just shut up and watch. The man with glasses continues, our boss doesn't do any meaningless things. He's pretty unsightly to watch, but... A narration box states, Pai Wu-jin has got a lot of potential. Pai Wu-jin throws a punch, connecting with the other man's face. The punch lands with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the air. Wu-jin follows up with a swift kick, aiming for the man's torso. The fight intensifies, a flurry of fists and feet as the two men clash. Kim Hyuk-ju asks if he told him before. A flashback shows two figures engaged in combat. A hand clenches tightly. One of the figures is sent crashing down. Kim Hyuk-ju states that if he was the enemy, he would have just rushed in, and tells him to be more serious. A man replies, if you say so. Another man wonders if Pai Wu-jin seems to have a good physique. He can see why Kim Shin is doing this. The figure from the flashback continues to fall. The figure continues to fall. Someone thinks that he's quite good. Kim Dae-jeon, Pai Wu-jin, the boss, and even he are indebted to that person. Someone asks if they have a teacher, and another replies that they had one. He was pretty famous. His name was Kong Min-sung. Someone asks if they have heard his name. Someone thinks that he can't believe such gemstones were hidden in their town. He exclaims Kong Min-sung, and realizes that it all makes sense now. A fist clenches tightly, knuckles white with suppressed force. They know who the VIP is. Ordinary people, trained enough to be part of Iskra, formed the strongest team in history, one capable of taking down Castle. Only Kong Min-sung, as the teacher, could do it. Kim Shin's opponent lets out a ha before Kim Shin is asked to do his best in the fight. His opponent wants to feel the wall that Kim Shin has created. Now, Kim Shin grapples with his opponent. His opponent declares that it's enough. Kim Shin grabs his opponent's shirt. Kim Shin kicks his opponent. His opponent falls to the ground. Kim Shin kicks his opponent into a wall. He unleashes a powerful kick, connecting squarely with Kong Min-sung's chest. That kick was excessive. A kick like that is dangerous. From now on, it won't be a pleasant fight as Kong Min-sung is sent flying through the air. Kim Shin continues his assault, delivering another brutal kick. The relentless barrage continues as he lands yet another kick. The impact reverberates, a testament to the sheer force behind the blow. Turning his back on his downed opponent, Kim Shin begins to walk away. Kong Min-sung, battered and bruised, struggles to look up, muttering, I'm not done yet. Spitting blood, Kong Min-sung roars, it's not over yet. His eyes narrow with a burning intensity. He grits his teeth, a guttural damn it, escaping his lips. Struggling to his knees, Kong Min-sung thinks, you even turned your back on me. I couldn't even make him use his full power. He lies prone on the ground, defeated. A voice echoes, reflecting on the past. Nam Gung-hyuk was strong, but Kim Shin is stronger. From now on, the voice declares, things will be different. The voice continues, revealing a burning ambition. Kim Shin, I'll aim to surpass you, no matter what. A flashback shows Kim Shin tending to a wound. A voice asks him a question, wondering what he looked like when they last saw him. The voice muses, describing Kim Shin as calm, confident, and graceful. That's just like him. Kim Shin stands over Kong Min-sung, the scene bathed in the dim light of the city. A voice recalls that Kim Shin was there, where Kong Min-sung was. Kim Shin's face is obscured by shadow as a voice declares, I need to go there, to Russia. Two figures stand on a balcony, observing the city below. Two men in suits converse. One says, I expected this, but the other responds, boss was much stronger than expected. A third voice wonders if they are sad that they pushed Pai Wu-jin this far. A close-up of a face reveals unwavering loyalty. I'm already following boss, the voice says. I have absolute faith in his ways. The voice adds, Pai Wu-jin will change too. A close-up of another face. It's just, the voice begins. Pai Wu-jin is like a brother to me. Two figures walk away. A voice reflects. Today is also the day when all of us went down our own paths. It's cold out here, the voice continues. I'm heading in. The man states that that's how it works. Break, grow, and competing and relying is how you move forward. There was not a single day when it was not thrilling. Those days of glory. They had nothing, but they were the best. Il Guk was a real man. And the text says that you Buan know him. Spell his name Bua. Spell it. They wanted to be like him. Min-sung was strong enough to be perfect. Min-sung always lived a life getting involved in troubles. The man thinks that he doesn't know when they created a monster like that again. Someone asks if you are sure you want to bet on them. The man says fine, he'll wait and see through it all to the end. It's now their turn. A sign points the way to Cheonan as a car speeds down the road. Gunter grips the steering wheel, declaring this a national expedition. The man with sunglasses is known for getting people the hot way. 2 days ago in Hoam City. It was not until now that they got to know about Castle's real form. The difference in power between Castle and them is very big. Right now, if they were to face the Hazung group, they would get annihilated. From now on, they will extend their search to outside of Hoam, extending their influence. They are looking for people who are hostile towards Castle just like them. The man with glasses hopes everyone understands, wondering about Su Min's sister. He is the great boss of Taejun, Wang Dokpil. Have you ever heard of Kwak Young-hee of Busan? Those are some very old names. They are people who shook the whole of Korea. Who wouldn't know them? Yeah, they were people who stood beside my father, Cha Il-guk, and they were also brutally oppressed by Castle a long time ago. But around those two, many strong people existed. They must have survived somehow. We need to contact and join hands with them. They can help us find people. If you're planning to recruit someone outside of Hoam, I have a person in my mind. He is related to the great boss, and he is a good person who also has good communication skills. Good. I have a lot of connections outside of Hoam. Jin-tae and Yi-sol will start to rally people outside of Hoam according to the plan. Cha Soo-min, Kim Dae-jeon, and the Namga Youth Association will look around Hoam City and the surrounding small areas. Reorganize existing business and families, and absorb the remaining forces that have scattered. I'll leave all the decision-making to Kim Dae-jeon while I'm away. Keep this in mind. Although it's not time for Castle to make a move, do not let your guard down. Especially, look out for Hazong. They are letting us move around for a while, but they are also restless due to Kim Jae-hun's situation. Kim Tae-hun can get us killed anytime he wants. We only have 6 months. We will become strong slowly. Enough to take out the pillars of Castle one by one. Everybody, we shall meet again soon. He remained silent. The man in the trench coat thought he had caused her a lot of trouble. He vowed to make it up to her. The woman warned him to be careful out there, stating she was serious about not wanting to go to heaven. Another man stood smoking, listening to the conversation. Jin-tae was told that he was better than the person he was talking to. The woman asked if he was leaving. Jin-tae confirmed that he was, stating there was a place he needed to visit. Jin-tae thanked her. She told him not to worry, he wasn't going back to Hazong. The man in the trench coat was told to wait. He was reminded that the boss told him he would regret his past in Castle, but he stated he wasn't here for that. The man walked down the street. He was reminded that the other day, he was told about the 10 representatives. He was asked what his level was compared to theirs. Jin-tae stated he didn't know why they were curious about it, even though he was out of it. He added that Castle's people were strong. Jin-tae stated that excluding the 10 representatives, there were also many people who might be stronger than him. He added that if they were after him to clean, the matter was different, explaining that PR/in-clean meant to assassinate, kill, and steal, basically doing the dirty work for Castle. He states that he can slash even the 10 representatives, asking if that is enough. He agrees that it is enough. A man asks what the other is doing, requesting to be taught. He expresses shame for being weaker than others like Nam Gung-hyuk. He states that he is sure that he can't defeat Nam Gung-hyuk even if he fights him with Pai Woo-jin. Another man responds, questioning what that has to do with him, declaring himself as the other's enemy. He says that he has to become strong enough to be able to fight one of the 10 representatives, so that he won't be a hindrance. He also knows that crossing the wall over in such a short period of time is unheard of, adding that it's going to be hard. He states that becoming strong and winning are different matters here. He only wants to be strong enough to become capable of fighting Castle, pleading to have everything the other has. He asks for help to achieve his goal. A man states that Kim Dae-jeon, Pai Woo-jin, the boss, and even himself are indebted to that person. A voice commands someone to stand up. Another voice suggests going to a quiet place. Kim Hyuk-ju tells Jin-tae that there is not much time and to be prepared because he will go rough on him. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building. Kim Hyuk-ju states that before studying Castle's representatives, Jin-tae needs to know himself first. A hand picks up a knife, and a voice says, "Now then." Kim Hyuk-ju asks if they should get started. The scene shifts to a close-up of a man's torso. The words "Present Cheonan" are displayed. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building at night. A man is shown eating noodles. A figure leaps over a car, kicking several people. A man yells, "Brother!" Guai-el-hwa, a person of influence in South Chungcheong province, demands, "Who are you?" A man with sunglasses says, "Boss Kim Shin, look forward to it." Another man remarks, "What? You look pretty tough. I'm gonna make him fall for your charm." The bell above the door to Bambino rings as someone enters. A man behind the bar asks what he would like to order. The man states that he is not there for a drink, but is searching for a person. The bartender asks if he is one of his men. The man responds by asking if he knows Guai-el-hwa, stating that he is pretty famous around here. The bartender seems to recognize the name. The bartender confirms that he knows him, stating that he is like a brother to him. He then asks who the man is. The man asks why he is looking for him, and what his problem is. He says that he has his own reasons. The man asks if they are his men, stating that they will all be his brothers then. One of the men tells him not to get ahead of himself. The man tells them to get him there for the reunion. He asks who they are. A bowl of water sits on a table. The bartender calls out to someone, referring to him as brother. He asks who the man is. Guai-el-hwa enters the scene. The man asks how he dares bark the name of Guai-el-hwa in Cheonan. He adds that he looks as tough as ever. Guai-el-hwa wipes his face with a cloth. Long time no see, Guai-el-hwa. He appears as tough as ever. Someone asks how he knew he was here. Guai-el-hwa responds that he said he'd set up a bar when he got released, and he only told that to one person. Long time no see. Yi-sol. 8 years ago, look who they have here, the Guai-el-hwa. Someone says that they can finally beat his ass. What a nice present. Someone asks who they have here. Isn't it the Cheongnam famous Guai-el-hwa? Another says that he'll kill him. Someone says that even bastards get caught, and the police are so nice these days. A guard tells him to keep walking. A prisoner declares that this is his declaration, "You piece of shits." He yells out to Guai-el-hwa, asking if he is crazy. Someone asks if he is asking for his death. Another prisoner says that if he has any problem, he is always free. He adds that this little bastard sure is flying a lot. From now on, at this Cheongju prison, this Guai-el-hwa will take over. Someone says that they are supposed to be a big one, so they are wolves dressed as sheep's. He declares that he is Cheonan's Guai-el-hwa, under Wang Dok Pill of Taejun, and he'll crush anyone who faces him on his own. He asks someone to help him fix his problems. What? He says that he has 8 months left, and they don't have to be scared of him. He adds that they know what, Guayel Wa, or whatever. A hand reaches to unlock a cell door. The man inside thinks to himself that his introduction was terrible. He is the boss of the room. He steps out of the cell. Guayel Wa declares that he is number 1 of Taejun Wang's family, as he throws a punch. Someone remarks that they heard that. Another wonders why he is still standing after that punch. Guayel Wa stands over the person he punched, who is groaning in pain. He tells the man that if he ever feels guilty of his deeds, he should think of living his life properly. He adds that he should introduce himself nicely next time. Guayel Wa wonders how he is so strong. Someone wonders where this bastard came from. The title of the series, Castle, is displayed. A wide shot of the prison yard is shown. Someone wonders if he is from Hoam City, Chael Guk's family. Another wonders why he is not famous if he is so strong. Someone thinks that he is such an underrated person. Someone remarks that he's got a bunch of flies flying around him, and that he can't help it. They're the people who got pushed around by Wang Dok Pill. One prisoner says that those under Wang Dok Pill can't even move out in the open, and wonders how it would feel if their strongest, Guayel Wa, would come here, alone as well. Another prisoner replies that he doesn't know, but sooner or later he's going to be crippled for the rest of his life. He stands in the prison shower, steam rising around him. He thinks to himself that he is not going to accept defeat so easily, and that sooner or later he will defeat him. Stepping out of the shower, he wonders if they are going to try him, and if they are even capable of it. Addressing the other inmates, Guayel Wa tells them that if they want to take him down, they should bring at least 20 more people. Someone lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. An inmate shouts that Guayel Wa is a fucking asshole. Guayel Wa smiles, thinking to himself that it took him 3 days to prepare this, when he heard they were finally here. He asks how it feels, and if their leg is okay. The inmate thinks to himself that this is bad, and that it's totally stuffed here. Guayel Wa thinks to himself that he might even die here if he makes a single mistake. He tells them to stop. Guayel Wa thinks to himself that he doesn't know what the commotion is for, but tells them not to cross their lines. He wonders why he is helping him, and for this. One of the inmates tells Yi-Sul that this is their personal revenge. Another inmate says that it's about collecting the debt he owes them, and to get out if they don't want to get hurt. Tying a towel, an inmate seriously asks if they are rushing in like this and taking their revenge, and if they are really a bunch of thugs who can't even say a word outside. An inmate says that after all, they are a bunch of nobodies. He tells Guhyung to take responsibility. Guayel Wa thinks to himself that he has to clean trash. If it wasn't for the toothbrush. An inmate yells, demanding that Guayel Wa get down on the ground. The inmate lunges forward, ready to strike. The inmate's fist connects with Guayel Wa's face. Guayel Wa is sent crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, Guayel Wa declares that he is Chianin's Guayel Wa and warns his attackers not to look down on him. An inmate calls him a stupid, big gorilla, preparing to strike again. He says he is counting on Guayel Wa. A brawl erupts as multiple inmates attack Guayel Wa. Guayel Wa thinks that Yi-Sul is stronger than he imagined. Guayel Wa is on the ground, bleeding. Another inmate punches Guayel Wa. Guayel Wa is knocked to the ground once more. The inmate wonders why Yi-Sul helped him, as they are not even on good terms. Guayel Wa states that it is also the job of the boss of the room to look after the weak ones. A smirk plays on his lips. After that incident, they grew closer. Yi-Sul once reported a kid who was being abused next door, but it didn't work. So he broke into their house and beat his parents. He regrets being violent in front of that kid. So he is planning to raise money and set up a nursery where such children can grow up happily. If Guayel Wa wants, he will give him a special job, but it'll be a bit tiring. It would be nice to have a tough bastard like him. He declines, though. He has his own dreams, too. He wants to end this type of life and set up a bar with his brothers. He'll name it Bambino. Guayel Wa thinks the name sucks. Guayel Wa says he's sorry, but he's not the person that he used to be anymore. The man responds that he expected this, that it has been a long time. Guayel Wa wonders what he has gone through this whole time. He doesn't think it is going to be easy to convince him. Someone asks if he is sure Guayel Wa won't have any problem in Xianan, as he did say that he knows someone there. If it's Yi-Sul, he'll do well. He believes in him. They found Kwak Jung-hyun and Kong Min-sung's last trace here. Kim Shin and Seo Jin-tae walk together, arriving in a new city. The text confirms their arrival, Busan. The atmosphere in the dimly lit room is thick with unspoken tension. Several men stand around, their expressions unreadable. The atmosphere changed, one of the men observes. Another man, his back to the viewer, is told that since they are in Xianan, they should drink and have fun to their satisfaction, as he is busy with construction work. He offers to pay for the drinks. The man instructs the bartender to get him the best drink they have. The bartender responds affirmatively, rushing to fulfill the order. The man is called a nerd bird. Yi-Sul reflects that she doesn't know anything, but she is sure of one thing. The Guayel Wa she knows never shuts up, even if a knife is pointed at his throat. She thinks that as soon as he got out of prison, he's been visiting her nursery again and again, just to meet her. The man with the beard and suit says that he knew that, Illinois Wa. A voice urges someone to come inside, warning that they'll catch a cold if they play too long in the cold. A child calls out for their mother, as a man asks what is going on. The child exclaims that he saw the guy who left the presents. The man looked exactly like the director, someone observes. He was as tall as him, but he had curly hair. Footsteps crunch in the snow near boxes labeled fresh. The man stands near the boxes, looking down at them. One man asks his boss if he didn't say he had someone to meet with. Another man responds that they came all the way here, but are they sure they can leave without meeting him? The boss replies that it's okay since he is doing fine. The man walks away, thinking that they don't get along as much as they did in the old days. He thinks to himself, "Live well, brother." Time comes when things don't go in our favor. Most people give up when such a time comes and continue living on. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's all just about living like that. But my brother, Illinois Wa, was never such a nerd bird who ran away and made excuses as he is doing now. If you have really become like this, the brother I had is long dead. Hey. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Let's go, and let's grab some drinks together. Yes, brother. We dreamed so much of this. I wanted to live in this world, fresh and clean. A new life. But due to my boss, Dope Pill, who raised me like his son, I had to continue living like this to keep up with my brothers. See me as I am right now. I'm sorry. So how are you doing? How's the nursery going? Actually, I need your help, Illinois Wa. Something is wrong, isn't it? Please feel free to speak. I'll help you out as much as I can. I'm sorry for my behavior earlier. You must have heard of Castle. I just have a bunch of kids who have nowhere to go. I didn't want you to. I was happy with helping them to have dreams, achieve new things, and have goals. But this world is so rotten that no matter how righteous I am, bastards keep appearing who want to destroy things which are precious to me. But when I found that those bastards were too strong to stop, I gave up. I was afraid. What did they do to you? Ilwa recalls the past. Unbelievably, he showed up like a shooting star and gave him his hands to destroy Castle together. Since he came to him and asked for the favor, Illinois Wa may sound like a mad dog barking, but he didn't give up on that chance. Brother, his boss Wang Dope Pill's work in Taejun was related to them. It's all because of those sons of bitches that their Taejun and family was shattered. Ilwa is ready to help. This Ilwa has already crossed the point of no return when it comes to Castle. Give a 101 to any bastard in the area and he would agree to this fact. Since he came to him and asked for the favor, Illinois Wa says he'll definitely help him. Ilwa is thanked, and he is told that he could be trusted. He is curious about who the reckless dude is that changed his heart. He's a terrific guy, and Ilwa will introduce him to him soon. And he's sure they're gonna love having a spar with him. Ilwa is asked to take care of Su Min while he's gone. He tells them to wait. He is told to take this with him and to look for Medvedi in Club Ballerino. If he shows this to him, he'll get whatever he wants. A man arrives at Vladivostok International Airport. A sleek car idles, its engine a low purr against the backdrop of Vladivostok International Airport. A woman with dark sunglasses waits. Guayelwa remarks that he asked a guide he knows to help him since it'll be his first time there. Guayelwa continues, stating that a blonde woman named Lisa will come to pick him up. He warns that she is more dangerous than she looks and that he shouldn't get close to her. The car speeds away from the airport, tires screeching against the asphalt. Lisa leans over, her gaze sharp as she asks if he is Pai Wu-jin. The man thinks to himself that she is from the USA. The car races down a desolate highway, the landscape blurring into a gray streak. Lisa asks if this is his first time in Russia. Pai Wu-jin confirms. Lisa asks if he wants to go straight to the hotel or if there is a place he plans to visit. Pai Wu-jin remains silent. Pai Wu-jin stares out the window, his expression unreadable. Lying in the snow, Pai Wu-jin's body is surrounded by a pool of crimson. The cold wind whispers through the barren trees. The man states, Club Ballerino. A man in a black jacket states that he needs to meet a man called Medvedi. A woman with blonde hair and sunglasses tells someone named Tigro that they sent a tough guy. Cars speed along a bridge. The entrance to Club Ballerino is shown as people walk inside. The club is named after the remodeled basement of a building that used to be a ballet school, but it's a rough and dangerous place. Every night, for freedom from here, people contest each other in a fight in the cage. People who come to meet Medvedi have only two reasons: to make money or to obtain power. The blonde woman states she has a hunch that someone might be the latter. People enter a building. Someone notes that Lisa has been visiting a lot lately and asks what's going on. Lisa walks with a man. This is Pai Wu-jin from Korea. He wanted to meet you. She responds that she is sorry, but she is not interested. The list for contests is full. A hand grips a medal, the light glinting off its surface. Kim Hyuk-ju holds up the medal, his gaze intense. He declares his ambition. I want to surpass Kim Shin. Kong Man-jae observes the medal. Lisa wonders, Kim Shin? Is he related to Amor Tigro? She realizes it's Amor Tigro's real name. A deep laugh echoes in the room. Kim Hyuk-ju reflects on the medal. Yeah, that medal is definitely the one I gave to Amor Tigro. The engravings on it mean no light. I don't know why you have it. A voice booms. But, since you have it, you must become a master worthy of it. But I'm not God. I can't make you strong in an instant. The voice continues. If you really want to surpass him, prove it, that you can survive in that cage. Kim Hyuk-ju and Kong Man-jae stand face to face, the tension palpable. A disembodied voice declares, tonight, you are fighting in the cage. A crowd watches as a muscular fighter prepares for the cage. Lisa observes the fighter's stats. Inescapable basal, height 190 centimeters, weight 97 kilograms. She remarks, now, this is going to be an interesting fight. Someone watches from above as the fighter prepares below. Pai Woo-jin, standing in the cage, wondered how strong the goods from Korea were. A bucket of water sits, waiting to be used. A voice declares that someone must be killed, while another states the need to clean up. The crowd gathers, placing their bets. One spectator asks who another bet on. The response is, of course, on inescapable Basil. These days, he has been on a streak. Leaning against a ladder, a man observes, noting that 4 years prior, an Asian fighter single-handedly defeated all contestants. Another man wonders if something like that will happen again, suggesting betting on inescapable Basil to win money. The man in the cap tries to recall the fighter's name, thinking it might be Pai Woo-jin, a Korean name. He seems to remember. Pai Woo-jin stands shirtless, bandages wrapped around his hands, preparing for the fight. Below, a man states that all types of attacks are allowed, and there are no rules. Inescapable Basil taunts Pai Woo-jin, calling him a yellow monkey and questioning his presence in Russia. He claims Pai Woo-jin is there to make money, but will end up with hospital bills to pay. Inescapable Basil lunges forward, ready to fight. He declares that his hobby is to rip the limbs of babies and hear their screams. Pai Woo-jin's fist connects with Inescapable Basil's face, the impact sending shockwaves through the arena. Inescapable Basil's face is bruised and bloodied. He wonders when Pai Woo-jin attacked. Inescapable Basil, undeterred, throws another punch, declaring that the fight will end fast. Inescapable Basil is sent flying through the air. He asks if Pai Woo-jin is going to get serious or if he should take him down first, calling him a son of a bitch. Inescapable Basil lies on the ground, defeated. He wonders if Pai Woo-jin even thought of winning. He draws back his fist, preparing to strike. The audience watches with bated breath. The punch lands squarely on Inescapable Basil's face. But Basil is an amateur Sambo champion. A flashback reveals Basil pushing someone out of the ring and even killing an opponent once. He stands his ground the best in the club. Welcome to Russia. Pai Woo-jin and Inescapable Basil engage in a grapple. Woo-jin shifts his leg, seeking an advantage. Inescapable Basil grits his teeth. The two continue their struggle on the ground. The reason why he likes this ring is because there is nobody to stop the fight even if he rips off somebody's hands and legs. Basil strains. He's strong. I can't bend his arm. He grunts, acknowledging, ugh. His grip is strong. He grips Inescapable Basil's face, knuckles white with effort. Basil counters, locking Woo-jin in a tight hold. Inescapable Basil, having secured his hold, declares that he finally has Woo-jin where he wants him. He promises to tear Woo-jin's limbs off in a dramatic fashion, chuckling maniacally. An onlooker expresses concern, noting the danger the Korean fighter is in, recognizing it as Basil's lock. The narrator observes that once caught by Basil, no one can escape. However, Pai Woo-jin excels at hitting and running, but he can't hold his ground as well as Basil. The two continue to grapple, each straining against the other's strength. Someone wonders if Tigro judged Woo-jin incorrectly. Another onlooker tells Medvedi to look at Woo-jin's eyes, suggesting something significant is about to happen. She doesn't think that he will lose. Basil struggles, wondering how Woo-jin is so strong. The narrator states that it's just the beginning of Woo-jin becoming a beast. The grappling continues, a brutal dance of strength and will. The narrator declares that the real fight starts now. Two figures discuss the lateness of others, even their seniors. A man named Amor Tigro states that he is a little late. The man is named Croft. A steaming bowl of noodles sits on the table. One man remarks that he never thought he would be contacted so soon. The other replies that he didn't expect to see him here. The man states that the conclusion is that he found the traces of Kang Min-sung. The man reflects that the last time he saw him with his colleagues was 2 years ago. It's revealed that soon after that, Kang Min-sung was murdered. On top of it, Castle was responsible for it. Castle also suffered a considerable loss in the process. But the funny thing is, according to the rumor, Python's cleaning team, which was at Vanguard, was half cleaned. The man is surprised, exclaiming, half of it. He thinks to himself that this is more than what he expected and wonders how strong he was. It's stated that they were among the top killers of Iskra. They were called fixers. It's revealed that they couldn't do an accurate investigation as no dead body was left behind, but it was also exactly back then when the fixers disappeared. The timing was the same, and there are very few people who can fight against Castle. The man asks where he found his last trace. It's stated that the stronger the opponent is, the more desperate Castle becomes. Strangely, survivors of the Buddhist order decided to live on instead of an honorable death, and it won't be of much help. The two men discuss the price paid to Castle, their expressions grim. A card was handed over, promising understanding upon visiting the mentioned individuals. The recipient acknowledged the exchange with a simple okay. The man at the table, chopsticks in hand, confirmed that this was Kwok's location. He was cautioned to stay on guard, as Mori Investment Trust, a pillar of Castle, was on the move. The cityscape of Busan stretched out, an ownerless town despite the collapse of the biggest power faction. The man in sunglasses remarked on the city's charm, wondering why no one had taken action against Kwok Young-hyun. The man at the table reiterated that they don't leave the fish in the cat's hand, even if the fish rots, stating that's how Mori works. Mori's most trusted right-hand man was currently in charge of taking care of Busan. He was known for being from the jail Yakuza group and quite notorious for being a troublemaker. The man, who mostly worked in Japan, expressed his search for someone to take over Busan, but doubted a suitable person existed. A photo was passed over, revealing that Mori had a new guy in the field, Imo Sung-gyu. The men discussed Kwak Jung-hyun's betrayal and how he was now eating up the shit thrown by Mori. They noted that he was also present. The majority of the people around him were in their early 20s. The leader was a newbie who just became 20 and seemed to be doing well. He was famously called the Busan Kid and roamed around in quite a few locations in the area. The man stated that he didn't know if it would be helpful or not, but he would give more information about him later. He received a thank you in response. Will you be going back to Japan? A voice asks. The other responds that he frequently visits Tokyo, Osaka, and Busan. He tells him to let him know if he needs anything else. He wishes him good luck, brother. Amor Tigro and Croft stand outside the airport. The pair walks away from the airport. Croft wonders why Amor Tigro didn't tell him that Python is on the move. Tigro is his benefactor, but he has to follow Iskra's protocol strictly. Giving him information on Iskra's affairs is out of his reach. He thinks this old man is a mess. Amor Tigro tells Croft to keep this meeting a secret. Croft asks if he's not taking care of it. He says okay. He thinks he's not screaming and wonders when he even screamed. He wonders if the airport is rented and why it is so loud. Amor Tigro and Croft stand outside. The pair continues to walk. Croft thinks there's no reason for him to get involved with likes of him. He tells Amor Tigro nothing. Let's go. He thinks he's nothing but just a salary man. A man looks at his phone. He thinks this guy doesn't even get old and keeps saying that he's getting louder and louder. He feels so dead. This old body makes him feel tired so fast. Oduwa tells another figure to hit up the sauna. The other figure wonders if he's not screaming and why the airport is so loud. A fist slams into a face, the impact echoing through the cage. Basil lies prone, his body absorbing the brutal force. The weapon crashes down, eliciting a guttural cry of pain. Sprawled on the ground, Basil roars, "You monkey!" A figure with crimson eyes watches the brutal spectacle unfold, a flicker of amusement in his gaze. He's headlocking me from behind. Basil kneels, his breath ragged. Let's end this. Muscles tense, the fighter prepares for a final, desperate move. Behind the cage, the spectators murmur, their faces a mix of excitement and apprehension. What's wrong with you, Basil? What's happening with you today? One observes, that Asian guy is pretty crude. A man watches intently, his expression grim. He thinks, no, not yet. The cage is too lawless to win that easily. A close-up reveals a face etched with determination, scars marking a life of conflict. The fighter is struck again, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through his body. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Lying in a pool of his own blood, the fighter struggles to focus. Didn't you hear before entering the cage? Anything is allowed in the cage. Lisa muses that she thought Basil was just a typical fighter. Lisa continues, stating that Basil is basically brilliant, but she then thinks that she was just thinking of breaking an arm or two, as the secret of surviving in the cage is different. Inescapable Basil declares that he has changed his mind and will just kill his opponent here. He adds that he will bite him more and make his veins and arteries bleed more. A man states that Basil is a lunatic who likes murdering people in the ring, and that he might bite someone or choke them to death. He adds that every veteran who has fought in the ring avoids fighting him. Now, Pai Wu-jin, how are you going to defeat a lunatic who wants to kill you no matter what? Ugh. No matter how skilled you are. You can never get rid of your natural instincts. No matter how much of a monster you are, when your eyes see something incoming, your body reflexively stops. He has to tackle this. Basil is punched in the face, reeling from the blow. Since he has tasted his blood, you're going to pay for it too. Basil falls to the ground. Arg. Pai Wu-jin stabs Basil. WH. What? That Asian guy? Where the hell did he come from? This man will definitely. Pai Wu-jin stands over Basil. Become a champion. The end of Basil. The start of a new crazy rookie. Wake up, Basil, you dick. Aya, how could you lose to a punk like him? I have a long way to go. Time to waste on scum like you. Lisa thinks he's a wolf, Pai Wu-jin. A cruel yet clever hunter. He finished it in a flash. No hesitation at all. Is he experienced? Or did he have nerves of steel from birth? Train him well, Medvedi. I mean, he wants to be stronger than Kim Shin. If he survives, he'll be a big shot. I don't have that kid still has to experience that. Lisa remembers. Only he decides what path to walk on. Lisa states that she knows, but she doesn't have the option to force him. Someone mops the floor. A man sits with a bloody arm, noting that his arm is bleeding a lot. Someone grabs a man, who wonders where the first aid box is. A man is told to be taken. A man is grabbed by another man, who says that he will be his translator because his trashy English is hard to understand. A man laughs, stating that for now, it's a pass and a heads up for him though. Someone states that the man has too many faults. A man thinks that this hell will make him stronger from now on, and if he is weak, he can give up halfway, asking if he is ready. He thinks that hell is more comfortable to him than heaven. Two men walk, with one stating that the area is sure complicated and asking if they are in the correct area. A man says yes, stating that this is the area. A man sits on a ledge, overlooking the city. A man asks what the other's business is, stating he has never seen him before. The other man seems surprised. The man is revealed to be Kwak Jung-hyun. Someone asks what he wants, growing tired of people asking the same thing. He claims he doesn't know. The man on the ledge is told that he has it wrong and should go somewhere else, being accused of lying. The man states that he didn't come unprepared claiming he knows if a person has killed someone before or not. The man states that the other has killed, calling him a professional who is very experienced at it. The man says he is sure it's not a long story and is ready to hear it. The man in the wheelchair is told that he doesn't need to know anything. The man standing claims he doesn't know anything, whoever the other person is. One man wonders what the hell is going on, asking if this is what Croft meant. He hopes the other has a rough idea. A man in a wheelchair is asked to leave, with the other stating that they are Kong Min-sung's students. Kim Shin asks if the other man wants revenge for what happened at the castle. Jin Tae states that he has never met anyone before. He continues, saying that they have nothing to say even if the dead Kong comes back alive. Jin Tae concludes that revenge is a word that can only be said when you have power. Kwak Young-hyun and Kim Hyuk-ju stand together. Kwak Young-hyun remarks that the old man is such a hothead and needs to chill. Kim Hyuk-ju asks if Kwak Young-hyun thinks he will listen or if they failed the task. Kwak Young-hyun responds that once called the Beast Killer, he has been totally defanged. Kim Shin thinks to himself that he should forget his physical body, as he has given up mentally too. He continues, thinking that the stronger a person is, the worse it breaks it down, and that this is the castle's way. Kim Hyuk-ju says, "Let's go." Kim Hyuk-ju and Jin Tae walk up the stairs. Jin Tae states that the members of Kwak Jung-hyun that they were looking for have been destroyed. He continues, saying that it wasn't worth coming all the way there just to see this. Mo Sung-yu is described as a guy like Yoon Deok-soo, except for a few obvious things. Kim Hyuk-ju asks what they are going to do and if they are going to meet those kids. Kim Shin thinks to himself that it'll be a waste if they return back just like this, and that they might find something. Kim Hyuk-ju is told to leave it to Mo Sung-yu. Mo Sung-yu states that he is an expert when it comes to that thing. Kim Hyuk-ju tells Jin Tae to check them out. Jin Tae replies, "Really? Please." Isul is seen. The city sleeps under the dim glow of streetlights and neon signs. A man lies crumpled on the ground, barely conscious. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. "B boss." Another man stands over him, surveying the scene. "Wow, what happened here?" Kim Hyuk-ju sits in a chair, listening intently. Another man, standing before him in a red hoodie, speaks with a confident smirk. "You guys are good at fighting, aren't you?" "You two sure are." The man in the hoodie continues. "Are you two the ones who took them all down? Went wild in my turf." The panel then focuses on a new face, accompanied by the text, "Pyo-young, Busan Kid, head of one of Busan's two largest groups, pin out." Pai Woo-jin steps forward, coiling his body as he prepares to unleash a devastating punch. The punch hurtles forward, blurring through the air towards Kim Hyuk-ju. The fist connects with brutal force, sending Kim Hyuk-ju flying backward from the sheer power of the blow. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks to himself, the knife is just an extension of the fist. Don't be fooled by the knife. Look at the feet and shoulders. Kim Hyuk-ju continues his internal monologue. Now. The moment the enemy's foot touches the ground, rush in. Pai Woo-jin stands ready, his stance balanced and focused. Kim Hyuk-ju, blood trickling from his lip, wonders how Pai Woo-jin managed to land such a blow. A voice declares, a blade that rushes in with a step. That's Baek Duchan's specialty. Nobody among the 10 representatives. Kim Hyuk-ju reflects, has a skill equivalent to that skill. That was just an inferior imitation. Kim Hyuk-ju, his back to the viewer, states, if it was the real deal, I would have left a hole in your neck in practice. Let's take a break. Kim Hyuk-ju tosses a water bottle towards Pai Woo-jin, saying, drink it. Pai Woo-jin thinks to himself, I thought I already knew how to counter the skill. He acknowledges that his current level is not enough, already feeling his limits. If he were to fight, he'd have to grab a knife. Kim Hyuk-ju asks if he's going to train to the point where he ends up shredding himself with his own knife. He states that's no good, and tells him to focus on what he can do now. Kim Hyuk-ju states that this is the only thing he can do for now. Kim Hyuk-ju declares that the break is over, and it's time to start. He wonders what this is. Kim Hyuk-ju says that he'll have to train blindfolded, and asks if Pai Woo-jin is complaining about his method, stating he can leave then. Kim Hyuk-ju states that he won't get distracted by the knife. Kim Hyuk-ju says that this is the only thing he can do now, and tells him not to be nervous about him missing and hitting his vital points. He instructs him to try to predict his movements while being blindfolded. Kim Hyuk-ju states that otherwise, he will never be able to avoid it. Kim Hyuk-ju reminds him that he is going to face the 10 representatives in 6 months, and if so, he needs to be ready to throw away his life. Kim Hyuk-ju states that if he wants to achieve something, then he needs to jump into the battlefield without any hesitation. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks that this is reckless. Kim Hyuk-ju wonders if he is really going to. Pai Woo-jin stares ahead, his expression a mix of disbelief and determination. This is crazy, he thinks. Kim Hyuk-ju grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Go back, what should I do? I don't know if he will actually stab me or not. Shit, don't lose focus, he thinks, steeling himself for the next attack. Kim Hyuk-ju's eyes narrow, his body tensing. I must avoid him, he thinks, preparing to evade the incoming assault. The two clash, a whirlwind of motion and force. Pai Woo-jin and Kim Hyuk-ju exchange blows, each strike carrying the weight of their resolve. The sound of rushing wind fills the air as Kim Hyuk-ju's face is shown, a fresh cut visible on his cheek. Kim Hyuk-ju lunges forward, a knife glinting in his hand, ready to strike. The knife is held at the ready, the blade reflecting the dim light. Kim Hyuk-ju's eyes are shadowed, his expression grim. This is the first real counterattack against the 10 representatives, he thinks, his mind racing. A flashback shows a younger Kim Hyuk-ju, his face determined. Remember that feeling that you just had? He recalls. The flashback continues, Kim Hyuk-ju's hand outstretched. If you fear a knife, you will end up getting ruled by it, he remembers. Elsewhere, in a brightly lit room, two figures are engrossed in a computer screen. One exclaims, "Boss." Another asks, "Why is your phone not working again?" An emergency is declared. Someone clenches their fist, thinking about revenge against Mo Sung-gyu. Two men lie beaten at their hideout. One man denies any involvement, while another says he'll talk to them, hoping they didn't do anything. The man thinks it's time to get revenge against Mo Sung-gyu. The man states that they have no interest in this place and came here to meet their boss. The man wonders if he is the strongest of his age around here. Someone acknowledges the arrival of the boss. The man is surprised by something. The man says that for some old men, they sure are good at fighting. The man announces that the boss is here. The man is surprised by the arrival of two people and wonders who these two bastards are. One of the men tells the person in the red hoodie to close the gate since it's going to get noisy. One of the men tells the other to hurry up. Another man asks what they think they're here for and to calm down. The person in the red hoodie thinks it's fucking annoying. The person in the red hoodie says to let them kick their asses first. One of the men tells the other to allow him to handle this. The other man tells him to watch his back and to go easy on him. The person in the red hoodie moves forward. The person in the red hoodie kicks someone. The person in the red hoodie continues to kick someone. The person in the red hoodie wonders if they missed and thinks the other person isn't paying attention. One of the men says that the person in the red hoodie is making him jealous. The person in the red hoodie continues to fight. The person in the red hoodie kicks someone again. The man in the red hoodie thinks to himself that someone is strong, wondering what these bastards even came here for. The blonde man with sunglasses tells someone not to even look over there, stating that they're going to have to take him down first. Pyopong. The man with black hair and glasses stands with his hands in his pockets. The narration states that his attitude and movement are not that of a usual kid, questioning what kids have been looking at. Just who is he? One man asks if they should block the door, as Pyopong asked. The other questions if he has ever disobeyed him before. One man wonders if he will lose. Another scoffs, saying that's not possible, as he's the Busan kid. One man suggests they beat up the other guy in the meantime. The other agrees, saying that way, Pyopong won't chew up their heads when it's over. A fighter in a red hoodie kicks his opponent in the face. The force of the kick sends the fighter in the black jacket flying backwards. The fighter in the red hoodie follows up with a spinning kick. The fighter in the black jacket sees an opening. He retaliates with a kick of his own, striking the fighter in the red hoodie. A blonde man observes, thinking that he can't close in on him whenever he sees an opening. The blonde man continues to analyze the fight, noting that his movements are top tier, yet flawed, and that he can close in but also can't at the same time. The fighter in the red hoodie is told to stop acting relaxed. He responds by saying that he won't be embarrassed later when he beats him, right? And that he's going to beat his ass for his brothers. The fighter in the black jacket grabs the fighter in the red hoodie. The force of the punch sends shockwaves through the air. Pyo Young is taunted. Are you unable to control your openings? Don't you know how to control your top and bottom? He retaliates with a swift kick. A voice declares, that's how you do it. A pained grunt escapes as the blow lands. Pyo Young coughs up blood. A voice muses, are these guys really some of Busan's top gang members? Except for Pyo Pong, the rest are all scarecrows. He is sent flying from the impact. Pyo Young twists his feet, preparing to counterattack and defend. A voice observes, to learn something like that, he must have fought people way more stronger than him. The voice continues, in some ways, he's sticking to his skills to the point that it seems he believes in himself. But I don't think he has shown his real strength yet. I don't think someone that's a professional trained him. Someone wonders, who the hell is this guy? A figure in a red hood expresses their frustration. A man in a white shirt stands over several fallen bodies, dismissing them as worthless. The hooded figure reflects on a life filled with hardship. The figure's legs are shown as they stand, a voice declaring that life has always been terrible. A fist clenches, the momentum having shifted. A close-up of a face, a question hanging in the air. A kick connects, sending the target flying. A pair of eyes watch, noting the creativity of the attack. The figure's feet move with purpose. The figure stands over another, having delivered a blow. Jin Tae's face is revealed. A sound of pain escapes the figure. A fist clenches tightly, followed by the swift motion of a leg kicking. A man hunches over a table, seemingly in distress. Another man with blonde hair and yellow glasses looks up, his expression unreadable. A firm hand grabs a man's collar, the word stop hanging in the air. Two men stand over another man lying prone on the ground. One of them declares that this was just a test, and it's enough. A hand places a note on a table, the message reading, call me when you come back to your senses. A man lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. Another man states that he'll reimburse them for what they did to him in this place. The word castle looms large. Two men descend a set of stairs. Two men walk along a street. One wonders if they shouldn't be taking him with them, while the other questions what they think of that kid. The man with blonde hair and yellow glasses admits that the kid is strong enough to make him fight seriously. A man walks away. Another man comments that he's getting greedy, while the first man notes that the kid is weak now, but will become very strong in the future. Two men discuss their first encounter with someone. One will stay in Busan for a while and look after him a bit. The other asks if he feels him too, before suggesting they take him off their tail, as he's been tailing them since Ganshandong. A close-up shot focuses on a man's shoes as he stands on a street. A man in a dark coat and hat walks down a dimly lit city street, the only sound the echo of his footsteps. He continues his trek, the city lights casting long shadows behind him. A voice cuts through the night. Hey, the sounds of your footsteps are so loud that I can't help but hear them in the middle of the night. Even a cat would be scared by how loud your footsteps are. The man in the suit continues. Let's call it a day. I don't want to see blood. Reveal your affiliation and purpose and get away silently. The man in the hat remains silent, his face obscured by the shadows. He reaches into his coat, his movements deliberate. Don't you dare, you bastard. The man in the suit snarls, his patience wearing thin. The man in the hat throws something, the object blurring through the air. The man in the suit's eyes widen, surprised by the sudden action. He squints, trying to make out what was thrown. What, a notebook? The man in the hat holds up a small notebook, revealing a message. Kwak Junghyun sent him. The note reads, follow me. Someone wants to meet you. He pauses, lost in thought. So they didn't completely give up. From a high vantage point, the city sprawls below as two men walk along a rooftop, their purpose unknown. The blonde-haired man, framed in a close-up, expresses surprise. He wonders aloud if these someone are finally here. Two figures wearing cultural tribal masks stand side by side. One, dressed in a white shirt, sarcastically asks if they are giving them a big welcome party. A man with slicked back hair states that this was. Another man, wearing glasses, is told that he is making a big mistake. The man with glasses says that it's good, but he has a debt that he still has to repay. A man in a white shirt throws a punch, connecting with the face of one of the masked figures. The man in dark clothes retaliates with a swift kick, sending the man in the white shirt reeling. Two figures wielding knives launch a coordinated attack against the man in dark clothes. The blonde-haired man stabs the man in dark clothes with a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. A close-up reveals the intense expressions on the faces of the masked figures, their eyes filled with determination. The man in dark clothes delivers a powerful kick, sending the man in the white shirt flying backward. A man observes the scene, commenting that he can't say their individual skills are very good. If it was someone else, they would have died right here. These guys must be Busan's most skilled fighters. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room. But they have a lot of openings. Stop. We made a mistake. Please stop. Forgive us. The man's hand trembles. I can't just rule out the possibility that Castle sent you. So have you confirmed it? That we are Kong Min Sung's students? Yes. With some movements, but it is definitely Kong Min Sung's movements. Also, I know you are a person who sincerely wants revenge. I don't even know if I'm worth your time. 2 years ago, there were two men just like you. Fools who jumped into traps just to save their friends. What happened later on was terrible. The man addresses the group, stating that only a few of them are still alive. He urges the students of Kong Min Sung to control their hatred. He reflects that even someone at the peak can still fall and die. He adds that one can't just throw away their life, questioning if they are really okay with the way they are living now. The man's blood boils with rage whenever he says the name Castle. It's said that he is praised for being top class by Iskra itself in Russia. However, his words don't match what Iskra praises him for, even though his limbs have been chopped off and his eyes have been ripped out. The man wonders what he should think about this, noting that they still live on. He recalls that Kong Min Sung was called the strongest. He had to run away, even though he had powerful allies from all over the country, just because he wanted to protect you people. The man questions what they are doing now. He says that they have the exact same reason as to why Kong Min Sung had to run away. He wonders if this is what he wanted to protect, even after being humiliated like that. The man wonders for how long he can keep living like this. One man questions how strong two bastards can be to defeat a whole gang, asking if they have seen them before. Another tells him to shut up. One man tells another to read the atmosphere, saying that the mood sucks so much just because of those two bastards. He adds that if Mo Sung-gyu was here, he would be so happy. The other man tells him not to say that bastard's name, never to say that fucker's name. Hearing that bastard's name makes him fill up with anger. Someone wonders when that bastard will just die. Another man shouts at the others for nagging, saying he'll have to clean and fix this place. He calls them a piece of shit and tells them to shut their mouths. Someone kicks another person and calls them punks. Two men look at a screen. If you bastards keep fighting among yourselves like this, it's all over, someone says. Another man says he needs them to do something. The man is identified as Jung Sung Young. Someone asks, yes? Someone says, okay. Someone says that another person is a loser with anger issues. Someone says they have something precious too. He is a kid from Busan who I trained myself. Someone asks what a kid from Busan who he trained. He asks, huh? That kid? Someone says naturally we refrain from having a family. Someone says we don't dare dream of happiness in this world when we have blood on our hands. But there was this one guy who broke it. Then a baby was born. Someone says you want us to step down just because we fear losing what we hold precious? We couldn't just do nothing about a new life that has already been born. Everyone took care of him like their own child. Whatever the reason was, we were happy taking care of him. The man reflected on the past, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. He was happy to see the child grow up, but karma had a way of catching up to them. One by one, everyone started to die, including Kong Min-sung. The child's biological father also met his end. But when only a few of them remained, Castle made a move on them. In Osaka, Japan, a man in a hat wondered where he had seen him before. It was him. The place where all the Japanese Yakuza executives gathered. He had only seen him once in person. Yanagawa-gumi was the most violent city in Japan. The legendary Korean Yakuza who joined the Yanagawa at the age of 17 had never lost the top spot. He used to say this when he started working. If there was a python in the north, there was a cup of hot sake in the sauna. In the east, there's a tiger. The man in the sauna sighed. There is nothing better than this. The man asked, do you have something to say? Oh Do-wa replied. It's an honor to meet you, Vice President Oh Do-wa. Mo Sung-gyu, head of Busan's largest group, introduced himself. My name is Mo Sung-gyu. I am a resident of Busan. The man in the hat was getting anxious about this. Tigro, who is after revenge. Two men stand in stark contrast against the darkness, one identified as Castle's representative. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air, the narration hinting that a clash is inevitable should they ever cross paths. The decision loomed, heavy with consequence. The man in the hat considered the options. If they died, who would care for the child? He also knew that Pyo Pong would inevitably discover the truth about his father and uncle's deaths. The man with the beard recalled encountering him, noting that he seemed to be struggling because of someone named Mo Sung-gyu. He doesn't know anything. He thinks they abandoned him. From what he knows, his father went missing, and soon after, even his uncles went missing. He had no choice but to look away. That's how much they wanted to save him from hell. Protecting the child is the last task they have taken on themselves. He fully understands what was said. Anyway, continue. The more we listen to the story we listen to, our path becomes. I had no choice but to look away. But to do that, he'll take over Busan first. I earnestly beg, are you out of your mind? How will you do it, when it is so hard? What they say cannot be ignored, sir. It's hard to break the current situation just by avoiding it. We are the remaining of the Bulwi family who follow Kwok. Kwok Jung-hyun is informed that Bulwi was the group he used to lead. Seo Jong-chi and Song Ik-cheon stand beside him. Seo Jong-chi tells Kwok Jung-hyun that they will help him fulfill his goal. Kwok Jung-hyun's assistant apologizes, but says he has to agree with Seo Jong-chi. A man states that he will repay someone's kindness with his life in the future. It is revealed that Busan Kid, or Pyo-young, has been a target of their traitor, Mo Sung-gyu, for a long time. Another man says that Mo Sung-gyu is like an old raccoon who won't give up and will do anything to gain recognition of Castle. A man says that their Busan Kid has already been swept away due to his ambition. Masa thinks to himself. Mo Sung-gyu asks if someone has something to say. He states that it is an honor to meet them, and that his name is Mo Sung-gyu, and he wants to work under Mori in Busan. A man wonders how someone dares to request to work under Mori. He thinks that this is a circumstance where everything you have flies away. A man thinks that despite what it costs, he would still like to join Mori. He recalls that Vice President Oh Do-wa visited Busan after so many years. Masa, Oh Do-wa's close assistant, thinks that something big is going to happen soon. He thinks that he would like someone to hire him to take care of such events. A man says that he would like to grow under the shadow of the Vice President, and laughs. A man thinks that someone is a stupid bastard. A man thinks that an ant like someone dares to live under the Mori. A man thinks that the second most powerful man in Mori is known for his ferocious and brutal nature. Mo Sung-gyu stands shirtless, his tattooed arms and chest on display, looming over Pyo-young, who kneels before him. The man is told that if the other organization resists, the whole family, even the baby, will be chopped up. Pyo-young pleads, begging to be trusted and given a chance to prove his usefulness. Pyo-young remains kneeling, desperate to prove his worth. He thinks to himself that he has come too far to lose this. Pyo-young is so nervous that he cannot even hold in his urine. Mo Sung-gyu is told that Pyo-young has a lot of guts, but he cannot even hold in his pee. Mo Sung-gyu, holding a bottle, is instructed to take over Busan under his name, not under Mori's. If he fails, Pyo-young is warned that he will have to pay the price for being brave in front of Oh Do-wa. Mo Sung-gyu drinks from the bottle, his expression unreadable. Mo Sung-gyu is told that Busan is a mess and he will be given 3 days. He responds that he will do his best, Vice President. A figure, presumably Oh Do-wa, walks down a long hallway. Min-wook has already done a lot. If you spill blood without any ambition, it's just vain. The guilt will someday swallow you up whole. You were wrong. I'm about to reach my goal. Mr. Chairman, Executive Director Ma Hak-young wants to meet you. Okay, welcome. Ma Hak-young, Castle shareholder and Executive Director. How are you doing, Mr. Chairman? You must have come a long way. Let's have a cup of tea. With that, I finished our business deal overseas. Nice, good job. Mr. Chairman, there is a reason I wanted to meet you. While I was returning, I heard a lot of stories, so I would like you to hear them. Do you really trust Representative Baek Du-chan? I picked him up myself, so I have no doubt in him. Recently, there has been a rumor about him growing stronger in Russia. When you think of it, he always acted like he was on his own since he joined Castle. With all due respect, the connection between Hasung's chairman Kim Tae-hoon and Baek Du-chan has already been confirmed several times. In addition to these, Chairman Kim of Gold Capital and CEO Im of Mori Investment Trust have also been meeting frequently and secretly. They are faithfully playing their roles. These events, will you overlook them, Hak-young? Yes, sir. What do you think of Castle? What? What do you mean? Castle is not a garden pond. Castle is a glacier. The water is so clean that not even a fish can live. They are faithfully playing their roles. You don't have to keep an eye on their movements. And I have all of them in check. What is there to fear about? Yes, Mr. Chairman. It won't be so bad if any of them were to act on their own. But this isn't the time. Dark clouds always gather quietly. The rain lashes down as two men hurry through the streets. We're almost done with that piece of shit, one shouts. The other wonders where their target is hiding, calling him a little rat. The search continues. Search the whole area, one of the men commands. Below, a figure coughs, seemingly in distress. In a sparsely furnished room, someone refers to those two bastards. A voice asks, where? A response comes, yeah, I know there. On a screen, a group of people can be seen. A figure lies on the ground, reflecting, I shouldn't have rushed in. But except for the last mistake, my attack worked. A voice declares, I have found I still have a chance. I can't lose. No, I'll never lose. A figure executes a powerful kick, the force of the blow emphasized by motion lines. A voice declares, I'm coming. Stay where you are. Another voice echoes, on my own. Three men stand outside a building. One of the men speaks, at a bar around here. Can't let you go in there alone though. Both of them were no joke. Another man, his face partially obscured by a hood, declares, they can't be pushed down by numbers. I'll take them down one by one. He is told, show me the way. Two figures walk down a narrow street. One of them states that around the corner, they will find those two bastards. Pyo-young asks who they should target first, Yellow Glasses? Kim Shin replies that Yellow Glasses still has to pay him back. He clarifies that the other guy is Kim Shin. Jin Tae, wearing yellow glasses, throws his arms wide and shouts a surprised greeting. Pyo-young asks if he is crazy. Pyo-young questions why Jin Tae is fooling around. The scene shifts to a close-up of a figure holding a baseball bat. An unseen assailant strikes Jin Tae from above with the bat. Jin Tae expresses his shock. He wonders why Young Sung-young is involved. A man holding a baseball bat declares that he is 2 years older than Jin Tae, calling him a fucker. The man continues to beat Jin Tae with the bat, accusing him of wasting time at the arcade and not complimenting their hard work. He lies on the ground, bloodied and bruised. A voice echoes, impatient for his demise. Another voice, filled with sadistic glee, anticipates the chance to inflict more pain. A figure descends, declaring Jin Tae a punk, as he raises a weapon. The assailant's foot slams into Jin Tae with brutal force. The impact sends him sprawling, the alley floor rushing up to meet him. His head throbs, threatening to explode. He knows he needs to escape, somehow. Another blow lands, the force of it reverberating through his skull. His vision blurs, the world reduced to a haze of pain and desperation. The assailant and his cronies stand over him, the rain washing the blood from his face. One of them sneers, questioning if he thinks he's destined for an easy life. Another of the cronies observes that Jin Tae is too beaten to even respond. He suggests dragging him somewhere more private to finish the job. He recognizes the assailant as someone associated with Imo Sungyu. They have me cornered, these bastards, he thinks. Another blow connects, driving the air from his lungs. He grits his teeth, knowing he has to survive this. The group looms over him, their faces obscured by shadow and malice. A man in a suit, flanked by two others, demands that someone get out of his way, punctuating his command with a curse. The man's expression is cold and determined as he stares intently. Sweat beads on the brow of one of the men accompanying him, a hint of anxiety in his gaze. He sprints up the side of a building, using his momentum to propel himself higher. Kim Hyuk-ju barks an order, grab that little bastard's legs. One of the men lunges, reaching for his ankles, as Jin Tae shouts, demanding to know what they are doing. With a swift kick, he sends the pursuer sprawling, maintaining his upward trajectory. He continues his ascent, a blur of motion against the stark urban backdrop. Landing heavily, he curses under his breath, feeling a sharp pain in his ankle. He wonders if he's bleeding too much. Clutching his side, he grits his teeth, barely registering the pain. He can't feel anything. He moves cautiously through the dimly lit corridor, his hand gripping a makeshift weapon. Peering around a corner, he realizes the man isn't there. A voice orders to check over there. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he was. He spits out the words, a venomous cocktail of betrayal and rage. He can't believe he was set up to be done for. The question hangs in the air. Are they just friends? Jin Tae wonders how he could let his friend die because of someone like Imo Sungyu. He thinks to himself that he has never thanked anyone in his life. Jin Tae receives a message, his brow furrowing in confusion. He mutters a quiet, thank you. He realizes they're in a real tight spot, and it's weird for them to be together. He wonders how they can get out of here. Does he know any place where they could hide? Or someone who can help them? Jin Tae clutches a note, his expression grim. The note reads, I'm sorry. We have to leave you on your own from now on. Live your life. A voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why he's so quiet and what he's doing. A startled cry escapes Jin Tae's lips as he tumbles downwards. He grapples with the situation, his mind racing. What should he do? How will he carry him and take care of those guys at the same time? He thinks he'll be lucky to not get stabbed in the first 5 minutes. A flicker of hope ignites within him. Wait, that's right, they said they would help? He doesn't think they belong to Mo Sung-yu's side. A dark resolve hardens his features. He's going to kill Mo Sung-yu anyway. He wonders if he is in a position to decide between hot and cold. A new figure emerges, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. He says, "Nice to meet you again, Shire." Jin-tae reflects on the situation. Yanagawa Gumi's cleaner and the second most important person of Mori is in Busan. The man sits, hands clasped. They came across him in the airport. As far as he knows, he's also looking for a person to take charge of Busan under him. The fear of the Japs has become a reality. The man lounges on a couch. Oduwa, he's heard the name of that crazy guy many times. Is he strong though? In the era of Python, he's a man equally famous as Python. His title couldn't be built up falsely. Jin-tae stands, looking out the window. His position in Japan on the national level is as firm as ever. And this is a message from Krot. A man in a hat wonders if Tigro's target is Python anyway. He will have to take this big risk. Tell him to avoid facing him yet, and don't lose sight of your goal. There's nothing he can do. The man sits, holding a phone. They have already declared that they would take over Busan. Jin-tae holds his phone. Python is only a part of his goal. Okay, he'll head out right now. The man's face is shown in close-up. As Krot expected, a collision is inevitable. By the way, Shire, keep an eye on Oduwa's movements. The masked man thinks that as long as he is in Busan, he can keep an eye on his movements. A man with sunglasses says to Jin-tae that they're going out to get some air. Jin-tae wonders if it's the right time since it's raining outside. Maybe. Shire stands in a room. 2 men stand side by side, one with a dark buzz cut and the other with a light brown buzz cut. The man with the dark hair tells the other to follow him and the kids. A man in a suit stands over several bodies. He wonders if this is what they call a striptease, stating that this is the real deal. A close-up of a dead body reveals bloodied hands. A voice wonders about their knife man, and another voice confirms that they are searching for him all over Busan. A man waits for them to report back. He thinks that no matter how much a bastard flies or crawls, he won't be able to do much in front of knife men because they are the real deal. A man expresses that he is ashamed of himself. He thinks that there is nothing good about working with this guy, and that it won't take too long before they have Pyo-young dead. A man's legs are shown as he sits. A voice states that they should take this opportunity to deal with what remains of Kwak Jung-hyun's group. A man with blood on his face is shown. A voice states to summon the Sirium team, clarifying that Sirium is Korean wrestling and that the team is full of gangsters who are expert in Sirium. He is told to keep this in mind. A man adjusts his shirt. He declares that after 2 days, except for Vice President Oduwa, there shouldn't be any new boss remaining alive in Busan. A cityscape is shown, the rain slicking the streets. A man clutches his head, stating that his head is spinning. A man is attacked. He wonders why he is being attacked. A man is observed. Someone calls out to Pyo-young, noting that the sun is up and he's still dozing off, and refers to the observed man as Uncle Harry. He dreams of his father, a gentle voice urging him to rest. But it was all a dream. The smell of the floor and sweat fills his senses, a nostalgic scent that takes him back. It was the taekwondo gym where his father and uncles used to sweat every morning. At best, they lived in a shabby house on a shabby street. He remembers moving faster than the fist of any person, trying to hide that side of himself, a side he was embarrassed of. He used to kick like this, a style he modified from taekwondo. But it turned out great. The feeling of power he gained was immense. Did he ever think that this skill would take down a guy instantly? But none of them ever really followed him. Oh, he keeps remembering it when he tries to forget it. They also abandoned him around that time of year. Why did they run away? Why did they even raise him? Those losers abandoned him because they could not even live on their own properly. It's better this way. No father, no uncles, a life without them. He's sick and tired of living this way. He's going to live on in his own way. He can live well enough on his own. He's good enough alone. He's the only one. He plummets downwards, a sense of overwhelming despair washing over him. It's too much, a little too much to bear. Why did everyone abandon him? 2 figures stand over a man lying in bed, their expressions unreadable. A man gasps, his eyes wide with shock. Elsewhere, a man with sunglasses contemplates something related to Castle. What happened to him? Oduwa is in Busan. Uncle Harry, Mo Sung-yu will definitely try to clean up Busan when Oduwa is in town. No matter what they do, it's dangerous, sir. I didn't tell you anything because I was afraid this would happen. You can't fool someone twice. Hey, old man, I've been thinking about it, but I don't understand. He's good at fighting, and if we had more people, don't you think it's worth a try? That voice. Oduwa, do you know what his long-cherished desire is? Money? Status? No, he already has both. What he really wants is us living a tragic life till the last days of our life. No matter what they do, it's dangerous, sir. He had a deep relationship with gangsters from a young age. Oduwa was just new in the field in his young age in the past, when he had to run away in disgrace. In his fight against Kang Min-sung, the greatest assassin ever born of unknown origins, also the father of Pyo-young. TL/N, holy shit. When Pyo-young was a baby, Oduwa returned. When they fought in Russia, it was the opposite of what they used to be, but Oduwa didn't stop there. He came to kill the rest of us in the name of extermination of forces against Castle. If we weren't removed, our hatred against Castle would have just increased with our power. Oduwa still hated him from the bottom of his heart. Have you ever valued anything more than value and honor in your life? Bad news was, his fighting skills were at the peak, so we took on his axe with smiles on our faces. To keep Young's existence safe and secret, eyes and tongues were pulled out. I thought they abandoned me, but everyone was killed and became disabled to save me. Because of me. Just because of me. This me, the pathetic trash that only knows how to blame others. You little brat. What the hell are you doing? Come back in. His strong arms and legs were chopped off. My heart feels like it's about to burst. This anger and sorrow, I want to tear up this world along with them. But, the most upsetting thing is, I'm too weak for that. The rain poured down, mirroring the turmoil within. Pyo-young, standing in the rain, is addressed by Oduwa. He says, Uncle, it's my turn to protect you. Pyo-young replies, I'm sorry, Young. Kim Shin thinks to himself, I can't stop you anymore. Bravery is the first thing a person needs to go off against Castle. Kim Shin asks Pyo-young, you're strong, right? Pyo-young apologizes, I'm sorry for the other day. Please help me. Pyo-young thinks, please help this fire inside me to take revenge. He continues, the journey will be harsh. Are you sure about it? Pyo-young thinks, I can't go back anymore. Kim Shin is such an amazing person. How can he even dare to go against Castle? Kim Shin thinks, I want you to keep your head inside the lion's mouth. At the expense of the pillar Imuyal, Oduwa is unaware of their existence. Kim Shin says, this bastard, this is quite the hiding spot. Who knew he would be here? Another man says, it's just perfect and quiet. Let's finish him quickly and go. A third man says, let me handle this. The man who said he would handle it thinks, when he says he'll handle it, we don't face any further issue with the task. He continues, let's see how the Busan kid who we have heard a lot looks like. Gang Chong-suk thinks, keep your head inside the lion's mouth. He is revealed to be Gang Chong-suk, the evil demon of Busan. He asks, what? Someone wonders how and why the person is there. It is stated that Pyo-young will now be under Oduwa's control, and when the time comes, they will aim for Mori's foot, undercover. The text indicates that the first target is Mo Sungyu. Someone suggests they go catch a raccoon in Busan. Two men flank a hooded figure, their expressions questioning. One asks who the hooded figure is. One of the men thinks about letting him finish the job. He recalls taking care of another guy the other day, not caring if the hooded figure is the Busan kid or not. A man orders the others to take care of the hooded figure on their own. The hooded figure is asked what he thinks he is running off to. The man says he hasn't seen him in a while and that he made him sad, adding that he ran away without even greeting him. One of the men observes that the hooded figure looks inexperienced in fighting. Another man asks where he is going. The man tells the hooded figure not to make a fuss and to just die quietly while they are being nice. The hooded figure retaliates, attacking with knives. The hooded figure continues the assault, blades flashing. A man threatens that everyone there will die. One of the men exclaims why that son of a knife is in Busan. He continues that because of him his life has gone down the drain. Another man states that the fact that he's here means Kim Shin is also in Busan. He thinks that this is bad and that there's something big going on. He clutches the sword, the metal cold against his gloved hand. The hooded figure thinks he can't die here. Falling, the hooded figure is sent sprawling. The hooded figure, looking at the blade, wonders if he cut him. He notices there's no blood on the knife. The hooded figure wonders who the hell he is. Meanwhile, a man asks if there are only 7 people. He then asks if everyone is here. The man explains that pinouts is the term for members of Pinout, Pyo-young's gang. He says there are only 8 pinouts left, including him. He adds that at least they don't have any fakes here. He continues, saying that considering their temper, it's quite generous for them to still stay with them. The man addresses the hooded figure, calling him Busan Kid. He says they also decided to support Kim. One of the men says Shin, and he will be out in the middle. Another man says that Mo Sung-gyu doesn't know most of them, so they will be quite a help in the raid. The first man thanks them for their help with the raccoon hunt. The man says he will make sure to pay back the enemies of Kwak Jung-hyun, the great boss of Busan. He adds that they are on their side now, and tells them to put this on. He wonders what this is. The man says the enemies are big in number, but they only have to take down 3 to 4 of them. He asks if that's possible. The man says, then let's get started with the raccoon hunt. A swift strike lands, the sound of impact echoing through the sterile hallway. 2 men in suits whirl around, their faces etched with disbelief. Who the hell are these bastards? One shouts, his voice laced with panic. Where are these bastards coming from? The other exclaims. An emergency unfolds as a man is overwhelmed, the sounds of fists connecting with flesh filling the air. A masked figure, face obscured by a crude, pin-out scrawl, holds a baseball bat menacingly. Your parents sent us since they're getting sick of waiting for you guys at home, he taunts. Just kidding. We're pin-out you fuckers. The men in suits realize the gravity of the situation. These crazy bastards, one exclaims. They surely have a death wish barging in here. A door bursts open with a resounding crash, the splintering wood adding to the chaos. Another man is struck, the sickening cook of expelled air punctuating the brutal scene. The masked assailants stand over their fallen prey, their intentions clear. Let's not drag the fight, one says. We're going to clear up the way to Mo Sung-gyu. A man nods in agreement, his expression grim. Yes, sir. A man in a white shirt, disturbed by the commotion, complains, "What happened? You guys are so loud. I can't sleep, with all the noise." Another man, his face bruised, reacts to the noise, his eyes narrowed in anger. "The hell is going on here?" A man with gray hair speaks, his expression troubled. "Right in the mouth of the lion?" The man in the cardigan explains that Oh is looking for a successor to Busan. The man continues, stating that if you beat Imo Sungyu and gain Oh favor, you will become the successor of Busan. He adds that Oh has not yet acknowledged Imo Sungyu. The man in the black shirt stands silently, listening. One of the men asks if that is the Busan kid. The other man confirms that he is. The man thinks that his right foot won't last long and that he has to save it for Imo Sungyu. He thinks that he can't take down those thick-necked bastards just with his fists. He thinks to lift himself using the left foot. He considers jumping, but knows he'll get caught. He decides he'll use it to his advantage, thinking this will be good enough. A kick lands with brutal force. The man calls someone a rabbit-like bastard, thinking that if he has to save his ankle, he can't avoid him. A foot connects with a face. The man yells to bring it on. The man snarls, promising to kill. He curses his unseen foe. Another man, neutral Pyo Young, instructs Pyo Young to take care of them, and to ensure Imo Sungyu is dealt with. A voice declares that this fight must end. Someone asks if he is the delivery guy, ordering others to get out of the way unless they want to die. The man demands to know if they will leave, threatening them with death. A brutal attack lands. One of the fighters realizes he couldn't see it coming. The boss has been knocked out. The hooded figure challenges anyone who wants to live to come at him all at once. A sleek, dark car sits parked, figures milling around in the distance. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Inside a sterile room, two men in suits discuss their predicament. One asks, "He alone can kill us? Who is he?" Meanwhile, a man in a cap receives a call, the phone vibrating urgently against his ear. The man on the phone, seemingly annoyed, thinks, "What the hell? This bastard." He replies curtly, "I'm a little busy. Let's keep things simple." He wonders if the other party thinks he can pick up the phone in a situation like this. Amor Tigro, behind the wheel of a car, states grimly, "The situation is not good, Tigro. I think everyone needs to get out of there. Right now." Another man, seated in a car, exhales smoke from a cigarette. He hears, "Oh is heading there." Back in the sterile room, the two men continue their discussion. One thinks, "Crazy bastard, he must think we're a bunch of pushovers." The other wonders if he thinks he has someone to cover his back. A man, eyes narrowed with murderous intent, grips a knife tightly. He mutters, "This fucker. I'll end him now." The knife plunges into flesh, a strangled cry escaping the victim's lips. "AR." The man on the phone says, "I'll call you right back." The man in the cap, still on the phone, instructs, "Just keep following him. The car out there." The two men in suits continue their tense exchange. One asks, "Who was driving it?" The other, raising his hand defensively, retorts, "Why are you raising your hand?" The knife strikes again, drawing a fresh spurt of blood. A pained grunt echoes in the confined space. The blade finds its mark once more, the victim's agony palpable. Arc. He viciously stabs Amor Tigro, the blade finding its mark again and again. Blood splatters with each strike, painting a gruesome scene. The masked assailant continues his brutal assault, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the dimly lit space. With a sickening thud, Amor Tigro collapses to the ground, only to be met with a swift kick from another figure. Amor Tigro lies defeated, a pool of blood forming around him as his attackers stand over him. Meanwhile, Kim Hyuk-ju, visibly frustrated, curses under his breath, never having heard of such a person. He extends his hand, questioning what the masked man wants. Elsewhere, a car speeds down the road, the driver's thoughts consumed by the need to know that their inspiration is like fire. The driver asks if his companion is okay with it, pondering whether it even matters who Imo Sungyu's replacement is. The man in the passenger seat reflects that the old man cares about Seoul more than anything. The passenger notices they are being followed. The man in the passenger seat wonders which bastard is working so hard. He surmises that the follower must be bored in the car, suggesting they lure him out into the open to see who sent him. He grips the steering wheel, a sense of unease settling over him. Something feels off. This is weird. The follower checks the map, a frown deepening on his face. This way doesn't lead to Imo Sungyu in any way. He wonders if Kim Hyuk-ju noticed he was being followed. The black sedan continues down the narrow street, the follower's car maintaining a steady distance behind. The follower speaks into his communication device. He apologizes to the vice president, his voice laced with regret. Kim Hyuk-ju, accompanied by another man, wonders who would send a person to follow them. He considers Hazung, or maybe someone else. There's nothing strange about who orders it. The follower peers out the window, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He mutters that there's still a bunch of greenhorns. He decides to leave, stating that they lost time for nothing. The man in the suit responds, "Yes, Vice President." Kim Hyuk-ju realizes he is being followed. He notes the 63XX black sedan and thinks of Odua. A voice instructs Kim Hyuk-ju to hurry up and make them retreat while they're still here. He responds that they can't do that now, stating that it's beyond their duties from now on, so leave. Kim Hyuk-ju is warned that he is no match for Odua and to be careful. He thinks of Odua. The assassin observes, waiting there and looking if someone is tailing him. He thinks that boy's movements are good, but not perfect. He is smart and knows how to fight, so he might be aware of his weaknesses. The assassin thinks that he will have to figure out a new way of fighting. And one more thing. It wasn't part of the plan, but a hand reaches out, intent on checking someone out. Since Duwa is one of the castle's 10 representatives, a car speeds along the road. Pyo-young kicks the door open with a resounding crash. Someone calls out, Pyo-young. Pyo-young, enraged, demands, if you don't want to be beaten up later, how dare you come here, you fucker? Who do you think you are? Someone interjects, stop it. Pyo-young holds a tablet, declaring, he's nothing but just a pebble. Let's cool down and open this up. A hand presents a tablet, followed by a gold bar. It's your compensation. I hope you accept it, a voice says. A man with a bloody face asks, why the fuck should I? He continues, I have a big dream. Pyo-young stands before two men, stating, I have the wings to achieve it while you don't even have your brothers next to you. One of the men scoffs, who? Look at this loser. Pyo-young retorts, but are we strangers? What good is in there to fight with each other in Busan? A close-up of a man's face, as he declares, if we team up, we can rule Busan, maybe even the whole country. Pyo-young stands over a fallen figure, stating, it's a fucking drag. The man with the light purple hair demands, why are you saying things that don't suit your mouth? Are you scared, you fucking raccoon? The man with slicked back hair contemplates, I guess it's time. We need to get rid of our poisonous little kid. A voice commands, lock the door. Cars speed down the street, engaged in a high-speed chase. A car crashes violently. A man inside a car reacts with fury, wondering who dared to do this. The man's expression hardens. The vice president murmurs, huh? He acknowledges, Vice President. I know. From inside a car, a man observes, he is finally here to pick a fight with me? Masa, masked and ready, is told, you go first, Masa. Masa steps forward, muttering, Itikemesu. A man clenches his fist, a look of grim determination on his face. A man in a gray jacket throws a punch, connecting with the face of a man in a white suit. The force of the blow sends the man reeling back. The man in the gray jacket continues his assault, striking a figure in a black mask. A man lunges forward, knife raised high, aiming for his target. Feet pound the pavement as someone sprints forward. A swift kick connects, sending a man flying. With a shout, the man is launched through the air. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched. Knife in hand, the attacker continues his pursuit. The fallen man thinks, no way. He wonders, who the fuck sent you? He recalls, oh Duwa, that guy? I definitely avoided him. The man with the knife thinks, he's really skilled. Guys like him are very rare. The man continues to run, thinking, his fame was not a lie. I've never met someone like him before. I should have just thrown it away to hit him. The man with the knife pauses, blade glinting. Another man says, Masa, are you afraid of getting your hand chopped off? The vice president thinks, he looks strong. One of the men observes, focus. 2 mistakes in a row are not acceptable. That guy is a worthy opponent for you. The man understands. He knows he may die here if he gets careless. Oh Duwa isn't one of the 10 representatives for nothing. From now on, his life is on the line. Kim Hyuk-ju strikes with a lightning-fast blow. His eyes narrowed, focused on the kill. Kim Hyuk-ju continues his relentless assault, his face contorted with determination. The attack continues, each strike carrying immense force. Masa is knocked off his feet, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. Kim Hyuk-ju presses his advantage, delivering another devastating blow. Reacting swiftly, Masa retaliates with a powerful kick. Kim Hyuk-ju lands another strike. He exclaims, look at this. He blocks the axe kick with his bare hands, thinking that blocking his axe with bare hands instead of being overwhelmed by it is quite unbelievable. Kim Hyuk-ju's face is shown. He wonders if guys like this really exist. While trying to block his attack, he is also counterattacking, thinking that he's a lot younger than him. Kim Hyuk-ju never thought he would come across this special sashimi in Busan. An unknown assassin appears. The unknown assassin's feet are shown kicking. Masa thinks that this ungrateful bastard dared to kick him when they were being so nice to him, and that he'll die filled with a lot of regrets today, you punk. The unknown assassin's feet are shown. The unknown assassin and Kim Hyuk-ju fight. The fight continues. The blonde man exclaims, yes. Kim Hyuk-ju is told that he is the Busan kid, and that Imo Sung-yu will be down before he can even react. Kim Hyuk-ju is told that it's a worldwide known fact that the boss should be taken down first in a gang fight. He is also told that Imo Sung-yu's skills are not so famous compared to the Busan kid's skills. A statue of a boar sits on a shelf. Kim Hyuk-ju wonders if it was Sirium and if he defeated them too. Kim Hyuk-ju is called Kid. He is asked if he revised what this old man taught him, and if he has any idea how he's going to do it. Kim Hyuk-ju states that if he fights again, he'll definitely win. Kim Hyuk-ju is told that there is nothing to be ashamed of, and that the first step to victory is realizing his weaknesses. He is told that if he doesn't believe it, he'll prove it to him. Kim Hyuk-ju is asked how he changed his attitude so fast. He is told to fight with his instincts. Kim Hyuk-ju is asked if he has any idea how he's going to do it. He is told that it comes handy when he rushes into someone big, but what if he deliberately left an opening? He'll get a double whammy. The solution for it is simple. The Busan kid delivers a kick to an opponent. The Busan kid delivers a kick to an opponent. He is told to let him think that it is a golden opportunity and hang on, and then the hooded figure prepares to strike, going for that right after. He is on the ground, thinking that he doesn't have to rush it, and that he'll be the last one standing anyway. Pyo-young stands over the hooded figure, telling his brother that they locked the door, and to stay there and mind his own business. It is said that Pyo-young became Kwak Jung-hyun's guard by only using his fists. He thinks that Imo Sung-yu is still a big deal for him. The hooded figure stands, thinking, damn it, what kind of body does he have? He doesn't have to defeat Imo Sung-yu with his own strength. Pyo-young thinks that he's given him kicks strong enough to break his ankle, and there's barely any damage. He asks the hooded figure if his legs are shaking. Pyo-young asks if he wants him to give him a little foot massage to get the title of number 1 in Busan. The hooded figure falls. The fight continues. The fight continues. The hooded figure is confronted by Pyo-young. Pyo-young demands to know what he is doing, telling him to get lost. Pyo-young recalls his brutal training and how he always dreamed of fighting alongside Amor Tigro. The hooded figure thinks to himself that he will pay back this debt and tells himself to hang in there until then. Pyo-young holds a weapon, his expression grim. A man thinks to himself that he will make sure to set the course for this fight. A chaotic melee erupts as 3 figures clash. One, clad in a white suit, finds himself beset by 2 others in dark attire, their movements a blur of strikes and parries. The figure in black gracefully evades an incoming attack, his thoughts racing. He's had enough time to think. Again, he sidesteps a blow, his mind calculating. From now on, focus on retreating. He continues to evade, his movements fluid and precise. This son of a bitch, instead of the cut being shallow, he increased his speed. A man watches the fight, his expression a mix of concern and calculation. The figure in black retaliates, launching a swift counterattack. How dare you think about escaping in front of me? His strike connects, sending a spray of blood into the air. Arc. The figure in black presses his advantage, continuing the assault. Another blow lands, the force of the impact evident. The figure in black delivers a final strike, leaving his opponent reeling. The man watching the fight grits his teeth, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Oh, this guy is mocking me. The figure in black reflects on the fight, his thoughts sharp and calculating. I have seen enough of Oduwa's skills. If I had gone at him, my whole wrist would have been ripped off. Oduwa wonders aloud if his plan is failing, resolving to be more careful. A figure in white declares that their target will die before they can escape, swinging a chain weapon. The figure in white delivers a brutal kick to the face. The force of the kick sends the recipient flying. A swift punch connects with a sickening thud. The recipient of the blow collapses to the ground, wondering how they were defeated. Tigro, dealing with multiple opponents, brandishes a knife. The chain weapon whips through the air. Another punch lands squarely on someone's face. Oduwa realizes something. A man points a gun, while Amor is told there's no need to hurry. The masked figure ominously declares that their target will lose their arms and legs soon anyway. The masked figure remarks that the timing is great. Below, Kim Hyuk-ju looks up, confused. Brandishing a knife, Kim Hyuk-ju demands to know what they did to his junior. The hooded figure retaliates with a swift kick. The hooded figure follows up with another kick. Kim Hyuk-ju is injured. The hooded figure delivers a final, devastating kick to Kim Hyuk-ju's chest. The hooded figure stands over the fallen Kim Hyuk-ju. Kim Hyuk-ju curses. The hooded figure, standing alongside another man, states that he is the only one left and asks if they should play like they used to. The masked figure thinks that in a situation like this, where one person is incapacitated, this is the best time to get rid of the witness. A voice says that there are some unexpected variables on their side, and it's still too early to kill him, as they're still at the rear of the top 10. They are withdrawing. Kim Hyuk-ju wonders what is happening, as he just got here. The masked figure states that they already achieved their goal. A man in a suit says, "Hey, you idiot. If we meet next time, you will die. Why don't you try a bit more? This kind of opportunity doesn't come often." Another man responds, "Oduwa, thank you for the experience right now. If I wanted to, your neck would have already fallen to the ground." A man says, "Mr. Vice President, they made a fool of us. I can still move. Please give me your orders." Another man replies, "Don't act rashly." A man thinks, these guys, they might be Baek Duchan's dogs. Meanwhile, somewhere in the rainforests of Southeastern Asia, a group of men sit around a table. One says, "Who? That's a lot. You can play around and eat for the rest of your life." One man asks, "Why don't you just sell it to me? I'll give you an additional 30% of the market price." Another man replies, "I mean, are you sure about this? How could a barista take this overseas without getting caught?" A text box reads, PR/N, barista, a person who serves in a coffee van. QC/N, baristas in Castle ain't normal for your information. The first man says, "Shut your trap and go look for a ship." The second man thinks, "Huh? If I get caught, I'll die? I'll sell that at the right price." A third man says, "Who? I was just saying." In a dark room, a gun is fired. A man exclaims, "It's Monkey." A man falls backwards as another man stands over him with a rifle. A text bubble reads, "The barista sent his secret weapon." The falling man is riddled with bullets. He screams in agony. The man on the ground curses, fuck. How the hell did they even find this warehouse?" The man, on his knees, begs for his life. "Oh my God. Please, just once, just once. Please don't kill me. He continues to plead, offering everything he has. I'll give you all the money I have, please. A knife is thrown, glinting in the dim light. A voice responds, more than that. A man chuckles, his voice laced with mockery. You've hit the nail on the head. You want a gummy worm? The kneeling man continues to beg. Please forgive me. A figure scoffs. TSK, what a boring fucker. A vehicle speeds away from a building. God damn, they're already starting another war. A man drives, speaking into a device. I don't need money. It's dangerous to stay here. Shut up, keep going. The man's face is partially obscured by sunglasses, but his expression is clearly one of frustration. God damn it. I'm screwed, all right. Two figures stand outside a building. One of them exclaims, hey, look who we have here. A person from Korea? Inside a dimly lit room, a man complains. Shit, I've been in a bad mood since this morning because the pills keep messing me up. Another man responds, wasn't that because of those shitty birds? A man reclines, his arms crossed behind his head. He asks, what's your business in this shabby place? From above, the scene unfolds within a shabby room. Yoon Deok-soo's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what business the others have in this place. The man in the suit responds with a growl, calling the other Castle's puppy. A surge of anger rises within him. A hulking figure with glowing red eyes crouches menacingly. Yoon Deok-soo observes that someone raised a strange beast. The hulking figure brandishes a knife, his red eyes gleaming. Yoon Deok-soo questions if this is a new hobby, ordering the monkey to back off. Yoon Deok-soo states that the hulking figure is just a little more innocent than most. The man with the buzz cut shouts, brother, monkey. A hand grips the man in the suit's shoulder. It's revealed that he's lived his entire life in the mountains of Myanmar's Golden Triangle, where civilization is hard to reach. Yoon Deok-soo states that he freed him from being dragged by a fancy-dressed kid like him. He adds that a beast's senses are 10 times more advanced than the average person. Yoon Deok-soo declares that the most despicable and hypocritical people end up being their owner. He tells the man with the buzz cut not to be sarcastic, stating he was sent here by the CEO. The man with the buzz cut questions since when their boss became the president. He is reminded that they were robbed by a bunch of junkies in Hazung who banded together, and is told to wake up, brother. A woman stands in a doorway. The man with the buzz cut is warned that if he keeps taking snacks out of the trash, he won't get out of that leash forever. Yoon Deok-soo reveals there's a message from the CEO. The message reads, prepare for war. Yoon Deok-soo states to reduce small businesses as much as possible, and only leave the big ones. He adds that in the meantime, they should stop taking that medicine and build up their body, as they'll be busy. The man with the buzz cut responds that it's good news. A man in a suit stands in a room, while another man with red hair looks at him. The man in the suit thinks to himself that it was boring, but it turned out well. The red-haired man says, a man in a suit stands with his back to the viewer, as another man yells at him. The yelling man says that if he's going to join, then it would be better for him to regain those lively eyes of his, rather than those blurry ones. He asks why the man in the suit doesn't get back his red eyes from when he slaughtered people with his bare hands. The man in the suit thinks to himself that since he's going to deal with it himself. A man with red hair stands with his arms outstretched, as another man and a woman stand behind him. He says, let's have a party again. It's been a long time since I got good news. A man in a suit looks up and thinks to himself, cool. A man with glowing red eyes crouches and growls, thinking to himself about his old bloodied eyes. A man in a suit stands with his hands clasped, as another man stands behind him. He thinks to himself that much he should do, to be able to deal with him. A man sits and looks down. He is told that he had a hard time and has been caught up in their injuries as well. He thinks to himself that this is nothing. It's not a big deal. More than that. A man stands and looks down. He thinks to himself that the little ones in Busan must be in danger. A man stands over another man who is on the ground. The man on the ground thinks to himself that this is crazy and that the other man is fucking massive. He asks if this isn't a Sirium tryout, right? A man looks up and thinks to himself, so? A man runs. He thinks to himself that as long as he doesn't get caught, and then wonders what are these thighs. A man's hand reaches out, as he thinks to himself that he made off. A figure is sent flying through the air, uttering a pained, oh, as they crash. The figure continues to fall, the impact imminent. Another blow lands, the force of it evident in the distorted perspective. The figure coughs up blood, the taste of defeat bitter on their tongue. Kang Chang-suk, wiping blood from his mouth, admits, this fucker's better than I expected, but... He continues, listen well, kid. There's a weight class in every battle. Ever since I was younger than you, it's impossible to cross that bridge. Kang Chang-suk recalls his rigorous training, where he carried hundreds of bags of rice, barely able to keep his feet on the ground. He scoffs, do you think you're the shit now, just because you have a couple of thugs? He spits in disgust, ugh. Kang Chang-suk's eyes narrow. You just because of those hits. It's my turn to search for your weakness. Elsewhere, a figure wonders, what? A masked man stands in the rain, thinking, but the situation is... Kang Chang-suk states, I've given him all the necessary instructions. Whether he fails or succeeds, this job is all up to him. The masked man's hand lies limp on the ground. Someone says, I'm sure he'll make it. A spray of crimson paints the darkness. A leg sweeps through the air, connecting with its target. A man levels a pistol, his gaze intense. A swift kick lands with brutal force. A man lies prone, muttering about a damn thug. Blood trickles down a man's face, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. A bloodied hand rests on the ground. He snarls, "I'm not letting you go, fucker." The prone man spits, "This isn't a sandbox. This is a battlefield where people die. Can't you tell the difference between a gangster and a thug? You're a fucking raccoon that can't even hide his own shit." Oduwa and another man stare in shock. One man questions, "Then the boy, why do you trust him that much?" Another replies, "There are many trials that are necessary to reach the top." A man with a ponytail, bloodied and bruised, is addressed as brother. Another man states, "Imo Sungyu doesn't have it, but Pyo-young does." The injured man on the floor is addressed by another, who demands, "What are you doing by just standing there?" A caption reads, "Wild nature." Several men stand over a fallen figure. A man with light hair challenges, "Come at me, you motherfuckers." Pyo-young was born with it. A hand turns a knob. A man with a knife exclaims, "Yook, that little fucker." He thinks, "I can't go down like this." What kind of? Another man on the floor thinks, "I've been beaten up by those scrawny fists. I'll beat the shit out of him." He continues, "Ha fuck. It's all over. I don't have anyone left to turn to." A man looks down at another man, thinking, "That piece of shit." A man on the ground pleads, "Please, help me. I live like a dog for you." A man asks, "Who are you?" He then says, "Yes?" A man with a scarred face says, "I'm your loyal dog." A hand grips a weapon. A man stands holding a weapon covered in blood. A man stands over several fallen bodies. A voice demands, "You, who are you?" A man with blood on his face is shown. A man lies prone on the floor, unmoving. Another figure stands nearby, observing the scene. A masked figure wonders if their superior is truly okay. One of the masked men states that Mo Sungyu is working for the crazy guy that killed his whole family with an axe. The other masked man replies that it's Kim Shin's order to leave it entirely up to Pyo-young. He admits he doesn't understand what Kim Shin is thinking about, but a man with gray hair stands amidst a scene of carnage. One of the men in suits says that he has heard about his reputation. The gray-haired man responds that it's an honor to meet him, introducing himself as the Busan Kid. The man with black hair asks if the Busan Kid has heard of him. He continues, stating that the Busan Kid is the one who caused all of this, and asks if he doesn't care about his life at all. The gray-haired man is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. Another body lies on the floor. One of the masked men wonders why they don't take in a wolf cub instead of a dog. The gray-haired man is asked if he just got rid of the previous dog, right? The man with black hair observes the gray-haired man, thinking that this guy's confidence is as big as a cow, and he isn't shaking in front of him as well. He thinks that it looks like he's the only one left standing. The man with black hair thinks that the Busan Kid has managed to overcome the dog all on his own, and that he's pretty talented. He also recalls that he heard that they're looking for a person to manage Busan. The gray-haired man is shown in a close-up. One of the men in suits thinks that he's so stiff, it's annoying. One of the men in suits asks if they should get rid of him. The others agree, but the man with black hair says not yet. The gray-haired man is shown in a close-up. The man with black hair thinks that they shouldn't drop their guard until it's over. The assassin delivers a swift punch. Pyo-young thinks to himself, regretting showing his skills to Oduwa. He thinks, "I should never show my skills to Oduwa." The assassin continues his assault. He is forced to the ground. The assassin raises a weapon, preparing to strike. The sound of the attack echoes. The assassin stands over Pyo-young, the weapon raised high. He thinks, "I'm sorry to have to say this, but I have no choice but to imitate them." Oduwa, elsewhere, feels a sudden chill run down his spine. He thinks, "Mr. Vice President?" For a moment, Oduwa felt a chill go down his spine. The assassin stands over his victim. In the meantime, Imo Sungyu, who was spotted as his successor, was attacked. The weapon drips with blood. The assassin thinks, and just in time, a more attractive option than Imo Sungyu appeared right in front of him. A sense of disharmony. The events that have happened to him today have gone too far out of the ordinary. For now, the only clue, the boy in front of him, needs to be kept close and watched. Based on his experience, Oduwa instinctively retrieved his axe. He decided to let him be. The man in the suit turned to leave, promising to send someone soon. He instructed them to treat him as they treat him. The man was thanked as Mr. Vice President. One of the men considered that they hadn't introduced themselves. The man asked for his name. It was Pyo-young, flanked by two masked figures. A close-up of the man's face revealed a sinister expression. The man considered a kid with Pyo as his last name in Busan, who was about to work under him. He wondered if he had a relationship with them. The man stated that he'd killed all the guys he's involved with, and there was no trace of his movements. The man questioned if he was just being delusional. Someone mentioned the orchestrators of this event. Someone stated that they were playing right into the maze of a person they didn't want to mess with. A sinister grin spreads across a man's face. He thinks to himself that those arrogant bastards are crossing the line. A group of men in suits stand together, their faces obscured in shadow. One of them remarks how nice it is, promising to be the one to mess someone up. Two men in suits converse. One states that it doesn't matter if he's the trap that someone set up, he'll use anything to find them. He adds that he'll see them again. A man walks down a long, empty hallway. He thinks about the kids from today, the ones wearing masks, and how he'll rip the masks off their faces and strangle them with it. He then thinks of Oduwa. A man's fist clenches tightly. He doesn't care about the money that he's going to earn and tells someone to keep looking down on him. A man walks away, his back to the viewer. A man with a beard stands on a rooftop, asking if someone is there. The man on the rooftop continues, stating that someone has a lot of skills and that he can't believe they lied about that. He then thinks that Oh Do-hwa did not fully accept Pyo-young. A man speaks on the phone, explaining that their plan was originally aimed on completely deceiving Oh Do-hwa by taking their time. They changed their plans because he moved faster than expected and that there are many enemies that are against him. A group of men stand together. One of them wonders why. Another states that he just threw himself in between them. He adds that it may be hard to get a perfect result, but Pyo-young has earned Mo Sung-yu's title. A man with a beard thinks that it'll probably be a good trump card. He says that he sees, and that he knew that Oh Do-hwa had to move on. Oh Do-hwa wonders how he managed to live against Oh Do-hwa. He reflects on how amazing it was to fight him, rightfully earning his title as one of the best in Japan. A figure with green hair remarks that on the other hand, Pyo-young hasn't done that yet. He says it will be a good reference when he's dealing with the guy he's looking for, but warns him not to let his guard down. The figure states that sounds like Pyo-young could have won, but he has organized all he knows about castle in there. A figure says that as long as you're his target, the man named Oh Do-hwa can become more of a monster. He states that Oh Do-hwa is the one who killed Kong Min-sung, and now Castle's big shots have all defeated the legends of the previous generations. Pyo-young thinks to himself. He takes a look at something and thinks it will help. Oh Do-hwa says he doesn't like Pyo-young. He hates him for walking on the edge of a sharp blade at such a young age, but warns him not to let his guard down. Pyo-young thinks that in the end, he knows he's the only one that can save him. He asks someone to please be careful. A voice says that Pyo-young's path is one that no one in this world should ever walk nor experience, but the moment they find out his intentions, they'll come together. The voice assures him they won't win. Kim Hyuk-ju is seen with another man. The sound of something breaking is heard. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks about Min-sung and his friends who left first, even though they failed. Pyo-young walks down a street, thinking that that young man can do it somehow. Oh Do-hwa is glad he didn't follow Pyo-young in a hurry. He thinks that if this old man could help, then he'd like to help him achieve what he wants. A town basks in the warm glow of the setting sun. A voice echoes, pondering that no one knows what lies at the end of this journey. The words, lies at the end of this journey, hang in the darkness, followed by the names of the creators. Isul toured Chungcheong province and returned to home city. One man muses that Kim Min-kyu is the manliest of men, but he likes Kong Hyuk more. He asks if he has released a book yet, and another suggests looking it up on the phone. One of the men asks what Kim Dae-jeon is up to these days. Another responds that he doesn't know what he's doing, but it seems like he's running around in one place. A third asks if they are really doing something with him. Kim Hyuk-ju seems pretty good. He thinks they're all running around, and he's the only one who's free. He tells his brother not to worry, and that he'll go around and gather everyone. He chuckles, finding the case interesting. The man is frustrated, thinking it's all because he's too good at his job that he doesn't have anything else to do. He curses, realizing he has to do something. A man is on the phone, confirming with Cha Soo-min. The man on the phone exclaims in surprise that they came out to meet them. He finds it unusual. Another man says that of course they can't leave him out, and they gotta go now. A man with a beanie thinks that's a sign, he guesses. Kim Hyuk-ju says he'll go around and gather everyone, asking what else is going on. Someone shouts out to Cha Soo-min. 3 figures stand in a hallway. A man declares that he's here. A woman asks if they are here to play, and why they are so excited. A man says he heard there was a person coming from Hazong, asking if they don't know who's coming. Another man responds that they don't know yet. Kim Hyuk-ju chuckles, finding the case interesting. The date and time were decided by them. A man says it's been hard to see Kim Dae-jeon's face these days, and that he's been really out there. The man with sunglasses is asked to wait. He is told that they are here and to take them up. He wonders what was said. Kim Hyuk-ju dismisses the question, saying nothing. He thinks that if he's coming as Ha-sung's substitute, it must mean that he's a big shot. It has been peaceful for a while since the boss negotiated with Hazong. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks they'll accept most of their demands. A group of people stand in a hallway. Kim Hyuk-ju is surprised by something. A woman in a white suit is seen. Someone thinks she's pretty. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks she's definitely Kim Jab-hoon's secretary. He wonders if she was actually on Kim Tae-hoon's side. Kim Dae-jeon introduces herself and states she is in charge of business management in Home City. She says she doesn't need a stand-in and asks where the real representative is, stating he couldn't attend because he is away for a while. Kim Hyuk-ju states he's been granted full power, so there will be no problem in the processing of the project. Kim Dae-jeon says, then let's start. Kim Hyuk-ju reacts, thinking she's a crazy bitch and asking if she isn't a bit rude. Someone says to wait. They only need one representative. They are asked to please wait outside, except for the top decision maker. The woman states that she's in charge of all the work, adding that it will be faster if they talk to her. A close-up of Cha Soo-min reveals she's wondering if the woman was the daughter of Cha Il-guk, deciding to check it out just in case. Kong Chang-suk's tattooed hand is shown. Kim Hyuk-ju states that they should do that, and then suggests they sit down. Yoon states that he'll sort out the business transfer case like this. He then mentions that the payment for Hazong construction has been set to 15% of sales. Cha Soo-min adds that they aren't doing charity work and will go with 30% from now on. Cha Soo-min states that they won't accept any objections. She then says that she said she'd follow the rules, but wonders if it isn't too much of an impression. Kim Hyuk-ju says alright, they'll do that. Kang Chang-suk's tattooed hand is shown. He states that instead, they'll have them remove the drugs from Home City. Kim Hyuk-ju asks if Yoon Duk-soo didn't handle it privately. He then adds that it has nothing to do with Haesung's side, and to take care of that on their own. Kim Hyuk-ju states that he understands. He then adds that they should stop talking about business. A hand places a device on the table. Kim Hyuk-ju recalls that the other day, their representative delivered a product directly to the president. Kim Hyuk-ju asks where the owner of the knife is now. Yoon wonders where they are keeping the bastard, stating that it's the question he's asking. Cha Soo-min is shown in a white suit. Cha Soo-min wonders if they couldn't have found Shin Tae-jin alive. Kim Hyuk-ju is shown in a suit. Kang Chang-suk's tattooed hand is shown. He thinks that underneath the West Sea by now, the crabs have probably eaten him by now. He then thinks that this bastard, how dare he speak like that? Cha Soo-min asks if he thinks he's hot stuff now that he stopped being a lapdog. She then states that he should cover up whatever he's supposed to cover up and that she won't ask any more questions. A woman walks. Kim Hyuk-ju tells Mr. Hwang to get going. He then adds, oh, and Cha Soo-min, in a white suit, states that there is a manager coming from the merchant ship and that they will reprimand him then. Kim Hyuk-ju says that they shall inform him. He watches as Cha Soo-min walks away, leaving him to think, crazy bitch. The person who was initially identified as the person of their interest, his words and actions are completely different. Kim Shin, and one of those people who kept director Seo Jin-tae tied for a short time. Mizo wonders how good Kim Dae-jeon is. A man bursts into the room, shouting, Cha Soo-min, what's going on? The woman in white holds a sword, thinking, this is crazy. What the hell is happening in this meeting? Mizo says, you've got quite a useful sword here. She is told to stop, as it may be a decoration, but it's a real sword that can cut people. She was too curious. Kim Dae-jeon. At the same time, Cha Soo-min was pulled back. He leaned down and avoided it. If he were alone, he could have dove into the gap and fought back. It's interesting that director Nam Gung-hyuk took him down so easily. One man exclaims, whoa, that's a really crazy bitch. Another asks, are you okay, Cha Soo-min? He pushed Cha Soo-min down and dove under at the same time. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks, I'm surprised to see that Hwang Bo came with her. How did he even do that? Kim Shin contemplates, thinking he might lose if he goes up against someone. Two figures discuss dinner options, considering cold ginseng and soju with kimchi. A man reacts with surprise, questioning if someone is his older brother. A man holding a badminton racket expresses his desire to fight Isol 100 times. The group discusses covering up for someone named Woo Jin, with one character questioning how they are supposed to clean up the mess. The name Woo Jin is spoken. A man is told that it's his turn now. It's finally time for the last game of the day. As soon as he appeared, he trampled on the ballerinas and climbed all the way here. Woo Jin is described as the unbeaten beast from Korea. The challenger, the pinnacle of the ballerina, is the strongest one who has appeared after so many years. He must step on it, as they can't lose any more money. Will a change happen, or will Silva's strength be proven again? Woo Jin is called one scary bastard. If you're good in this match, I'll move you to level 2. Someone notes that they don't see him today as well. A man on the phone asks if they should call it a day. Below, a woman in red stands by a window, being watched. The woman in red is told that they'll most likely show up. It's the man Tigro sent from Korea. Like Tigro in the past, he is in the ring of an underground battleground. If the news has reached his ears, he'll definitely come to meet Woo Jin. Tigro is the one who he wants to kill the most. Gustav, the current top killer in Iskra who has never experienced a single defeat. The crowd roars, a cacophony of voices chanting, Silva, we've been waiting for you for the past year. There's no one like you. Another voice shouts, kill that monkey. Kill him. A man wonders what they should do now that they are in trouble. Another voice tells them to stop shouting, questioning if there is a war. The announcer declares, your opponent is George Silva. Someone asks who that is. A voice explains that George Silva is a monster fighter that no ballerina has ever beaten. A voice recalls that a year ago, he appeared out of nowhere and knocked out all the ballerina's most promising fighters, then suddenly disappeared right after that. Someone notes that they are his opponents for his comeback. A man says he doesn't know if it's been a month or a year since he's been here, but he's not just a nobody. Another voice says it's a luxury to be careless, or else he's not going to move him onto the next round. Two players are exploding with excitement and anticipation. George Silva thinks that anything's fine. George Silva thinks he can't wait any longer, needing to face these challenges to reach Kim Shin anyways. Woo Jin charges in as soon as the referee starts the match. He throws a punch, but it was a feint. He quickly followed it up by a high kick. The high kick connects with George Silva. Someone says that Woo Jin has a combination that never stops. Another person wonders if he's going to end the game without giving him a chance to fight back. Of course, George Silva is strong. It's Medvedev's last hurdle for him as a ballerina. Well, yeah, but this time it's totally different from the previous fighters. You're hopeless without any information. Listen to me first. George Silva is an expert in outfighting. He wants to put the person he's up against on the palm of his hands and toy with them. Once he's out of your sight, it's impossible to win the match. What's scarier is his kick. You'll never know when he's coming in, and when you do, it's probably be too late. It's hard to predict his timing, and he's strong enough to break bones. He smashed his opponent's leg with one low kick. Are you here to scare me? If you're going to act like my coach, then you should give me more helpful advice. Like weaknesses? His weak point is nothing. If you're going to act like my coach. Yuck, you rat-like son of a bitch. Where did he? The fighter with short black hair throws a punch. The fighter with long black hair, tied back, wonders what the hell that was and why. The fighter with short black hair wonders if he can even reach him. His weaknesses were never revealed because there was no one able to get out of his palms. If you get farther away from me, you'll lose. When the timer is close to ending, he'll suddenly be right in front of my eyes. He's a real bastard, that fucking rat. Yeah, just a rat. I really want to kill you, then see if I can get away with it. Who? What is this guy? What's with this atmosphere? That rude fucker. I'm supposed to catch him and you're here, having all the fun. Kiki. I'm scared. What are you looking at, little boy? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out? Eek. Anyways, that bear has bad taste. I can't believe I'm stuck with that kid. Will he get hit and die first? The two fighters exchange blows. One fighter is knocked back. He prepares to launch a middle kick. The kick connects with brutal force. Behind the fence, someone exclaims that Wu Jin is completely out of balance, stating that this is more than a beating. George Silva stands over his fallen opponent. The sound of bare feet on the mat echoes in the arena. Someone thinks that this is just too much. The opponent is hit, and someone asks if he has what it takes. He says that Tigro sent him, so he came here on purpose. Another person asks if he isn't a bit too weak, and if Tigro has lost his senses. Someone wonders if that is why he retired. A crowd of people is watching the match, and someone yells at the referee to stop the match because it's already over, and that he doesn't know what he's doing. A man tells a kid not to even bother, because he's not going to do any more than this anyway. He says that today, he took a little bit of his anger out on that little weakling. Someone thinks that this is all, and that he purely respects Tigro. He tells him to get out of here and go back to his country. Shamo thinks that one of them has to die for it to be a real fight. Someone laughs, and says that a guy like him must have done one. A bandaged hand is shown. Someone thinks that the clumsy new guys who can't even finish someone off should at least leave a scar. Another person says that they've got it, and that it's been a long time. A shirtless man with bandages is shown. Another man behind a fence asks if he has lost his mind, calling him trash. An archway is shown. A man looks out a window. A hand holds a rosary. A woman opens a door. She was a little surprised when she heard that he was in a place like this. A man in a suit is shown. He is director Ryu Jihak. He is asked how one can be sure of his insights. Ryu Jihak speaks to Mizo. He just got back from home city. Mizo says that she met the people who replaced the former director Taejin. They seem to be docile while their president is away. Ryu Jihak says that he just follows the higher-ups' orders. Mizo says that she doesn't think Shin Taejin is dead. Ryu Jihak stands over Mizo and tells her to tell him where he is right now. He asks if she knows him. The director presses the man, inquiring, "You know that, right, Mr. Director? Where is he right now?" He reflects, "I was out of duty, and I was about to go back. That much I understood, but, Mr. Director, I'm sure that you feel strongly that his death was just a cover-up by them." A masked figure, holding a blade, declares, Shin Taejin was not just anybody. He has survived countless of missions. If they judged that he couldn't handle the mission, then it wouldn't have been given to him in the first place. A voice from the shadows asserts, the strong can be defeated, but Shin Taejin will not be defeated that easily. He's a professional who knows how to survive anything better than everyone else. Ryu Jihak states, then, it's not that he couldn't come back to us. He simply didn't want to. A figure addresses another, ma'am. Someone asks Ryu Jihak, Director, were you close with the former director Shin Taejin? A man reflects, a director who doesn't have people around him. I know that he was the only one you were close with. If the director wishes, I won't dig into this problem anymore. Ryu Jihak says, instead, when the time comes, please take care of him without any hesitation. One figure remarks, the president is going to use Kim Shin, but in my opinion, he will end up being a great threat to Hazong sooner or later. Another responds, I'll cut the buds with my hands at the right time. Until then, please lend me a hand. A voice questions, are you laughing? Ryu Jihak replies, it's a delusion that I won't bother listening to anymore. A figure declares, your stubborn loyalty must have clouded your brain. Shin Taejin is dead. Death was an old wish of Shin Taejin. He stands tall in the room, a stark white coat draped over his frame. If you want to deal with him, go and persuade the chairman. If you manage to do that. The man in the suit stands with his back turned. He states that he'll take care of him anytime. A woman below looks concerned, thinking that Shin Taejin was just collateral. The man in the suit continues to walk down the hallway. He thinks to himself that he will have to push them even more. The man looks down, uttering the name, home. The man in the suit stands outside, wondering if that is where the other person is. A voice declares that he's not there. Two men are in a room. One states that he ain't here. Another voice thinks they're talking about Tigro or Kim Shin. A man with a bloody face tells someone not to look for him anymore. Another man in a cage thinks that Wu Jin did wake up again, but nothing will change. He wonders what he can do to get him out of there. Bare feet run across the floor. Impatience is exactly what Krisa wants. At this point, Krisa won't be on the offensive. He's getting sucked into his counter, fucking. One fighter states that he doesn't know what the other is talking about, idiot. A man with a bloody face thinks that there is no more pretending to be honorable. He wonders what the hell he can do to get him out of there. One of the fighters declares, "Don't you dare play with me." He initiates a takedown, leaving the other to wonder if it was a grapple. It's been a month since their agreement, but the fighter is confident that whatever is coming won't work. The takedown continues, the fighters locked in a struggle for dominance. But the other fighter manages to block the incoming punch. There was a small mistake in Kreese's otherwise perfect balance, leaving him vulnerable to the grapple. His guard is strong, however. He needs to stop his momentum, deciding to go a bit on the outside. The fighters roll around in the mud bath together. One of the fighters thinks to himself that you can't just mindlessly swing your arms around in the cage. A kick is launched, connecting with brutal force. He's in, for the first time. As expected, he's aiming for his head, but he can't reach it. He couldn't avoid it. One fighter lies prone on the ground, while his opponent stands over him, radiating dominance. The standing fighter's fist clenches, a testament to his raw power. In the background, a woman with fiery red hair watches with a stoic expression, accompanied by a man whose gaze is fixed on the unfolding battle. Two men discuss the fight, marveling at the sheer strength displayed, a force that seems to defy the very limits of weight classes. A fighter's face contorts with determination, a silent vow echoing in his mind. I can't just win. A swift kick connects, sending a shockwave through the arena as one fighter's foot slams into his opponent. The word stop reverberates through the air, a stark command that hangs heavy with unspoken implications. One man stands tall, his shadow looming over his fallen adversary, the scene a tableau of victory and defeat. A voice declares, the game is already decided, the words carrying the weight of finality. Blood streaks down a man's face, a grim testament to the brutal exchange that has just transpired. What was that? He thinks, struggling to comprehend the force he just faced. Standing over his defeated foe, one man surveys the scene, the air thick with the unspoken truth. This is a complete defeat. But it's just the first round. We'll move it to tomorrow. What? This wasn't one round. From the very beginning, I just wanted to see how much Kreese's power could be drawn out. Those are the minimum conditions of a brawl. Punch Kreese was going to use. I'll give it to you. Shamo's here? He sure is crazy about the fights in the cage. Wait, if he's here then, are they also? You fucking bear. It was getting fun, but you just had to stop it. That last brat Tigro sent. I don't think he's the same as you. You've worked so hard today. Frigate Iskra killer. Aquila top killer in Iskra. So that's the... I thought I'd see you in the fight. I can't believe you were here. He's one of the candidates I've been scouting for as a newbie. It's difficult to send them away like this. I just took care of the trash that had been left behind anyway. Similarly, there's one more piece of garbage to dispose of. Tell me, Lisa, where did Tigro go? Gustav. The woman demands to know where Tigro is. She wonders aloud if Tigro is even the important thing right now. Two figures stand silhouetted in a doorway, watching the scene unfold. The woman scoffs, realizing they've brought this fight to her own territory. Right in my house as well, huh? The text identifies the figures in hats as Blue Iskra's special guards. The hooded figure's voice is a low growl as he repeats his demand. Tell me where he is. The woman raises an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her voice. Wow, I take it that if I don't answer, you'll kill me? She smirks, a glint in her eye. Killing you is not that simple. I would have flies swarming me everywhere. The woman and the hooded figure are surrounded by the Blue Iskra's special guards, their presence a silent threat. One of the guards speaks, his voice muffled by his mask. The madman Gustav, he's not that good at fighting. Armed specialists have surrounded us. What a sight to behold. The woman sighs, a hint of impatience in her tone. Why can't you find Tigro yourself? She leans back slightly, a knowing smile playing on her lips. I don't think Tigro's going to even bother dealing with you. That feeling of winning, is it that hard to control? Or is it wanting the title of amour that has already been given to someone else? He admits that Lisa caught his eye, but nothing more than that. The hooded figure states that he heard Tigro retired, adding that it's no longer taboo for him to kill him. Lisa pours a drink, stating that of course there's no reason for her to stop him. Lisa warns that he's going to have to pay for it, adding that he can't take anything from her without paying. Lisa continues to pour a drink, thinking that it's such a simple-minded problem. Lisa suggests that the hooded figure try something new instead of killing Tigro. Lisa offers an example, whispering with him. Whispers fill the air. Lisa asks how it is. The hooded figure chuckles, stating that Lisa is the craziest fox that he's ever met. Lisa smiles, stating that Tigro is. The scene is set in Korea, specifically in Home City. The city sprawls beneath a vibrant sunset as people walk through a modern building. A woman wonders if Kim Tae-hoon is the owner of the company now. Below, two men discuss how CEO Kim Jae-hoon was very problematic, and that they aren't going to let someone like that run the company. They believe even a small argument in the company will be venomous to their president. One of the men says it's good to hear that the other isn't an idiot. The other responds that the former president doesn't seem to have any intention of letting him go from his position. He asks why Chairman Kim Tae-hoon was disliked a lot, and the other responds that it's because he liked his second wife more. The woman thinks that now it's a war between the first and the second son, and this is going to be bloody. She thinks the only thing they need to worry about is getting a good salary, and asks if the other is getting sick of it. Two figures walk down a hallway. A man thinks that those bastards will be taught a lesson so that they won't be able to speak like that again. He will politely ask them to be careful of their words. A man sits in a chair and says to come on in. He says he's returned. A woman says, sir, and then another person says you. A man recognizes Gang Chong-suk. Another man says thank you, chief, he's from the old group. A man arrives and says they've arrived, sir. Another man says hello and asks how the other has been doing, ma'am. He wonders why this little bastard is here. A man reacts with a gasp. A man begs for his life, saying to spare him. Kang Chong-suk holds a baby, looking down at it. The group stands around, Kang Chong-suk among them. He thinks to himself, let's not get any blood on our hands again, so that the kid won't have anything to be ashamed of. A hand stabs downwards with a sharp object. Kang Chong-suk walks forward, thinking, a chance. An unknown assassin attacks a man in a suit. The man cries out in pain. Kang Chong-suk smiles menacingly. Lying on the ground, Kang Chong-suk thinks, but I managed to survive. He begins to laugh. Ha, don't be so scared. Cha Soo-min speaks. He brought me some funny news, so I called him in. I heard that Kim Shin was in close contact with Mori's Busan branch. Kim Shin says, isn't that a funny coincidence? He's walking on a tightrope between Hazung and Mori. How dare he? Cha Soo-min thinks, Kim Shin, that crazy guy, what is he up to? She continues, no, that's better, since he's out of the picture. Well then, I'll see you next time. A man grabs Cha Soo-min's face. A voice says, Mr. Chairman, this is clear evidence of betrayal. Cha Soo-min says, you don't have to see anymore. Kim Shin responds, what? The more I see it, the more I like it. Kim Shin thinks, Jae-hoon looks like that bastard during his age. Isn't it amazing that there's nothing on the floor? Even though he came from trash. He calls out, secretary. He is informed that Hazung must go out towards the sun now. Cha Soo-min confirms the directive. The secretary explains that the bigger they get, the lower castle becomes, giving them more reason to not let go. She adds that he will be directly opposing Mr. John. Kim Shin muses that he is out of sight. Secretary Kim wonders what is wrong with that. Cha Soo-min states that she will get it on her own. She adds that all he needs is time right now, because Mr. John has a hidden trump card called Seonjin. The secretary suggests that if they advance immediately, similar to what happened in home, the plan will fail immediately. Cha Soo-min proposes offering them something instead, suggesting it will look good for him. Kim Shin wonders if they really have time on their side. He reflects that no matter how many allies they attract to their side, they will be here for his father and Jae-hoon. He then questions if they can really change the reality of things over time. Secretary Kim states that he doesn't know if a neutral side with a large influence will be willing to join him, if it's someone that can turn the tide. Cha Soo-min reveals that Castle's Holdings chairman is Choi Min-wook. Secretary Kim states that Kim Shin is a great toy and a massive troublemaker, to be able to make his father and other international groups disobey Castle's orders. Kim Shin thinks that he'll force them into a game so that they can make the biggest mistake possible, if he can. He declares his intention to make those disgusting gangster bastards kill themselves all at once. His secretary stands beside him, listening intently. A woman's face is shown in close-up. She thinks that she should let her father rest for now. Kim Shin says to trust him. His secretary looks at him with concern. The Hazung Group's villa stands tall against the night sky. Kim Jae-hoon, in a wheelchair, cries out in anguish, saying he is dying. Kim Shin's name is called out. Kim Jae-hoon sits in distress. Kim Young-sung, the former chairman of Hazung Group and the father of Kim Tae-hoon and Kim Jae-hoon, is informed that he has a call, Mr. Chairman. Kim Young-sung meets Representative Beck. He says it has been a long time. Kim Jae-hoon sits in a chair, looking distressed, and saying he is dying. A hand reaches out, grasping the handle and pulling open a door. A woman stands silently in a hallway, her expression unreadable. The old man who started this family was growing older, but he was happy. Something plagued his mind. When you feel like your own son has gone beyond yourself, it's a completely different situation. That fear will devour your rationality. It's not because his judgment has become blurred due to his old age. On the other hand, fear established a stronghold with the former chairman Kim Young-sung. Did Kim Young-sung's blind jealousy towards her move on to his son? This was the former chairman's wish after all. To rule as the emperor, rather than staying as a smaller version of the castle. He's a great man who would be willing to shed more than enough blood for his son. I swear, I don't doubt your victory, Chairman Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon's mother was the one. The position is yours and only yours. I'll make it happen. Now I'm going to find Shin Tae-jin. Mr. Chairman, you may have a different opinion, but I feel sorry that such a small knife has to protect you. I heard about what happened to your second son, Chairman. He sits in a plush chair, phone pressed to his ear. Kim Jae-hoon says, I'm sorry for your loss. It's a shame that you're still overseas. Kim Jae-hoon continues, it's all because of my foolish son. I'm afraid Mr. Beck might be uncomfortable. Jae-hoon was injured, even though he was with CEO Beck's underling. Kim Jae-hoon says, of course, please accept my sincere apologies. But what can I do? This was a strict order from Chairman Choi Min-wook, so should we only use it to start some noise? Kim Jae-hoon continues the conversation. Ho ho, and what's wrong with that, Mr. Beck? The world-class Beck Duchan is dealing with the ants himself. That alone is more than enough reason for the noise. This is nothing but a minor problem. A foot descends, crushing the earth above a grave. Kim Jae-hoon's voice echoes. You need to think a bit bigger, Mr. Beck. I just wish to confirm the trust between us through this act. Trust, you say? Kim Jae-hoon says. Naturally, I'll show it to you as well. Then when are you going to show him how to get that trust? Kim Jae-hoon continues. Apparently Mr. Beck's outside his turf at this moment. I've been told to restore its lost ownership. When I dealt with Kong Min-sung's case, not killing off his extended family was going to bring quite a few problems, so I had to make it a necessary step. Kim Jae-hoon says. Chairman Choi Min-wook. That man, who has tasted blood against a man that thrives in it, right? I'm sure you know it, right? Kim Jae-hoon's expression hardens. I suddenly realize that Representative Beck is no longer suitable for his position. Kim Jae-hoon says, I need you to help me break my eldest son's habit. I will provide you with all the necessary military funds and shares from both the Hazung Group and the others he left behind. First of all, I'd like to mark you for your credibility, but... Kim Jae-hoon asks, what did you think about this old man's offer? A sinister smile spreads across his face. Phew. He throws his head back, a chilling laugh echoing through the room. Kim Jae-hoon speaks into the phone, his words laced with menace. He states that it will take more than 10 years before the oldest son can reach his father. The man in the suit states that he will send the information that he wants taken care of. He looks forward to the good news soon. The man on the phone mentions something he couldn't tell him earlier, about the one who keeps instigating those ants. Below, a man is beaten on the ground. Kim Jae-hoon reflects on events from about 10 years ago, when Mr. Beck himself worked on the hit. He muses that this is the seed of revenge that wasn't dug out properly. He adds that Mr. Beck is good in many ways. Kim Jae-hoon grips a knife, thinking about the sly old man who keeps trying to feed him by mouth. A man observes that someone has been working diligently these days, and that's enough. He notes that the assassination was supposed to be well organized, but this is a mess. He adds that Young-sung of Hasung sent them the data. The order is given. Get rid of them all. Below, men are shown being beaten. Kim Jae-hoon smiles, asking if he is finally going back to Korea. A man wipes the knife behind him, with the implication that he'll have something to use it on soon. The person of interest seems to be him, the boss is told. There's an option to take this guy alive and bring him back. A close-up of a man's intense, wide eyes. Tigro. Based on the combination of the Bulwi leader's notes and the existing information from Iskra, the pillars of Castle are divided into approximately 4 factions that are within it. While one of the factions has strong political positions and secured funds, the other side is overwhelmingly superior in force. It's more akin to a guardianship. With the current information, based on pure strength alone, who should we avoid completely? But I'm sure he's more than recovered by now. We don't have enough time. There are 5 months remaining, and then, no matter how powerful we get, it won't be enough. If we fight head-on with one another, we'll be defeated. No one will be able to touch them. Oh, sorry. It looks pretty good, but it's selfish. Probably because your mind is filled with trying to plan out our next move. Want to let some steam out? Doesn't it feel stuffy in this small hotel room? So there's this nice gym right in front of the hotel. It's been a while. Let's go. What are you peeking at? All right. The blonde man, standing in what appears to be a kitchen, says, I've only met the brat recently, and it was a great feeling. He continues, you know I'm fully responsible for you, right? The blonde man adds, in that sense, it's cute. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man clenches his fist, thinking, these will work right. The blonde man, walking barefoot, reflects, I was getting sick of following him around. The dark-haired man's expression hardens. The blonde man is shown from a low angle, holding a knife. The blonde man is shown again, the knife glinting in the light. The dark-haired man's eyes widen slightly. He thinks, wah, is that bastard out? Damn, that was fast. The dark-haired man, standing in front of a punching bag, says, let's change the routine. Nothing has changed since the last time we fought each other. The blonde man, holding a knife, grins and says, you should have put like this much MSG, or how to cook in a more tigro. The dark-haired man looks down, thinking, compared to that time where? He mutters, Jinte. The dark-haired man warns, you should go back at this point. He continues, if you stay with me, you'll. The dark-haired man stares intently. In the gym, one man warns, if you come near me, you'll die. The tension is rising. A man thinks to himself. A voice declares, you seem overconfident. Another wonders, but what should I do, boss? What about Oduwa? From the shadows, a man asks, do you think you can handle him? The tension continues to build. Lunging forward, the man with blonde hair prepares to strike with a knife, thinking, I feel like I'll win no matter what. On the ground, the man with dark hair wonders, what if there are a lot of people who are as strong as him? His eyes narrow with determination. The man with dark hair blocks the incoming knife attack. The blonde-haired man prepares to strike again. A voice echoes, Ku, it's been a while. Are you really going to go without practicing? The two men clash, both wielding knives. The two men trade blows, knives flashing in the dim light. Kim Shin's movements are swift, but Oh Duwa meets each attack with practiced ease. The clash of steel echoes as their blades meet again and again. Each strike is delivered with lethal intent, the air thick with tension. A memory surfaces. After meeting Boss and Min Sung, he took a lot of pledges to be reborn stronger and train till he felt like dying. The one who went to Iskra with Boss numerous times, till death felt close, is him. He thinks, show me Oh Duwa's moves. A voice echoes in his mind. Then you can look as good as you want. The fight intensifies, each man determined to gain the upper hand. The sound of metal on metal rings out as they continue their deadly dance. Oduwa is sent sprawling, hitting the ground hard. A grunt escapes his lips as he tries to regain his footing. Oduwa is experienced. Just when he assumed that he had the upper hand, an axe unknowingly strikes as fast as lightning, as if cutting through a sheet of paper. Kim Shin thinks, your knife is swift and sharp, but it's too fast to deal heavy blows. Kim Shin stands over Oduwa, who is still on the ground. He asks, how long are you going to lie down like that? Oduwa pushes himself up, a smirk playing on his lips. Till you stop nagging. I was planning to get up after that. The blade finds its mark, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The fight is far from over. Kim Shin kicks Oduwa away. A sharp crack echoes. Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-jeon, who don't have anything to lose, grapple. Oduwa thinks, also you, who's different from me and Cha Su-min. Kim Shin continues to fight with a knife. Kim Shin thinks, you still have a precious person to protect. Your little sister may be waiting for you, even if you're a useless big brother. Oduwa grabs Kim Shin's arm, telling him to go back to Russia. The fight continues. Kim Shin is stabbed. Oduwa is on the ground. Kim Shin thinks, later, when I leave, don't try to hold on to my pants and cry. I'll go back. Kim Shin thinks, after I'm done with this, that is. The fight continues, with Oduwa thinking, but when did we live without putting our lives at stake? A knife is brandished, ready to strike. A voice declares that he won't fall because of something like this. The knife wielder continues, stating that he has already visited the gates of hell multiple times. The knife flashes as the fight continues. A moment of reflection. A man remembers when he was allowed to escape from that living hell. He vowed to repay that debt from the bottom of his heart. Jin Tae is addressed by Kim Shin. Kim Shin states that they have been preparing a lot, but Jin Tae is the best weapon. He will let him join in at the most dangerous. Kim Shin says that if Jin Tae hadn't said that, he'd be sad. He tells him to join him and manage home from now onwards. Jin Tae states that he'll return to home now. Kim Shin asks why he won't come with him then. Kim Shin asks why Jin Tae does this right after setting their bond on fire. Jin Tae replies that there's not much time left and tells him to keep working hard. Kim Shin says that he has someone that he needs to meet. The title of the series is displayed, Castle. A voice greets the president with a good morning. Imuyal booms, demanding silence and questioning who greets someone so loudly with so many people present. The man notes that it's not easy to see each other's faces. Leaning against the window, the man wonders if there's anything good to enjoy. A voice notes that the president is angry when he's the one who made a mistake. A white car drives along the road. Inside the car, a man asks if Baek Duchan was behind the attack. Another voice notes that it's definitely Russian, but weird if you look at it closely. A man states that he doesn't think it's Baek Duchan. Another voice demands to know where the other is wandering off to, reminding him that he was told to come up right away. A third voice states that it's common sense that if you're asked to do something, you need to finish it completely. A voice states that the current situation showed rash behavior, but even then, if it was him, he'd have finished the work and dealt with you. A hand holds a cigarette case, and a voice states to stay in one piece till all the family members arrive from the mainland. Another voice says there's nothing good about making a huge fuss. A man in a car states that being on standby is over. Another voice says that they're almost done and that they haven't seen gold before. A man smoking a cigarette thinks about gold from Balgeo village and remembers those bastards who sold their organs. A voice states that right now, it's gold capital handling the money, those motherfuckers. Another voice says that honestly, those pieces of shit aren't at the same level as us at fighting. A man smoking a cigarette thinks about sending his children to Busan secretly. Another voice asks if Duwa knows who's the fattest bloke in Castle. A voice wonders if it's Hazung or Huajin's Yu Sung from the new continent, before concluding that both could be equally powerful. The man in the gray suit speaks, his expression serious. But this. Text appears, detailing the influence of money. Gold spends loads of cash on people to attract them, and instantly wins their favor. It doesn't matter if they used to sell organs or whatever, but all that dirty money is being wasted on this country. Kim Hwang, identified as being from Gold Capital, appears, his face stern. A speech bubble declares that gold isn't normal, followed by a sharp, don't. A man is being brutally beaten, the impact of each blow sending shockwaves through his body. The beatings continue, the sounds of pain echoing as a voice promises to warm up their bodies in no time. The man from panel 1 sits in a car, looking out the window. He thinks that it's not like they don't have power, and that someone should also accept it. A close-up of a man's face, the text indicating it's Choi Dalcheon's. A muscular man in a white shirt asks where someone wants to be taken for some breathing exercises. Choi Dalcheon's torso and legs are shown, the text indicating that someone is the best and should come to the location, where there will be a showdown. A car pulls up to a cafe. Kim Hyuk-ju adjusts his jacket. He says, let's go in. Inside, Oduwa greets them. Wahaha, brother and welcome. Long time no see, brother Kim. Vice President Oh gestures for them to enter. Vice President Oh, please come in. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks to himself that cafes are a little disgusting for his standards. He suggests, let's order something first. Kim Shin says, I would like a dark latte coffee with firm egg yolk on it. Another man says, I'd like a simple cup of coffee. The man behind the counter says, anything but add 5 tablespoons of sugar. Kim Shin replies, I'll go with the one with firm egg yolk too. A cup of coffee with egg yolk is placed on the table. Kim Hyuk Ju thinks to himself, what the hell? How is someone supposed to drink this? Kim Shin sips his coffee. He thinks, haha, there is a cafe in Seoul with the same coffee, but this one is the real deal. Odua holds his coffee. He asks, so what do you think? The man thinks about the future movements of Representative Baek Doo-chan and Senior Kim Yong-sung. He wonders if Baek Doo-chan will hold the hand of the young president of Hazong and become his sword, or if he will continue to carry the experienced former chairman Kim Yong-sung like he did before. Kim Hyuk Ju lights a cigarette. He thinks, not yet. I don't think times have changed yet. He also thinks that Kim Yong-sung, that geezer, probably threw away Wang Jian. Kim Shin and others discuss Kim Yong-sung and Chun Il-du's suspicious behavior, noting they were laying low. He observes that there are dozens of sea squirts inside the sea. Kim Hwang, wearing a fedora, reflects that they have never been against the waves. That's why he was able to close the rice bowls for so long. Kim Shin states that he'll get to the point. Kim Shin asks what Brother Kim's plan is. Kim Hwang chuckles, showing no hesitation. It is said that Kim Hwang was born with the ability to smell money. He holds a teacup. Kim Hwang states that he's going to get out of this mess of gain and loss, and aim for the spot where the smell of money is the best. Kim Hwang declares that first of all, they will secretly weaken their main forces without anyone knowing. Kim Hwang explains that when Chairman Choi feels a sense of crisis, he will be forced to stay by their side, and in return, he will make them do the rest of the work. Kim Hwang states that they will be the biggest beneficiary of VIP's election. Kim Hwang laughs, saying that's so smart and that he was right to choose the person he's speaking to. Kim Hwang states that for that, getting Ma Hak-young and Baek Doo-chan is important. He adds that Yu Woo-sung, the clever one, isn't going to step forward anyway, and that they are not random street hooligans, so they should get rid of the lame ideas. Kim Hwang states that the business is literally hunting. He adds that it's a tough situation, so it's hard to use guns. Kim Shin remarks that they will have to deal with Japan's best fixer and Korea's best hitman at the same time. He adds that if they mess things up this time, it's over. Yoon asks if this is all there's to it. Another man asks if they found that dead meat crow yet. Kim Hwang says that they should look out for him. Yoon's brother says that he's too worried, and asks if there is anyone here who doesn't know that. Kim Shin says that he will have to leave soon. He has power but no self-interest, and they can take advantage of it. A man says that he'll divide them into teams and make them infiltrate Busan. He tells them to keep that in mind. Yoon states that the day they make a move is the day the sky changes. A man in a purple hoodie thinks that soon his family will be coming over from the mainland. He thinks that it's that fucker out of all of them. Young Sung-young thinks to himself, let's run. He thinks, damn it, what am I doing? How did I even become like this? Young Sung-young thinks that it kind of feels awkward. Kim Shin asks if he came here to take revenge. He continues, saying that the hooded figure might think this is a type of revenge. Kim Shin tells the hooded figure that he should work under him. The hooded figure questions why. The hooded figure thinks Kim Shin would rather beat the shit out of him and questions what he is talking about. Kim Shin thinks of him as a dog. Kim Shin says that he doesn't feel so good without the hooded figure and the others. He says, just so. The hooded figure asks how Kim Shin is sure that he won't betray him again. Kim Shin apologizes, thinking that it still hurts in the back of the hooded figure's head. Kim Shin asks why the hooded figure dressed like that today. He thinks, so why are? Kim Shin states that today he is going to welcome some hot dog shit from Japan. Kim Shin is met by a group of people. One of them says that he's here. One of the men questions why there are so many people here and asks if they are just here for a visit. Kim Shin tells the others to hurry up and follow him, saying it's going to be a busy day. One of the men questions Kim Shin. A man's boot comes to a stop, blood pooling around it. The man looks up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. What the? A man behind him speaks, telling him to bow down. He thanks the man for coming all the way. The man bows. He introduces himself as Pyo Young from the Busan branch. A smaller text bubble identifies another man as squad leader Hyde. Hyde, right-hand man of Odua and head of Mori Trust Investment, stands tall. Pyo Young asks if he was the one who defeated Mo Sung-yu. He confirms that he was. Hyde states that Mo Sung-yu looked more promising. A group of men stand in the background, observing the exchange. It's very. Hyde, wearing sunglasses, finds the situation interesting. He assures someone not to worry too much because they'll be going somewhere soon. Pyo Young is told that he looks young, which is interesting. Hyde reveals that he even brought a Japanese interpreter when he was told that Pyo Young was Japanese, but he's fluent in Korean. Hyde asks Pyo Young what he thinks, stating that it's a little crazy, but he doesn't think that will bother him. Pyo Young replies that it's different. Pyo Young's expression hardens. What? Hyde considers the situation. The footsteps are different, he notes, questioning what that could mean. He has a sharp eye for real talent, he muses. A flashback reveals the insight the 19-year-old learned through countless fights. The boy grew up being surrounded by powerful men since childhood. Becoming familiar to their breathing and movement, soon they were imprinted on his subconscious mind. A young man gazes out a window. The memory continues, showing the powerful men who surpass common sense. Finally, the genius began to hatch from his shell, but now that he knows what he is. He felt the gap between them with his whole body. The scene shifts to outside of Home City, where a weathered building stands. Oh, the man sits, observing. A woman stands outside, framed by the autumn leaves. In that case, we're caught between a rock and a hard place. Two figures sit at a table in a quiet restaurant, the air thick with unspoken thoughts. It has become quite cold, Jin-tae thinks to himself. He doesn't believe he can teach Kim Dae-jeon anything more. Now the only thing that can make him strong is practice. Elsewhere, a crash echoes in an office. Jin-tae clutches his hand, a grimace twisting his features. Damn it, it's getting worse. It's about time he made a decision. I'm already a dead man, Jin-tae thinks. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful. My hands are shaking. An elderly woman apologizes. Go after this, young man. You must have had a few drinks. The sound of shattering porcelain rings through the air. Can I have this? Don't you know? It's a snack. I don't like snacks, Jin-tae thinks to himself. Of course you can have it, it's on the house. That loud granny gave this. He doesn't know why he is so attached to this place, without any reason. Now, let's wrap things up. Kim Shin ascends the stairs, a briefcase in hand. Below, Cha Soo-min looks up at him, her expression unreadable. She calls out his name. Kim Shin and Soo-min stand face to face. He reminds her that she hasn't stopped by the office since he left. Kim Shin admits that Soo-min is better at managing people than he is, and asks for a break. Kim Shin and Soo-min walk together. He wonders how far she thinks she will go. Soo-min wonders if what they already got is enough of a reason to stop now. Kim Shin realizes he hasn't apologized to Soo-min properly. She replies that nothing good comes from an apology. Kim Shin apologizes, admitting he's been acting cowardly. He explains he was trying his best to not let them get killed. He declares that he is not going to regret it. Kim Shin and Soo-min continue their conversation. Jin-tae sits with his head in his hands, lamenting that he can't even ask for forgiveness from his uncle anymore. He also found out the truth after a long time, and that castle was using Yoon Deok-soo to keep them in check. Soo-min reflects that it was like putting a dagger around a grieving person's neck. She declares that she is going to follow the boss to the end. Kim Shin and Soo-min stand together. She says that as much as she regrets it now, she wants to do it. Kim Shin walks alone, then slams his fist into a metal wall. The building stands silent, its windows like vacant eyes staring into the night. Kim Hyuk-ju stands framed in the doorway, his expression stern. He demands, "Why the hell are you so early? Shin Tae-jin, where is he?" A hand grips metal bars, knuckles white with tension. Elsewhere, the blonde man listens intently. The man in the suit stands with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. A voice questions him, "What? Why are you here?" A close-up reveals a face etched with concern. Did they find out? He wonders. Below, the blonde man's expression hardens. Kim Hyuk-ju raises a fist, his gaze intense. "Who is that?" he asks. The blonde man replies, "Also, if you don't need anything else, get out of here." The man below seems to be thinking. A figure walks away, disappearing into the shadows. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting ominously. The man's face is grim, his eyes narrowed. "You're not going to do that, are you?" he thinks. Below, Kim Hyuk-ju's expression is unreadable. Hands clench into fists, knuckles straining. Hasung knows the truth. A voice thinks. The man in the suit stands ready. Feet plant firmly on the ground, ready for action. Stay focused, this is going to be troublesome. And he's not a pushover either. A voice thinks. Fuck, I'll take the lead first. A brutal impact. Jin-tae's face contorts in agony as he is struck with tremendous force. He couldn't see it coming. Kim Hyuk-ju throws a punch, thinking to himself that at least his body knows what to do. The force of the blow lands squarely on Jin-tae's face. Kim Hyuk-ju wonders how many hits he can withstand. Jin-tae is sent flying backwards, a look of shock on his face. Kim Hyuk-ju realizes that Jin-tae fights with a knife, barely surviving the encounter. He thinks to himself that if he had gone in, he would have a hole in his stomach. Kim Hyuk-ju acknowledges that Jin-tae is not a normal guy. He reflects that if it wasn't for his training with Shin Tae-jin, he would have lost the fight by now. Kim Hyuk-ju's suit ripples in the aftermath of the fight. A voice tells Kim Hyuk-ju that he gets 50 points for his correct decision, adding that he's pretty good. Kim Hyuk-ju is asked if it was Shin Tae-jin who taught him that. He tells the speaker to relax. Kim Hyuk-ju thinks to himself that he doesn't use knives on chickens. Kim Hyuk-ju punches Jin-tae again. Jin-tae is left speechless. Kim Hyuk-ju stands over Jin-tae, who is being held, the fight clearly over. What is happening? Jin-tae wonders, his mind struggling to catch up with the reality of the situation. Kim Hyuk-ju delivers a final blow, sealing Jin-tae's fate. Can I even win this fight? Jin-tae questions, doubt creeping into his thoughts. He reflects on his training, the countless hours spent honing his skills to fight the top 10. I thought I could win this fight and had a slight advantage, Jin-tae thinks, but I lost. Kim Hyuk-ju stands tall, a silent victor over Jin-tae's defeated body. He lost to a complete stranger. He's on a different level, Jin-tae realizes, his eyes reflecting the harsh truth of his defeat. It's like I'm a child fighting an adult. What did I even train so much for? Jin-tae wonders, the question echoing in the silence of his defeat. A knife falls, landing dangerously close to Jin-tae's head, a stark reminder of the stakes. The knife sticks into the ground, its sharp point a symbol of the brutal reality of his loss. Kim Hyuk-ju stands over Jin Tae, the victor looking down at the defeated. Shin Tae-jin declares his name, and Kim Dae-jeon is told to run. Two figures flee the scene as quickly as possible. He questions what is being talked about, insisting that he can still fight. The man is told that the person in front of him is not just from the lower rounds of Castle, but he's one of Castle's top members. Cha Soo-min walks down the street. She is told that she is not the only coward, Dae-jeon. All she could do was cry and swallow her anger. Even when the enemy who killed her father shamelessly visited the mortuary. He doesn't know if he can fight against monsters like that. Cha Soo-min corrects herself. Leave her alone, he demands. Is he crazy? Someone wonders. A voice echoes, reflecting on the past. He's the only one I know from back then. The name surfaces, Cha Soo-min. She walks away, her back turned to the unseen observer, disappearing into the urban landscape. Kim Shin's father and a detective states that Jin Tae is alive, but has not reported back, and accuses him of training the enemy. Jin Tae, holding a knife, is told that his actions are a clear sign of betrayal and that he doesn't want to live. The blade gleams in the dim light as Jin Tae holds it steady. He declares that he did it because he wanted to. Kim Shin is told to go by Jin Tae, who is also known as Kim Dae-jeon. Jin Tae, gripping the knife tightly, admits that he won't last much longer. A voice shouts, "Go!" Jin Tae lunges forward, knife in hand, ready to strike. Kim Shin's eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Kim Shin's expression hardens as he prepares to defend himself. The two clash, a whirlwind of motion as Jin Tae attacks Kim Shin. Jin Tae presses his attack, the knife a blur as he aims for a fatal blow. With a resounding thud, Kim Shin is sent flying, crashing to the ground. Jin Tae's eyes widened, a storm of confusion brewing within him. What was happening? He was sure he had seen the knives pierce their necks. Fueled by rage, Jin Tae lunged forward, his fist clenched. That son of a... Kim Shin lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. No, Dae-jeon, stop. The blonde man, standing over the fallen Kim Shin, smirked. Also, I'm done with my work here. The man walked away, his thoughts echoing in the empty space. If it were him, he would have finished the job already. The blonde man held a knife, his expression cold. I didn't come here under somebody's orders. But that secretary has grasped your movements. Kim Shin, lying on the ground, knew what was coming. Will be orders to hunt me down. The knife lay on the ground, a silent promise of violence. Chairman Kim Tae-hoon is a person who will never allow me to escape his grasp. Jin Tae, his face grim, ordered, get away from here. Kim Shin, still on the ground, wondered, why? Why didn't you kill me? You're not bound to anyone's order. He walks away, lost in thought. Maybe it was because he remembered the meals they used to share. Lying on the ground, Kim Shin hears Jin Tae say he doesn't know, then thanks him. Kim Shin walks along a wall. He thinks to himself, wondering why he thought Jin Tae wasn't in home. Standing with a woman, Kim Shin wonders if that was a lie, too. The man is from back then, one of the top 10. The man stands in a doorway. Kim Dae-jeon, did they fight? Not now. The man says he just got back. The chairman is waiting, telling him to hurry up and come to Hazam. Two men stand together. The man says okay. Standing by a window, Kim Shin thinks it wasn't this bad the other day when they fought. As he knows, he's still recovering because he didn't finish. He sits hunched over, his expression grim. Kim Shin thinks to himself, I can at least handle this kind of fuss. Jin Tae stands by the window, looking down at Kim Shin. He asks, so, are you free now? There's one last thing that I want to tell you. Jin Tae is leaving now. Kim Shin replies, yes. Jin Tae says, thank you so much. I learned a lot thanks to you. He continues, I've got you a ship and a lot of things that you will need. Think of it as my tuition fees. Jin Tae says, it's kinda awkward after what happened today. You didn't get discouraged from what happened, right? He adds, short time. Jin Tae says, I wouldn't have started training if I was going to remain a loser. He continues, yeah, that's right. You're not weak, Kim Dae-jeon. It's just that the guy you met was special. Kim Dae-jeon is surrounded by people. Jin Tae says, he is the third or fourth in the top 10 of Castle. But, you are strong, Kim Dae-jeon. Jin Tae says, there's no way I can become strong enough to fight Castle in A. He continues, yourself, your tenacity, and strong faith. It's not something just anyone else can learn. Your last lesson. Jin Tae says, you might have been unable to see his and mine movements, right? Try putting yourself in my place, and try to see it. And when you do, you'll find your own way. Kim Dae-jeon thinks to himself, I don't think I can even defeat him fair and square. Jin Tae says, if you grow to that level, you'll definitely be able to fight against Castle. This last month was a very meaningful time for me. Make sure you achieve what you want, Kim Dae-jeon. A fishing vessel cuts through the dark waters, its destination unknown. Inside a dimly lit room, men huddle together. One of them voices his despair. He doesn't know where to go. Kim Shin sits alone, head in his hand. Where can he end this sinful life in peace, he wonders. Kim Shin holds a fortune cookie in his hand, a small paper bag resting beside him. The fortune reads, a long-cherished wish will be granted. It was a pretty good lunch, he thinks. He wishes Jin Tae had opened this. A child is bundled in a blanket, being cared for by an older man. The man coos, yum. A hand exchanges money for an item. The item is marked Grade A. A small town in Southeast Asia basks in the sunlight. Kim Shin knocks on a door. Excuse me, he says. A person behind a counter greets him. Welcome, they say. What can I do for you, sir? Kim Shin replies, please give me a passport to any nearby country. A man speaks from behind bars. Just go to the immigration office. Hey, there is a new crazy fucker looking for passports in my fortune-telling shop. He pleads, wait please. I'll pay double the price. A woman sits at a table, looking at a book. She says, make him one, uncle. A woman with wavy brown hair sits, smoking a cigarette and reading a book titled Restaurant Guide. She thinks she can guarantee his identity. A man in a cap thinks he hasn't seen her before. The woman from the previous panel sighs, thinking that if Marina can guarantee it, then it must be true. Uncle Carlo, a black marketer, flexes his arm, thinking he should go straight through the door on his right, but grade A will be a little difficult to make. A man walks down a hallway, carrying a bag. A hand opens a barred door. A man looks at something. A man walks. A close-up of a man's face. Two men stand in a room. A man looks up, thinking, eh? A man yells, who the hell do we have here? There's a ghost? A man aims a gun. The assassin levels a shotgun. He asks Kim Shin if he is the ghost. Kim Shin remarks on the wonderful coincidence of their meeting. The assassin states that he can't believe he ran into him in such a place. Two figures stand at the entrance. Kim Shin thinks to himself that he is cornered like a mouse. The assassin says that there is a rumor going around that Hasung's cleaner is dead. He adds that's why he told the guy spreading the rumor. Kim Shin thinks that there is no way the cleaner is that easy to kill, and that he is as persistent as a cockroach. The assassin is enraged. Kim Shin thinks that he is not the type to die to a fish in a pond. The assassin tells Kim Shin that he doesn't have to worry. He continues that he is not going to talk about the ghost he saw today, as they used to be comrades once. Kim Shin thanks him for that. Kim Shin says that he will be taking his leave now. The assassin asks why he is afraid that Ryu Ji-hak will follow him. Kim Shin thinks that Hasung won't be able to track him too long. The assassin states that he is going to Korea himself to clean up Kim Shin's mess. Kim Shin asks what he means. The assassin explains that this body cleans the mess when the cleaner doesn't do his job. He calls out Tang. Kim Shin and the assassin face each other. The assassin says that they will meet again, if God wills so, and bids Kim Shin goodbye, calling him barista. The assassin thinks that Kim Shin is a scaredy cat, and laughs. The barista is moving. Why? Kim Yong-sung also sent Baek Du-chan to Russia. The group cannot deal with the likes of him yet. Although there is a great potential for growth, it'll be the end of them if the professionals make a move. So that's why he was in the black market. I'm sure barista has thoroughly prepared for fighting them. There's no good by staying here. I have to leave as soon as possible. I can just get a Class B passport anywhere else. Kim Shin's thank you so much. I learned a lot thanks to you. Fuck. I'll pay you. Back with this, Kim Shin, Kim Daejeon. I'll kill barista here. Ha ha ha. Yes, this is where the fun begins. Our reunion was not so heartwarming. The reunion of the barista and the cleaner. It was bullshit for our reunion to end like, bye in the first place, right? The man in the car mutters to himself. The car speeds through the streets. The car continues its high-speed chase. The car crashes into another vehicle. Kim Shin wonders how the hell this happened. The man orders his men to go after him. The man welcomes the cleaner to his world. The cleaner is spotted by his target. The cleaner prepares for a fight. The cleaner aims his weapon. The cleaner kicks a man in the face. He grabs Kim Shin, initiating a brutal assault. Stabbing him in the back, the assassin draws blood. Following up, the assassin kicks Kim Shin with brutal force. He levels his weapon, ready to fire. Kim Shin manages to grab the gun, turning the tables. Gunshots ring out. One of the men remarks, the village beggars are here. The other man responds, looks like they're climbing up to beg for money. Do you want me to kill them all? Meanwhile, a man stands over a pile of money and knives. He declares, I'll give 10 times more of this to whoever gets him. Hey boss. The boss orders, go get his head. He observes the crowd, thinking, look at these people, doing anything for money. I like their. Another man, covered in scars, thinks to himself, thirst. Keek. Carrying the other man, Kim Shin stated that they were all bait. He ordered the other to drive him to the building he was pointing towards, declaring he would rip his head off. Kim Shin gave the signal to go. The unknown assassin raised his rifle, an animalistic sound echoing in the distance. Kim Shin yelled, asking if Shin Tae-jin was listening. The assassin gripped his knife, knowing it was the survival instinct that made a living for a day, and that he had no choice but to take a knife to survive. They were poor people, but what could he do? If he wanted to live, he had to kill them. The assassin attacked with his weapon. The assassin kicked out. Looking through the window, Kim Shin realized this was bad. There were too many. The assassin held his rifle. A man was shot. Even so, if he kills these people, it'll be a total slaughter. Kim Shin's father and a detective considers the grim prospect, his expression unreadable in the dim light. The metallic click of a gun being readied echoes in the silence. Let's just get rid of the ones with guns. Kim Shin, alongside another, levels his rifle, the barrel glinting under the harsh fluorescent lights. The air hangs thick with anticipation. The crosshairs settle, a silent promise of violence. Kim Shin's gaze is unwavering, focused on the target. The cold steel of the gun presses against his gloved hand. And hurry up and kill barista? A sudden burst of energy sends Kim Shin reeling backward, the air crackling with unseen force. Come to think of it, isn't it all nostalgic? Kim Shin stands with a rifle, his mind drifting back to a time when you were a new ass and pointed a gun at my head. Confined within the cold, unforgiving bars, Kim Shin stands alone, a prisoner of his own making. That daring ass of yours hasn't changed a bit, even now or then. Kim Shin sits, his posture betraying a weariness that belies his youthful appearance. The weight of his choices settles upon him. Don't you think it's time to stop pretending to be noble? Huh? Shin Tae-jin's face contorts in a sneer, his eyes burning with a manic intensity. Show us your true fucking nature, Shin Tae-jin. A blade gleams, reflecting the harsh light, a symbol of the violence to come. Kim Shin stands defiant, a monstrous figure looming behind him, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The air crackles with an otherworldly energy. He looks down, his expression grim. Footsteps echo as a sword is drawn. The footsteps continue, the man's face contorted in anger. Shin Tae-jin is kicked to the ground. He looks up, clutching his sword. Shin Tae-jin is impaled on the bars, blood splattering. Slash. Shin Tae-jin looks down, blood dripping from his face. You're more than any other man in castle. He stands, bathed in red light, gripping his sword. You're the devil soaked in blood. A voice calls him a devil. Jin Tae, bloodied but unbowed, agrees. That's the perfect word to describe him. Elsewhere, a man flexes his arm, having broken free from his restraints. A hand reaches through the bars, testing the limits of its confinement. From above, the escape unfolds as figures move with purpose. Jin Tae peers through a shattered window, his gaze fixed on something beyond. A few years ago, a figure fires a weapon through a window, the glass shattering from the impact. In a snowy forest, armed men unleash a hail of gunfire. They have already wasted 3 weeks. A group discusses their target. They have finally got Kong Min-sung cornered in that village, and they can't afford to let him get away. A man's face fills the frame, his expression grim as he commands, kill everything alive. A figure fires a handgun, the muzzle flash illuminating the scene. A man lies dead on the floor, a pool of blood spreading around him. Beside him, another body rests, a shotgun lying nearby. Jin Tae's expression is grim as he thinks to himself, just a humble hunter couple. Jin Tae continues his internal monologue. Even if they weren't part of Kong Min-sung's gang, they had to hold a gun to protect themselves. I'm sorry. A curtain hangs still, hiding what lies behind. A young boy peeks out from behind the curtain, tears streaming down his face. Jin Tae, holding a gun, thinks, damn it, he's too young. Another child hides under a bed, tears welling in his eyes. A voice whispers, stay hidden for at least a day. Jin Tae asks, hey, what are you doing? A man with scars on his neck stands with his arms crossed, stating, the success of this operation depends on us, and disobeying the order is a form of betrayal. Jin Tae looks to the side, thinking, does this boy look like a member of Kong Min-sung's gang? The scarred man says, we would be wasting unnecessary bullets. Another man replies, waste of bullets? That's frugal. He looks like a director of Hazam. The scarred man's eyes narrow as he thinks, you won't have any problem if I kill him with a knife, right? A click echoes in the room. He tells the other man to just try it, his expression daring. Kim Shin levels his weapon, his eyes narrowed. He thinks to himself, pointing a fucking gun at your colleague even when you are in the same boat. Kim Shin keeps the gun trained on Jin Tae. Kim Shin's gaze is intense, his brow furrowed. Jin Tae thinks, I'll let that little brat live. You will be reprimanded for sure. Don't regret it later. The sound of footsteps echoes through the room. A gunshot rings out, and Jin Tae is struck. Kim Shin presses the gun against Jin Tae's head, his expression unwavering. The gun remains pressed against Jin Tae's head, the tension palpable. Kim Shin thinks, Coo. Quite the turn of events? I don't know, should I call? Jin Tae retaliates, holding a knife to Kim Shin's throat. He wonders what he should do. Kim Shin's expression is grim. He thinks, it'll be quite painful if you get a hole in your lungs. Kim Shin's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed as he stares intently. A walkie-talkie displays a message. Everyone rush to point B. Kim Shin brandishes a knife, his gaze intense. He asks, do you know what's more important to a drug dealer like me? The knife gleams in Kim Shin's hand as he declares, it's credit. I've never been in debt to anyone. Look forward to it. Sooner or later, this debt. Jin Tae walks through a desolate, sparsely furnished room. He sits with his head in his hands, a picture of despair. I can't help you. Gather everything you can and flee to the next town, he thinks. Jin Tae walks away, his back to the viewer. If you don't stop in the middle, you will have enough resources to last about a day and a half, he thinks. A lone chair sits in a room, the scene bathed in a somber light. Jin Tae stands outside a building, the falling snow creating a bleak atmosphere. Looking up, Jin Tae hopes, I hope it ends soon. His face etched with worry, he wonders, still, is it going to be okay? A voice reassures him, I'm sure. You have enough courage to get away safely. A man stands amidst fallen bodies, leveling a pistol. He shouts, die, you devil. A close-up reveals a man's face, contorted in pain or anguish. A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, arms outstretched. The camera focuses on polished shoes standing in a pool of blood. A voice whispers, boss. Two men stand in what appears to be a prison, engaged in hushed conversation. A muscular arm clenches into a fist. A voice says, "You were fed nicely." The man in the doorway thinks to himself, "How dare he hang your body and use it as a trick to escape?" The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. A man's face is twisted in a furious scream. Shin Taejin roars, "I'll tear you to death, Shin Taejin. Come here in front of me, you son of a bitch." He stood over the fallen man, a knife glinting in his hand. From below, a voice seethed, demanding they stop sending people to kill him. Blood trickled down his face as he muttered, "Let's call it a day, barista." Below, a hand raised a gun towards the sky. The sound of gunfire echoed. Two men stood in a room, seemingly unaffected. A figure charged forward, handgun blazing. Another gunman returned fire from behind cover, bullets ripping through the air. Muzzle flashes lit up the scene as the gunfight intensified. A hail of bullets tore through the environment, impacts marking the walls. Shin Taejin leveled a large rifle, preparing to unleash a storm of lead. The rifle roared, spitting fire and death. A figure tumbled to the ground, defeated. Shin Taejin's face was etched with grim determination. He thought of that little rat who put a bullet in you in Russia in the past. He wondered if he wanted to know if he was alive or dead. He spat blood, thinking, "You don't even know what happened." He's definitely. The world fades into sharp, vertical lines. Shin Taejin gasps, bolting upright in his hospital bed. He groans, clutching at the bandages wrapped around his torso. He survived a gunshot. Looking up, Shin Taejin wonders how he survived. Did Director Ryu save him? A voice from the shadows explains that Chairman Kim Tae-hoon had to give some considerable amount of money to cover up his work. Shin Taejin wonders who shot him. A voice wonders if Ryu Ji-hak said that. Someone off-panel notes that he couldn't find that little rat's body, so he thought he got away safely. The voice curses, calling someone a son of a bitch. Shin Taejin is told that he will have to, but is cut off. He is told not to tell him. The voice continues, saying the kid took his own life. A voice commands someone to come out now, calling them a devil. The figure stands with a red aura surrounding him. A hand reaches out. He thinks to himself, in the end, I'm done. A lifetime of misery flashes before his eyes. Shin Taejin raises a gun to his head, his hand trembling slightly. That's enough. He mutters, his eyes filled with a deep, haunting sorrow. His gaze shifts to a nearby knife, the cold steel glinting in the dim light. A chilling thought echoes in his mind. Let's die. Kneeling, Kim Shin lamented his unforgivable life. He didn't dare ask for redemption. Feet pounded against the ground, a desperate chase underway. He only had one wish. A man gripped a knife, his expression grim. He declared that these two villains must die today to benefit the world. A silver necklace lay discarded on the cold floor. His eyes narrowed, focused and intense. He leaped into the air, a predator poised to strike. The two figures clashed, a brutal dance of knife and gun. A foot slammed down, anchoring the struggle. The fight raged on, a desperate struggle for survival. Locked in a deadly embrace, the outcome remained uncertain. The unknown assailant's face is a mask of pain, blood trickling from a fresh wound. He fires his weapon, the shot echoing in the confined space. Kim Shin returns fire, the two men trading bullets at point-blank range, each desperate to gain the upper hand. A bullet grazes Kim Shin's face, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Closing the distance, Kim Shin slashes out with a knife, aiming for a fatal blow. The blade finds its mark, and the unknown assailant recoils, his face contorted in agony. Pressing his advantage, Kim Shin delivers a brutal kick, sending his opponent stumbling backward. He follows up with another stab, the knife sinking deep into the assailant's flesh. Kim Shin's brow furrows, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. The unknown assailant thinks, hiding the other side? He grits his teeth, realizing, ugh. No way, he is going for my right? With a desperate lunge, the unknown assailant retaliates, slashing wildly with his own knife. Kim Shin cries out as the blade tears across his face, the pain searing through him. He wondered where his opponent disappeared to. Suddenly, a shot rings out. The assailant stands over Kim Shin, gun in hand. The assailant's face is grim. At this point, Kim Shin realizes his opponent is stronger than him. The assailant's expression is cold. A man in a suit speaks, and I already knew that fact too well. The man in the suit continues, not everyone does, but an opponent definitely keeps a gap with you. Below, Shin Taejin smirks, thinking, you're fucking dead, Shin Taejin. Kim Shin realizes he's given Shin Taejin an opening. Did you think you were a match for me with that fucking body of yours? Shin Taejin thinks, I became dull while he became sharper. Shin Taejin declares, and the last shot. Shin Taejin screams in rage. The assassin's blade finds its mark, piercing Kim Shin's flesh. The last shot went up in smoke, as expected of Baek Duchan's left arm. Shin Taejin stands over Kim Shin, a menacing presence amidst the chaos. The assassin continues his assault, the odds now against Kim Shin. He thinks, now the odds are against me? Kim Shin reflects, ugh, I can't believe that I'm looking for a way to survive, while thinking of dying. He resolves, let's not think of it. The assassin presses his attack, relentless in his pursuit. Kim Shin feels himself losing consciousness. His strength begins to wane. Despite his fading strength, Kim Shin's leg twitches, a sign of defiance. Even though he's out of strength, Kim Shin's head is clear. He thinks, my head is clear. Kim Shin reflects, ugh, I have lost too much blood. Like a quiet dawn. His movements are clear. Kim Shin thinks, I have never felt this ever while fighting. I never experienced this when I was at my peak. I can kill anyone right now. The assassin continues his assault, undeterred by Kim Shin's inner resolve. He stands amidst the crowd, blood staining his white shirt. The recent attacks weigh heavily on his mind. A flashback shows the moment an assassin lunged, knife glinting in the dim light, aiming for a fatal blow. Again, the blade finds its mark, piercing flesh and bone, sending a spray of crimson into the air. Another attack, another desperate struggle for survival against the relentless onslaught. Kim Shin reflects, a chilling realization washing over him. He almost died today. Jin Tae, gripping a pistol, mutters about the fucker, his expression a mask of grim determination. Shin Tae-jin kneels, defeated, the words of his vanquisher echoing in his ears. You lost, Shin Tae-jin. Blood streams down Shin Tae-jin's face as he struggles to remain conscious, fighting the urge to close his eyes. Kim Shin, fueled by a burning resolve, vows to kill him, his eyes narrowed with unwavering intent. Jin Tae, his face etched with resolve, prepares to fire, declaring that it's time for someone to die. Shin Tae-jin reflects on the moment he always wished for, a moment he thought would bring happiness, but now only brings despair. A voice laments that it is too bad and that they should have lived better. A body lies prone on the ground. Shin Tae-jin, his arm covered in blood, curses, saying that someone made them waste their time. Below, men are told to make themselves at home. Shin Tae-jin walks away, his arm still bleeding. Shin Tae-jin is told to leave the dog to rot there. A foot steps forward. A bloody hand lies on the ground as a group of people look down. Bare feet are visible. A man states that someone is perfect for his dogs. A foot steps forward, and a ball rolls. Someone exclaims, wow dash, and says, I'll get it. A man holds a ball, wondering who this rice cake is. He looks up, his expression unreadable. Below, a flashback shows a group of people. A man with blonde hair and a necklace is shown. The day Shin Tae-jin left home, a stern gaze pierces through the city's skyline. Won-young, a Southborough Group member, admits to being a little dissatisfied. Nam-young, also a Southborough Group member, states that the president only cares about training these days. They even worked hard on this group outfit, right? One of them laments that he didn't know they would be the first ones wearing this. Footsteps echo through the streets as a ball bounces along the ground. A foot steps on a discarded piece of paper. Someone asks about Kim Dae-jeon. Where else are they going? They still have to bring the group clothes to the others. One of them says he's free for the day. He doesn't know how to find him, but he's so glad. Someone asks if they know Kim Dae-jeon. A man holds a dart. He demands to be taken to his office. It's not worth noticing him if they know what their face value is. Someone says that Kim Dae-jeon doesn't need to meet with the likes of them, warning not to underestimate them by their faces. Someone asks if they're looking for a beating, threatening to break their ass, and telling them to run away if they don't want to leave whimpering like a dog. Another man knew this was going to happen, stating that they are so predictable. It's just perfect. A hand holds a cylinder. A man lifts weights. A man lifts weights in a gym. Below, in the kitchen, a man with a shaved head and a goatee sits cutting meat. He mutters to himself, wondering why he has to work in the kitchen, adding that the other guys are Russian and crazy. The man continues to cut the meat, a look of annoyance on his face. With a sharp glint of steel, the man wields a large knife, slicing through a slab of meat. He warns that someone will miss their chance if they keep irritating him, telling them to shut up and peel the onions. The man wipes sweat from his brow, stating not to expect too much from a normal meat restaurant owner. He expresses worry about the month's use of strength. The man looks up, asking what someone would do if they were frustrated, adding that sales are right now. The man glances off panel, his expression unreadable. He asks if punching is the only answer. The man clenches his fist, stating that if it's about his strength, it makes him feel manly and incredible. He asks if someone lost to Kim Shin with that strength of theirs, his tone laced with disbelief. The man explains that strength is indulgence, meaning that it attracts a lot of people who follow. He adds that to just meet someone and follow them without any attachments is worth a fortune in this world of theirs. He states that it would be much more helpful to make of the unyielding righteousness and agreement that someone has. The man concludes that someone will grow bigger and all sorts of people will gather around them, adding that few people like them have a strong heart. A man sits on a stool, a basket beside him. He is told to search for his role in the family himself. A man stands in a room, looking towards the side. A group of men stand together. It is said that they have deep resentment and don't know what kind of monster they can become. It's said that if they lose the power to stop themselves, it will lead everyone to their destruction. A man will stop them from going down the drain, and a person is needed to stop the misuse of power. It's Esau. Two men stand, one thinking that even though he couldn't do it. A man holds a bottle, thinking about a meat shop old man reading books. A man lifts weights. He thinks that the boss won't tell him after all, and that he'll be right there. Someone asks if they can play one more set. A man is asked if he is kidding. Two men stand together. One says he finished warming up and is told to put on his weight belt. Men are playing pool. One exclaims, all hooray. Someone says they don't know where the others came from, but it would be better for them to let them go. Another asks if they think they're going to get away with this in the middle of home. One wonders where he is going. A man holds a pool cue, thinking he'll be finally meeting his beloved prince. It's the one who took down Yoon Deok-soo, who made a whole mess out of the whole country. If that's not enough, the search continues for fighters all over the country. A new hero in the history of Korean fists. The two men react in surprise. One of the men shouts, wondering which dog dared to touch his lovely brothers. The man asks, "Are you Kim Dae-jeon?" He is told that Dae-jeon is no ordinary thug. Kim Dae-jeon thinks to himself that he approached them with suspicious intentions. He recalls Won Young and Nam Young being defeated by him, and that looking at the condition, it's going to be tough. The man demands, "What the hell are you doing? Why did you beat up my brothers?" Kim Dae-jeon replies that he just asked a few questions and they all jumped on him. The man wonders who this noisy, bulked-up pig is. He thought Kim Dae-jeon was confident because he rushed in first and asks if it wasn't Zero. The man says that it doesn't matter anyway, because he's interested in what they are up to. He adds that he's looking for hot shots all over the country. The man mentions that he also heard that Chianin's Gu Ilwa also moved. He then asks if Kim Dae-jeon has heard of Tulbae of Yosu. Tulbae, real name Park Young-bae from Yosu, is introduced. The man states that he's never heard of such a guy. He asks Tulbae if that is his style towards working something out. Tulbae confirms that it is. Tulbae says that he beat up the man's brothers just to meet him. He explains that he's looking for hot shots all over the country, and that it's a rule to decide who is hot and who is simply not hot enough for him. He adds that he just patted them during the fight. Tulbae remarks that there seems to be a new crazy bastard in the city. Someone notes that they don't even know who he is, but that he's a little feisty. The man asks if the other is Kim Dae-jeon. Tulbae asks what they should do and if they should contact Kim Dae-jeon, noting that he is as expected of a senior. Kim Dae-jeon confirms that he is Kim Dae-jeon. Someone thinks to himself that he feels like he has improved and wants to do this. The man challenges Kim Dae-jeon to show him his skills. Someone laments that it's not the expensive cue. Someone thinks to himself that he was saying this is his role. Someone states that there's nothing more to see. A fight breaks out. The fight continues. He is identified as Kim Dae-jeon. The question hangs in the air. Is he really Kim Dae-jeon? A fist clenches, knuckles white with tension. Meanwhile, a woman stands silhouetted against the city lights, her purpose unknown. A picture obtained through the triads of China is displayed on a tablet. They've secured the recording and have witnesses. In the meantime, the information was blocked due to privacy reasons. Chairman Kim Jae-hoon looks at a tablet. It seems that the information is being released due to a recent issue within the group. A voice declares, "I'm sure Kim Shin is the one." The group stands in the shadows, their intentions unclear. Kim Dae-jeon is met with a swift kick to the chest. A voice questions, "Are you really Kim Dae-jeon?" Another man asks, "Are you the owner?" The man being questioned responds, "Yes." "Oh yes." The man asks, "May I borrow your club for a moment?" He assures, "I won't interfere with your business." The man swings the club, thinking, "This sly bitch." Another man cries out, "Why are you taking me so lightly?" Kim Dae-jeon is kicked again. He falls to the ground. The man with the club strikes Kim Dae-jeon. He declares, "You need to die for stepping on the sacred billiards table." Kim Dae-jeon is shocked. Kim Dae-jeon falls again. A voice commands, "Come down." Kim Dae-jeon groans, thinking, "It felt like my spine was going to snap. Such strength." The man with the club runs towards Kim Dae-jeon. Kim Dae-jeon fights back. One of the men says, Look at this dude. If I leave you alone, then you would break the whole billiards room." The man asks, "What are you saying, you bear? But you did beat the country-famous Yoon Deok-soo, right?" He strikes, thinking, "This fucker. How is his body so strong?" The punch lands, and Kang Min-sung thinks, "Brother, your punches hit better than a ball or pool cue. It's like punching a stone with bare hands. Why did you waste them when you're so fisty?" Kang Min-sung thinks, "Oh, also minus 20 points for your strength. I'll train you to become stronger from now on, so engrave this in your head perfectly." He groans. Kim Dae-jeon stands over Kang Min-sung, declaring, "Eat this Kim Dae-jeon punch." Kang Min-sung falls to the ground, thinking, "Act dash." Kang Min-sung thinks, "Oh, he went down in one punch." Kang Min-sung lies on the pool table, thinking, an inexperienced man who cannot control his explosive power. Kang Min-sung thinks, but it's still pure. A guy like this is enough to become a thing. Kang Min-sung thinks, I used to be like him. People like him are going to keep coming. Kang Min-sung says, "It's not easy to just fight or kneel. You just need a warm hug. I have to greet them." He smiles, saying, "Gosh, come here babies, I won't hurt you guys. Right, senior?" Tulbae thinks, so. Tulbae decided to join us on the condition that Is-sul is responsible for him. A man comments that Is-sul did a good job again, wondering if they are sure about going there. Chairman Kim Tae-hun's recent call was extremely dangerous, one man says. He is sure that Kim Jae-hoon is going to do something knowing that they hid Shin Tae-jin. The situation is not good, one man says, unsure how they will react. Secretary Oh was blatantly hostile towards them during their last inspection. At least Kim Jae-hoon will take this opportunity to take question. The man thinks to himself that he guesses so, wondering if it's her. It's going to be impossible to fool Kim Tae-hun forever, one man says. They'll definitely be caught one day. He needs to get a look at something. The cards are in his hands. But still, Kim Dae-jeon You are my substitute when I'm not here, Kim Jae-hoon thinks. At least he'll take this opportunity to take question. Both the boss and his deputy shouldn't be out of their base at the same time. Then I'll have my best men escort you. But it's going. In any case, there is no organization that makes its boss move alone. Just one person. One who can drive is enough. The car speeds down the road. But still, boss, we're here. We have arrived at the location that Hasung sent us. Jang Ho, close aide of Kim Dae-jeon, thinks to himself, but the car speeds down the road. Why are there only two of us? The man is informed that he is late and that the chairman is waiting. A woman in a light green blouse and brown pants instructs him to follow her. The group walks deeper into a private beach. Jin Tae hopes he is dreaming as the situation unfolds. He realizes this is not just a simple meeting, but something far more serious. The group continues their descent towards the beach. One of the men grabs Jin Tae by the shoulder. Jin Tae responds with a subdued, yes. Chairman Kim Jae-hoon remarks that it has been a while since they have talked. Jin Tae acknowledges the chairman's presence. Kim Jae-hoon explains that even though Jin Tae is one of his men, he called him here because they have never had a proper conversation before. Kim Jae-hoon prepared something for their meeting and asks Jin Tae if he likes drinking. He offers a drink, a gesture that hangs heavy with unspoken intentions. Jin Tae responds with a simple, a little. Kim Jae-hoon states that he will pour him a drink today. The clink of glass echoes as Kim Jae-hoon prepares the drink, his expression unreadable. Will it be a mutual drink that confirms their trust, or a drink that commemorates Jin Tae's memorial service? Kim Jae-hoon states that Representative Kim, who came today, should decide. Jin Tae chuckles, seemingly oblivious to the brewing storm. Haha, that's great, he says, adding that he doesn't know what Kim Jae-hoon is talking about. The air thickens as Kim Jae-hoon's gaze hardens. He reveals his true feelings, stating that Jin Tae made a fool out of him by keeping Shin Tae-jin alive. Kim Jae-hoon continues, revealing that Jin Tae was planning new things in Busan. Kim Jae-hoon implies that if it wasn't for the last thing, Jin Tae would be like a puppy whose master doesn't know the devil he is. Now that they know each other, the story is different. The words hang in the air like a death sentence. Kim Jae-hoon declares that Jin Tae is Castle's enemy. Kim Jae-hoon warns Jin Tae that he has to be very careful from now on. The threat becomes explicit. Kim Jae-hoon demands a reason not to kill Jin Tae. A sea of faces all turn towards him, a silent, judging crowd. Surrounded, Jin Tae is told that there's no way out for Kim Shin and that he doesn't have any cards left. The man is urged to show his true self, his true intentions. Kim Jae-hoon states that he is wrong. Jin Tae declares that if Kim Jae-hoon intended to kill him, he should have mobilized everything Hasung has. The men surrounding them express their confusion, wondering if Jin Tae is bluffing. One of the men observes that Jin Tae isn't even bluffing, questioning if he is such a big threat. The man's expression hardens. Silence hangs in the air. Kim Jae-hoon's expression shifts. Kim Jae-hoon flinches slightly. Jin Tae remains composed. He reveals that what Kim Jae-hoon has investigated is all true, and with that out of the way, he knows his purpose. Jin Tae proposes a deal, asking for financial support and inside information on Castle. He states that he will remove the biggest obstacle between the other man and his goal. A sinister laugh echoes. Kim Jae-hoon, seated, questions how the other man knows about his goal. The name Baek Duchan is revealed. A close-up of Jin Tae's face reveals a cold, calculating expression. A man orders someone to kill him. Waves crashed against the jagged rocks, the relentless ocean a constant presence. A group of figures approached the coast, their purpose unknown as they walked towards the water's edge. A hand, weathered and calloused, reached out, its intent a mystery. The group stood on the beach, their dark suits stark against the sand and sea, awaiting instructions. Overlooking the scene, a man stood on a rocky outcrop, his gaze fixed on the horizon, contemplating the events unfolding below. In the past, there was a big organization that dominated the country. The police and the judges avoided it because of its severity and cruelty, but they collapsed like a lie by a small organization headed by people in their mid-20s. The founder of Castle, Choi Min-wook, was the heart of that group. After that, he became the guy nobody could compete with, his power unchallenged. He has been directly searching for a replacement for his position in Russia, and this is where Representative Baek Duchan comes in. The vigilant elders of Castle decided to test him, their intentions hidden behind stern faces. As a result, they witnessed his astonishing strength, a brutal display of power that left no room for doubt. Conscripting him, they claimed it was to prevent unnecessary fights, deciding to stand down. But someone knew it was all a lie, a carefully constructed facade. They were all afraid of losing. Later on, many strong people joined Castle. Still, Baek Duchan is the symbol of Castle's strength. Someone meticulously prepares a meal, or perhaps something more sinister. A man with glasses asks, "Are you confident?" Baek Duchan is just a human filled with bones and flesh. If a bullet penetrates his heart and a blade cuts his neck, he'll die. Aside from Baek Duchan, his death squad is also to be feared. You will have to take care of them before you go after him. Since it's just a factional clash within Castle, the most important thing is justification. As expected, this is going to be a bit troublesome. Make the justification because of Hasung. It doesn't matter if it's the smallest thing. We'll use both time and justification at the same time. We'll start preparing just a month before the VIP's election. When you're ready, I'll get started immediately. So you know who VIP is? You sure worked hard. But, just to avenge your father. It looks like a lot of lives will go down. Kim Shin is asked what his plan is, as he sits with a drink in hand, contemplating his next move. Another man states that they will infiltrate castle, emphasizing that Hasung's information is crucial for that operation. The man with glasses remains silent, his expression unreadable. The woman acknowledges that the plan isn't bad, considering how much blood Hasung would have to shed if he had to deal with this alone. A group of people are gathered, discussing the initiative. They believe that if they take it, Hasung can use all of their power to crush the other pillars, even if he fails to deal with Baek Duchan. A figure with a gun is shown, as someone states that diverting his attention will be enough for them, but admits they can't trust him. The woman from before states that he's too dangerous for them, as a man sits outside under an umbrella, lost in thought. Birds fly in the sky, as someone says, "Okay, is that so?" The man with glasses agrees, stating, "Let's do it." A fist clenches tightly, showing the determination to proceed with the plan. The woman bows her head, saying, "Yes, Chairman." Someone states, "Fine, let's do it. However, I'll decide the time when you'll get started. You should become stronger before that. No matter how perfect the strategy is, it's a matter of fact that you're still weak compared to Baek Duchan." He holds a cup, his gaze steady. The man proposes, "Let's form an alliance for now." Kong Min-sung raises his glass, his expression serious. He declares, "Until I take down Baek Duchan." Kim Shin and Kong Min-sung sit together, the alliance seemingly forged over drinks. Kim Shin walks away from the car, the others following. Kong Min-sung says, "Then I'll make room for you next time." A woman speaks to someone off-panel. "I'd like to ask you a question in memory of becoming allies." A man lies down, his expression grim. He thinks, "Do you know that making a move will endanger the life of Hasung's elder?" Kim Shin holds a cup, his gaze intense. He says, "Go ahead." The woman from panel 6 stands on the beach with others. She asks, "Is there a problem?" The woman replies, "No, sir." She continues, "I feel like the one who always profits on deals is making a concession this time. I know what his weakness is. It's enough to get hold of him." Kim Shin's face is partially obscured by shadow. He thinks, "He is not my biological father." The woman's expression is serious. She wonders, weakness? What the hell? Kim Shin says, "By the way." He was underestimating one thing about Kim Shin. He's much more prepared than he thought. Kim Jae-hoon muses that he invited him here in the first place to test him. It looks just like what he had expected, but in the end, he got the desired result he wanted. Kim Jae-hoon thinks he'll be a great help to destroy Castle, but at the same time, Kim Shin can also become the biggest wall to his goal. 3 men walk away. A car is parked. A man shouts at the others to get their boss here right now, calling them junkies, or they will have to get him back on their own. A man orders all of them to stand down. A hand holds a knife. A man asks who they are, stating that from this moment on, they are a family. Kim Dae-jeon did something needless again. The men greet Kim Jae-hoon. They express their concern about the party that was happening. The man reflects that neither Kim Dae-jeon nor Lee-sul were behind the rumors. He wonders if Kim Jae-hoon went alone to negotiate, suggesting his strength is on another level. The man thinks that these guys could have been in a life-threatening situation. He concludes that the negotiations have ended. The group is instructed to return the way they came. A hand holds a cigarette, smoke curling into the air. The man in the suit thinks that they haven't been able to do anything for him. He reflects that even losing their limbs is nothing to them. A hand flicks a cigarette, but onto the ground. A cloaked figure stands in a neon-lit city street. Tigro is asked why he is hanging around the junkyard. A group of men stand together, their expressions unreadable as they seem to be in the middle of a discussion. The men bow in unison, a gesture of respect or perhaps subservience. A glass is placed on a table, the clink echoing in the room, signaling the start of a serious conversation. A man gazes into the distance, lost in thought as he contemplates the situation. A close-up reveals intense eyes, hinting at the determination and focus within. One of the men wonders aloud, "Get Kim Tae-hun?" Chairman Kim Jae-hoon responds with a simple, yet firm, "Yes." Kim Tae-hun is different from the other castle pillars, a man observes. He is a thorough businessman, with plans to make Hasung independent of castle and become the successor. Someone declares that they have some ideas about the plans, confident that Kim Tae-hun will become allies. Another man states that Kim Tae-hun was responsible for someone's father's death. But there is a possibility, one of the men says. He doesn't know what, but that old man's goal is something big too. A man declares that he'll make an offer that Kim Tae-hun can't refuse. He thanks Kim Jae-hoon for his advice. Kim Jae-hoon states that there is still a long way to go and urges Kim Shin to hurry up, adding that he still has a message. Kim Jae-hoon pauses, considering Kim Shin. Kim Jae-hoon tells Kim Shin that he can't beat Baek Duchan yet. Kim Shin remains silent. Kim Jae-hoon admits that it sounds presumptuous, but he dares to compare two things. Kim Jae-hoon leans forward, intent on what he is about to say. He explains that he is the only one who has experienced both, and he is sure that Kim Shin will realize it. A flashback shows 2 figures engaged in a fierce sword fight. One of the fighters stands over the other, blade poised to strike. Back in the present, Kim Jae-hoon states that there is a gap between the perfection of experience and skills. He continues, saying that the bigger problem is that Kim Shin has slight anxiety, that emotional agitation that comes from fighting with an unshakable prisoner, and the irresistible pressure that his failure will. Kim Shin considers the chairman's words, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself, while facing monsters like him. A man is stabbed from behind, blood spraying as he falls. The voice continues, even a small flaw determines the outcome. Kim Shin stands with his back to the viewer, listening intently. The voice says, weapon in itself, Kim Shin. I'm on. The chairman faces Kim Shin, his expression serious. He states, the level that I can certainly say that, the mind can change and destroy the human being. Kim Shin continues to listen, his back still to the viewer. The chairman continues, some are right, some are wrong. I'll definitely trample on their bodies and look down on them proudly. A figure stands in a dimly lit hallway, the distance obscuring their features. The chairman's voice echoes, it's just obvious that if I fail, it'll lead to everyone's death. Kim Shin remains silent, his expression thoughtful. The chairman's voice continues, a clear-cut victory for that. A man falls, a knife clutched in his hand. The chairman's voice resonates, there is a need for a mock fight. A muscular figure stands silhouetted against a bright light. The chairman's voice continues, the opponent has a similar level of skill. The muscular figure is shown in more detail, his physique impressive. The chairman's voice says, he has a perfect physique. A man of considerable experience. Similar to Baek Du-chan. A close-up of the muscular figure's face, his expression intense. The chairman concludes, and the best person I've seen in a while. A voice calls out, Gustav. A man walks down a hallway. A text overlay reads, that's pretty wild. The camera pans up the side of a building. A room is shown. Gustav's eyes are shown. A man falls, blood splattering around him. A man says, I heard that the negotiations were over. Is he concerned about something else? The elevator doors open. A man is confronted. He asks, foreigner? Wait, who are you? Two men stand in a room. A man thinks, that's what would have happened if I was overseas. It's obvious that he's after me. Ever since I have returned to home. That's the first time I have felt this sensation of an assassination attempt. A knock echoes through the dimly lit corridor. Kim Jae-hoon is informed by an associate that he has a visitor. Amor Tigro arrives, greeted with a simple, long time. Blue Iskra's secret informant speaks, his voice muffled by a mask. I don't know if you remember me. Kim Jae-hoon questions the informant, demanding to know what business he has with this. The informant replies, I'm here under Lisa's order. Kim Jae-hoon assures the informant that he is someone he trusts, urging him to speak. The informant states, let me get straight to the point. Unfortunately, Tigro. A figure declares that Gustav is here for someone's head. Kim Jae-hoon realizes, so that feeling was him? The informant explains, Gustav came and threatened her. We couldn't help it. The wild man didn't listen. Lisa. It is revealed that someone gave in to a threat. Kim Shin wonders if Iskra is not to be messed around with. A masked man sweats profusely, his expression hidden. In Vladivostok, a figure dashes through a secret space beneath Club Ballerino. A hand is repeatedly shot, the impacts sending sprays of blood into the air. Footsteps echo as someone walks forward. A figure fires a handgun, the shots ringing out in the confined space. Footsteps echo as someone walks forward. A blade flashes as it swung, the metallic clang of impact echoing through the area. A figure is thrown violently to the ground, sliding across the surface. A knife finds its mark with a sickening thud, the sound of the impact resonating. A figure dashes forward, their movements a blur of motion. A fist connects with a face, the sound of the impact sharp and brutal. A stylized graphic fills the panel. The bald man expresses his disbelief. He notes that someone disappeared for a few days and has become a very different person, questioning what was done to him. The blonde woman states that he has a long way to go, adding that he is way below her mark. The blonde woman questions if it is too much, then states that he has got enough talent. She adds that he knows better than to play in the field to grow properly, right? The blonde woman states that Wu Jin's goal is to surpass Tigro. She says that she happens to have a suitable mission, asking what he says. The man with slick back hair states, isn't it? The blonde woman says that she is a wounded wolf at the end of a cliff. She adds that she doesn't know what it's going to be like, asking if he is excited. Kim Shin and Amor Tigro stand face to face. Kim Shin's father and a detective asks, the scariest woman in Iskra? Amor Tigro responds, no matter how scary Lisa is, the enemy is Gustav. He's the only one who is openly hostile to you even during active duty. Jean Tae says, now that you're retired, there's no reason to stop Gustav. Lisa tried to mediate. I'm here as part of that. Kim Shin says, since it's Gustav, wouldn't people prefer staying on the sidelines instead of informing you? But I didn't. We prepared a place for you to compete regardless. Amor Tigro, standing before a building, says, I belong to Lisa, but I have respect for you, Tigro. Jean Tae says, but unfortunately, this is all I can do. Enough. Your acting has improved a lot. Lisa must have prepared the script for this. Amor Tigro says, damn it. Jean Tae tells him to get out of here. Jean Tae adds, I need to talk to my colleague. Amor Tigro nods. Kim Shin asks Amor Tigro, is he someone who took care of you when you were in Russia? Jean Tae says, whatever the problem is, making a move immediately is dangerous. But you must have made up your mind. Of course, you're thinking of going alone. Jin Tae says, I need to talk to my colleague. Kim Shin tells him, don't pretend. It's not that I don't trust you. Jin Tae says, it's a problem that I have to deal with on my own. I told you my resolve before. Right now, it wouldn't be right of me to suggest any ideas. I'll prepare things for you. He states that there is a man named Gustav, a strong individual who is worth dealing with before confronting Baek Duchan. Jin Tae explains that defeating Castle's symbol of strength will make them recognize him. He adds that he is not just aiming for Baek Duchan for personal reasons. Jin Tae believes he'll be recognized as a target for recruiting. He wonders if this is the main picture of the boss. Jin Tae mentions Lisa, noting that it's the first time he has talked to Kim Shin so openly. Jin Tae says he doesn't know what Kim Shin was thinking when he sent him to him. He states that he also needs him in this situation. A voice declares that they are more than happy to go confront him. A car drives down a road, seemingly heading into the mouth of a monstrous creature. The word castle is displayed prominently. A hand reaches into a bag. A man in a locker room is shown. Someone asks if Medvedi is out of his mind and if he is really going to do it. A man says to give up, stating it's too much and that with those skills, he'll die. A man grabs knives, declaring that time is running out. He says to go warm up, and he'll come back and have his revenge match. Jin Tae zips up his jacket, a dark thought clouding his mind. What a long-lived bastard. The two men walk in lockstep, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. Jin Tae pauses, turning to face the other man. He asks, his voice low, do you have anything left to say? The man with braided hair responds, his tone laced with arrogance, training in Ballerino Iskra, walking on the path that Amor Tigro walked on. Aren't you dreaming too big? A sharp blow lands, the sound echoing in the air. Jin Tae, unfazed, spits out, get out my way. Continue living like that, looking up to others. A knife flashes, the blade arcing through the air with a deadly whoosh. The blade swings again, narrowly missing its target. Jin Tae says, I'll give you a tip, it won't be fun if you die easily. The man with braided hair holds his knife, his expression grim. He thinks, the guilt and fear of killing people is dozens times greater than you imagine. The knife swings once more. Jin Tae continues, unless you're a nonchalant insane dude. If you've made a choice, then follow it. The blade presses against the man's neck, a silent threat. Jin Tae finishes, this is a world where you have to give up on something to gain something. If you survive, do it. The man with braided hair remains silent. Jin Tae concludes, don't ruin Tigro's reputation by dying for nothing. Meanwhile, the city sleeps, unaware of the deadly game being played out in its shadows. A white SUV approaches a 4-story building, its destination the top floor. The vehicle screeches to a halt, tires smoking as it comes to a stop. The building looms, its red brick facade a stark contrast to the night sky. Inside the car, Amor Tigro remarks, that's one damn noisy target. He continues, a dozen of them are in their 20s. Their skills are immature, yet can be lethal. Don't underestimate them. That's why nearby mafia gangs are hesitating to fight them. Amor Tigro glances in the side mirror, stating, I won't wait more than 3 minutes. Well then. Jin Tae, dressed in a black jacket and pants, exits the SUV, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. Amor Tigro calls out, good luck. A door creaks open, revealing a dimly lit interior. The stairwell stretches downwards, a dizzying drop into the unknown. Jin Tae peers over the railing, observing the scene below. A voice echoes, one guard at the entrance. A diagram of the building's interior is shown, highlighting the big room and small room. A voice narrates, it's safe to say there's nobody else here, and they're having a party in the innermost room. Jin Tae, his face partially obscured by his cap, states, let's hit the small room first, then go to the large room. He surveys the interior of the building from the upper level, his gaze sweeping over the guard below. Jin Tae takes aim, preparing to eliminate the threat. He thinks to himself, first of all. Unaware of the danger above, the guard continues his patrol, ascending the stairs. The rifle is held steady, ready to fire. Sweat beads on the bald man's brow as he struggles with an internal conflict. The man's face is now covered in blood, the word doom echoing his demise. His hands shaking, the man curses his inability to act. The man's inner turmoil intensifies as he justifies his actions, his face contorted in a mix of fear and determination. He questions his inability to pull the trigger. The silence has been deafening, amplifying the tension. The guard continues his ascent, oblivious to the impending danger, muttering about his useless comrades. A gunshot rings out, and the guard is struck, collapsing against the railing with a final, choked gasp. He launches a powerful kick, sending his target reeling. The force of the blow sends the man flying backwards. Skidding across the floor, the man struggles to regain his footing. The man in the cap glances to the side, his expression unreadable. Jin Tae stands over his downed opponent, a knife glinting in his hand. The man's face contorts in pain and fear. He grits his teeth, resolving not to give Jin Tae a chance to move. The man's eyes narrow, a deadly intent hardening his gaze. He's going to kill him. The woman wonders what she looks like to him. The guillotine creaks ominously. With a swift motion, Jin Tae stabs the man. Someone pulls out a gun, the metallic click echoing in the room. The assassin levels his pistol, the cold steel glinting in the dim light. Hands up, he commands, his voice a low growl. Baek Duchan raises his hands slightly, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Joshmov gang, he asks, a hint of mockery in his tone. The assassin remains silent, his gaze unwavering. Baek Duchan sighs softly. I suppose not, he muses. The guard, lying prone on the floor, his face contorted in pain, urges the assassin. Cook, shoot him, hurry up. The assassin's eyes narrow behind the brim of his cap. But as you can see, I'm empty-handed. He continues, his voice hardening. I have one pistol in my waist. A sharp retort cuts him off. Shut up. Baek Duchan takes a measured step forward, his eyes fixed on the assassin. Stay away. Now, the assassin shouts. Baek Duchan pauses, a strange glint in his eyes. HM. He murmurs, a smile playing on his lips. You're such a weirdo. With a swift motion, the assassin draws the pistol from his waist, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence. He aims the weapon directly at Baek Duchan, his finger tightening on the trigger. The guard's voice rises in a desperate plea. Bang. The assassin hesitates, his resolve wavering. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. You, he begins, his voice barely a whisper. Baek Duchan looks down at the assassin, a mixture of pity and disdain in his gaze. If you don't shoot, you're going to die, he says softly. You're not good at it. The last member of Team Cold Snow, Gustav, Komodo, and Snapper, is commanded to crawl back into Medvedev's arms. A man with long, dark hair stares ahead, blood smeared across his face. The man on the ground hears, you're not good at it. Now go crawl back into Medvedev's arms, kid. The man in red asks, what? What's going on? Who dared to attack us? The Joshmov gang. A gun is reloaded. Kim Shin fires 2 guns. The unknown assassin is shot. Amor Tigro, aiming his rifle, shouts, didn't you hear the rumors about us, you fucker? We don't care who you are. Kim Shin shoots 2 people, the sound echoing with a loud bang. Amor Tigro kicks down a door, yelling, everyone rush in, surround that fucker. The unknown assassin is shot again. A hand grabs a gun. Kim Shin shoots a group of people, the sound echoing with a loud clasp. He is thrown backwards, a spray of blood erupting from his body as the force of the impact sends him reeling. Despite the pain, Kim Shin snaps his arm up, firing a burst of rounds towards his unseen attacker. He reaches out, his fingers clamping around a hanging chain, desperately seeking purchase. Kim Shin, clinging to the chain, fires again, the bullets finding their mark in another assailant. Another shot rings out, tearing through Kim Shin's flesh. He cries out in pain. A body lies sprawled on the floor, a pool of crimson spreading beneath it. What's worse is his unstoppable momentum. That's true strength. A car speeds away from the scene, tires squealing against the asphalt. She knew from the beginning that he probably wouldn't make it. You keep playing with more and more killers in your hands, Lisa, but... A man with slick back hair stands with a slight smirk, while another man with glasses sits below him. A man with a cigarette between his fingers asks, did you really need to use that crazy bastard? The neon sign of a bar glows in the night. A man slides a bottle across the bar, muttering, one more bottle. The bartender, holding a wine glass and a towel, says, I think you've drunk enough. Please stop, sir. A man reaches out, grabbing a bottle. Give me, he demands. The man tilts his head back, drinking straight from the bottle. He stares at the drink in front of him. Don't they normally stop you from drinking? He wonders. Lisa, holding a glass, asks, well, why would they? She thinks to herself, when you're in pain, you should drink yourself to death, don't you think? The man drinks again, thinking, I've been playing around. Blood trickles from the man's mouth as he asks, why do you give me the mission? Lisa responds, oh, what do you think? Lisa, sitting at the bar, thinks, I only care about talented people because I didn't want them to lose from the beginning. The man at the bar wonders, talented people? Kim Shin laughs hollowly, a ghost of a man standing behind him. He realized it when he saw him. Kim Shin sits alone at the bar. He just can't. He's not someone who can casually kill people like you guys. Lisa sips her drink, a knowing look on her face. She also knew it. Lisa thinks to herself that's why she chose Kim Shin. Kim Shin, lost in his thoughts, demands to be left alone. A bottle of Jack Daniels sits on the bar. Lisa asks if killing people casually is what he means. An image of a child behind bars is shown. Anyone who has lived a life worse than death knows that the line between life and death doesn't exist. Kim Shin looks down, and the name Wu Jin is uttered. He's told that he's wallowed in self-pity long enough, and that he can become stronger than Kim Shin. Lisa says it's hard to do, but she can always help him a bit. Meanwhile, a car pulls up to a wooded area. A masked man is told that they've secured a place not too far away from here for the fight. It's a deserted water reservoir. An aerial view of the water reservoir is shown. If they've taken measures to prevent outsiders from approaching from within a 10-kilometer radius, the gunfire sound can be said it was for hunting, so don't worry about guns. Of course, the area is very big. The masked man is shown with a gun. He doesn't know where Gustav is. A figure in shadow suggests that someone else might have the information being sought. A metal case lies open, revealing an array of syringes and vials, hinting at illicit or dangerous substances. A figure cries out in pain or rage, their body contorted in anguish. Someone groans, their face bloodied and bruised, suggesting they have suffered a brutal attack. A menacing figure declares their intent to kill, addressing their target with a cruel taunt. A hand reaches out, disturbing the foliage, as someone moves stealthily through the undergrowth. A masked figure acknowledges the danger, but recognizes the fight as a unique opportunity. Gustav is described as a monster, the strongest of all. It's said that very few people in Iskra can rival Tigro in a knife fight. Iskra's best killer is said to be an unparalleled hunter. He is described as hunting with a perfect plan and a 100% success rate, a pure genius and exceptional leader. The speaker declares that today's fight is not a mission, but a confrontation. Gustav isn't going to stop fighting Tigro, even if someone gets in his way. That aside, things in Korea can't be handled with a time bomb like Gustav. Tigro can only be a little more nervous. In the end, there's a high probability that one of them won't survive to see the next sunrise. Dashing forward, the unknown assassin moves with incredible speed. Tigro is narrowing the distance between them. Peering through a crack, Amor Tigro says, "Let's start with something easy." A shot rings out, the sound echoing in the night. Continuing his advance, the assassin presses forward. The assassin thinks, "I don't think he'll let me through." With a powerful jump, the assassin leaps into the air. The assassin splashes into the water below. Preparing his weapon, the assassin gets ready for what's next. He disappeared. Wait. Through the lens of binoculars, he wondered if Tigro had jumped into the water to avoid the bullets. It would be troublesome to fight while being wet. Tigro was at a disadvantage because he jumped into the lake. Even if he had crossed the bridge, he wouldn't have gained the upper hand. Right now, he is in Gustav's real territory. But there's no way a careful man like Tigro would have jumped in without a plan. Which means he's confident. Today, Iskra's title of world's strongest. Haha, I'm getting goosebumps. It will be decided here. The building stands on the water, shrouded in mist. Jin-tae approaches the building, stepping off the boat. He continues towards the entrance. Jin-tae reaches the door, his hand hovering near the handle. He enters, gun and knife at the ready. Jin-tae pauses, realizing something is amiss. "Trap?" he mutters. A gunshot rings out, the bullet hurtling towards him. A voice echoes, laced with a sinister familiarity. "It's been a long time." The speaker continues, his tone mocking. "Even your face is still unwavering." Jin-tae deflects the incoming bullets with his blade, sparks flying as metal meets metal. His fist clenches, ready to strike back. He throws a powerful punch, his fist aimed squarely at the muscular man's face. The punch lands with brutal force, distorting the man's features. Jin-tae stands over him, ready for the next move. Drawing a knife, Jin-tae prepares to press his advantage. The muscular man retaliates, drawing a pistol. Jin-tae lunges forward, plunging the knife into the man's side. Staggering back from the exchange, Jin-tae loses his footing. The muscular man's gun slips from his grasp. "Damn it," he curses. Both men tumble over the edge, plunging into the dark water below. He plummets into the depths, the cold water engulfing him. A desperate hand reaches up towards the surface, grasping for salvation. Underwater, Jin-tae clutches the knife, his eyes scanning the murky depths. He wondered where he was. Lunging forward, Jin-tae thrusts his knife towards Baek Du-chan. Baek Du-chan blocks the blade with his bare hand, sparks flying from the point of impact. The two grapple, locked in a deadly embrace beneath the surface. With a brutal strike, Baek Du-chan slams his forehead into Jin-tae's face. The knife slips from Jin-tae's grasp, sinking into the murky depths. Through his binoculars, Tigro mutters that he thought he would keep a distance. The fight continues, a desperate struggle for survival in the cold depths. The water churns violently as the battle continues beneath the surface. Baek Du-chan lunges forward, a knife glinting in the murky water as he aims for Jin-tae. The blade is poised to strike. Meanwhile, Tigro watches from above, perched on the edge of the boat. Jin-tae's fist clenches, ready to deliver a counterattack. Jin-tae glares, his eyes filled with determination as Baek Du-chan vows to kill. But Tigro thinks to himself, "It's the same for you, Gustav." Jin-tae cries out. The fight intensifies, the water swirling around them as they clash. Baek Du-chan and Jin-tae grapple, each struggling for dominance in the underwater arena. The sound of impact echoes through the water as the battle rages on. A man's face fills the frame, his expression one of manic glee. Yeah, this is how it should be. A masked figure peers out from behind a breathing apparatus, his gaze intense. A bare foot plunges into water, sending a spray of droplets into the air. A man's face, contorted in a wide grin, fills the panel. "I feel like I'm alive." Gustav had become so strong that he eventually became bored and lost his meaning of life. So strong that he wanted more stimulation. A lone figure stands over fallen bodies, a dark silhouette against a blood-red backdrop. A voice whispers, "Save me." A hand presents a new product from China, promising a taste of heaven. Empty pleasure. It shouldn't be like this. The pleasure I wanted is more practical. I heard Python killed the amour of his time. Maybe he was caught in the same problem as me. Then whom should I kill? Go. Bring it on. Aquila? Or Medvedi? It's time for you to catch your breath. Did he enter the ring under Medvedi? If I kill him, will Medvedi snap? That'll make killing the beast a little more fun. What's wrong with that fucker today? The man clenches his fist, preparing for a fight. He thinks to himself, "Get it together, Asian. Do you know how much we bet on you?" A gloved hand is shown. The man's eyes narrow as he thinks, this punk. The fight begins. One man kicks the other. Someone thinks, he's a lot stronger than he looks like. He's deliberately taking the blows to the right by that chimpanzee. He's gauging the maximum strength of that chimpanzee. He's not even scared of him. And one day, he'll definitely reach my level. The man's expression is serious. He thinks, has he lost interest in fighting like me? A hooded man smiles. He thinks, yeah, I must be dreaming, am I? This son of a gun. He was pretending to be weak, but, what? He won. He's definitely like me. A man stands over fallen bodies, holding a knife. He thinks, I'm sure there is a possibility. He is going to become stronger than Medvedi. The hooded man with blue skin smiles, revealing sharp teeth. He thinks, that's awesome. Wonderful, just thinking about it gives me pleasure. For now, he's too good to kill. A cloaked figure stands with his back to the viewer. He thinks, I'll let him become stronger. A man with green hair looks up, his expression intense. Someone thinks, for some nut job, a hunt is the best medicine. A man holds a knife over another man, preparing to strike. A close-up of a hand holding a bloody knife. The man with green hair thinks, doesn't work for me though. Wu Jin straddles Amor Tigro, possibly stabbing him with a knife. Amor Tigro, struggling beneath him, sneers, if that's all you have. Wu Jin is stabbed in the arm, blood splattering. Amor Tigro stabs Wu Jin in the shoulder, drawing blood. Amor Tigro, grimacing, demands, take it out. Wu Jin holds a knife, ready to strike. Wu Jin stabs Amor Tigro in the leg, causing blood to spurt. Amor Tigro chokes Wu Jin, his face contorted in rage. Came here to kill you. Wu Jin kicks Amor Tigro in the face, sending blood flying. Amor Tigro falls backward, defeated. He thinks, Clutching his bleeding neck, Amor Tigro is on the phone. He thinks, you're my only opponent who won't go down easily even if I put everything into it. Amor Tigro lies dead on the boat, a pool of blood spreading around him. He thinks, I needed someone to see my limits, but they all died. Birds soar over a lush, green landscape. A man exhales a plume of smoke from a cigarette. Baek Duchan, holding a cup, says, I guess it has already started. He continues, I don't want to join a family fight. Jin Tae stands in the office, a figure seated at the desk behind him. He reflects on someone who was both a father and a teacher to him. The man in bed, reviewing documents, states that he died in Russia and expresses his desire to visit his grave. He acknowledges that finding the exact location will take some time. The man in bed is given 3 days. The other man emphasizes that even a short break can be detrimental to growth, urging continuous training. He adds that a vacation isn't a luxury that can be afforded right now. Jin Tae states that he'll be back soon, implying he's going on vacation. Jin Tae walks away, thinking to himself that he's not here. One man thinks to himself that he hasn't seen that noisy little kid in days. He calls out to Jin Tae. The man recalls that there used to be a half-Korean kid working there and wonders where he went. He asks how the other man should know where that little snob is, and then asks if he wasn't his babysitter. Jin Tae enters an elevator. A man in the background says that if they don't see anyone for a while, they should expect him to be sold in the market, if that's the case. Jin Tae thinks to himself that it's none of his business. Someone asks if he knows where he lives. Jin Tae glances back. They stood on the small boat. The only sounds the lapping of water against the hull and the creak of the wood beneath their feet. Jin Tae held 2 knives, their blades glinting in the dim light. Amor Tigro's yellow eye narrowed, studying his opponent. Jin Tae lunged forward, the knives blurring as he attacked. He pressed his attack, a whirlwind of motion and steel. Blood splattered, painting the air with crimson. Amor Tigro stood, his chest heaving, a grimace twisting his features. As I thought, I was right. You're one hell of a guy. He plunged a knife into his own chest, a dark satisfaction in his eyes. You're nothing compared to other dual knife-wielding, low-life trash. It's a different story when it comes to you. The boat rocked gently, the only witness to the brutal exchange. Amor Tigro, his face a mask of pain and determination, vowed, I'll give you special treatment from now on. He thought to himself that his best chance wasn't deep enough. Jin Tae gripped his knife, a strange feeling washing over him. His face was a study in concentration, his eyes narrowed, focused. He lunges forward, the knife a blur in his grip as he aims for Amor Tigro. Jin Tae's eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face as he presses the attack. The blade flashes, a deadly extension of his will. Amor Tigro twists, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the attack before retaliating with a swift counterstrike. The blade finds its mark, slicing across Jin Tae's flesh, drawing a spray of crimson. Amor Tigro could feel him on the ends of his fingertips. He might have grazed one of his ribs, but barely managed to avoid it. Amor Tigro realizes Jin Tae was getting hurt on purpose from the start. The realization dawns on Amor Tigro, his eyes widening in disbelief. He doesn't know what's going on. The fight continues, a whirlwind of steel and blood as Jin Tae and Amor Tigro clash once more. The knives meet with a resounding clang, the force of the impact reverberating through their arms. The dance of death continues, each strike and parry a testament to their skill and determination. Amor Tigro knows he's coming. He continues his assault, raining blows down on Amor Tigro. The force of Jin Tae's strike sends Amor Tigro reeling. Pain contorts Amor Tigro's face as he absorbs the blow. Following up, Jin Tae delivers a brutal kick. Amor Tigro's breath hitches as the air is forced from his lungs. Seizing the opportunity, Jin-tae hoists Amor Tigro into the air. He slashes with a knife, drawing a line of crimson across Amor Tigro's flesh. Another kick sends Amor Tigro sprawling. Jin-tae stands over his fallen opponent, his expression unreadable. His eyes narrow, a flicker of something dark passing across his face. The only reason why he accepted this thoughtless encounter was to see what a perfect win feels like, for just 10 seconds. A heavy weight settled in his gut, a feeling like he stood at the crossroads of life and death. Continuing his assault, Jin-tae leaps forward, closing the distance between them. He slashes out with a knife, aiming for Amor Tigro's vital points. The blade finds its mark, drawing a spray of blood as it pierces Amor Tigro's flesh. Jin-tae hoists Amor Tigro into the air, maintaining his relentless pressure. The impact of the previous blow leaves Amor Tigro reeling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Following up, Jin-tae delivers a swift kick, further staggering his opponent. Through his binoculars, Kim Shin thinks to himself that it wouldn't be weird if someone's head came off flying in the blink of an eye. But it shouldn't be happening this way. Things aren't going according to Lisa's plan. Glancing at his watch, Kim Shin mutters that he's sure he's almost here. Kim Shin's eyes narrow behind his mask, his expression unreadable. Finally, Jin-tae presses his sword against Amor Tigro's neck, the cold steel a stark warning. A tense standoff ensues, the fate of Amor Tigro hanging in the balance. The clash of titans continues as two figures exchange blows, the impact echoing through the air. A man levels his pistol, his voice a low growl. Enough, he snarls, the word hanging heavy in the air. Blood trickles down a man's face, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. Aquila, he shouts, his voice strained. Amor Tigro, muscles rippling, brandishes a knife, his eyes burning with intensity. I'm not done with you, Tigro, he growls, his thirst for battle unquenched. The glint of steel catches the light as a blade is drawn, promising pain and bloodshed. The gunman's face is grim, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. That's enough fighting, he declares, his finger tightening on the trigger. A bloody hand grips a knife, the knuckles white with tension. It'll be hard, even for you. A voice whispers, laced with menace. Meanwhile, two figures stand on a beach, the ocean stretching out before them. It's 4-1, dumbass. Can't you see? One says, their voice tinged with exasperation. Frigid and Shamo stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. Want to end up in a duffel bag made of alligator skin? Frigid asks, his tone casual but menacing. A gun is aimed with deadly precision. Even if God himself were to descend, I won't miss at this distance, the shooter vows, his resolve unwavering. The man's face is etched with determination, his eyes piercing. Come on, decide, he urges, his voice a low growl. Stop this family fight, a voice booms, echoing with authority. If you don't like it. Amor Tigro levels his pistol, the cold steel glinting in the dim light. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The woman with red hair states that there is no reason to stop her. Someone asks if they're going to break the rules and defend the retired. A hand crushes a cigarette. A gun is pointed directly at the viewer. The person holding the gun says that is the most important rule for them, and asks why they don't try it. Someone takes a step forward. They want to make sure that nobody recognizes the head of the crocodile. The man with slick back hair says that Snapper was terminated, and Komodo is gone. He thanks an old relic named Python. Baek Duchan is shown with blood on his face. The woman with red hair says that if anything goes wrong, they will be losing. Either he didn't care at all, or he simply didn't get the news. Due to these circumstances, Lisa is trying to get rid of Python. Someone says that Lisa made the two of them fight together. Even if the opponent they're fighting is Tigro, they're fighting in this situation. Isn't it very unlike her? Someone says that is right, Frigid. One of the men says that Gustav didn't know anything. One is still a killer of the Iskra and is being a nuisance, and he doesn't even care if he's not proud. One retired irresponsibly without a successor and is trying to harm one of Iskra's killer. The way he sees it, it is in the interest of Iskra to kill such pathetic people who are swayed around by foxes in the first place. A gun is pointed at the viewer. Jin-tae reflects on his current situation, realizing he is yet to obtain 70% of the data he needs. The damage he sustained is more than enough, but he can still fight, though he cannot continue much longer. He thinks that the new information about Python and Lisa's suspicious behavior makes identifying the situation more important than fighting. Gustav admits he's afraid, but he'll have to call it a day. Gustav believes Lisa's tricks have gone too far in this fight. She should have gotten something from him instead of telling him his location, as he'll end up in a big mess if this continues. Amor Tigro considers that the price of the deal is not Tigro's life, but his location. He recalls fighting Tigro, but when it was just about to get serious, Lisa sent people to help him and end this fight, calling her that foxy whore. Amor Tigro thinks that sooner or later, he'll be achieving his goal, and he'll be putting his head on the line. Amor Tigro tells someone to stop acting up, stating that everything in this confrontation is decided by him, not them. Amor Tigro thinks that for experiencing more fun, it seems that he'll have to deal with some tedious obstacles. A man with sunglasses stands nearby. Amor Tigro vows to take this disgrace to heart. Jin-tae is told to go back. In any case, they did it. One of the women asks if they still have to do this. She's afraid that a shitty crocodile will come after her head first. Someone says they're going to report to Lisa and that they'll get in trouble if they catch him. Someone wades through the water, the surface rippling with each step. Amor Tigro levels his pistol, his gaze unwavering. He tells Tigro that he never said he could move. He adds that they need to talk about a few things in private. The man demands to know what he's up to in Korea right now, without any missing information. A man stands before a nondescript building, his expression unreadable. A man takes a drag from his cigarette, smoke curling into the air. There is a place where the migrants gathered and formed a village. He heard the kid lives there in an old rented apartment. The apartment building looms, its windows like vacant eyes. That's all he knows. He is told to figure out the rest on his own. Consequences. A man speaks to a group of children. He asks if they even know the kid's name. The man behind the fence reveals that his name is Alexia. He is asked what he can do, since 10 seconds ago, he didn't even know his name. He is told he's quite the jerk. The man behind the fence offers some free advice. Instead of causing chaos in someone else's boat, row your own. He adds not to meddle in other people's affairs if you don't think you can handle the consequences. A door creaks open. They've paid off their debts. Someone asks what else they want from them. They ask if a kid named Alexia lives here. A man states that he used to work at their club but hasn't come for days, so he's come here searching for him. The scene is quiet. The chained woman is asked why she doesn't quit searching for him. Kim Shin curses under his breath, noting the crazy look in her eyes. A man holding a bottle is confronted by a woman asking why he's so loud. He insists it's nothing. The woman yells at someone to get away, threatening death. She tries to calm her partner, saying she sent him away. Jin-tae kicks down a door. Jin-tae looks down at the chained woman, who is called a whore and Asian. A man grabs another by the collar, demanding to know what he wants. He states he's here to find Alexia, asking if the other man knows where he is. The man thinks to himself that they really sold the kid. Jin-tae stands over the chained woman, who is referred to as the mother of a useless son. Jin-tae breaks a lock. A man is choked, gasping for air. Kim Shin thinks it's weird that whenever Alexia's name is mentioned, he gets riled up. The woman stands defiantly, her expression unreadable. A man's arm is twisted violently behind his back, the sound of cracking bone echoing in the confined space. A voice seethes, he left the house. He ran away from home, and you're here, drinking your ass off? Are you stupid? The woman demands, what do you want? Are you going to raise him for me? My life was ruined because he was born. Her voice rising to a scream, she continues, why the hell do you want to interfere with our lives? Get the hell out of my house. Kim Shin, his face etched with a mix of resignation and determination, declares, I'm calling the police. The unseen man shouts, you little runt, son of a bitch, you look exactly like your father. The woman's voice drips with venom, get out of here and find your father. No matter where you go, there will always be scum in this world. Kim Shin walks away, the sound of a dropped object echoing behind him. His back to the viewer, Kim Shin mutters, I feel disgusted, but I can't do anything more for that kid. A close-up of shoes reveals a discarded cigarette, but the embers still glowing faintly. That repairman was right. A man with long hair and a weary smile says, yo kid, you have nowhere to go? Why don't you stay over at my store? You'll be able to warm up inside, despite it being a bit messy. One man sits while another stands over him, explaining that the store he's talking about is a pawn shop, and that a pawn shop is a good place. A man is shown with the text, find organs of healthy children. A man and a woman are shown. A man is shown with chains and a weapon, thinking this, crazy fucking bastard. A man walks into a room, leaving bloody footprints. A man is shown with a knife, while a woman is rummaging through something, thinking where is it? Why can't I find it? The man snatches a gun from the woman, having found it. A gun is slammed down. The woman says, wait, what? A hand pulls back a bag full of money, with the text, you fucking bitch. A man pours out a liquid. The woman says, no, don't. Kim Shin, holding a lit match, says he'll ask one more time. He demands to know where Alexia is. Alexia begs him to stop, saying it's no use. Tears streaming down her face, Alexia sobs that the dog has already gone to a good place. Alexia continues to cry, thinking she couldn't help it and did it to save her life. She wonders if the whole family would have starved to death and asks if he wouldn't have done the same in her place. She then asks if they should share it a little. Alexia screams in anguish, kicking a burning object in the room. The name Kong Min-sung appears on screen. Kong Min-sung walks towards a dark tunnel, wondering if he was misled by the warmth he shared. Elsewhere, three men discuss splitting something 8:2, with one complaining he'll fucking die from boredom. Another man asks who someone is, noting that he's not a part of their gang. A man walks outside, seemingly having forgotten something. One man asks another if he didn't get a message from the entrance. The other man replies, nope. The truth of this world that he had realized when he was a kid. An unknown assassin shoots a gun. He grips Kim Shin by the neck, his fingers tightening with lethal intent. Is his neck twisted? Is he using a blunt weapon? The assassin stands over Kim Shin, who is bleeding profusely. This is ridiculous. How can someone kill a person with their bare hands? The assassin's hand is stained with blood. If you don't crush them, then you'll be the one getting crushed. The camera pans up to the ceiling of the building, before focusing on a man receiving a brutal punch. A masked figure lunges forward, knife in hand, striking his target with deadly precision. The assassin continues his relentless assault, another victim falling before his onslaught. A man on the ground begs for his life, his face contorted in fear. Desperation etched on his face, the man pleads, "Please be alive." The masked assassin continues his attacks, leaving a trail of blood and bodies in his wake. Another victim falls, the assassin's blade finding its mark with brutal efficiency. The masked figure strikes again, his movements swift and deadly. The assassin continues his assault, while another figure fires a gun amidst the chaos. The assassin sprints away, leaving a bloody trail on the wall. He continues to flee, his escape swift and silent. Crouched low, he curses under his breath. Where the hell are they? Is he too late? A sharp skid mark tears across the floor as he changes direction. The assassin enters a room, his expression grim. A man sits in a chair, draped in a white cloth, receiving a shave. Blood splatters across the surface. A man, his face smeared with blood, snarls, "You motherfuckers." A man's feet are visible as he stands over someone. He asks, "Why are you so hot?" Dmitri, a human trafficking gang leader, sits in a chair, holding a pen. He wonders how they got here. Another man, wearing glasses, says, "Oh my, are you deaf?" He continues, "Oh ho, your courage is admirable, young lad. It's essential to keep your cool on the brink of death." Two men stand in a doorway. One of the men is punched in the face. He thinks, "You know, right? The moment you lose your cool, that's it." The man with glasses says, "You couldn't have killed all of my men on the way here anyway." A man lies on the ground, defeated. A knife flies through the air. Dmitri adjusts his glasses, looking to explain something. A body lies on the ground, the scene still fresh. A man in a white suit notes that it has been at least 30 minutes, and that someone came here in a bad mood, having finally made up his mind. Someone says that Dmitri was the name, and that he was a man of talent who was on Iskra's kill list in the past, fighting with dirty methods. Lisa looks out the window, someone asking what he did to Wu Jin. A hand is covered in blood. A man lies on the ground, someone saying they feel bad for him. A man with blue hair asks if the other can't understand, holding a knife. A man with long hair is shown. A man with a stern expression is shown, someone asking if he caught it. A man is stabbed. A fist hurtles forward, aimed with lethal intent, but the attack is evaded. The teal-haired man counters, his fist connecting with brutal force. He reels, eyes wide with disbelief. How can he still see? The force of the blow sends him staggering back. He's just lucky. The situation hasn't changed, you brat. The red-haired man continues his assault, his movements a blur of violence. Another blow lands, the impact echoing through the space. He struggles to breathe, realizing he miscalculated. He was way above my level from the beginning. He must be a hitman from a big organization. The force of the final blow sends the teal-haired man flying through the air. He has to run, to save himself. A dark, dog-like creature stands amidst a splatter of blood. A man with a green beanie and glasses stares wide-eyed, the sound of gunfire echoing around him. The man, holding a bloody knife, mutters to himself, his face etched with regret. "Sir, please, I just..." A figure points a gun, the barrel aimed at a patient lying helpless in a hospital bed. Alexia's bloodied face is framed by crimson-stained hands. "Not Alexia," she whispers, a silent scream trapped in her throat. "If I had come earlier, I could have saved you." A shipping container looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy. "It's my fault." A silhouetted figure stands in a doorway, while below, a group of people are chained together, their faces etched with despair. Two faces, one bruised and tearful, the other scarred and grim, tell a story of suffering and resilience. Tears stream down a man's face, his expression a mask of anguish. A man embraces a child, a moment of tenderness amidst the surrounding darkness. A man in a suit walks through a doorway, his expression unreadable. A figure lies motionless on the floor. A man observes, thinking, Wu Jin had already reached the level I wanted from the start. He just underestimated his abilities and didn't. He had trained to the point that he lost his old senses, but he knew how to use them. No wonder Dmitri couldn't beat him. Congratulations, Wu Jin, you passed. Are you thinking the same thing as me? That he'll become a big shot someday? Lisa states that they're just going to have to be satisfied with the birth of the Vogue, but woohoo. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Sunshin, Jialanamdu. What the fuck is this? The men kneel before their boss. Who does that in this day and age? Yeo Min-soo, the rising fist of Honam region, is on the phone. He says, "Wow, you're finally here? Sorry about that, I'm pretty old school." After parting ways with Kim Shin, Jin-tae traveled around the Honam region, checking the people Kim Daejeon chose. He thinks to himself, how does he know that someone is useful? Not a single one was. Two men wait, one asking why they didn't call Min-soo. The other tells him to wait. Jin-tae thinks to himself that he heard the guy is pretty heavy and decides to check his information. One of the men says that Yeo Min-soo has recently emerged as a rising power in the Jeolla provinces. The other says that the power is insufficient but the unity is good, calling him a son of a bitch. Jin-tae looks at his phone, seeing a relationship with Gold Capital. Someone opens a door. Men enter a room, calling out to their boss. One of them reports an international call from 852, wondering which country it is. Jin-tae looks surprised, thinking to himself who does this in this day and age. Jin-tae looks serious, thinking to himself that he doesn't think it's going to be hot, and decides to check his skills first. A hand holds a phone. A man looks up, wondering what the fuck this is. He thinks to himself that one of his eyes was taken away by Choi Dalcheon. Two men yell at someone, calling him a son of a bitch and asking how dare he say that to their brother. Another man tells them to stop. He is told to stop picking up fights for nothing. Jin-tae thinks to himself that this son of a bitch made a mess out of his brothers. It's about time he got revenge for them, the man with the blonde hair thinks. The henchmen have a typical reaction, but he wonders what's so good about him. Jin-tae thinks he'll have to find it. A loud BAM echoes. The sound of footsteps approach. The blonde man thinks he's really looking forward to seeing his skills since he has been through a lot lately. Someone shouts that Jin-tae is a bastard and asks how he dares provoke their boss. Jin-tae tells them to step back. The blonde man is surprised he just got acknowledged. The blonde man says he's touched. Jin-tae thinks that after a while, he won't have enough time to yap with that mouth of his. Jin-tae attacks. The blonde man wonders what base this is. The blonde man says that they are no match for him. He wonders if it's boxing or karate, but none of them. Jin-tae continues his attack. He wonders if this is how it is on the streets. He is surprised that his kick was withstood. The man on the ground thinks that Jin-tae is ridiculous. Jin-tae delivers a kick. Jin-tae throws a punch. Baek Duchan grunts in pain, cursing. Jin-tae feels pain. He launches a powerful kick, connecting squarely with Baek Duchan. The force of the blow sends Baek Duchan hurtling through a nearby window, shattering the glass. Jin-tae stands over the prone Baek Duchan, assessing the damage. Baek Duchan thinks, that kick felt weird, and he drew out his knife. Baek Duchan thinks, this guy's weakness. I'll have to draw it out. Jin-tae unleashes another kick, aiming to keep Baek Duchan on the defensive. The kick lands with brutal force, sending shockwaves through Baek Duchan's body. Clutching his side, Baek Duchan brandishes a knife, his eyes narrowed with determination. The fight intensifies as Jin-tae and Baek Duchan exchange blows, the air thick with tension. Baek Duchan thinks, he has experience in knife fights. This dude, he has been through countless street. Blood trickles down Baek Duchan's side, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Baek Duchan thinks, but if you fight someone professionally like that, you'll definitely die. You pretentious bastard. Jin-tae declares that he can't stay back anymore. He's joining the fight. His declaration is met with agreement from the men behind him. Baek Duchan's expression hardens. His life depends on how Jin-tae chooses to fight. Kang Min-sung observes, acknowledging that Jin-tae has enough skills to accurately understand the gap between them. He admits it's not so bad. Kang Min-sung states that Jin-tae is a really cool guy. He then asks if the other party has a bad relationship with Capital Gold. Kang Min-sung thinks to himself that it's embarrassing to fight and say all this of a sudden. He concludes that it was all a test. Flashback to a conversation where it's revealed that someone came from Home City with Kim Dae-jeon's information about Baek Duchan. They are planning to take down Castle and are searching for talented people with skills and a history. Baek Duchan is asked if he wants to join them. He finds the offer ridiculous. Kang Min-sung reflects on seeing his brothers like this. He wonders what the difference is left between Choi Dalcheon and himself. Baek Duchan warns that they shouldn't think they'll be leaving unharmed next time they meet. He is different from the rest. Yeo Min-soo is a man that the boss needs. Someone thinks they should have approached him in a more practical manner. It's their fault. Kang Min-sung asks for forgiveness for being rude. He acknowledges that Baek Duchan's brothers had it rough because of him. There's nothing more to say from his side, so he'll be taking his leave now. Baek Duchan tells Kang Min-sung to come back tomorrow, so he can think about it. He warns that if he comes back tomorrow, he'll have to face him. He responds to the caller with a dismissive, whatever. Baek Duchan continues his walk, the phone pressed to his ear. He thinks to himself that he can't help his style this time. Baek Duchan curses under his breath, wondering who the hell is calling him after it's been ringing for a while. A woman's voice answers the phone with a cheerful, hello. She immediately asks what's wrong, flaring up as soon as she picked up the call, and then asks what he is doing. Baek Duchan recognizes the voice. The woman, identified as Marina, an Iskra informant, says he never changes and asks how Gina is doing. Baek Duchan replies that Gina is doing just fine. He mentions asking Aquila for a favor and asks if she knows that hillbilly dude. He continues, saying that he's been taking good care of her even if she tells him to get lost, and then asks how she got his number. Marina replies that getting his number is a child's play for her. Marina states that if the number is correct, then he followed Tigro to Korea. She adds that it's more like she got a vacation from Aquila. Marina asks if he thinks he's going to let her go, and then calls him a fool, adding that Tigro is a fool too. Marina says anyway, then, and asks what if she says. A voice on the phone asks if he had to choose between Tigro and Gina, which one would he choose? The man on the phone questions why he is being asked such a question. The woman is described as Yu Woo-sung, a famous member of the Black Dragon branch of the Triad. The speaker asks if the other party has ever heard of him. The man on the phone confirms that he means Yu Woo-sung, the director of Wajin Consultancy. He is told that he is their target, and the man questions why. The man acknowledges that it is Wajing's Yu Woo-sung. He is then asked if he remembers. The speaker states that his brother and sister had a terrible relationship in the past because of Lu Kai, the head of the Triad branch in Guangzhou. It is revealed that his brother is Yu Woo-sung. Three figures walk forward, the man in the center with long hair, followed by a woman with short hair and a man with a beard. Two figures stand outside the window, observing. Inside, a subordinate urges Dmitri to seek treatment at a hospital. Dmitri waves off the concern. He insists that the wound is shallow. He reflects that he thought he had grown accustomed to it, but admits he is still hopeless when fighting people with knives. Another man urges Dmitri not to be stubborn. Several men stand behind him. Dmitri asks him to repeat himself. Dmitri assures him not to worry, the wound isn't so deep. He clarifies that he's not talking about the knife wound. Dmitri calls someone a little bastard. He asks if they understand the situation they're under now. He demands to be told. Dmitri is told that he has a lot of things boiling inside him. Dmitri is asked about Dalgun and his eye being pulled out. He tells them not to make him laugh, yellow hair. Dmitri, injured, is asked if he's their boss. Dmitri asks if they knew what they dared to do. The man states that they are just underlings and they dared to enter his turf. Choi Dalcheon is shown in a close-up. A man is kneeling on the ground, head bowed. Choi Dalcheon sits, remarking that the man is going to beg for forgiveness. The kneeling man apologizes for his brothers entering Choi Dalcheon's turf, offering anything in exchange for their release. Another man in a suit asks if the kneeling man's head isn't a bit too high. A foot presses down on a man's head, forcing him to the ground. He is told to say, "Save me, sir." Choi Dalcheon is seen with two other men. One of them says to stop it, as the man is going to pay the price anyway. He asks if the man is willing to give up his body. The man on the ground replies, "Of course." Choi Dalcheon, standing over the man, says he's going to pluck one of his eyes out right now. He adds that if the man doesn't make any sound, he'll let the others go. The man on the ground is shown in distress. Choi Dalcheon states that the whole of the man's gang will be disposed of. Two men with bloodied faces shout that they'll kill everyone if they touch him. Choi Dalcheon is with two other men, one of whom remarks that these guys really. The man being tortured is told, "Don't worry about it." Choi Dalcheon sits cross-legged, surrounded by his underlings. Choi Dalcheon's eyes narrow as he thinks, "You're just as I have heard, a man of his own, but do you know?" The underling's head is held firmly in place as Choi Dalcheon muses. Pain always goes beyond human imagination. Two of Choi Dalcheon's men watch as the torture continues. One thinks, "It must hurt like hell." His fingers are totally inside his eye sockets. Tulbei screams in agony. Choi Dalcheon thinks, "It's impossible to even stay conscious, but how could he?" Tulbei grits his teeth, thinking, "I thought he would groan if I went deep. He's just wild. I guess I'll let him go." Choi Dalcheon stands over the injured Tulbei. He instructs his men, "Hey, you guys take care of this mess, and also throw them out of our turf." Tulbei, lying on the ground, weakly calls out, "Yuk, boss." Despite the excruciating pain, Tulbei insists, "It's fine. It's not like I'm dead." The narration reveals that he gave up his eye to protect them. The financial support for their gang was destroyed, and like that, the gang disbanded. Of Gold Capital, a man in a white suit places his hand on the shoulder of another man in a black suit. His abilities, fame, power, it all went up beyond our imagination. A voice wonders how long they are going to stay in this town. Choi Dalcheon is soaring in the skies. Someone tells him to shut up. Recently, all the gangsters from all over the country are gathering in home. They're planning something big there. One of the men confirms that the other heard Kim Dae-jeon's name right. "If you hadn't taken care of us, we would all have died already. Boss, I'm going to make you the best even if I have to die." Yu Woo-sung's younger brother is Yu Woo-sung. Someone states that their relationship has not been known since they have been very secretive about it. Even if they weren't close, isn't it strange that it has been a secret for so long? It turns out that the triad has been fighting for supremacy for the past few years, and Yu Woo-sung is in charge of it. But now, their war is coming to an end. Perhaps, Yu Woo-sung will be the new loser in Hong Kong streets at night. You have nothing to worry about. Go back to Russia, Magpie. Iskra is the safest place for your siblings. He spoke into the phone, thanking Marina for the difficult-to-obtain information, promising to repay the favor. He lit a cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his face. The man mused about Lu Kai's brother, the smoke curling around his face. He spoke into the phone, admitting he'd never thought about it properly. He entered a white car, answering a call from someone asking if Gina had eaten. A woman stared intensely, her expression unreadable. The woman stood in a dimly lit room, thinking that she couldn't tell everything, apologizing to Magpie. A letter addressed to Lisa sat atop a report. The scene showed a hallway littered with bodies, the man reflecting that the situation in Hong Kong was going as Lisa had predicted. The man stood among others, looking down at a body, thinking that it wouldn't be long before he became the master of Hong Kong. The man spoke on the phone, while someone else thought that bringing the triad out into the open was obviously an act of crossing the line. He also thought that if Yu Woo-sung messed around too much, Jean would be rushed. The man with a bloody face was called a stupid little pig, while someone else thought that they were too busy with peace. The cleanup is just a little one. They'll be going to Korea when they're done. Korea? Are they trying to expand their strength overseas after taking over Hong Kong? But revealing his plans just like this. "Thank you for your local Hong Kong meatballs. Here, you can have the cash." Kim Shin prepares to inflict more pain on his captive. The torture victim begs for mercy. Kim Shin holds a lighter to his cigarette, as Won Young stands nearby. He's located him, the guy who is called Magpie. He's in Korea, are we going after him? Oh, you mean him? No, it's fine. Isn't it a waste of our time to catch a rat like him? Besides, isn't it his revenge? If I have to do it, I'll just gather them together and pop them all, just like poof dash. The order is given to observe Yu Wusung's future movements. There have been no reports of Python's location in Southeast Asia, Taiwan, or Guangdong province. The speaker believes he is not there. A report indicates that, not long ago, Python smuggled many of his men into Korea via baristas' movements. It is believed that Python's true intentions can be guessed. A voice declares that someone is fighting Castle for personal revenge, risking their life on useless things. The man with black hair stands outside a house, listening. Gustav, smoking a cigarette, thinks that people like him cannot understand that. He wonders if that is all the man wanted to know. The bandaged man suggests calling it a day. Gustav asks what the rush is, reminding him that he knew he was coming as a mediator. The man replies that he was sure Gustav would come. He adds that Lisa couldn't have just meaninglessly sent someone like Gustav here. The man thinks that Gustav wasn't the only one. The bandaged man asks what he means, wondering what Lisa's true intention is. The man stands, his expression unreadable. The bandaged man thinks that it's certain that Lisa is using him to remove Baek Duchan. He believes he is the best card to use without Iskra getting its hands dirty. Gustav thinks that today's show is too big for that. The bandaged man reflects that one of the purposes of this show was to tame Gustav, and the other one is. A message is left for someone. The message states that Gustav, Aquila, and other strong men are in Iskra. Lisa tells the bandaged man to hold her hand, then his revenge will be easier. She thinks that it is her message. The bandaged man wonders if her aim is Castle. The man's fingers tightened into a fist as he spoke, more precisely, being a member of it. Kim Shin sat, considering the proposal, to form a cartel that operates with vast amounts of black money and has power beyond imagination. A voice echoed in the room. It's an ambition she has always had. There is a limit to how much Iskra can grow despite its elites. And the Iskra killers of this generation want power and money. I have no justification to stop her. Kim Shin poured a glass of amber liquid, his thoughts drifting. Tigro, if she's using you. He paused, a thought clouding his features. Why don't you take advantage of her, too? What do you think will be her choice? Lisa wouldn't miss such a good deal then. Kim Shin's gaze hardened. Maybe, the next time we meet, we'll be enemies. If you want to meet Magpie, I'll give you his location. It's fine. It's not like you. He himself knows better about the decision he has made. Get back home safely. Really? Then let's call it a day. The masked man grappled with Wu Jin, a brutal struggle unfolding. You must have worn out from severe insomnia. You won't be able to relax anymore in the future. He thinks to himself that he will watch guard outside for Tigro, and that his brother will have to go through many hardships. The scene shifts to Busan Pyoyoung's office, where a group is gathered. The question is posed whether the information is from Japan. Nabachi states that he got it from a Yakuza he secretly contacted. He adds that he has a rough idea about how strong the hide dude is. Young Seon-oh is informed that the contact is famous and one of the best killers in Japan. He's number 2 in Mori, and his skills are a little weaker compared to that of Oduwa's. He is also considered to be the successor of Oduwa. Young Seon-oh is asked to send all the collected information to Home City, as they'll use the information more conveniently. A subordinate confirms to his superior. He is then asked what about Hyde, and if there is any message from him, to which he responds in the affirmative. Nabachi complains that he only gets small errands and barely does anything. He is told not to do anything rash, as it is thought that they are not really taking them seriously. Young Seon-oh states that they're all tough guys, and that's all for today. He tells them that break's over and to get to their work. Young Seon-oh is asked if it's today, to which he responds in the affirmative. Young Seon-oh confirms that it is today. A character complains about having to go, as their arm still hurts from the other day. Young Seon-oh tells him to get out. A figure is kicked while on the ground, exclaiming in pain. A man decides to call it a day. Seo Young-chi asks Song Ik-cheon if he can continue. Song Ik-cheon confirms that he can. Pyo-young is called in. Pyo-young greets the seniors. A man states that it's going to be 1 versus 2. Someone walks forward. A swift kick connects. The kick sends the target reeling. The figure crashes to the ground. A close-up reveals a grimace of pain. Another kick lands with brutal force. The figure is sent flying. The assassin continues his assault, driving his knee into Pyo-young's prone form with brutal force. From the sidelines, one man observes that Pyo-young has improved significantly, his skills noticeably sharper. The assassin rains down further kicks on Pyo-young, each blow carrying the weight of his intent. The observer notes that Pyo-young is still not strong enough to defeat his opponents. The observer worries that he's going to end up killing someone. But still, with a surge of strength, Pyo-young seizes the assassin's leg, his grip tightening. He hurls the assassin away, sending him sprawling. One of the observers exclaims, "Let's end it." Another observer wonders how he pulled off such a sick move, noting that even Mo Sung-yu was nothing compared to him. The opening disappeared in a single move. That was crazy. A voice booms, "That's enough." Ilho steps between the fighters, halting the brutal exchange. Ilho. He is surprised by Ilho's arrival. The man wonders what the reason could be, as he recalls that most of the people he will deal with in the future will have a weapon. He also remembers that Oduwa has complete mastery over axes. A man states that no matter how diligently one trains, a few years are not enough. He urges someone to hurry up and get used to fighting with blades. Another man explains that Young has filled his lack of strength with big movements until now, but that kind of movement is only beneficial for his opponent. He adds that Young's natural talent is extreme agility, like his father. The man states that the best weapon for him will be karambits in both hands. The man believes that his skills will rise up steeply, but their disabilities aren't letting them teach him enough. The man thinks that he needs to fight and learn on his own to become stronger. He states that once he's over him, he'll reach the level of Oduwa within a year. The man thinks that he is a bold brat and that he is not losing sight of his target. The man wonders if it is a cat. Pyo Young is addressed. The man tells him that he is up to some cute little things for his age. Kim Jae-hoon sits alone, contemplating the situation. He thinks to himself that at this rate, he won't last long. Yesterday's defeat was totally disappointing. A flashback shows a fight. He thought he almost had him, but his fists are too fast to see. Lying on his back, Pyo Young reflects that as expected, he can't use a weapon. His kicks are definitely slower than Uncle's knife. He tells himself to be quiet. Kim Jae-hoon looks up, realizing they're screwed. He wonders what happened and realizes that Hyde is here. An unseen figure orders someone to gather all the boys. Two men discuss that he was just playing around until yesterday. One asks if the other noticed something strange. The other replies that they were drinking with girls every other day. A man adjusts his suit, preparing for what's to come. He tells himself to be quiet. A group of men welcomes leader Hyde. A man in a car states that it's Mori's Nawabari business hideout and tells the driver to take him there. A man replies to someone, saying yes, sir. He wonders what's going on and notes that it's been a while since he came to Busan, wondering why now. A group of people stand in a room, possibly discussing plans. Two men walk, possibly heading to a meeting. He muses to himself that there's no sharpness in Hyde's moves. He hopes to see something today. Two men stand face to face. One comments that as long as they have skills, he doesn't care much about their past. Someone wonders what they are doing. A man with long hair is told that he is pretty strong for someone without any background. The man with gray hair is asked why he took them in. He replies that he selected only those who betrayed him, but if it's a problem, he'll disband the group. The long-haired man is told that he has such a big group for his age. He is also told that he said one thing wrong, that the best option in Busan is wrong. It is said that there are monsters in Busan that are incomparable to them. A fist clenches. It is said that some of the people under him worked for Kwak Jung-hyun, who was destroyed by Oh-doo-wah, a famous Yakuza who faced a humiliating defeat in the past. The opponent were the Bulwi. The gray-haired man thinks that after many years, Master got a chance for revenge. He slaughtered the person who humiliated him and maimed all the people involved, so they could live on like that in pain and shame. He respects Oh-doo-wah, but the long-haired man thinks that he doesn't think that was a very good judgment on this matter. He thinks that he can. The long-haired man, wearing sunglasses, says to tell that there's a connection between him and the baby he had heard of back then. The gray-haired man thinks that with even a small spark, a fire can be started again. He muses that the enemies are enjoying their lives. He wonders if the fire has run out, and if it won't grow into a fire that can burn down a whole forest. Leader Hyde considers that if the baby were to be alive, right now he would be. He continues, stating that the baby might even be dead. The man with long hair agrees. Leader Hyde holds up a knife. The man with long hair says he's not sure about what Leader Hyde means, and that Doo-wah himself selected him as the new representative of Busan. Leader Hyde explains that it is a knife that can be used in the same way as a fighting with your fist. Even those who are not familiar with using it can use it to some extent depending on their efforts. Of course, that's not enough. Leader Hyde warns the man with long hair not to let go of it during a fight, adding that it will fill in for his weaknesses. The man with long hair recalls that last night, Leader Hyde enjoyed seeing his fire. The man with long hair wonders what Leader Hyde knows, recalling last night. Leader Hyde states the story about him and this knife. He knows. The man with long hair questions how much Leader Hyde knows, and if he is an ally or enemy. A group of men stand together, one with long hair and sunglasses leading the way. A man sits with his arms crossed, lost in thought. He reflects on his shortcomings and the helplessness he felt when facing Shin Tae-jin. Shin Tae-jin was stronger, but he still intended to fight. At first, they aimed for each other's throats. After that, he could barely see Shin Tae-jin's movements before he lost. Their footwork was key. If his assumption is correct, Ryu Ji-hak was planning to slowly attack from outside his field of vision. Shin Tae-jin got away with a minor injury, but he couldn't avoid it. It was too fast. What he faintly remembers is, no matter how many times he thinks about it, he can't think of any solution. He still has doubts. Shin Tae-jin is good at fighting with both hands, but he can fight with only his left hand. When he asked Shin Tae-jin to train him to fight a big figure of castle, he showed him the trick. The man in the brown coat had left the rest to him to learn as his homework. That clue to that trick was in their fight, yet he couldn't figure it out. Kim Dae-jeon stood tall, looking down. Jang Ho asked if he was done with his work, brother. Kim Dae-jeon responded that he was enough to take care of himself, and asked if Jang Ho had been waiting for him the whole time. Jang Ho insisted that no matter what he said, he couldn't let him go around alone. Jang Ho asked if he was going to the hospital to meet Sung Jun. Kim Dae-jeon said that it had been a while since he met him, and that he would return back from there on his own. Jang Ho wondered how that thing was going. Kim Dae-jeon explained that after Kim Jae-hoon and Yoon Deok-soo were taken down, The drug distribution organization disappeared. He added that allowing them in home was the most regrettable thing he'd done under Yun Deok-soo, and that he wanted them to be gone from home city, asking Jang Ho to please work hard. Jang Ho stated that he thought it was them. Kim Dae-jeon remarked that as expected, it seemed they were back to circulating drugs again. He asked Jang Ho to make sure to contact him first if anything happened. He takes a drag from his cigarette, lost in thought. He reflects on not being able to tell Dae-jeon something. He resolves to do it on his own this time, hoping someone will turn a blind eye. A hand flicks a lit cigarette out of a car window. A voice commands, "Let's go." A group of men in suits sprint forward, one shouting, "We finally got you, you little bastards." Two figures speed away on a motorcycle. One yells, "Ah, fuck, run." Feet walk purposefully forward. A man is violently attacked. Someone shouts, "Why don't you quit, you idiot?" A hand reaches out. A man is grabbed by the collar as another voice declares, "You're my fucking brother?" The man being grabbed is bleeding and injured. He is told that betraying him is like betraying their brother, Dae-jeon, who saved their lives. He apologizes, saying, "Be brother. I'm sorry, brother." He thinks to himself that he tried to quit because he felt like he would die. Jang Hoon is Jang Ho's brother. The man cries, thinking, "I'm really sorry." A voice says that this little bastard is still out of his mind. A man is grabbed. Two men laugh, one saying, "These fuckers, what is so funny about this?" The two men continue to laugh. One says, "Don't worry about us." The other says, "Keep it going, Manhwa." Kim Tae-ha curses under his breath, his expression hardening. He vows that his enemies won't be getting out of this alive, daring them to bring it on. Jin Tae unbuttons his shirt, preparing for a fight. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he anticipates the coming struggle. With a burst of speed, Jin Tae launches a flying kick, the force of the blow aimed at an unseen opponent. Someone cries out, addressing Jin Tae as B-boss. Another man nearby senses that something is wrong. Jin Tae observes a group of people, realizing that they are not the only ones present. The group stands near a collection of parked cars, their presence adding to the tension in the air. A car window reflects the scene, hinting at hidden observers. Jin Tae remarks on his dramatic entrance, questioning if it was cool. The text reveals a connection. Brother? Brother Kim Dae-jeon. A sense of foreboding fills the air as someone thinks they've made a big mistake. Jang Ho, his face obscured by shadows and sunglasses, wonders who these small flies are. One of the men wonders if the guests who arrived are unhappy. Inside a car, a man wearing sunglasses sits silently. A man wonders who these small fries are. The man recalls someone who humiliated him and Dae-jeon back then. The man in the car thinks he has to be careful, or the entirety of Home City will be in danger. The man thinks that Kim Dae-jeon and the whole gang will be in danger. He then asks if they are from home. The man with the bandaged hand says they are there to get his younger brother, and these are his friends. The man thinks that fortunately, he doesn't recognize him, and maybe there's a chance they can get out of here. The man thinks they are stupid. The man thinks it'll be better than Kim Dae-jeon's gang taking him. The other men say they're lying. They're all gangsters in Home City, and they're in a gang under a guy named Kim Dae-jeon. The man in glasses leans forward, a glint in his eye. "Oh really?" he asks, his tone laced with skepticism. A man with a stern expression speaks to another, who is wearing a helmet. The helmeted man insists, "I'm just a civilian." The man from the previous panel holds a knife to the helmeted man's head, the blade reflecting the dim light. A man with scars on his face, his knuckles wrapped in tape, smiles grimly. "Thank you for letting me know," he says. Inside a car, a group of people are gathered. One of them exclaims, "Wait, why?" The man with slick back hair speaks, his expression serious. "Now, shall we talk about something beneficial for the both of us?" A large hand points at a group of people, singling them out. "Call out one of these without making it obvious," a voice commands. Inside a car, a man speaks with a sinister tone. "We'll let only one person live who volunteers first." A man shouts, "5. His hand reaches out, as if grasping for something. Another man shouts, 4. Two men stand together, one reassuring the other. "Brother, we're fine." A man with a determined look shouts, 3. The man with scars from panel 4 is shown in a close-up, his expression unreadable. A figure grabs another, their intentions unclear in the chaos. Amidst the chaos, a voice booms, urging everyone to run and focus solely on survival. The group, surrounded by suited figures, seems to heed the warning, their faces etched with fear. Another voice commands to run away no matter what. A blade finds its mark, piercing through flesh as a man cries out in agony. A fist connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave through the victim's body. The glint of steel flashes as another man is stabbed, the crimson stain spreading rapidly. The blade plunges deep, eliciting a guttural groan of pain as the victim collapses. Clutching his wound, the man grimaces, his face contorted in agony as blood seeps through his fingers. Lying prone, the man's thoughts drift to Hoon, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Helpless on the ground, the man's gaze is filled with despair as the chaos unfolds around him. With ruthless precision, a man drives the knife into his helpless victim. Sprinting through the wooded landscape, the man cries out, his voice raw with desperation as he calls for his brother. Tears streaming down his face, the man urges someone to go, to survive, his voice cracking with emotion. A man is held in a chokehold, his face contorted in pain. His assailant demands he tell Kim Dae-jeon about the situation. The man struggles, gasping for air, as he insists it only needs to happen once. The man's face is a mask of desperation as he pleads to be listened to, his eyes wide with fear. Tears stream down the man's face as he chokes out an apology to his brother, his voice thick with regret. A car speeds away, its tires kicking up dust, leaving a body lying motionless on the ground. His eyes are filled with tears, his face is bruised and battered. A hand, wrapped in bandages, reaches out from the open window of a car. A blade flashes in the dim light as a man plunges it into another's chest, the crimson stain spreading rapidly. Standing near a car, the man holds a bloody knife, his expression grim. Footsteps echo on the pavement, the sound heavy and deliberate. Sitting amidst the trees, the man sobs, desperately pleading into his phone. He curses himself, believing everyone is suffering because of him. Lying on the ground, covered in blood, the man whispers that this is his grave. Two men sit outside a building. One of them mentions boss Kim Dae-jeon. He felt a pang of regret. I'm sorry about it. He reflected on his past actions. He couldn't repay the favor and went first. Even though he lived with his head bowed to others. He didn't know how to live until he met you. He learned a lot of important things. He thought, fuck, but still. Seeing their brother, Dae-jeon, succeeding made him think he was going to die. He was. A hand flicked open a switchblade. He thought back to a promise. He was going to just buy you a suit. The man stood in the shadows, his expression unreadable. He spoke into the phone. Oh, it's Hoon. Hoon's voice cracked over the phone. Dae-jeon. I'm at the park, near the entrance to the industrial complex. It's the place where I used to get drugs. Jang Ho's voice cracked with desperation as he spoke into the phone. Jang Ho and all the other brothers are all getting attacked now. Please save us. Hurry up. Hoon gripped his phone tightly, his voice sharp with urgency. Hoon, calm down. Give me more details. Who's attacking you? Meanwhile, a man with red hair stood in the shadows of the forest, watching Hoon. The older man sat beneath the trees, phone pressed to his ear. Kim Dae-jeon walks with purpose. One of the men states that he doesn't know what's going on, and that Kim Shin should be informed so they can move together. He then comments on the other man's expression. The man's expression is that of someone about to do something serious. He apologizes and asks someone to return to home immediately. He assures someone not to worry about him, stating he'll be cautious and that he's the best at it. Kim Shin's phone rings. Driving, he reflects that if anything happens while he's away, someone should take care of themselves. He confirms that they will. A tattooed hand uses a phone. The person on the other end is told to notify the others. Kim Dae-jeon answers his phone. He asks what happened at such a late hour and is told to leave the office and run away somewhere. He is told that Soo-min is safe. He is then instructed to mobilize all the young brothers who can go out at Dakibi Park right now. Something serious has happened. The man driving says he thinks Jang Ho was attacked. He doesn't know who attacked them or how serious it is, but nothing is certain yet. He hangs up, telling the person to hurry. A lone figure kneels on the ground near a sleek, dark car, the scene bathed in the eerie glow of the vehicle's headlights. There's blood staining the sand. The attackers departed in haste. An industrial complex looms in the distance, its dark silhouette hinting at secrets hidden within. The abandoned factory has been ignored for a very long time. Is that their hideout? There are not many men around. It takes about 30 minutes from the Dakibi Park to here. It'll be too late if I wait. Let's check out the situation first. Jin-tae sprints down a narrow alleyway, his expression grim as he races against time. A figure peers cautiously through a doorway, their gaze sharp and assessing. Jang Ho lies amidst a pile of bodies, the aftermath of a brutal attack painting a grim picture. The brothers too. Oh, you were alive, Jang Ho, thank God, but he's bleeding a lot. Who is the bastard responsible for this? A figure with bandaged hands stands defiantly, their eyes burning with a cold fury. The man walks away, his thoughts heavy. He is thinking about the situation. Hyde considers the implications. Why is he here? He is an executive. The fact that he is involved. Hyde continues to ponder. Is it because they attacked Kim Jae-hoon? If that's the reason, they will attack us on a whole different level. Hyde reflects on the worst-case scenario. It could be a big hunt for the entire home city. Jin-tae thinks to himself, we can't waste a minute. I have to let the boss and the others know quickly. Attacking head-on in this situation will be suicidal. Yeah, I'll have to retreat now. Hyde is thinking about the fact that he is involved. Of course, the ones who got caught might die, but there's nothing I can do. I can't let the whole home city family get stuck in a fire pit. Hyde continues, I'm sure the younger brothers are on their way, but... Hyde looks up, lost in thought. Pyo-young thinks to himself, life truly sucks. Won-young says, June, these guys are almost done. Amor Tigro asks, what should I do? Bury them. Pyo-young sighs, sigh. It took them quite the time. Sung-jun exclaims, exclamation point. Tul-bae says, they came to see us on their own. The man adjusts his glasses, a sense of isolation hanging in the air. Moreover, alone too dash. He stands tall, his suit immaculate, a silent observer in a world of chaos. One of the men observes, there are less people than I expected. Another questions, no way is he. A third urges, let's move fast before I get surrounded. A brutal kick connects with a face, the sound of bone and flesh colliding echoing in the confined space. The man strides forward, his voice dripping with disdain. Crazy bastard. You came here on your own. He continues his advance, each step deliberate, each movement a promise of violence. A hand clamps down, fingers digging into flesh, a desperate attempt to control the situation. The attack lands, a crimson spray painting the air as the victim reels from the blow. He brandishes a knife, the steel glinting under the dim light, a silent threat hanging in the air. A fist connects, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the victim's body. He advances, his footsteps echoing in the silence, a predator closing in on its prey. He stops, his face a mask of barely contained rage. He stopped right before it could touch him. He throws a punch with incredible speed, his fist aimed squarely at his opponent's face. The opponent reels from the blow. He grits his teeth, muttering, "This crazy bastard." Kim Shin stands over his opponent, his expression unreadable. The opponent stumbles backward, struggling to regain his balance. A man apologizes, "Sorry, Jun. We can't just kill him with a gun." Another man watches the fight intently, declaring, "This guy? I'll take care of him." A swift kick connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow sends the recipient staggering. Someone observes, a hint of surprise in their voice. He was hiding his skills this whole time? A voice analyzes the situation. It's completely different from the data we received. Or did he train to be like this in a short time? The man dismisses the question, stating, "A short time? It doesn't matter." A character warns, "He's coming. It's different." His left foot injured, Kim Shin grits his teeth in pain. Two figures clash in a flurry of motion, exchanging blows with brutal efficiency. A figure stands triumphant over a fallen opponent, the victor shrouded in shadow. He gives off a different pressure than when we fought Nam Gung-hyuk. How ridiculously strong can these guys be? Jang Ho lies in a pool of his own blood, his body battered and broken. It could have been deep. Here. No matter how fucked my feet are, my knife isn't something that most people can avoid by fluke. Standing over Jang Ho's prone form, the figure remarks, "It'll be fun to play with him now. It's been a while since I had a fun time. It's too bad that I have to kill him. Shall we heat up the mood? Joshua, you pick that thing up right. Get that ready." A brutal exchange unfolds as one fighter stabs another, the impact echoing in the confined space. Barista probably can't use his right arm due to an injury. If he can overpower his left hand, there's a chance he can win. The man with slick back hair grips a knife tightly in his left hand, preparing for the next exchange. The sound of a strike echoes as the man's head snaps to the side, a thin line of blood appearing at his temple. The man is struck again, blood spraying from the fresh wound as his body twists from the force. With a pained grunt, the man collapses to the ground, his body sprawled amidst the pooling blood. The red-haired man stands over his fallen opponent, his expression unreadable. Gasping for breath, the man on the ground struggles to rise, his vision blurring with pain. The red-haired man raises his sword high, preparing to deliver the final blow. The man on the ground feels his fingertips growing cold. Is it because of the murder intent? Or is it because it is the relic of the man he hates the most? But there's nothing better than this when it comes to slicing a neck. The man's eyes widen as he looks up at the red-haired man, realizing he can't fight properly because of him. The red-haired man offers a hand, saying, "I can help you." The man on the ground yells, "Stop." A streak of blue energy cuts through the darkness. A man in a white shirt looks up, his expression unreadable. Another man, wearing a red cap, reaches out with a bloodied hand. A man in a suit stumbles, gasping for air. A hand is covered in blood. A man in a white shirt clutches his head, his face contorted in pain. A close-up reveals the intense focus in the man's eye. The man's face is twisted in rage as he screams, "I'll kill you. Your expression is worth seeing right now." A man lies on the ground, blood pooling around him. Another man wipes blood from his face, a grimace etched into his features. He explodes in rage, vowing to kill. A figure in a suit walks away from the fallen man, leaving him in the dust. The red-haired man smirks, remarking that he can fight better now that the deadweight is gone. He pauses, wondering if the jacket was meant to conceal a knife, and what will happen if he comes closer. The suited man and the red-haired man clash, a brutal fight erupting between them. The red-haired man thinks that his opponent will lose his head. The suited man looks surprised. The fight intensifies, the suited man lunging forward with a blade. The man in the jacket thinks to himself, surprised by the jacket's unexpected use. A foot steps forward, initiating the next phase of the fight. The man's eye narrows as he wonders if it hurts, planning to slit his opponent's intestines in one go if things go well. He recoils, realizing he needs to avoid something. The man advances, his expression determined, recognizing his opponent as dangerous. The two men exchange blows in a fierce close-quarters fight. Both fighters tumble to the ground, locked in a struggle. From a low angle, one man looks up, a question forming in his mind. "Did you know?" A scream of pain erupts as one of the fighters is injured, realizing his left foot is hurt. A close-up of an eye reveals intense focus and determination. One of the men attacks with a knife, drawing blood. One man is left bleeding, while the other lies defeated on the ground. A blade finds its mark, piercing through flesh. Baek Duchan grits his teeth, a crimson stain blooming on his shirt. He spits, tasting blood. "You bastard," he thinks, realizing the cut wasn't deep enough to hit his vitals. I thought I got your intestines. Did I cut a bunch of muscles? The detective thinks, I've already gotten used to it. Baek Duchan's eyes narrow. Oh. He grimaces, blood dripping from his wound. You bastard. Baek Duchan thinks, it must be because I'm not used to this hand, tsk. He swings his blade, a silver arc cutting through the air. Baek Duchan prepares to strike, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. I'll kill you. Steel clashes against steel, the sound echoing in the confined space. Baek Duchan thinks, this bumpkin, his reflexes are matching up to my speed. Baek Duchan's brow furrows. That's weird. He thinks, if that's the case, shouldn't he have started counterattacking? Well, whatever. His face contorted in rage. Baek Duchan thinks, had enough? Should I finish him in one go? Baek Duchan strikes again, the blade a blur of motion. He clashes with his opponent, the assassin's blade a blur of deadly intent. The fight continues, a desperate dance of survival amidst a spray of blood. It's quite funny, he thinks, as the reality of his situation begins to sink in. But after a while, you lose momentum, and you finally hit rock bottom. The moment when anger turns into despair. It's so refreshing that I can't help but enjoy it. When you're angry, you try to get rid of anything that's in your way. I can't feel my arms and legs properly. I don't know how long I will last. I've hit the bottom line. I'm sure they're thinking that. My strength, it's completely gone. No matter how hard I try. In the end, are the people of home my limit? He was on the verge of dying, one of the men stated, his voice echoing in the dimly lit room. Blood streamed down Baek Duchan's face as he recalled Shin Tae-jin's training, forcing him to fight without his dominant arm for days. The memory flashed, Shin Tae-jin's left hand, used unexpectedly, and Ryu Ji-hak's closeness to him. Shin Tae-jin was definitely stronger, Baek Duchan thought, the realization hitting him hard. A sharp cry of pain escaped him as he remembered Shin Tae-jin's lesson on using his left hand. Baek Duchan roared, enraged by the trickery, his face contorted in fury. Barista was after his life anyway, Baek Duchan thought, steeling himself to fight with everything he had. He was one level lower, he knew, and had intentionally acted like he was swayed by his anger, a dangerous gamble. It was the beginning of the counterattack, a desperate move to turn the tide. Aim for the head to break his balance. Baek Duchan reminded himself, blood dripping from his brow. He was one level lower, but he would follow the momentum, pushing forward with every ounce of strength. If this gamble works, he thought, his feet pounding against the ground. Jin-tae asks Joshua if they should intervene in the fight. Joshua tells him to shut up and watch, warning that if they join in, Jun will kill them. The fight intensifies as one of the combatants throws a punch. One of the fighters is injured, clutching his face in pain. The injured man declares that he is not going down. He grips a knife, now knowing the cause of his troubles. The man is surprised that he was trained before his opponent died, wondering what makes him angry. He snarls that he was tricked and humiliated in the worst way. The injured man grits his teeth, enduring the pain. The man attacks with the knife, leaving a legacy behind. From now on, the two men watch intently. The man declares that it's a one-sided slaughter as he attacks with the knife. A man lies beaten on the ground, blood staining his white shirt. A man with a scar over his eye stands, a knife glinting in his hand. He thinks to himself that this is his real skill and that he is strong. The beaten man struggles to rise, thinking that he can't back down anymore. He thinks that if he lets him go, the whole family will have to fight this monster. A group of people stand together. One of them thinks to himself, Barista, I will definitely kill you here today. The man with the scar lunges forward, knife raised. A voice echoes, even if it costs me my life. The scene shifts to a quiet night. A man sleeps peacefully in his bed. A close-up reveals the sleeping man's face. Lisa stands between two men, her expression unreadable. One of the men calls out to Soo-min. The woman firmly states her refusal. The man suggests they go somewhere safe, mentioning Kim Dae-jeon's specific request. Lisa declares that she is not entirely useless in situations like this. One of the men relays that Jang Ho is attacked. Something feels wrong, the man thinks. He suggests they prepare for an all-out war. A guttural scream tears through the air. A brutal fight unfolds, blood splattering across the scene. The clash continues, a whirlwind of fists and fury. A close-up reveals a bloodied face, the aftermath of a savage blow. The violent struggle rages on, neither side yielding. The assassin's foot slams down, grinding Jin-tae's hand into the rough ground. The assassin presses his advantage, continuing his relentless assault. Jin-tae cries out in pain. The assassin's blade finds its mark, piercing Jin-tae's flesh. Blood blossoms on his white shirt. The assassin twists the knife, deepening the wound. Jin-tae writhes in agony. Struggling against the pain, Jin-tae grits his teeth, his face contorted in a grimace. The assassin's voice is cold and devoid of emotion. Stop struggling. The assassin plunges the knife into Jin-tae once more, the blade sinking deep into his body. Blood streams from the fresh wound, painting a gruesome picture of defeat. The assassin stands over Jin-tae, the knife dripping with crimson. His eyes are pitiless. Raising the knife high, the assassin prepares to deliver the final blow. The assassin strikes, the knife arcing down towards Jin-tae's prone form. A sudden realization dawns on Jin-tae. All this time, He's been able to dodge because he knows Shin Tae-jin's knife technique. The assassin grips Jin Tae's neck, his attack relentless. His eyes narrowed, the assassin thinks, and the assassin maintains his hold on Jin Tae. He sends a kick into Jin Tae's body. The assassin thinks, he was trying to attack, but stopped just before I could manage to slash his vital points. The two continue their deadly dance, knives flashing in the dim light. The assassin's breath comes in ragged gasps. His face contorted with exhaustion, the assassin thinks, I'm so tired of you. The assassin's thoughts race, I don't know if I'm lucky, but Barista's movements are getting slower, and he can't even see from one of his eyes. The blades meet again, a desperate struggle for dominance. Jin Tae considering the difference in skills. This is the only moment I have the chance to overpower Barista. The assassin grits his teeth, thinking, die already. If we really want to take down Castle. The assassin's leg tenses, ready to strike. He thinks, I have to kill Barista here right now? That's how much we need to become stronger. A heart beats wildly. This is because it is the process of changing from impossible to possible. He lands a solid blow, his fist connecting with the unknown assassin's face. The force of the punch sends the unknown assassin reeling. Two men watch the fight. Blood splatters as the unknown assassin takes another hit. The unknown assassin stumbles backward, struggling to maintain his footing. Jin Tae is struck, blood blossoming on his shirt. He curses under his breath. Why isn't he giving up? The unknown assassin wonders why Jin Tae continues to fight. Jin Tae grits his teeth, questioning his own strength. The unknown assassin declares that Jin Tae's men have already been wiped out, and all that's left is killing him. The two men continue to watch the fight. The unknown assassin thinks that there's no chance that Jin Tae can survive. He reflects on Jin Tae's strength and sadistic tendencies. He is used to people like him, but he's never experienced something like this in a while. Jin Tae spits out blood, cursing. He wonders how he can keep on fighting like that. The unknown assassin thinks that Jin Tae is almost on the verge of death, and he's lost his interest. He plans to put a bullet in his head and put him in a drum. Even so, his victory. Jin Tae thinks that he will let them go to home. He realizes that he is dying here. Jin Tae vows that he won't let them touch his people. He thinks that the reason why he's holding out with all his strength is, that was the only reason. A man yells at June not to listen. From below, another voice calls him a disgusting bastard. The white-haired man thinks that the other is pretending to be noble, and that sacrifice is just an illusion. The white-haired man continues his internal monologue, stating that the reason why he's holding out is because he's being vigorous. He adds that if he loses that, his courage will be peeled off with it. The white-haired man calls someone a hypocrite punk. The panel shows a pair of feet standing on the ground. A man calls out June's name in disbelief. Another panel shows a close-up of a man's face, blood running down his cheek. A man says, why you? The white-haired man says that someone is the hypocrite, a nightmare that. A narration box states that something had been forgotten for a long time. A narration box states that this is a tragic story of three boys, in the past, one day, somewhere in a third-world country. A man asks Noah if he knows whose skull that is. He asks why Noah is burying it if he doesn't have anything to do. Noah says that it's just that he was like them. Where he was from, nobody knows when he died. One of the group questions if they have time to play around. Jackie, Nam Gung-hyuk as a teenager, states that they have a task and orders them to follow. One of the group says that he can't kill people for a living. Another member of the group replies that there's nothing hard about it, suggesting to stab them in the neck or stomach. One of the group says that if they hesitate, they'll die eventually. Jackie states that there's nothing more important to him than food. The group walks. One of the group asks if the house isn't too big and if it'll be full of guards. Another member of the group replies that they will sneak in and kill only one person as requested. One of the group says that 3 of them will be enough to run away. One of the group asks another what he is doing. One of the group exclaims in shock at what happened. He stands amidst the carnage, the only one left standing, his gaze sweeping over the fallen. Some are still left, a younger Baek Duchan thinks, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Overwhelming violence that can't be achieved. It came in as an irreversible light, but now from his eyes. For a boy who lived in a lawless world. A blade finds its mark, ending a life in a spray of crimson. He walks away, leaving the scene behind. A face contorted in pain, the final moments etched in blood. The light disappeared. But now from his eyes. A body lies motionless, a pool of crimson spreading beneath it. The light is disappearing. Even swallow my saliva. I'm just standing here, doing nothing. I'm getting goosebumps. I can't believe a person like that exists in this world. But unlike our eyes burning with enthusiasm. In his eyes, we are not even worth being dealt with. We were ants, nothing more, nothing less. 3 figures stand in the doorway, observing the scene with a mixture of fear and awe. Hey, please wait. Please take us with you. Jackie exclaims, what the fuck? That man just killed a dozen people like it's nothing. A man expresses his desire to escape a life of insignificance, declaring he no longer wants to live like ants. Seen from behind, a man stands with his back to the viewer, his shoulders squared. The camera focuses on a pair of polished shoes standing on a tiled floor. A man in glasses confronts 3 kneeling figures, questioning if he is a cleaner. A man with a mask covering his lower face states that if you're a cleaner, you must have grown up like them. The man, his brow furrowed, declares that if they are going to leave, they should just kill all of them. The man with glasses states that if they leave, they're going to starve and die anyway. 3 men are shown, their expressions unreadable behind their masks. A man is instructed to take control of the area within a certain time frame, with the promise of a meeting if he survives. A man reflects on the boss's heart, noting his calculative nature and the fire his words ignited. The masked man looks off to the side, a pensive expression on his face. 3 years later. 3 years later, a fist connects with a face in a brutal display of violence. Jackie, his face contorted in rage, delivers a brutal blow. Blood splatters as the attack lands. June, flanked by Noah, advances, his expression grim. The two of us are going through, he shouts. Gunfire erupts as June engages in a fierce firefight. The air crackles with the sound of bullets and the stench of gunpowder. A voice echoes, filled with malice. It was definitely a promise 3 years ago that started the fire. It was as effective as gasoline. A dark thought surfaces. The pure desire to be under him. Another voice adds, if we finish this gang, there will be no more opposition in this area. Haha. Moreover, they say that the gang leader is rich. A group huddles in fear, their faces etched with terror. Where's the fucking boss? Are you just sitting here scared? A voice demands. June continues his brutal assault, a knife flashing in his hand. Blood paints the scene as he strikes again. The aftermath of the violence is stark and unforgiving. Bodies litter the floor, a testament to the brutality that has unfolded. A voice filled with regret whispers, why did you do that? It doesn't make sense. You could have let me die and have got a lot of money. Desperation and anger surge. What's wrong with you? Fuck. It's so unfair that you have to die when we're so close to a good life. A chilling question hangs in the air. Why are you smiling? Why? A voice responds, I'm glad you're fine, June. A leg clad in white pants and a black shoe stands amidst a pool of blood. A figure lies prone, soaked in crimson. A voice pleads, and run away. And don't kill people anymore. A bloodied hand clutches at the ground, the speaker's last words echoing. It's my last wish. A man in a blue shirt stands on the stairs, his expression unreadable. A figure fires a gun, the spray of blood painting a gruesome scene. A voice declares, I'm sorry. I'll trample everything and stand on others. A man with slicked back hair is shown with the thought, even if it's your last wish, I can't comply with your last wish. He thinks, Noah, please forgive me for I can never pretend to be a good person. A brutal stabbing takes place, the knife plunging into flesh amidst a shower of blood. A man's face is splattered with blood, his expression a mix of shock and pain. The man with slicked back hair smiles cruelly, a knife glinting in his hand. A voice whispers, crap, am I going to die too? A figure lunges forward, knife in hand, a mask obscuring their features amidst the chaos of blood. Close-up of a man's eyes, blood splattered on his face. In the end, the text reads, a tall man, blood staining his white shirt, stands over another man kneeling before him. The taller man holds a thin blade, his expression cold. The text reads, we were reborn after being chosen by the one we admired the most. Below, 2 men stand side by side, both in suits. One wears a white jacket and cap, the other a dark suit and tie. The text reads, since then, Jackie gained the name of Nam Gung-hyuk by assisting the boss in Korea. Below, the text reads, I'll. A small mound of dirt is topped with a bouquet of flowers. The text reads, no longer look back. I decided not to look back. A man lies on the ground, bloodied. The text reads, why did you appear in front of me? A man is stabbed, blood spraying from the wound. A man lies on the ground, covered in blood, his face contorted in pain. The text reads, I can't give up right now. A close-up of a man's face, bloodied and determined. The text reads, I don't think I have enough energy to breathe. The text reads, but. A man stands before a group of people, blood dripping from his hand. Below, a group of people look on. A man stands, his body glowing with a blue light. The text reads, I can't fall down. Below, the text reads, while I'm away, I'll leave Kim Dae-jeon in charge of everything. A man looks up, his expression one of surprise. The text reads, it's the first time in my life that I've ever received such trust. A man is attacked, blood spraying from the wound. The text reads, what the? Below, a man sits, his face bruised and bloody. How didn't he notice it earlier? When Monkey died last time, June was already injured due to dealing with Shin Tae-jin. 2 figures clash in a flashback, their movements a blur of violence. His body and mind are slowly lacking because of the effects of the drugs he had taken. June, we can't lose you. A man declares he'll have to end this, leveling a pistol. What? A man looks up, a silent scream etched on his face. He's alive? A man stands over another, gun in hand, a silent question hanging in the air. You. A close-up reveals a face contorted with emotion. Don't get in their way. A man points a gun, a silent warning. A brutal struggle ensues, the sounds of impact echoing in the confined space. I can't let it end here. How did I even end up like this? He's barely able to. A man's internal monologue reveals his desperation. Who is he even fighting for to be spouting nonsense? I'm going to butcher you and cut your heart out. A glint of steel reflects the harsh light as a knife is drawn. Fuck. Why? Am I really being pushed back by a guy like this? A face, bloodied and enraged, fills the frame. He's just a bug that's been pestering me for a long time. Two men face off, their expressions a mixture of fury and determination. As expected, I don't have the same talent as Wu Jin. He has a superior physique and reflex. A man reflects on his shortcomings, acknowledging his opponent's superior abilities. That's probably why Wu Jin received more training from the old man. However, he has a talent for brawling even if he lacks it, because a man states he'll be waiting. A man states he'll be patient as he is attacked. A man states it's something that only he can do. The fight continues with intense action and impact. A close-up of a bloody hand gripping something, indicating violence. The scene shows the aftermath of the fight. A man kneels next to another, possibly injured. A man, bleeding, reflects that it's over. He can't believe that it's going to end like this. Everything is becoming dim as he reflects on having done all kinds of bad things. He reflects that he was just trash and doesn't have much time left. Gasping for air, blood staining his white shirt, he struggles to stay conscious. The dying man wonders what his killer's name was. He strains to remember, the name just out of reach. You? He tries to recall. What's your name? What was it? Darkness closes in. Crap, he has fainted. He wanted to die at least knowing the name of the person who killed him. His vision blurs, showing a memory of him with two other men. Honestly, I still don't understand you guys. But still, he remembers wanting to talk to someone a bit more. He sees a memory of himself as a child, kneeling on the ground with another child. Coughing up blood, he whispers, I won. He stands over fallen bodies, the victor of a bloody battle. His face is covered in blood, his eyes filled with regret. I'm sorry, I was too late. He sees a body of water. Let's calm down, let the rest guys come. At least the bodies of these guys. A car approaches. They're already here. His vision returns to the present, showing the two men from his memory standing by a car. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. In Nam Gung Hyuk? He questioned, his voice barely a whisper. One of the men, surrounded by others, spoke with a tone of betrayal. I trusted him and left it to him. A figure, looming over someone, expressed his disappointment. I'm disappointed in you, June. There's no mistaking it, even in this state. My boss father and my teacher's killer. Our sworn enemy. This guy isn't Kim Shin. It's the president of advanced trade. And is the closest aide to Kim Shin. But when I saw him the other day, he gave off a completely different impression. Could it really be June? The hell is this? Is he Magpie or some kind of shit fly? From the start, it had nothing to do with the number of men. As long as he is here, everything is okay. Bloodied and broken, the man kneels on the cold floor, his strength failing him. Everything else is useless. He grits his teeth, pushing himself up despite the pain. He wants to live. He yearns to go back, remembering the immense difficulties he has already overcome. He can't die here. Surrounded by the fallen, he wants to live, but he can't return without them. The weight of his failure presses down on him. Elsewhere, a man muses on the usefulness of an influential figure. Should he cut his hands and feet to get information? The man observes that he doesn't look like someone whose will can be broken easily. The task ahead will not be simple. Back in the blood-soaked room, the injured man struggles to breathe. He can't die here. He can't leave without them. A voice booms out, calling him by name. Baek Du-chan. The man from before scoffs, calling Baek Du-chan a crazy bastard. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Baek Du-chan, his face contorted in pain, asks if they know who he is. He declares, I'm Kim Dae-jeon. Kim Dae-jeon, a student of Kong Min-sung, announces his arrival. It's nice to meet you, Baek Du-chan. I'll rip you off and kill you today. A dark suit, the tie perfectly knotted, hints at a life of order and control. But the hand gripping a knife tells a different story, one of violence simmering beneath the surface. Kim Dae-jeon, bloodied and bruised, spits out a bitter truth. He was mistaken. Ijul was the complete opposite of what he believed. Isol's memory flashes before him. He's been dealing with her for a long time, so he knows what a great man he is. Even if he's not there, he hopes someone will help Kim Shin and climb up to the top. His teacher, who could have been called the best, won't be dealt with so lightly by Baek Du-chan. The teacher's existence was probably specially engraved in Baek Du-chan's mind. If he were to reveal that he was his student? Two figures stand in what appears to be a hallway, one with platinum blonde hair slicked back, the other with jet black hair. They seem to be in deep conversation. Meanwhile, it is clear that he will take action in person. Three men stand in an elevator, the tension palpable. One has platinum blonde hair, and the other two have jet black hair. Moreover, his body has exceeded its limits too long ago. What he's aiming for now is just one thing. To get even a scratch on Baek Du-chan in front of him. He just hopes it helps boss Kim Shin later, even in the slightest. Naturally, his life will be victory. Such a thing is impossible for him. The man finds it a bit useful. The body lies still, blood pooling around it. I'm sad. Even though the enemy was in front of me, I couldn't reach him. In that state, he couldn't have even touched the boss. He thought he was insignificant, but the end was great. Of course, it wasn't enough to attract the CEO's attention. June, you always have had that tendency of being impatient. In the end, it ended up killing you. Poor guy. It was originally a project to use them as a stepping stone. The task is bigger than expected. It's rather a good thing. I can use it as a justification. He reflects, his face grim. His left hand died, and now Chairman Choi's justification to stop him has weakened. Another man questions if it wouldn't be better to raid home as it is now. The response is a simple, I don't know. Inside a car, a man states that if rats hide in their holes, things get annoying. He suggests they lure them out, lamenting that June really wasted his time getting useless men like these. The man orders to finish them all at once, revealing that CEO Barista's men are awaiting orders. A group of people are described as those who betrayed their masters when they were given a better offer. The order is given to put them in the front zone of this hunt. A car drives away into the night. The man orders to quickly clean up the scene and leave, ensuring it's done nicely so that nobody knows what happened there. A subordinate confirms with a yes, sir. A glimpse of the aftermath reveals a dead body lying on the ground. Hyde reflects, stating that he also vowed to not look back, adding that this is the last time he'll get to see someone. A character hopes for salvation. Hyde declares that he will take responsibility to make sure that all of the men from home related to this will die. The customer isn't answering his phone, a fact that Hyde finds unsettling. Jin-tae asks what's wrong. Hyde explains that they're almost at the location, but Kim Dae-jeon's location is on the move. Remembering that the last call also went unanswered, Hyde barks in order to turn the car around. The car speeds away, tires squealing. A man observes that someone poured a bucket of water and ran away. He notes that it's diluted, but it's blood. Hyde states that he doesn't need to be told. He could smell the blood as soon as they got there. What's certain is that something is wrong. Arriving at the scene, Hyde realizes a fight happened there and something must have happened to Kim Dae-jeon. A phone displays 46 missed calls. Hyde surveys the scene, a grim realization settling over him. Something bad happened. A woman confronts Hyde, demanding to know where he was and why he's coming back now. Hyde somberly states that Dae-jeon is missing. Hyde's expression is grave as he stands with his team. Hyde is approached by a woman who pleads with him to save someone. A car sits parked on the street. A man with sunglasses stands in a building. A car speeds down the street. 3 men stand near a car, one holding a wrapped gift. One of them asks for whom the gift is. A man is attacked, crying out for his boss. 3 people examine the gift. One of them notes that it was for brother Dae-jeon. 2 people stand in a room. A knife is shown. A man sits on the floor, saying something. The gift lies on the floor. Close-ups of 3 people's faces are shown. A woman is suddenly grabbed by the arm, her expression turning to shock. A man cries out as he is attacked, falling to the ground. The man lies on the floor, seemingly defeated, as someone looms over him. A man cries out in anguish, the word "Inoo" echoing his despair. A man stares intently to the side, his expression unreadable. A figure walks away, their purpose unknown. A card lies on the ground, its significance unclear. A letter stained with blood promises compensation from President Baek Do-chan. The face of Kim Dae-jeon is revealed, his name emblazoned behind him in stark red letters. A body lies still, the legs the only visible part. A tall man in a black suit stands solemnly, his expression unreadable. Lisa exhales a plume of smoke, her gaze distant. Below, a man's eyes are cast downward, shadowed with grief. Sunglasses obscure the man's eyes, hiding his emotions from the world. A single white flower stands as a symbol of remembrance. The dark lenses reflect the somber atmosphere, a barrier against the pain. Jin-tae walks away from the crowd, a black bag clutched in his hand, his shoulders slumped with sorrow. A handshake seals a silent agreement amidst the mourning. Black shoes tread on the parched earth, each step heavy with unspoken grief. Jin-tae continues his solitary walk, the weight of loss etched into his posture. He exhales a plume of smoke, his expression unreadable as he stands in the rain. Lisa speaks to someone on the phone, her face obscured by dark glasses. He runs his hands through his hair, a gesture of frustration or grief. He walks away from the funeral, his back to the camera, a solitary figure amidst the crowd. 2 men stand together, one with his arm around the other's shoulder, offering comfort. A man sits under the tent, his expression somber as he looks out at the mourners. 2 men stand together, one placing a hand on the other's shoulder in a gesture of support. Lisa sits nearby, her expression thoughtful. Lisa's face is etched with sadness as she looks down. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Her eyes are downcast, her expression a mask of grief. A hand gently rests on another's head, a silent offering of solace. A man stands with his head bowed, his face obscured by shadow. Below, a framed portrait of the deceased is adorned with flowers. A hand rests on the framed portrait, a final farewell. The face in the portrait is stern, unsmiling. A hand places white chrysanthemums on a table. Below, a figure kneels in mourning, their head bowed in grief as Lisa looks on. He bows low, his grief a palpable weight pressing him down. 2 men stand with grim expressions, the weight of the situation heavy on their faces. Hands clasp in a silent expression of mourning before a memorial adorned with a photograph and offerings. One man questions if the 2 of them will be enough, while the other expresses gratitude for the help, a sentiment that makes the first uncomfortable. He clarifies that he is there to clean up the trash. Tears stream down Jin-tae's face, his grief raw and unconcealed. Kneeling, Jin-tae pleads for help, fearing his brother will die at the hands of those bastards. He assures himself that it's fine and that he'll be away for a while. Lisa reminds him that brothers always do that before they get into trouble, telling him to shut up because it's serious. Jin-tae dismisses the situation, claiming it's nothing, and instructs everyone to gather and hide at another place. He wonders who Yoon Duk-soo is, claiming he doesn't remember anyone by that name. The two men stand together, united in their purpose. Jin Tae is told that he's pretty good. A voice echoes in the darkness, a declaration hanging heavy in the air. I'll have to say it. Kim Dae-jeon steels himself, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. Kim Dae-jeon, I need your strength. An older man sits solemnly, incense burning in the background. He thinks, asterisk from now on, I'll be referring to you with honorifics. I hope you will accept me as your brother, asterisk. Another man stands before the incense, his words laced with a mixture of resignation and defiance. You're going to go alone again. Stop pretending. Did you really think we would like it if you were suffering on your own, alone? Just live for yourself, fool. You don't have to protect us anymore. Lisa's face is etched with grief, tears streaming down her cheeks. Asterisk sorry. I've been so cowardly, asterisk. Dae-jeon's thoughts continue, a desperate plea echoing in his mind. Even though my life ended once, I'll bet on you for the last time. Two men stand together, their expressions unreadable as they look down at something unseen. A figure is ambushed, the attack swift and brutal. Lisa's face is a mask of sorrow, her eyes reflecting the pain of loss. Dae-jeon's expression is grim, his eyes filled with a steely resolve. Two hands meet, exchanging a card, a silent transaction in the midst of grief. Dae-jeon stands alone, a somber figure amidst the floral tributes, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Two men stand solemnly, white armbands stark against their black suits, guarding the entrance to the somber event. A sleek, black car arrives, its polished surface reflecting the overcast sky. Two men, their faces etched with grief, exchange hushed words, the weight of the occasion heavy in the air. A lone figure, head bowed, walks away from the gathering, disappearing into the distance. The door of the black car opens, a polished shoe stepping out onto the pavement. A group of men in dark suits stand together, their expressions somber and respectful. Mourners gather at the reception, their dark attire blending into a sea of grief and remembrance. A funeral wreath, adorned with white flowers and green foliage, bears the name of Kim Tae-hun, a final tribute to the deceased. A cluster of men, their faces grim, stand in quiet contemplation, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves. A man with blonde hair walks forward, his face set with determination, followed by a retinue of somber figures. The men stand together, their presence a silent testament to the life that was lost. A sea of dark suits fills the frame, a somber gathering united in grief and respect. The backs of several mourners fill the frame, their dark suits blending into a somber mass. A man carefully fastens the buckle of his polished black shoe, preparing to face the day. Head bowed in grief, a man offers a silent prayer or perhaps a final farewell. Fingers trace the beads of a rosary, seeking solace and faith. A portrait of the deceased stands framed, a silent testament to a life now past. A junkyard stretches into the distance, a landscape of discarded metal and forgotten dreams. A man exhales a plume of smoke, the acrid scent mingling with the heavy air. Footsteps echo on the pavement as people move forward, each carrying their own burden. A transaction takes place, a silent exchange of goods or information. Distress etched on his face, a man grapples with inner turmoil. Seated in a chair, a man contemplates his next move, the weight of decisions heavy on his shoulders. Rain falls on the funeral, each drop a tear shed for the departed. Torrential rain lashed down, the sky a bruised purple as lightning illuminated the storm's fury. Figures in dark suits moved with purpose through the downpour, their umbrellas offering little protection against the elements. One man, separated from the group, walked with a grim determination, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. Two figures stood silhouetted against the rain-streaked backdrop, their faces obscured by shadow as they watched the lone man approach. A hand opened a cigarette case, the crimson interior a stark contrast to the muted tones of the storm. A flame flared, igniting the end of a cigarette. Two men in black suits stood side by side, cigarettes held between their fingers. The white armbands on their sleeves stood out against the dark fabric. The camera focused on the back of two heads, the word revenge, hanging in the air between them. Below, a woman stared intensely, her expression a mix of grief and resolve. The man's face was etched with a cold fury. Two other men stood in the background, their expressions mirroring his own. Below, the man's gaze hardened. The man's face was illuminated by a dim light, his features sharp and unforgiving. Close up on the man's face, a cigarette held loosely in his fingers. Blood stained his collar. Are we getting it? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. The man stood with his back to the viewer, the rain blurring the scene behind him. The man's face was illuminated by an eerie green glow, his expression resolute. We're. A somber gathering of men sits around a table, the air thick with unspoken grief. Whispers carry on the air. Is that the new boss of home? He looks young. Kim Shin sits alone, lost in thought. Kim Shin bows his head. He couldn't protect his younger brother and apologizes on behalf of everyone. A hand clenches tightly. Kim Shin comforts Jin Tae, telling him that what Dae-jeon wanted for him was to move forward without shaking and to make sure he achieves it. Kim Shin states what he wants, and that he'll help him too. The men around them guess they have their own circumstances. Kim Shin announces he is leaving first. A group of men stand around the coffin. He's just leaving like this? What is he doing in front of so many people? Someone doesn't think he has ever been to a funeral before. They heard they only have the head of the deceased. The reason for pushing ahead with the funeral in this situation is because it's the funeral of Kim Dae-jeon, to gather so many men from all over the country. The funeral gathering buzzes with hushed speculation. Some wonder if the funeral's location was intentional, while others ponder the strategy at play. A man, his face etched with resolve, declares, "I've had enough." In a dimly lit room, men discuss the importance of controlling one's emotions. One adds that he heard the boss of home is ambitious, but dismisses it as a rumor. Another suggests they leave before it gets dark. One of the men nods in agreement, reflecting on the reason someone just left, finding it understandable. Kim Shin intends to let the greedy ones leave. A group of men discuss that those who came for their own benefits have no reason to wait for a silent boss. But if they have a firm, the men are sure that they'll wait for him. Kim Shin. He's young but quite insightful. A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, the air thick with unspoken tension. A man sits at a desk, reviewing documents. There are 2 days left. A hand writes on a document. The words stark and unforgiving. There is no time to feel remorse. The pen continues to move, each stroke a calculated decision. Jin Tae sits at a desk, his expression unreadable as he begins to write a letter. The letter is carefully unfolded, revealing the words within. Jin Tae continues to write, the pen scratching against the paper in the quiet room. The letter reads, I don't know how to properly write a letter because I couldn't go to school properly. As I live, a day like this has come which is very unusual. The letter continues, but someone said, sometimes writing is more powerful than speaking. So I mustered the courage to write this letter. Kim Dae-jeon is greeted by his men. The letter continues, including myself. Kim Dae-jeon is thanked by his men. The letter continues, it's all thanks to you. Thanks to you. People who had never eaten together became brothers. You sent someone separately. Jin Tae continues to write, however, it is time for us to go beyond it to become a proper organization. The letter continues, in the past few months, there have been a lot of changes in him. I understand that you were an outstanding person in Russia and a great boss. But leading a small group of elites is different from being the boss of dozens or hundreds of people. A lone figure walks down a street as the letter continues. Some may be saved by you, but you can't reach all of them. The letter concludes, maybe I'll help you when you can't reach them. A hand reaches for a light switch. A man stands in a doorway, the letter's message hanging in the air. I dare to say, but I think you should change first. Nevertheless, Jin Tae is seen in the office. A thought bubble reveals that he expected Kim Dae-jeon to still be in the office. Jin Tae suggests grilled oysters and soju. The text below reads, we are there for you. Jin Tae states that he has something to do. The text below reads, this letter is quite irresponsible of me, but it should be fine as we acknowledge you as our boss. The text reads, it is a sign of deep trust and faith. Please think of all of us as your family. I'll be waiting for your reply to this letter. The text reads, please become a responsible boss of our family. A hand with a tattoo is shown. The text reads, next time, I have no doubt that you can do it. Kim Dae-jeon sits holding the letter. Kim Dae-jeon looks thoughtful. The text reads, if I could have finished the fight early and had some free time. Kim Dae-jeon is seen in a room. The text reads, I really wanted to talk with him as a friend. In a car, a woman asks, was there any particular message? A man responds, yes, CEO. Hyde is in a hurry. He says, I'm in a hurry, so say it fast. If you accept the deal, then at least the... Lisa is in a car, discussing business. She says that the shares of the former chairman and CEO Kim Jae-hun are at stake, and that they might have to promise extra. Lisa states that the problem is right there. Hyde, sitting across from her, agrees, noting that it looks like the work of a professional manager. Lisa remarks that Kim Shin, as expected, is the one who pulls out the blade first. She adds that he has requested to meet them today. Lisa asks if Hyde will accept it. Hyde pauses before saying that he accepts. A view of a city street. Hyde arrives at a location, thinking to himself that he must have gone crazy. Hyde thinks that it's up to his preference. A group of people stand outside a building. Lisa is shown again. Someone thinks that he's the killer from Iskra, who always stays next to Kim Shin. A man observes that he's never seen Kim Shin before. Kim Shin is seen. Someone thinks that he looks pretty strong, and that's good. He sits on the bench, replaying the memory. He thinks to himself that he didn't know such a guy existed, and he never thought he would get to meet him like this. He recalls being asked to meet him at Incheon Port 3 days later. The man in the suit apologizes for the other's loss. Kim Shin looks up, thinking that because of that, he has a cause. He acknowledges that this is obviously his responsibility, so he has prepared a plan to overcome this. 2 days ago, Baek Do-chan sent this letter to him along with his brother's head. It's tomorrow. Kim Shin is thinking of taking advantage of this. The man in the suit sits, contemplating. Kim Shin looks down, lost in thought. His hands clench. He wonders how he even joined hands with a self-conscious jerk who takes decisions after being swayed by his emotions. He is asked if he didn't know Kim Shin. The man in the suit sits, thinking that if he faces him right now, he'll lose 100%. A group of killers have entered Korea. They alone can deal with him, and the number of members in advanced trade is quite large, and they're formidable. Kim Shin's judgment has hit rock bottom. He thinks that they gathered a lot of people in home, and it's more of a chaotic gathering. He is asked if he didn't know Kim Shin, otherwise. A man stands with a woman on the ground. Bare feet pound against the pavement, the sound echoing in the empty street. A man in a suit carries a child, their small body limp in his arms. A disembodied voice declares, "Everything you have gained so far will be destroyed." A figure sits alone on a bench, shrouded in shadow, contemplating the weight of his decisions. Kim Shin's face is etched with determination, his eyes narrowed as he considers his next move. He thinks to himself, but the purpose of going there is not revenge. A red heart-shaped balloon drifts lazily against a bright blue sky, a stark contrast to the grim atmosphere. The words hang in the air, revenge begets revenge. A man with long hair is seen carrying a child. Kim Shin's expression hardens. My real goal is, he declares, it is to reorganize the board. Footsteps echo on the pavement, drawing closer to an unknown destination. A man with glasses looks up, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Let me introduce you, the Joker who will shake the whole board. Lisa, wearing sunglasses and a black dress, descends the stairs. A child follows, clutching a heart-shaped balloon. Lisa speaks of the madam of the Russian killer organization, Iskra, stating that the woman's demands will determine the outcome of this negotiation. Joker thinks to himself that if he knew Lisa was coming, he wouldn't have come here. He wonders if she will threaten him to come back. Lisa tells him in advance that they have only half the strength of Iskra for this occasion. Joker thinks to himself that someone, a strong person, is recuperating so he couldn't come, and Russia cannot be left empty for too long. Joker tells Lisa that she is quite famous in her field of job, and she must have a pretty good reason for doing this. He asks her what it is that she wants. Lisa wonders if there won't be an empty seat. Joker thinks to himself that he's not sure. He tells Lisa that she's being too greedy, and asks why she even came here. Joker states that they're in need of people from Iskra for this attack, and without them, it is not possible. Joker thinks to himself that when advanced trade disappears, with them, they can flip the board itself upside down. He states that rather than flipping it over, it's just been reorganized. Joker asks Lisa why she doesn't just tell him what she's scheming. Lisa responds that it's inappropriate for butchers to hunt peasants who dream. The man in the suit is informed that they are closed for the day. He simply replies, "Oh." A hand carefully covers something with a white cloth, obscuring it from view. Kim Shin and Jang Ho sit across from each other. Jang Ho mentions that it is the pall which covered Daejeon's coffin. He continues, stating that they are now in a situation where it's going to be rough from now on. Kim Shin replies that he needs a name. Kim Shin elaborates, saying he needs a name which can unite those who have lived different lives all over the country. Jang Ho acknowledges that Kim Shin has decided. Kim Shin and Jang Ho sit at the table. Kim Shin states that they made the same decision before. Kim Shin warns of the consequences. Kim Shin remains silent. Jang Ho asks if Kim Shin is confident that they won't repeat history. Kim Shin replies, "Good. Let's do our best then." A hand rests on a book, as if preparing to open it. The text bubble reads, "I hope you're prepared for the..." A man walks outside. Elsewhere, a woman thinks, "Chairman." A man sits, thinking, "Crazy. They're out of their minds." A man thinks, "But..." Elsewhere, the woman thinks, "It's not that I don't hate his idea. It bothers Kim Shin very much. He also envisioned the same thing a long time back. It's just that he didn't dare to do anything because of the situation he was in." The question lingers, is the new leader of home coming or not? Daejeon observes from afar, noting that he's coming. The sound of footsteps echoes as men approach. Kim Shin declares himself as the new leader of Home City. Finally, Kim Shin expresses his gratitude to everyone for attending the funeral of his friend Kim. He wonders if Kim Shin is worth it. Yesterday, Kim Shin left without saying anything. Nevertheless, you are the only ones left, and you guys must have your own reason. Kim Shin dares to say that everyone must have lost someone and been assaulted by Castle. Kim Shin reflects on those who have helped him, calling them benefactors and brothers, while some have helplessly stared at the sight of their colleague being brutally assaulted in front of them. In his case, Kim Shin lost his father and teacher to them, so he sharpened his knife to avenge them, to return what they did to him, to vent his anger, but on this path of revenge. Eventually, Kim Shin lost another friend. He knows that all of you have been fighting for a long time too. Hiding in the shadows, fighting to survive somehow. Till now, they've only survived by running away. If things remain as they are now, they will have to live licking their shoes forever. He considered that they needed something different from what they had been doing. But if he were to be in danger, Kim Shin wondered if they would be willing to sacrifice themselves for him. He noticed their silence. The men listened as Kim Shin spoke of the possibility of dying and losing people if they started a fight again. Kim Shin continued, stating that if they didn't fight back, they would be trampled to death as if they were meaningless. He reminded them that the reason they stayed was because they were angry and desperate for revenge. He thought to himself that it was hard for him alone, but no, it's impossible. Kim Shin asked for their strength, stating that if they all worked together, they could do it. A man thanked Kim Shin for his touching speech. Du Haksu of Pohang declared himself. Another man agreed, suggesting that they should all join forces. Kim Shin wondered why he should be the leader. One man stated that if they joined together, Gu Ilwa should be the boss. Another countered, asking if Yeo Min-soo from Cheonan wasn't better when it came to fighting. A man stated that he had no intention of going under someone who's weaker than him. He added that he wouldn't be so sure, as his strength was nowhere close to that of the yellow hair, and that the boss should be naturally more stronger than he is. It was wondered if he would display his skills. He considers the size of the home gang, thinking it won't be bad either. Kim Shin believes he has the strategy and skills to take down Castle, and a strong organization supporting him. The thing that Kim Shin is most proud of is Kim Dae-jeon, who left first. Kim Shin addresses his followers, acknowledging those who placed their belief in him at this place today. Kim Shin vows to take down Castle. He adds that if anyone has more faith in the will to do it, they should come forward, and he will trust and follow them. Kim Shin's hands are shown, conveying a sense of determination and resolve. A close-up of Kim Shin's eyes reveals his intense focus and unwavering commitment. Kim Shin kneels, a gesture that could signify respect, humility, or a strategic move. He wants to defeat them there at their own game, so Kim Dae-jeon can rest in peace. Kim Shin will rely on them all and owe them. Kim Shin expresses his desire to avoid more people dying in vain. He states that the strongest one here is on his knees. A man yells, calling others shameless punks. Two men look concerned, questioning why they are abusing their power in front of a man who's willing to do something they could never do. The detective watches as a man kneels before him, declaring, I, Chianinsgu Ilwa. Another man, kneeling low, vows that he and 50 others from Chungchingnam are ready to follow Kim Shin like dogs. The detective observes that this man was flashy. Yeo Minsu of Suncheon kneels, stating, it's my loss. Another man kneels, promising that his small group will follow if Kim Shin accepts them. Even though his eye got pulled out, he has not given up. He's known to be prideful. Oh Kwang-duk from Dongseong-aro, Taegu, kneels, declaring his loyalty. Park Cheol-gyu of Suwon kneels, vowing to follow. Lee Do-hak-soo of Pohang kneels, promising to follow with all his heart. A crowd of men kneel before Kim Shin, begging him to accept them. Each of you is nothing compared to Castle. You all are just an ant that stepped on and killed while passing by. But you all are united for one purpose, one goal. No matter how strong a castle be, it can be destroyed. The symbol of the Becky is displayed, the characters translating to white ants. A voice declares that if they gather all the men in the nation, they will become Becky. Kim Shin states that while they are weak, together they can destroy a castle, so from now on, they are Becky. A close-up reveals the crisp white shirt underneath a dark suit jacket. The harbor stretches out under a night sky. A voice urges to hit it with all their might, and to do it until they go crazy. Two men stand overlooking the harbor, discussing their plans. Men in suits stand guard as plans are put into motion. The location is Incheon Port, and time will be tomorrow night. Their boys found that an advanced trade ship will depart from Incheon Port early tomorrow morning. However, not only the ships, but also the warehouses are under their control. A ship, they must be, planning to take their mess outside. But, will Kim Tae-hoon go into the pit on his own? If he is not going to lift the white flag, it is quite inevitable. It's decided, Lim Hyung. If he loses, advanced trade will take over Hazong. What do you think about Chairman Choi? I think the date. No matter how obvious the outcome is, we should not consider a person dead before we confirm him dead. You must have heard the rumor that Baek Duchan's left hand is dead. A ship, they must be. Chairman Choi will not be directly held responsible unless something goes wrong. The problem is, advanced trade. The number of people he brought this time is as small as 30. That's where I'm concerned too, Lim Hyung. Their skills haven't been confirmed yet. Also, did you hear the rumors about Chairman Choi Min-wook's special bodyguard? He can deal with 6 or 7 top people of Castle. They have quite the strange relationship. For a person who got recruited himself, he must be aiming for CEO Baek's position. I can't believe it's not hostility, but greed. It's all just assumptions which we are betting on. He's just a copy of a bodyguard, and the craftsman who made that copy. It's none other than CEO Baek Duchan. A hand deliberately places a poker chip on the table, the sound echoing in the tense silence. Are the preparations complete? Baek Duchan wipes his brow, a bead of sweat clinging to his temple. Checkmate. Most of the children who came from the mainland this time were raised in Seoul. Kim Tae-hun assures him, you don't have to worry about us. He continues, Kim Tae-hun Yu Woo-sung. The castle we built with our blood is a thorn in their eyes. We need one of them gone. The same goes for Baek Duchan. It has always worried me. Eventually, he will reveal his fangs. A figure plummets from a high-rise building, the wind whistling past as he falls. The killer squad is on board. 2 men stand in a dimly lit room. One states, 200 people at the port and 30 people of the killer squad on ship. With this, they won't be able to do anything to us. Baek Duchan gestures forward, a sinister glint in his eye. Before you leave, take a look at this. What's this? A bare foot presses down on a document lying on the ground. He's a new dog Kim Tae-hoon found in Home City. Do whatever you like with him. Baek Duchan's face contorts in manic laughter. Huh, have you finally lost it? He continues, yes. I'm going crazy, yeah. The close-up reveals Baek Duchan's twisted grin. This is quite unexpected. This will make things more fun than I thought. Baek Duchan throws his head back, the sound of his laughter echoing. Castle. The camera pans across Incheon Port Pier 3, the scene bathed in the cold light of dawn. The day of the battle. The port stretched out under the dim light of the evening sky, the massive cargo ships looming like silent giants. Kim Yong-jaeun adjusted his tie, his expression a mix of impatience and anticipation. It's about time they appeared. Are they even coming? He wondered. Oh Yu-dong stood firm, his gaze sweeping over the scene. If you had common sense, would you come here? Or, they're hiding in some corner like a coward. He mused, a hint of disdain in his voice. A group of men stood silently, their presence radiating an aura of contained power. One of the men looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Huh? These guys, they are not scared, I guess. Oh Kwang-duk was asked. Oi Hak-soo, are you sure you won't run away? Another man scoffed. Look at you guys, did you all come here thinking about adventure? Do Hak-soo responded. Why would I come here if I would plan to run away? Please don't belittle me. Park Cheol-gyu was told. Be serious. It's not time to gossip right now. Can't you see them laughing at us? A man simply replied, yes. Gu Ilwa's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. It would be a shame if I don't leave a mark on every single one of them. The port was now teeming with men, their numbers a silent testament to the impending conflict. A man questioned, is that all of them? Another responded, there are approximately 200 on the port. From the shadows, a voice declared, it's about time. A figure stepped forward, his face obscured by the darkness. Let's get started, Isul, he commanded. A chilling laugh echoed through the port, a prelude to the storm that was about to break. Becky commands his men to listen carefully. He reminds them that the men they have wanted to exact revenge on are finally in front of them. One of the men asks what Becky is. The man is told that he is ignorant for not knowing who Becky is. A man states how long they have endured years of pain and disgrace. He orders them to use their fists until they feel satisfied. The man continues, telling them to get revenge for the brothers from home who went to heaven before them. The men are all dressed in black. The man says, now then. The order is given, wipe them out. The men charge forward. The men scream as they charge into battle. The fight is on, a chaotic mess of fists and fury. The brawl intensifies, bodies colliding and blows landing with brutal force. One man observes the scene, commenting on the craziness of the mess. One of the men, amidst the chaos, realizes something is amiss. He notes that he doesn't see Tigro or Soroka. A man stares intently, his expression unreadable. The camera pans to a building with the letters UOCL emblazoned on its facade. A lone figure stands before it. A man turns his head, a subtle shift in his posture hinting at something unseen. He levels his weapon, the barrel glinting in the dim light. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. A sharp intake of breath. Something has caught him off guard, his eyes widening in alarm. A figure descends from above, a dark shape blurring through the air. The attack is swift and silent. A muffled gasp escapes him as the blade finds its mark. Crimson blooms against his skin, a silent scream trapped in his throat. He collapses to the ground, surrounded by shadows. His life ebbs away, unnoticed in the darkness. Meanwhile, Radel, an Iskra-affiliated killer, smirks with cold satisfaction. One of the figures speaks, his voice a low growl. Let's keep the greetings for later. Another voice chimes in, dripping with false respect. It's an honor to work with you, Tigro. We have a neck to slit. Someone lies prone on the ground. A woman in a hooded cloak wonders if Wu Jin learned something in Russia. She states that they are out of here. Im Jongtae, an illegal information broker of Incheon Port, states that if they stay here for too long, they might get caught. He reminds the woman that they have a separate mission to do. Im Jongtae introduces himself to a woman, stating that he is an information broker related to Incheon Port. He calls himself Dachshund in the industry and asks her to make herself comfortable. The text below reads, the day before the fight. A saying among all the information brokers in Seoul is that there's no one who knows more about Incheon Port than the Dachshund, including the movement of the advanced trade. A man in a suit asks why Im Jongtae is trying to get involved in this. Im Jongtae replies that he is a native of Incheon and that money is important to him. Im Jongtae explains that he was attacked because of his business. He says that they even stole customers worth 10,000 won from him and caused him trouble. He laments that his wife and children are starving. Im Jongtae states that there's nothing more important than the problem of eating and living for small people like him. He says that he came prepared rather than coming empty-handed. Im Jongtae took out the topographic map of the third pier and the drawings of advanced trade container ships. Someone wonders if it is a drawing of a ship. Someone wonders if something is going to happen on the ship. Im Jongtae asks where they will enter from. Im Jongtae says that it is possible to climb up with a ladder like rope from there. Since it's a ship not intended to carry people, it won't be too easy to climb it. He adds that only one person at a time can climb the rope. The man in the suit asks about other entry points. It's explained that while other entry points exist, this is the safest bet to avoid detection. The reason why Advanced Trade chose this port and prepared the ship is because of their control over the area. It's emphasized that if anyone gets spotted near the ship, they'll be killed immediately. The man with the glasses is informed that their entry route is decided. It's stated that the area will turn into a lawless zone full of guns and knives, and Advanced Trade will be fully prepared. The man with the slick-back hair thinks to himself that they have to infiltrate the ship without getting spotted. The man in the suit states that he will leave the matters of the port to Isol. He instructs her to draw as much attention as she can on the port. It's stated that on the day of the fight, they will infiltrate while the enemy is distracted. The man in the suit explains that practically the only people who can infiltrate the ship are himself, Jin Tae, Wu Jin, and their supporters from Iskra, and that they are weaker in every aspect. A figure is shot at point-blank range. The figure falls, blood splattering. The man in the suit declares that from now on, they will move in two groups. A figure is violently attacked. Jin-tae and Wu Jin will be with him. They will be finding Baek Du-chan and killing him as soon as possible. A man orders, Krysa, Radel you two go with Medvedi. The man continues, distract the enemies away from Baek Du-chan when we find him. And the man finishes his orders, kill as many people as possible. An archer prepares to fire an arrow. A man holds a gun, ready for action. The strength of these guys are on a different level. Another man orders, be alert. A man holds a knife, his expression grim. He thinks, I can feel it without you saying it. A fierce battle begins. The fight intensifies, blades clashing. A man grips his knife tightly, ready to strike. A man's face is etched with determination. A figure scales a wall, preparing to infiltrate. He lies prone on the ground, catching his breath. Yikes, they're too quick. They're like a bunch of dogs hounding me. A figure sprints down a narrow corridor. Another figure gives chase, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. BZZZT. Asian 3. BZZZT. Going to the basement of the cabin. Out. Hyde levels his weapon, firing a shot down the corridor. Huh, he's pretty quick. Who? A figure plummets downwards, crashing into the floor below. Boss. He admitted to feeling someone on their way. Hyde added that the person has been following them for a while now. Two men walked down the hallway, their expressions grim. An order was given to get rid of the person following them. A voice asked if they heard that. Hyde held a gun, his expression serious. A voice demanded that the person come out now. A man held both a gun and a knife, ready for a fight. Komodo, standing above, asks if Soroka will keep hiding. Komodo thinks to himself that Soroka is a punk. Komodo remarks that it has been a while since they met, so he chose a playground that suits them. He then asks if Soroka likes it. Soroka is seen in the background. Komodo notes that, as expected, Soroka hasn't changed a bit, and greets him. Komodo questions if it isn't time Soroka started playing big, and how long he is going to stick around that Tigro. He wonders if Soroka couldn't find anything better to do. Soroka's scarred face is shown. Komodo thinks that Soroka still has a lot of things to learn. Soroka questions Komodo, asking how he dares to say that to the boss. Komodo states that Soroka is disappointing, and that it feels like yesterday when he was still weak. Soroka smiles, remembering the glorious days of when he was beaten up by Komodo. Komodo states that Soroka is working under their co-worker's killer, and now he won't have any problem in killing him. He twirls a knife in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. Soroka muses that he has become quite confident, likely learning a few tricks from Tigro. He wonders how big their baby magpie has grown. Soroka holds a gun, his expression unreadable. He states that knives are a lot cooler than guns, asking if Komodo agrees. Komodo pauses, his eyes narrowed behind his tinted glasses. He calmly states that Soroka will get killed in an instant, asking if that will be okay. Soroka holds the gun out, suggesting they exchange. Knives are laid out on a table. Soroka is seen holding a gun. Soroka walks forward. Soroka continues walking down a hallway lined with servers. Soroka, holding a gun, says that Komodo is getting on his nerves. Soroka's face is shown in close-up as he asks what. Komodo's face is shown in close-up as he asks if Soroka thinks he doesn't know him. Soroka's face contorts in rage as he realizes something. He screams to kill him. A man stands in a high-rise building, overlooking the city. The blonde man with yellow glasses fires his handgun, the muzzle flash illuminating his face as his target falls backward. The white-haired man is seen falling from a great height, blood trailing behind him. A knife falls through the air. The blonde man fires again, the bullet impacting the white-haired man's shoulder. The blonde man's expression is intense as he continues to fire. Closing the distance, the blonde man strikes the white-haired man in the face. A handgun lies on the ground. The white-haired man is struck, blood splattering as he falls to the ground. TCH, he grunts. Leaping back, the blonde man narrowly avoids an attack. The blonde man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Removing his glasses, the blonde man speaks. As expected, you've been slacking around, Komodo. One man remarks that a lizard like the other can hardly improve. The other man retorts that he'll show him who's more superior again, telling him to shut up and just die. Two figures advance down a narrow corridor, weapons raised, their movements swift and purposeful. Gunfire erupts, echoing through the confined space as one of the figures fires down the corridor. A foot slams into a metal grate, sending it flying as someone forces their way into a ventilation shaft. Advancing with caution, a figure continues down the corridor, weapon held at the ready. Considering the size of the ship, the main personnel are probably concentrated around here. One of the men states that Baek Du-chan is nearby. A figure stands guard, weapon drawn, as they search for their target. A brutal close-quarters fight erupts, the sounds of impact and grunts filling the air as two figures clash. A figure kicks open a metal door, the sound echoing through the ship. The magazine clicks into place as the weapon is prepared. Wu Jin steals his resolve, muttering to himself to stay focused. A voice assures him, I have your back. With a soft hiss, the door slides open, revealing a brightly lit corridor beyond. The corridor stretches into the distance, lined with metal walls and flickering lights. He recalls the plan, visualizing it countless times, even the pain and the blood. The figure moves cautiously down the corridor, a lone silhouette against the cold, metallic backdrop. Wu Jin's face is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination. Today, he thinks, he will finally see the outcome with his own eyes. Another door stands before him, a silent sentinel guarding the path ahead. He breaks into a sprint, gun in hand, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Wu Jin levels the weapon, his gaze fixed on an unseen target at the end of the corridor. He wields a knife, ready for the next attack. The knife is held at the ready, prepared to strike. Blood sprays from a wound on an unknown man's neck. The knife is held, ready to continue the fight. Pai Wu Jin's face is splattered with blood, his eyes wide with shock. Baek Duchan's face is covered in blood, his expression blank. Someone wonders if it is Baek Duchan. The figure is revealed to be the real one. Pai Wu Jin realizes something is wrong, questioning why they are being targeted. A man stands silently. The man states that they are trapped, reminding the others that their code name means more than just a nickname. Lisa warns someone to be careful of Python. She reflects on the overwhelming power at her disposal, deciding that it's time to act. Baek Duchan stands with another figure, the air thick with anticipation. When it comes to hunting, he's slyer than anyone else. Baek Duchan descends the stairs, surrounded by his men. They will have to pay the price for coming into Python's den with their heads. Baek Duchan stands at the front, his men behind him, ready for a fight. They will pay the price for entering Python's den with their heads. Make them pay. A lone figure walks through a warehouse. Baek Duchan. Then who is he? This is Medvedi. We got hit, Tigro. The location is the boat's main deck. I think Python is here. Medvedi, you? Hold him off there. All right. Did you guys hear that? He is still the guy who used to make unreasonable demands like in the past. It's been a long time. Confirmed. From now on, we hold our position. Did you think about retreating? Our opponent is the legendary Python. This might end up as our last fight. Throw everything you have to survive. A team of assassins descends, rappelling down the sheer face of a building under the cover of darkness. Their movements are precise, each member a shadow against the night. Silently, they continue their descent, the wind whipping around them as they close in on their objective. The city lights blur below, a silent promise of chaos to come. From within the building, a figure with a gun confirms the arrival of the team. Yes, he breathes, a signal that the operation is a go. Below, a bald man grips a knife, his knuckles white with anticipation. He prepares to engage, his eyes narrowed with lethal focus. A blade flashes, arcing through the air with deadly intent. The attack is swift, a blur of motion aimed at an unseen target. Another knife strikes, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. The fight intensifies, each strike a desperate gamble for survival. The bald man finds himself surrounded, a pack of shadows closing in. He stands his ground, a lone warrior against overwhelming odds. A knife is raised defensively, the polished steel reflecting the dim light. The wielder prepares to parry, a silent dance of death unfolding. A scream pierces the night as a figure is struck, the crimson spray painting the walls. The battle claims its first victim, the stakes rising with each passing moment. The knife plunges deep, a brutal testament to the assassin's skill. The attack is precise, leaving no room for error. Two figures clash, a whirlwind of fists and blades. The fight is desperate, a struggle for dominance in the confined space. A final, decisive strike. The knife finds its mark, ending the struggle with brutal finality. The assassin stands victorious, but the night is far from over. A blade flashes as an assassin lunges, aiming to strike. Wu Jin grits his teeth, finding the situation increasingly annoying. Two more masked figures advance, knives raised, closing in on him. He thinks to himself, I'm screwed. The main strength of advanced trade were these guys. Surrounded, the assassins press their attack, blades glinting in the dim light. Wu Jin raises his weapon, preparing to return fire. The constant attacks weigh on him. He knows he can't stay holed up here like this. They're trying to break the balance. A cold resolve hardens his gaze. He vows to kill them, one by one. He wonders why they attacked him constantly, and then retreated. The realization dawns on him. It's a trap. If not, they don't have a reason to stay here. He anticipates that someone strong is coming to fight with him in their stead. He finds the grip of the man before him surprisingly strong. The man with dreadlocks asks if he is Python's dog. The man in the white suit scoffs, unable to believe he came here to fight guys who would rush in so easily. He asks if Wu Jin knows it's a matter of life and death. The man with dreadlocks calls him a stupid bastard, stating he rushed in because it was good enough of an opening. The man in the white suit questions if hunting them like this will work when this is a daily routine of their life. The man in the white suit states that they're specially selected and trained to deal with the likes of Wu Jin. He adds that sometimes, even if there's a strong beast, the man in the white suit declares that they are bound to be eaten up by hyenas. The man in the white suit scoffs, calling it nonsense. He insists they're making it alive out of the ship, stating that hyenas are just hyenas. The man in the white suit states, no, and continues that all of them exist for only one reason. A man in a white suit adjusts a ring on his finger, a glint of gold catching the light. Two masked figures flank a man in a white shirt. A voice declares, the hunt is completed when he joins in. The man's eyes glow ominously. He thinks, finally, I get to see your handsome face. Two masked figures stand behind a bald man, identified as coworker killer, Python. A man in a white shirt grips another man's head, his expression curious. He thinks, I've always been curious. A man delivers a swift kick to another, sending him flying. The man in the white shirt thinks, if you are as unrivaled as they say in the rumors. A man stands over another, who is prone on the ground. A fist connects with a face, the impact echoing through the air. The man being punched thinks, I wanted to. A hand grips a knife, the blade gleaming. The knife is held aloft, ready to strike. A leg connects with a body, the force sending the target reeling. Feet shuffle on the ground, the sound of movement in the darkness. A man is kicked in the face, sending him flying. The Mori Investment Trust building looms in the night. A man sharpens a blade, the steel glinting under the dim light. A voice asks if they gathered them all. A man named Masa confirms that even the underlings are present. Before they start their mountain rabbit hunt, one man says he'll have to check on the house rabbit of theirs. Two men stand nearby, listening. One of the men calls the Busan kid a punk and orders him to be sent up. The man continues to sharpen his blade. The Mori Investment Trust building looms in the night, a silent monolith of capital. A man with silver hair is approached. He is informed that the vice president is asking for him. A man with slicked back hair gestures upward, telling the silver-haired man to go up. The polished leather shoes of the silver-haired man click against the floor as he walks. The man with slick back hair calls the silver-haired man Busan kid. The man with silver hair is informed that the vice president is asking for him. A man warns young Suno to be careful. A man complains that some people are blocking the entrance. A man thinks something is weird. A group of men stand together. Young Suno looks off to the side, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Two men stand in the elevator, the silence thick with unspoken tension. A close-up reveals the man's grim expression, his eyes narrowed in thought. The elevator button for the 20th floor is pressed, sealing their destination. A man lies prone on the floor, defeated. One of the men asks, what are you doing? The other replies, chill. A man holds a knife, his intentions unclear. A hand places a phone on a table, the sound echoing in the room. A man on the phone says, it's taking too long for him to come up. What's taking him so long? The man on the phone continues, all right, you clean up the guys there. A hand pushes open a door, revealing what lies beyond. Kim Hyung-chul stands before a line of bowing men, his presence commanding respect. Ota, Kim Hyung-chul, one of them says. Another replies, yes. Kim Hyung-chul is informed. The Busan kid is now running rampant in this building somewhere. Catch him and bring him to room. Make sure you bring him alive. The rest. He leads the way, the group heading towards Incheon port. Hyde is asked about his condition. He replies that he is better than ever. Oduwa. Someone remarks that's good. Another man states that if something goes wrong for Hazong, Nam Gung-hyuk will still be somewhat injured. He is assured that Masa and the other man can get rid of him together. The sound of footsteps echoes as the group continues to move. One of the men is asked if he is nervous. Another man asks the boss not to mind him. He is told that he is nervous. Someone is asked about their work experience. The reply comes back as about 10 years. 10 years. The man is told that he is nervous even though he is so experienced. One of the men notices that another even has a gun on him. The group discusses elite people who would deal with the killer groups. One man asks if they think they can get on the same boat as Baek Do-chan with pussies like these. Someone is asked to give up the gun. He apologizes, sir. The man is told that he won't survive a minute in his condition. A gun is exchanged between two men. The sound of shattering glass echoes through a hallway. A man grits his teeth, rage contorting his face. You punk. The sound of an impact reverberates. Inside a building, a man stands before a group, a question mark hanging in the air. Men wielding weapons charge forward, cries of AR filling the air. Two men look on, one asking, what's happening? A man reports, P. President, we're under attack. I think they are from Hazong. Hyde furrows his brow, thinking, they should be fighting with advanced trade. Why are they here? Was there something wrong with the information? The man thinks, President. A woman urges, hurry up. Kim Shin is told that they have to go now before it's too late. Kim Shin agrees, stating that's how it should be. A day ago at the amusement park, Lisa acknowledges that it's good they're able to predict the movement of Mori and Gold, having received the information. Kim Shin questions if they should erase them as they are right now. Kim Shin is told that he is mistaken. Lisa clarifies that she is not saying she'll stop them. The conversation shifts to advanced trade, with mentions of Mori and Gold. Kim Shin declares that he will erase them all at once. The scene shows Kim Shin and Lisa together, seemingly discussing the situation. It's noted that Mori and Gold are only aiming for advanced trade immediately after their supposed victory. At the same time, Castle's Choi Min-wook. Baek Do-chan is also observing the situation, so they won't send their whole force. Kim Shin concludes that now is the right time. He and Iskra will take care of advanced trade. And about Gold, Hazong can take care of it, as he stabs a man. From our side, we can send a person who knows Choi Dalcheon well. A man is stabbed and falls to the ground, crying out in pain. The man continues to fall. Are you all looking down on Gold Capital? Good, let's say Gold got destroyed. Who's going to take care of Mori? The Busan boy you made to join them? These guys. Get rid of them. Well, suits me as well. Well, because I hated working as a slave for you. Are you sure about this? You really think you can get rid of us with this many people? What the fuck is this punk on? How can he even think of it? Others are useless, and he's just weak. Kill him. Wait. It's about time they. A group of men stand, one declaring that they have specially invited people from Russia. Frigate asks who will be with them for the fight. Shamo responds that they just have to put them all to sleep. A man states that Mori intends to grow up to the strength of Iskra. Lisa holds a cigarette and a gun, stating that according to their information, it won't be enough. The man from panel 3 is seen again. Lisa sighs, saying that this is making her crazy, and asks what else they want from her. A man says that not so long ago, he met a few people who were very helpful to him. A man shoots another man, yelling, "Die, oh do-wah." A man's face is shown. A hand holds a knife over a group of men on the ground. A man with sunglasses stands next to another man, as the man with sunglasses says to protect the boss. A man is stabbed, and someone yells that there's a traitor here. A man garrotes another, his face twisted in a grimace. A text bubble instructs someone to quickly exit the building and meet at the underground parking lot. A man in a trench coat strides forward, flanked by others. He declares that they can't stay back because of something like this, and that the game will be in their favor. A man sits, contemplating the destruction of advanced trade, wondering what comes after. The man is revealed to be Choi Min-wook. He is asked how he will avoid getting punished by Castle's chairman. She smokes, stating that if they give up now, Mori and Gold will take advantage of it. She urges them to take their hand so they can all survive this. Two men walk down a hallway. The text says, in the first place, Castle. A man is described as being similar to a sleeping volcano, which has been silent for a while, without any activity. He wonders if this guy is reliable, noting that when they sleep, they put a gun under their pillow and a knife beside them. The man states that they're only aiming for a chance where they can swallow them all. A man states that he's never seen this fucker before. A man says he didn't know they were coming for his head, as another man points a gun at him. The text says, "Woo and you people being in the same boat." Woo and you people in the same boat. A metaphor for a situation in which people who are hostile against each other are in one place and have to cooperate with each other. Kim Shin sits, lost in thought, his fingers steepled as he contemplates the complexities of forced alliances. Someone bows deeply, their face obscured. Kim Shin wonders what describes Castle the most. He realizes their time is gone. A cargo ship cuts through the water, unaware of the drama unfolding below. His face contorted in anger, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. Baek Duchan throws a punch, aiming to end the fight quickly. A smirk plays on his lips, confident in his victory. Wu Jin dodges the blow, countering with a swift kick aimed at his opponent's chest. Tigro ordered us to hold these guys here. He thought, I can avoid fighting him to the death, make a distance and retreat. Baek Duchan blocks the kick, the force reverberating through his arm. He lies on the bed, exhausted and defeated. His face is a mask of determination, refusing to give up. Wu Jin continues his assault, launching another kick towards Baek Duchan. The kick connects, sending Baek Duchan staggering backward. He lands a solid punch, the force of it reverberating through the room. Baek Duchan grits his teeth, thinking, he's aiming at my vitals. How long will I last if he keeps up with it? Wu Jin follows up with another powerful blow, driving Baek Duchan back. Baek Duchan winces, realizing his fists. It's strong enough to go through my guard. He struggles to maintain his stance, thinking, I can't hold him here. I'll end up dying if I fight him. Baek Duchan is sent crashing to the ground. He thinks to himself, he must be Baek Duchan's right hand, which means he is also one of the strongest. I was too complacent. Struggling to rise, Baek Duchan's mind races. I need to change my plans. I'm 100% sure if he grabs me, it'll be my end. He grits his teeth, resolving, I have to do my best to kill him and barely survive. The words echo in his mind. It's do or die. Meanwhile, in a darkened surveillance room, the fight unfolds on a monitor. One of the masked figures observes. He's on par with Baek Duchan. He lay on the ground, looking up at Wu Jin, who stood over him, knife in hand. Baek Duchan swiftly reversed their positions, now holding the knife to Wu Jin's throat. The cold steel pressed against his skin, a silent threat. With a sudden, brutal kick, Baek Duchan struck Wu Jin's leg. The force of the blow sent Wu Jin flying through the air, a brief moment of weightlessness before the inevitable crash. Baek Duchan watched him sail, a predatory glint in his eyes. Landing on his feet, Wu Jin absorbed the impact, ready to retaliate. Baek Duchan plunged his knife into a nearby red barrel, a calculated move. He ducked behind the barrel, using it as a makeshift shield. Wu Jin retaliated, stabbing his own knife into the barrel, attempting to pierce through to his opponent. Baek Duchan remained hidden, a silent presence behind the red metal. With a burst of speed, Wu Jin leaped over the barrel, closing the distance once more. He lunges forward, fist outstretched, aiming a powerful blow. The fight continues, a flurry of motion as they exchange blows with knives. The blades clash, steel ringing against steel in the confined space. Now, Baek Duchan is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Pai Wu Jin presses his advantage, seeing his opponent's vulnerability. He's wide open. A sickening sound echoes as Baek Duchan is stabbed, blood blossoming on his chest. Staggering back, Baek Duchan clutches at the wound, his face contorted in pain. He gasps, the realization of his injuries sinking in. He got me. Ugh. How did he do it? Ryu Jihak watches with a detached air. It's saddening. Baek Duchan grits his teeth, defiance flickering in his eyes. I'm just getting started. Ryu Jihak continues, his voice laced with disdain. Did you all forget the glory of the past? It's truly saddening, the current Iskra. You've already lost. Baek Duchan snarls, his grip tightening on his weapon. Shut your mouth. Just give up in hope of surviving. He vows, I have not lost yet. Vowing to continue the fight, Baek Duchan roars, challenging Python to face him. A swift leg sweep cuts through the air, aimed at an unseen opponent. Ryu Jihak bellows, his face contorted in a fierce cry. The battle intensifies as figures clash in a whirlwind of motion. Ryu Jihak states that it was boring to fight him. A blade finds its mark, piercing through flesh with deadly precision. Ryu Jihak's gaze hardens, his expression unwavering. The fight rages on, a chaotic dance of blades and bodies. Baek Duchan's face is marred with blood and determination. A figure plummets to the ground, defeated. Baek Duchan, enraged, curses his opponent's strength, his voice laced with fury. The battle reaches a fever pitch as the combatants engage in a final, desperate clash. A figure plummets downwards, legs flailing. The figure continues to fall, exclaiming in frustration. A muscular man shouts, Medvedi. The man's gaze shifts to the side. A man groans in pain. A man declares that his opponent's defeat has already been decided. A voice booms, you guys can't win. A voice admits that until now, they hadn't thought of using it, as a car speeds down the road. Jang Ho, on the phone, states that he's going to use one of the 3 promised favors today. Director Ryu Jihak is on the phone. The man in the coat stands firm, his expression unreadable. Below, a voice declares that defeat has already been decided. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, the man's face contorted in pain. The man with the slicked back hair descends, a knife glinting in his hand. He states that they can't win. The man with dreadlocks is grabbed by the neck, his face a mask of pain. He manages to choke out that he is punched in the face, the attacker declaring that they can do nothing. A weapon stands upright, its purpose unknown. The man with slicked back hair is startled. He plummets downwards. His legs flail as he falls. The man with slicked back hair yells that the other is getting on his nerves. A hand clenches into a fist. A man in a white shirt smirks. The man in the white shirt grabs the man in the black shirt by the arm. The man in the white shirt thinks that he was aiming for his neck, not the arm. The man in the white shirt kicks the man in the black shirt. The man in the white shirt thinks about how can a guy who was losing do this. The man in the white shirt punches the man in the black shirt. The man in the black shirt thinks that if he can't even see what's happening, he doesn't know his head could fall off any moment. A man with dreadlocks is shown with blood on his face. The man with dreadlocks thinks that this is troublesome. The man with dreadlocks is shown on the ground. The man with dreadlocks is shown with a knife in his hand. He says that he should stop showing his back to his enemies. That guy loves exploiting such opportunities. A man with glasses is shown. The man with glasses asks where he is looking at. The man with glasses is shown with a knife in his hand. The man with glasses says that he'll smash that legendary head of his. A figure plummets downwards. A man with glasses is shown. Another figure falls. Someone shouts, now Medvedi. A close-up of a man's face, contorted in pain or effort. A figure delivers a powerful kick. A fist connects with a face. A man's face, grimacing. The man thinks, it was perfect timing. I missed it. Another man thinks, I should have cut your neck. 2 figures grapple in midair. The fight continues, brutal and close. A brutal assault unfolds as a man in a white shirt is overwhelmed by multiple attackers. Blood splatters as the onslaught intensifies. A close-up reveals a man with a smirk, juxtaposed with another man bearing a beard, both observing the unfolding violence. A knife is plunged into flesh, sending a spray of blood into the air. The attack is swift and merciless. Another man is struck, the force of the blow contorting his body. The fight is relentless and unforgiving. A powerful kick connects, sending a man flying through the air. The impact reverberates through the scene. Again, a knife finds its mark, another victim succumbing to the brutal assault. The air is thick with a metallic scent of blood. A man brandishing a gun roars, Medvedi. The threat hangs heavy in the air, promising further violence. A gunshot echoes as a man is struck at close range. The fight escalates to a new level of brutality. A man with glasses speaks, his words laced with arrogance. I'm sure you know the difference in our skills. You really think you can defeat me? A close-up of a man's face reveals a hardened gaze, hinting at the ruthlessness within. A fist adorned with rings clenches, a symbol of power and impending violence. A man prepares to strike, his stance radiating coiled energy. The next blow is imminent. The prone man's eyes widen in surprise, blood staining the floor around him. The standing figure questions if he's running away, disbelief coloring his tone. He really ran away? A figure moves with blurring speed. The man with slick back hair clicks his tongue. You're so annoying. The man on the floor struggles to breathe, steam rising from his body. How long do you think you can last? You're already injured, and it won't be too long before you collapse. Blood trickles down the face of the man on the floor. The standing figure scoffs. Is the strength of your fist the only good thing about you? The man in the black tank top states that he can easily get to the top 5. If he has time, he might as well get Python's head. The man with the slick back hair offers, I'll help you decide if you can get to the top or not. The man with the slick back hair asks, it's not like that, doesn't it bother you? The man in the black tank top says, if that's among the top 10 of Castle, I have a rough idea of your skills by now, so I know we're not enough to defeat you. It's a mistake on your side to think that Iskra is. The man in the black tank top finishes, don't be so cheeky. The only group here on the ship, and because of that mistake and arrogance, you will die today? A man in a white shirt and dark pants holds a pair of open scissors, poised to strike. He thinks to himself, you're right. Another man, seen from the chest up, says, if I leave you all like this, I might die. Below him, a bald man with a green shirt says, he's coming. A close-up shows muscle fibers tensing. A bald man with a gun aims directly at the viewer. The man from panel 1 has blood on his face. The man in the white shirt prepares to strike, thinking, that same opening. The bald man thinks, what a terrifying guy. It's terrifying to even think of attacking, even though I'm a killer. Our balance was broken the moment he stabbed me. A man in a white shirt is attacked by a bald man. He thinks, there is no room for counterattack. A man with a green shirt thinks, Gustav's physical strength. Below him, another man thinks, Tigro's skills and strategies. Akila's mental games. A man with a scar on his face is shown. Below, the man in the white shirt is attacked again. The bald man thinks, he has all of it. A man in a white shirt kicks another man. A man with a white shirt thinks, the golden opportunity that came into my eyes was Python's golden opportunity too. Baek Duchan fires his weapon, the shot echoing in the confined space. After letting go of that opportunity, Wu Jin deflects the incoming knife attack, the blades meeting with a shower of sparks. He thinks, I can only hold him off here. Baek Duchan, knife in hand, urges, hurry up, Tigro. He knows he can't keep up with him for long. Wu Jin blocks another strike, the force of the impact reverberating through his arm. Sweat beads on Baek Duchan's brow as he grits his teeth. Wu Jin's eyes narrow, focused on his opponent's every move. Baek Duchan advances, knife glinting menacingly in the dim light. A sharp cry escapes Wu Jin's lips as the blade finds its mark. Blood blossoms on Wu Jin's shirt, the crimson stain spreading rapidly. Baek Duchan's knife drips with blood, a testament to the brutal exchange. Wu Jin manages to parry another blow, but his movements are becoming sluggish. Wu Jin stumbles back, clutching his wound, as Baek Duchan looms over him. An unknown figure watches from the background. Wu Jin stands over his fallen opponent. When a big fish is in front of us, Baek Duchan reflects. Our shallow nature comes out. That's what us humans are. It's sad, in the end. He thinks, I didn't want to die in his hands. But still, the fight continues. Some resist. The struggle continues. The fight rages on. He grimaces, blood dripping from his wounds. Baek Duchan declares that he will not escape this alive, leaving no room for doubt. Pai Wu Jin states with resolve that he will take over from here. The sign reads, B1. Two men observe the scene. One wonders if these are the people who will help them, while the other notes that only two of them came. The group realizes they are outnumbered, but one man points out that these guys are not ordinary, as they are all trained under Mori. One man says that they haven't seen them in action yet, and that these Russian brothers are not a problem for them. The vice president will be coming down soon, and they need to finish them up before he arrives. One man asks if they are looking down on them, while another says this isn't a picnic and suggests taking care of them. The first man tells him not to mess around and take care of it properly. A fight erupts. One of the men says he'll think about it. The fight continues. A man with red hair kicks another man in the face. One man is stabbed with a knife. A blade finds its mark, piercing flesh with brutal efficiency. The crimson-haired man collapses, the world tilting as he hits the ground. Agony contorts his features as a strangled cry escapes his lips. One of the men suggests they should shoot them. Another man is stabbed, the impact echoing in the tense air. A man levels his weapon, using it fearlessly. Someone barks out orders to eliminate the one with the gun first. It's been a long time since things went wrong like this. The order is given, clean them up. A chorus of agreement follows. A desperate cry rings out, let's help them. A brutal assault unfolds, bodies colliding amidst the chaos. A voice cuts through the din, demanding to know where someone is going, declaring they are his. A man screams, calling someone a crazy bastard. The red-haired fighter throws a punch, declaring that the other man should get out of his way. The man in the suit adjusts his jacket, remarking that people are all the same. The man in the suit retaliates, punching the red-haired fighter. The red-haired fighter falls to the ground, gasping in pain. The man in the suit shouts that these Busan brats are nothing special. The man in the suit asks who the others are calling nothing special. Another man in a suit fights, telling his opponent not to underestimate them. One of the men warns that if the boss comes, they will all die anyway. The man in the suit yells in pain. A man in a suit kicks another character. Song Ik-cheon fights, calling the others punks and declaring that he can finally avenge Young Hyan. Seo Jong-chi states that Mori is only a part of Castle, and now it's only the beginning. Another man suggests they leave, saying it'll be too much for the young boss alone. Blood gushes from a fresh wound. Nam Il-ho plunges a knife into his victim. Sweat pours down a man's face as he grits his teeth in pain. A brutal melee unfolds, a whirlwind of fists, blades, and desperate struggles for survival. A hand grips a pistol, the cold steel promising swift and deadly violence. Point blank, a gun is fired. A man shouts, his voice laced with urgency. Get inside here, Vice President. Another man is stabbed, the blade finding its mark with sickening precision. Desperation fuels the cry. Open the door. A gunshot echoes, followed by a strangled cry of betrayal. Damn it. Hide. How dare you shoot me? One man sneers. Do you think this small rebellion of yours will succeed? The moment you failed to kill me, your rebellion failed. It's no use wasting time. Oh Duwa, the man says as he is stabbed. The man's eyes narrow, thinking that he is not the only one coming after his head tonight, and wonders who else is coming for him. The bald man holds a hammer, thinking about when Hyde made connections in Korea. No way, the text reads, indicating the day of the funeral at night, in home. The city sleeps under a blanket of stars. A man walks down the street, his expression unreadable. A figure peers cautiously from behind a wall. Footsteps echo in the night. One man thanks another for his hard work, noting that it's been a while. Long time no see, Suno, the man says. Suno replies, surprised that the man even remembered his name. The man says it's fine, apologizing that Young couldn't come because of this big thing, and that it must be hard to work under Oduwa and make. Ryu Jihak is informed that the person they are looking for is nearby. Ryu Jihak expresses his reservations about trusting this individual. Ryu Jihak concedes, stating that if Young believes the person can be helpful, he is willing to proceed. A voice demands to be shown the way. The camera focuses on a building under construction. A figure stands, waiting. Ryu Jihak expresses surprise. An unexpected mourner has arrived, apologizing for troubling the subordinate, the little Busan boy. Footsteps echo as someone admits they had no choice but to be cautious. A man introduces himself, stating, I'm called Maurice Hyde. A voice responds, indicating that there is no need for introductions, as they have already done their research. The narration reveals that this is Oduwa's most treasured subordinate, the Lion of Mori. He considered the situation. Maurice Hyde spoke into his phone, dismissing rumors about his Yakuza family background. The illegitimate child of Guangdong lay sprawled on the ground. A voice explained that Mori, based in Japan, was the center of Korean influence manipulating the Yakuza. It was not strange to call him the Lion because of his actions there. The nickname illegitimate child of Guangdong came about because the illegitimate child of Guangdong questioned Maurice Hyde, demanding to know his purpose. The illegitimate child of Guangdong pressed, wanting to know why he had turned his back on his brothers and come to Maurice Hyde. The illegitimate child of Guangdong expressed surprise, admitting he hadn't expected Maurice Hyde to have so much information. Maurice Hyde was as expected of the great Amour of Iskra. The illegitimate child of Guangdong and Maurice Hyde discussed forming an alliance. The illegitimate child of Guangdong adjusted his pants. The illegitimate child of Guangdong asked if Maurice Hyde would listen to him. He wonders why he decided to betray Oduwa. The man walks forward, flanked by two figures. He shouts, holding his arm. A sword is pulled from its sheath. Song Ik-cheon is told that Hyde has grown up. Song Ik-cheon says he is happy for Hyde, but also wants to put a knife in him. Song Ik-cheon pauses, thinking to himself. Song Ik-cheon thinks that it's 10 years too early for this body to die. Hyde stares back at Song Ik-cheon. In the past, in Japan, Imuyal and Oduwa formed their own group, Take by Ashigumi. They centered around the Yakuza, assuming a Japanese identity. They united all the scattered gangs secretly as a Japanese gang. It became one of the most prominent organizations in Japan's Yakuza world by expanding as far as Guangdong. The Japan Yakuza General Assembly convened. Isao Takebayashi and Uno Toshiro were present. Regarding the fake identities of Imuyal and Oduwa, it was noted that they used to be swordsmen but now dare to stand shoulder to shoulder. They must be planning something against us. It was said that they are only seeing the tip of the iceberg right now, but someday they will be a threat against us. Shinsuke Iwashiro, boss of Yamaguchi-gumi, stated, we have to get rid of them. Daichi Nishijima was asked, what do you say? I'm sure you have the most things to say to them recently. What do you say, Nishijima? Daichi Nishijima, boss of Nishijima-gumi, requested, please allow me to speak. The discussion continued. We must get rid of Takebayashi-gumi. Takebayashi, Uno. It was stated that these two are once-in-a-century people I have acknowledged. The man asked, are there any good ideas? A man yelled, HAP. The man revealed, there's a child I have raised in secret. He was a lot of trouble raising him in Japan due to nationality issues. One of the men notes that he's strong and has trained in martial arts under him. The speaker intends to make him join them as a spy. A man in a white robe shouts, his expression intense. The decision is yours, boss, built as a successor. The chairman asks if they are doing well. A man bows his head, replying, yes, boss. He acknowledges that due to his grace, he has been privileged with the enjoyment of learning and training and is grateful for that. The boss states that he raised him as his son and successor. The man replies, yes. Daichi Nishijima reflects that he shouldn't think of it as a grace or debt, but this world is cold-blooded. If you can't prove yourself, nobody will follow what I have. Daichi Nishijima is instructed to enter Take by Ashigumi and lead them to their downfall. An older man states that that will be enough for him to prove himself as his successor, calling it an irrefutable achievement. Daichi Nishijima is told that after he has succeeded, he must marry his daughter Kyoko and raise himself from a successor to Nishijima. A door slides open. Sometimes, a man has to sacrifice everything he has to achieve something. Kyoko Nishijima stands nearby. Kyoko Nishijima thinks to herself that her father is really cruel. Kyoko Nishijima says that he raised her just for using her like this. A man replies not to talk about boss like that. He treated her like his son, and he's grateful to him for that. She stands with Daichi Nishijima, who says he will be happy to pay this price. He adds that he will help her with it too. The mark of Nishijima-gumi is shown on Daichi's arm. A voice declares that from now on, his identity is Kanemura Hideaki. Elsewhere, a man brands another man with a hot iron. Meanwhile, a brutal fight unfolds in Osaka. Isao Takebayashi says that this country is very rough. He adds that they need to hurry up so he can retire, and that they shouldn't be like his old man. Uno Toshiro, also known as Oduwa, exclaims that fighting like this is just exhilarating. A few months later, footsteps echo down a dimly lit corridor. A voice warns Uno, telling him to look behind him. A blade flashes as he is attacked. The fight intensifies, the combatants moving with lethal intent. The clash of bodies and steel fills the air as the battle rages on. A sword drips with fresh blood, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. A final, desperate strike finds its mark, leaving a man bleeding profusely. Two men stand in a dimly lit area. One asks who the new guy is, noting he looks new. The other responds that he's a new guy who joined them not too long ago. The first man acknowledges that he's the new guy. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression serious. He thinks that the new guy's knife skills are not so bad. A man sits on a ledge, overlooking the city. Another man approaches him, calling out to him as newbie. The man on the ledge, Oduwa, introduces himself as Hideaki Kanemura. Hideaki states that he joined last week. The other man replies that he doesn't care, asking why he joined them. Hideaki thinks that the man was curious. He responds that he joined them to make a living. The man hands Hideaki some money, telling him to take it and buy himself some nice clothes. The man tells Hideaki that he'll be ashamed for him looking like that. He adds that if he does his best every day, he will be able to survive. If he can survive, he will be able to get money. The man tells Hideaki that he did a good job. Hideaki thinks that it was his first interaction with him. Hideaki was determined because he was bound to step into this world someday. He was very different from the rumors. Hideaki reflects that they did a lot of heinous things. He spent his daily life as if nothing ever happened. He savored the taste, a nostalgic expression on his face. I missed this taste. The memory continued, the scene shifting to an outdoor location. It was really ironic. Hideaki Kanemura was addressed by one of his companions. Hey newbie, stay there. Hideaki spoke, his expression serious. Aren't you forgetting something important? Two men examined a small, round object. It's a roasted rice candy. A hand held the candy, offering it to someone. Make sure to grab some next time when we head out. The scene returned to Hideaki Kanemura and his companions, their expressions unreadable. A narration box appeared. I was getting used to their strange lives faster than anyone else. A man in white launched a kick, connecting with another man dressed in black. A fist slammed into a face, the impact echoing through the air. A foot connected with a face, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the body. A man's face, bruised and bloodied, stared into the distance. My feet. I shouldn't have stopped. The gap. The man in the white outfit throws a punch, his fist a blur of motion. The punch connects with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the air. He's using it to his advantage. The impact sends the man in the dark outfit reeling, blood splattering from the blow. He follows up with a swift kick, aiming for the torso. The kick lands with a sickening thud, driving the air from his opponent's lungs. The man in the dark outfit struggles to maintain his footing. My legs won't move. Another kick slams into him, further weakening his resolve. He grits his teeth, pain searing through his body. He could have ended me just now. He realizes he's been cornered, his options dwindling. The man in the dark outfit collapses to the ground, defeated. He delivers a powerful kick to his opponent. Blood drips from the man's face as he looks up. A hand is covered in blood. The man's face is covered in blood. Did he purposely keep attacking me to corner me? It was my mistake to have not noticed the area around me. I have no choice but to end this now. Hideaki Kanemura stands over his opponent. In the past, there were many people like you where I lived. I kept surviving by killing, running. I had to do everything to survive. You were better than them. Thanks to you, I had a proper fight after a long time. The fight continues. The man lies injured on the ground. He thinks to himself that it is not yet time. He reflects that he hasn't paid him back yet. His eyes glow red. He walks forward. Elsewhere, a man with dreadlocks and a blindfold stands. The man with dreadlocks, bloodied and bruised, asks, T-Tigro? A voice says, it's me. It's you. The voice continues, listen carefully. He's one of the top 10 men of Castle. He thinks, he hurt my leg to make me lose my mobility. Cough. His strength has been significantly reduced. However, for some reason, he was a lot stronger at the end compared to when we started fighting. He continues to think. He has good senses. He can grasp the opponent's weakness easily and destroy it with his beastly strength. He's at his peak right now. Be careful. Thank you. He commands, "Come out." The man holding a gun is revealed to be Nam Gung-hyuk. His hands, slick with blood, grip the pistol. Crimson stain the cuffs of his white dress shirt. The text at the bottom of the panel reads, "The characters, events, locations, and organizations depicted in this work are all fictitious." A handgun rests among several fish in a wooden crate. A voice declares that everything is perfect, suggesting they grab a drink. Two men shake hands, sealing a deal. One of them thinks that the other feels strange and is better than most of their interpreters. One man comments that the other is too perfect for the job. He continues, noting his great skills, handsome face, and knowledge. The other man asks if he is envious of his youth. A man warns that you shouldn't trust people so easily, but admits that he's an exception. He reminds himself not to forget Oduwa. After infiltrating Take by Ashigumi, the days went by very fast. The man walks down a hallway. There were times when he felt frustrated, as if time had stopped. There was no word from boss Nishijima. Sometimes Kim Shin went out to see Kyoko secretly because he missed her. He thinks he's slowly losing his sanity. For him, it was best to just wait. As time passed, he started becoming more nervous and anxious. There was no word from boss Nishijima. Kim Shin started to think how he could get out of this. Someone calls out to Kanamura. One man remarks that people like him usually leave this field of work before they get too deep into it. He asks how much money Kim Shin wants to earn, calling him strange. The man asks Kim Shin why he isn't going to Guangdong. He suggests that if he forces the Yakuza, he can earn money safely, then questions what he is on about. The man states that Kim Shin is shooting some unexpected random questions at him. He says he just doesn't earn money because he has no plans. The man chuckles, stating that he can feel Kim Shin. Kim Shin thinks that big shots like him always have simple thoughts. He reflects that there's nothing much for him except for going up the ranks. The man thinks that although he was born, ate, slept, and learned in this country, he questions what he is. He wonders if he is a Korean who just has his parents' blood flowing in him. The man reflects that he used to think a lot about it, but he stopped thinking about it. He says that everyone around him started changing, and he just couldn't bear it. On the contrary, the man decided to become the best. He vows that in Japan, he will climb up the ranks and look down on the people who used to look down on him. Kim Shin thinks that this is Hideaki Kanamura's reason to stay in Japan. He reflects that he doesn't hate guys like him. The man suggests that they go up to the top together. The man thinks, yes, Oduwa. He reflects that his heart was not shaken by his sincerity. However, his words reminded him of the questions he had buried deep within him. Kanamura wonders if the boss really has no contempt for him. He thinks that he assigned him this mission so he could prove his worth. Would he really let him marry Kyoko? He should go meet the boss. He can get his answers only from him. Tokyo Asakusa. Kim Shin stands outside a traditional Japanese building. He sits on the floor, lost in thought. Jang Ho's voice booms, "Haha, let's all have a drink." Hideaki Kanamura sits alone, thinking, "All right then, let's wait here until his guests leave." Kanamura wonders, "Boss, is it true?" Jang Ho asks, "Are you thinking of having Kanamura as your successor?" Jang Ho looks at a picture of Kinzo, thinking, "I've always thought of Kanamura as my son, Kinzo." Jang Ho thinks, "Kanamura is a great guy." Kanamura thinks, "I love him." Kanamura reflects, "I was doubting his grace." He wonders how he could do it, resolving that he should go now. He heads to Osaka, but surviving in this organization requires them to sacrifice things which are precious to them. Jang Ho declares that he will sacrifice Kanamura, even if he begs and sheds tears of blood. The men stand together. Liquor bottles lie on the table. Kanamura sits alone, thinking that when his mission is over, he will just end his life. Kyoko's name is uttered. Kyoko Nishijima stands with another woman. A box full of weapons is shown. A man instructs others to make sure to grab everything, and they confirm. A man is on the phone, stating that they're going to attack today, and if they take down the Yakuzas, then they will become too strong. He is thanked for his hard work. He listens intently to the voice on the other end of the line. The instructions are clear. Something must be taken care of. Baek Duchan orders him to take care of Oduwa with his own hands. The man in the car asks what the other is looking at, wondering if he is so handsome. He apologizes, remembering how sincerely he was treated. Baek Duchan states that it'll be too late to wait for all the Yakuzas to be cleared up. He orders to end Kyoko now. The man on the phone apologizes, stating he'll be leaving first. He raises his gun, prepared to end her. Even after his boss abandoned him, he recalls how he reached out and helped him. He wonders how he can pull a trigger on such a person. He voices his confusion. He realizes this is not Kanekai's house, wondering where the rest of the people are. He doesn't see them. He walks forward, a sense of unease growing. He curses under his breath, realizing he's been had. He sat in the car, the weight of betrayal pressing down on him. They knew he was a spy. Suddenly, the car was under attack, explosions rocking the vehicle as assassins swarmed. A voice called out, "Kanamura," as the assault continued. He thought of Kyoko, a desperate need to find her consuming him. Feet pounded the pavement as someone fled the scene. Eventually, the chaos subsided, leaving a trail of destruction. A woman lay dying, blood staining her white kimono. He lamented that he couldn't protect what was precious to him. Where did it all go wrong? Should he have killed Oduwa before? Even so, he wondered if there was a place left for him. Kanamura was thanked for taking down Nishijima easily. A voice apologized for killing his girl quickly and neatly. A sword was drawn. Someone asked, huh? What are you doing? The man in the suit is called a crazy bastard. Kim Shin's face is shown in a close-up. A fight breaks out. The order is given to catch him. Kim Shin looks up, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A hand holds a photograph, the image depicting a woman with other men. A man states that it's all thanks to them that the Nishiji Megumi was destroyed. He adds that they will deal with the blade raised against a comrade later, and that all he has to do is live on. Kim Shin reads a paper, the words promising that one day, he will surely gain a reason to live again. A body lies in a bathtub, blood staining the water. The words "their gain" are written above, followed by "there was nobody who sincerely cared." The words "fuck me" are written, followed by "I can't think of a reason to live." The words "I can't think" are written, followed by the reason. Kim Shin's face is shown, a chilling smile playing on his lips as he thinks about revenge. He wondered if he would get revenge on Oh Do-hwa, who used him to destroy the Nishijima family. Kim Shin couldn't kill himself that day. Rather, after going through all of that, his mind felt clearer. He could also see the answer to the questions that he had buried deep within his heart. A muscular man in water declared that he would go higher than all the Yakuza and dominate Japan. In this world where they just stab each other, he would rise up. He desired to establish an organization that dominates the whole of Japan. Kim Shin stared ahead, his expression unreadable. A man with an axe asked what the other would get from killing him. A voice wondered if there would be a place left for him. A fight broke out, blades clashing in the dark. A foot stomped down with brutal force. A sword was held to someone's throat, the threat palpable. Two men were shown, their faces split between determination and fear. He lunges forward, sword extended, ready to strike. The blades meet with a resounding clash. Kim Shin swings his sword, a blur of motion. He continues his assault, sword raised high. Again, the swords collide, sparks flying. Kim Shin's sword cuts through the air. A man wonders, am I less important? Kim Shin thinks, than that long-gone Nishiji Megumi? He continues, my hate towards you. I left them all behind in the past. The elevator ascends to the 22nd floor. A man stands covered in blood. He held the sword aloft, the steel glinting in the dim light. Kim Shin declared, there is no place for you in the picture I plan to draw. The man in the black suit is struck hard. He crashes to the ground. The fight continues. One of the men wonders what is taking him so long. He asks if this is all Hazong has. Another man states that they have enough men, and with them all, they can do this. He questions why the others are shouting when they are barely helping. One of the men yells that they are barely helping. He adds that their Becky is fighting the advanced trade in Incheon right now. Minsu and another man are here to fight against each other. He declares that their enemy is. A red explosion erupts. The man in the white shirt is on the ground. Someone says that they are barely a few days old and asks how they dare attack the gold capital. Rumors spread about Choi Dal-cheon, whispered to be the strongest fighter. The men discuss how they are going to fight him, noting that Choi Dal-cheon is quite large. One of the men assures the others that Hazong will take care of Choi Dal-cheon, adding that their backup is coming soon. The man remains silent, a grim expression etched on his face. Another man curses Choi Dal-cheon under his breath, calling him a bastard. The group stands together, united in their purpose. One of the men warns that Choi Dal-cheon is not someone they can fight alone, adding that anyone who tried before died quickly. He hopes they won't get in his way when they fight. A man arrives, remarking that he came to see who was making a ruckus, noting that he hasn't seen any report on them in a while. One of the men tells Choi Dal-cheon to stop putting on airs, declaring that today he's going to die. His focus sharpens, his eyes narrowed. The fight begins, the men charging forward. One of the men declares that he'll start with his leg. He is caught completely off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief as the first blow lands. The force of the impact sends a jolt through him, his head snapping back from the unseen attacker. Staggering slightly, Choi Dal-cheon struggles to comprehend the sudden assault. He just hit me slightly, right? He thinks, questioning the reality of the blow. Before he can fully process the situation, another punch connects, driving him further off balance. The attack intensifies, the force of each strike reverberating through his body. Blood trickles from his mouth, a grim testament to the inhuman power of his assailant. It feels like hitting a rock, he thinks, the pain registering with brutal clarity. A close-up reveals the damage, his face marred by cuts and bruises, the crimson stain of blood painting a stark picture of the beating he's enduring. A brutal kick sends him flying, the impact spraying blood into the air as he loses his footing. His body is battered and bruised, the pain searing through him. Kook, I thought it would be easier than this, he thinks, the realization of his miscalculation dawning on him. The assault escalates further as knives flash, slicing through the air towards him. The sharp sting of the blades tears through his flesh, adding to the already mounting agony. The relentless barrage continues, the knives dancing around him in a deadly ballet of violence. He lies on the ground, helpless. A knife descends, glinting in the dim light. Blood blossoms across Choi Dal-cheon's face, obscuring his vision. The blade plunges into his flesh, a searing pain ripping through him. Again, the knife finds its mark, each strike a brutal violation. His face contorts in agony, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The relentless assault continues, each stab driving him closer to the edge. The knife, a cold instrument of death, hovers for another strike. Looking up through a haze of blood, Choi Dalcheon's eyes reflect a mixture of pain and defiance. With a desperate plea, he croaks, "Kill me, with that weak strength of yours?" The knife descends once more, a final, brutal punctuation. Choi Dalcheon collapses, broken and bleeding, on the cold ground. He lay on the ground, broken and bleeding. Choi Dalcheon thought to himself that he should end this futile fight. A foot slammed into his ribs, the force stealing his breath. The impact sent a spray of blood into the air. His face was then met with a heavy stomp. Another kick connected, sending a jolt of pain through his body. One of the men yelled, "You too. Did you already know this was going to happen?" He then commanded, "Fuck this. Everyone, attack him together." Another man shouted, Don't rush in recklessly." Choi Dalcheon remained prone, his body screaming in agony. Another kick landed, the sound of cracking bone echoing in the air. The assault continued, each blow a fresh wave of torment. A fist connected with his jaw, the world spinning into darkness. The beating continues. An attacker's foot blurs as it connects with Choi Dalcheon's chest. The force of the kick sends him sprawling. Blood trickles from his mouth as he struggles to rise. Another assailant joins the fray, raining blows upon the already down man. Choi Dalcheon, battered and bruised, shouts, "Retreat now. We can't win like this. He's too strong for us." A fist slams into his face, snapping his head back. His vision blurs, the taste of blood filling his mouth. One of the attackers remarks, "Oh man, you are still their boss?" A brutal kick connects with his head, the impact echoing in the night. Minsu's voice rings out, "Have you not learned your lesson yet?" A heavy boot descends, crushing him beneath its weight as another attacker shouts, "Boss." A man shouts, "Boss," as he and another stand ready. A foot steps forward, the man thinking to himself, his brothers have held on to the past for far too long because of him. He thinks, "I'm their pride." Clenching his fists, he vows to never let them down. Choi Dalcheon lies on the ground, beaten and bloody. Two men observe the scene. One says, "You can't." The other replies, "He'll die at this rate." A foot stomps down with brutal force. Hyde lands a vicious punch on Choi Dalcheon. Blood splatters as Choi Dalcheon's face contorts in pain. Choi Dalcheon screams in agony. Hyde follows up with a brutal kick. Another stomp crushes down. Hyde holds the battered Choi Dalcheon up, as the other men shout, "Stop him." The man on the ground is urged to fight with everything he has. He and his companion are unsure why they are being attacked. Yeo Min-soo is asked to listen. He is told not to throw away his precious life, but to live long enough to achieve his goals. He is informed that director Ryu Ji-hak is not coming. The order is given to get rid of him. Director Ryu's destination is revealed. A car speeds towards Incheon Port. The driver is told to go there. A man is on the phone. He says that if Kim Shin loses to Baek Do-chan, it's fine, but if Kim Shin wins. It is noted that Hazong was supposed to retreat before things got serious. A man is attacked. Hwang Bo-min Chio expresses his embarrassment and wonders if they can get out of there alive. Hasung's punks are seen standing over fallen bodies. They wonder why they are being attacked. A man wonders what that was. Hazong wonders if there are more of those fuckers left. A man is stabbed. He sits on the ground, two pairs of legs looming over him. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning if he remembers the price he paid in the past. Minsu's face is etched with pain and determination. He'll have to pay it again. Lying on the ground, a sword discarded nearby, he desperately wants to stand up just once. His face is bloodied, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Two men in suits stand guard. The TF team, that is under director Ryu Ji-hak. A hand reaches towards him, and Yeo Min-soo exhales a cloud of vapor. He's getting a headache. The two men stand, their backs to the viewer. Choi Dalcheon stands alone, musing that he didn't expect Hasung's cleaner to come here himself. A chaotic brawl erupts, the air thick with the sounds of fists connecting and grunts of exertion as men in dark suits trade blows. A man with a scar running down his cheek observes the scene with a calculating gaze. He wonders what they are looking at. A devastating punch lands squarely on a man's face, the force of the blow sending a spray of blood into the air as he cries out in pain. Bandages wrapped tightly around his arms, a man grits his teeth, his expression a mask of determination as he prepares to rejoin the fray. He thinks that they have had enough of him. With a grunt of effort, a man delivers a brutal kick, sending his opponent sprawling. He calls him a pig-like bastard. The man from panel 3 looks down at the fallen man, wondering if these weaklings are giving him trouble. One of the men says that he has got some useful underlings. The other man says that he is here Iowa. One of the men says that they should stir things up a bit. One of the men asks how long they have to hold out here. One of the men says that it is not just about holding out here. They also have to distract them from the fight happening on the ship. One of the men says that it will get harder for boss Kim Shin over there. They have to keep these bastards at the front. He grips the man by the neck, determined to secure the bottom of the ship at all costs. Kim Shin runs forward. They're sending all sorts of bastards their way. The barista gang stands ready. His hands are already full with these punks around. Who are they now? Who is this creepy 5-ton truck-like dude? After you left Korea like that? Hey, you good, your movements. You and me fight? I was ordered by Chairman Kim Tae-hoon to get rid of you. At that time, I felt anger for the second time in my life. I thought I could let go of the feeling after a while, but the man that you were connected with took over what I wanted to do. Polished black shoes stand on a dark surface, the silence broken only by the faint sound of footsteps. A voice echoes in the darkness, a somber reflection on loss. Now that you're dead, whatever it was, nothing is left. So, I disobeyed the chairman's orders for the first time and kept my promise to Kim Shin. A man in a dark suit stands tall, his face shadowed. He thinks to himself, my own debt to him and my regret for you. I'd like to settle it all. Oh ho, if it isn't Hazong under the same castle as us? A man with a buzz cut and a white shirt speaks, his expression grim. I didn't expect our fellow brothers to rush into our gold with knives. Who could have imagined it? Two men stand side by side, one bearing fresh wounds. He asks, why are you here? Finally, he's here. Is he the strongest in Hazong? The injured man's face is shown in close-up, blood trickling from his wounds. However, Choi Dalcheon's already recovered a bit from the fight. Will he be all right? The man in the suit stands firm, his gaze unwavering. We'll keep him busy. Two men stand together, one with blonde hair. Die fighting Choi Dalcheon. Is that you mean? Men rush forward, shouting boss. President Choi Dalcheon is here. There are more Hazong guys left. The men are ordered to surround them. Gold's people are still alive. They were too much for division, head Huangbo. Three men in suits stand together, the central figure issuing a command. You guys protect Hasung's men and our allies. A man with a buzz cut speaks, his expression eager. Hey, come here. Ryu Ji-hak, I really wanted to fight with you. Who would have thought we would get to fight like this? Haha. Choi Dalcheon states that there are no hard feelings. An unidentified person remarks that someone's face looks like a dessert and questions why they are siding with Hazong. A group of people stand in the background as someone declares that from now on. The group of people are shown with blood on their faces. Choi Dalcheon is shown from a low angle. Someone puts on gloves. Two people are shown as one states that they are already out of it. Someone states that it is starting and that their fists are a constant topic of debate in Castle. They wonder who is the stronger between the two in the top 10. Someone says here. The text states that the stronger and the weaker between the two will be decided. Someone attacks with great speed. A fist is shown. His leg sweeps forward, initiating the attack with deadly precision. The attacker's foot closes the distance, a blur of motion. His hands tighten around the hilt of the hidden blade, preparing to draw it. Choi Dalcheon's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack unfolds before him. The attacker's hands draw the sword with practiced ease. The sword flashes into the light, drawing a spray of blood as it finds its mark. The blade strikes Choi Dalcheon, the force of the blow staggering him. The sword cuts deep, a crimson line appearing on his flesh. The sword continues its downward path, a deadly arc of steel. The attacker presses the assault, driving the sword further. His foot pivots, maintaining balance as he continues the attack. The attacker stands poised, the sword dripping, ready for the next strike. He parries a swift, unseen attack, the clang of steel echoing in the confined space. The force of the block sends tremors up his arm as he struggles to maintain his stance. Another strike comes, a blinding flash of silver as the unseen assailant presses the attack. The blade finds its mark, slicing across his arm, a crimson bloom staining his white shirt. He grits his teeth, deflecting another blow, the metallic screech a grating reminder of the danger. The relentless assault continues, each parry a desperate struggle against the unseen foe. Choi Dalcheon thinks, if I go in now, my right hand will get blocked, and then I'll rush my left hand in and counter. The unseen opponent's blade descends once more, a deadly dance of steel and shadow. He meets the attack head-on, the impact jarring his bones as he desperately tries to hold the line. The sword bites deep, a searing pain as the unseen enemy finds another opening. Blood trickles down his face, a grim testament to the ferocity of the unseen assault. Three men watch the brutal exchange, their faces grim and unreadable. He continues to be assaulted by an unseen force, the blows landing with brutal force. The relentless assault continues, each strike carrying the weight of a sledgehammer. Nam Gung-hyuk remains silent, his expression unreadable. Two men observe the ongoing conflict. One remarks, he blocked Choi Dalcheon's sledgehammer like fist over and over. Your director's left arm is definitely going to take some time to heal. Choi Dalcheon's face is covered in blood, his expression a mix of pain and determination. A voice muses, odd. The director's tempo is different than usual. It's too fast. It's like... A man clenches his fist, a look of sorrow etched on his face. Ah, it's so sad. Something's... A person being chased by something. Nam Gung-hyuk stands ready, a pair of knives glinting in his hands. Five men stand in formation, their expressions unreadable. One of the men observes that his opponent's feet are moving around like that of a puppy. A man holds a knife, ready to strike. The man in the white shirt lunges forward, initiating the attack against the man in the black shirt. The man wonders where he is. The man in the white shirt continues his assault, blood splattering as the fight intensifies. The man thinks that something is strange. The man is surprised by his opponent's moves as the fight continues. The man realizes that his opponent is only aiming for the vitals and wonders why he is being so impatient. The man thinks that his opponent has a good eye for fights, but doesn't even know much about the director. The man thinks that if this guy knows that, then there's no way Choi Dal-cheon doesn't know, and wonders what the director is thinking. He launches a kick, connecting with the other man's face. He stands over the man, who is now on the ground. He kicks the man in the face again. He stands over the man, who is now on the ground. Whatever his intentions are, he's done playing around. He doesn't have to play this game of cat and mouse. I mean, fuck, I'm only interested in fighting and killing punks like you, and that's it. Choi Dal-cheon's finally gonna show his true colors. The frightening nature of Choi Dal-cheon. You can only see it when you face him directly. It's like a boulder rolling in. It's like facing an unstoppable foe. Ryu Ji-hak's eyes betray his intentions. He can see it in them. Ryu Ji-hak, his opponent declares, is going to avoid his fists. Choi Dal-cheon lunges forward, knife in hand. He sneers, daring Ryu Ji-hak to try and cut him. Ryu Ji-hak responds with a cold challenge. Just try it. The blade flashes, but Ryu Ji-hak intercepts it with his bare hand, blood spraying from the point of impact. The camera focuses on Choi Dal-cheon's face, his expression a mask of disbelief. Choi Dal-cheon continues his assault, the knife a blur of motion. How? The narration wonders, did Ryu Ji-hak protect his head without even throwing his weapon away? Choi Dal-cheon throws a punch, his fist a speeding bullet aimed at Ryu Ji-hak. His opponent's speed is increasing, one of the onlookers observes. Ryu Ji-hak's speed is such that his opponent can't even follow the blade with his eyes anymore. Is this how he plans to fight? Why is he gambling? Choi Dal-cheon grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. He calls Ryu Ji-hak a little punk. Frustration mounting, Choi Dal-cheon is met with a swift punch from Ryu Ji-hak. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through him. Two hands grip the hilts of twin swords. Ryu Ji-hak continues his assault, striking Choi Dal-cheon once more. Bloodied and battered, Choi Dal-cheon grits his teeth. A foot stomps down, shattering a tile. Ryu Ji-hak's relentless attacks continue to batter Choi Dal-cheon. Choi Dal-cheon's face is a mask of pain and fury. Choi Dal-cheon, his eyes narrowed, thinks, oh ho, that's quite the fierce look. How about I make them look more fierce? He clutches a broken tile, a desperate weapon in his grasp. A man observes with a sinister grin. Our director Ryu is getting slower. Choi Dal-cheon, fueled by desperation, slams the tile into Ryu Ji-hak's face, snarling. Have you ever been hit by a tile? He is struck with the tile, the force sending shards flying. The tile shatters on impact. Blood splatters across Ryu Ji-hak's face from the blow. He struggles to regain his footing, his body reeling from the impact. Choi Dal-cheon roars, his face contorted in rage. The strongest fist in the country delivers another blow. Ryu Ji-hak's feet shuffle, trying to find purchase on the ground. One of the men observes that even the best knife fighter in Hazong is just another man after all. Ryu Ji-hak kneels on the ground, blood dripping from his face. He is urged to win. The other man remarks that it's as expected of Choi Dal-cheon, and that it's not easy to fight the person who has the title of the strongest fist in the country. Choi Dal-cheon declares he won't miss this one as he strikes Ryu Ji-hak again. Ryu Ji-hak's face is bruised and bloodied. A voice thinks that a little bit more and he'll be dead meat. His defense will start weakening soon, a voice narrates. Choi Dal-cheon continues his assault on Ryu Ji-hak, who is on the ground. Choi Dal-cheon continues to beat down on Ryu Ji-hak. Ryu Ji-hak grits his teeth, enduring the pain. Ryu Ji-hak is on the ground, battered and bruised. Choi Dal-cheon's face is contorted in a savage grin as he continues his relentless attack. Choi Dal-cheon slashes at Ryu Ji-hak with a knife, drawing blood. The blade hits Ryu Ji-hak's shoulder. He took a direct hit to his shoulder, Ryu Ji-hak thinks. I suppose the director's left arm is as good as gone for a while, Hyde thinks. Hyde observes the fight, a cold calculation in his eyes. But that's a good deal for his plan, he thinks. The knife drips with Ryu Ji-hak's blood. To catch that monster, Choi Dal-cheon, a voice narrates. Choi Dal-cheon continues to slash at Ryu Ji-hak with the knife, the blade a blur of motion. Hyde watches the brutal scene unfold. From that big bite, he'll start. He thinks to himself that even if his opponent is a giant and good at sports, keeping his breathing constant will be quite impossible, leading him to despair. Ryu Ji-hak prepares his weapon, his grip tightening. He continues to prepare, his focus unwavering. If he moves even a little bit, the joints of his body will instantly be cut off. Ryu Ji-hak is struck, his face contorted in pain. Someone remarks that whenever they see the director's skills, they're captivating. There's no time, Ryu Ji-hak thinks. He is filled with a sense of defeat worse than death, knowing he'll never be able to stand up again. Choi Dal-cheon strikes Ryu Ji-hak, the impact sending blood splattering. The onlookers exclaim, "Boss," as they witness the brutal defeat. Someone walks away, the sound of their footsteps echoing. Meanwhile, two men react with shock and disbelief. A man stands over another, the scene filled with tension. Some time back, there was a professional Go player with overwhelming skills. He tried to corner his opponent as fast as possible, but made one mistake, and I've never seen a man get defeated like he did. I couldn't even leave a scratch on Choi Dal-cheon. He reflects on the recent fight. Choi Dal-cheon acknowledges that Ryu Ji-hak was strong enough to bring out his skills, adding that the director didn't need to show all of his skills to defeat him. Frustration simmers within him. He recalls a promise to his old man to make him the king, questioning if Ryu Jihak dreamed he could surpass Choi Min-wook and Castle. Choi Dalcheon thinks that Kim Hwang and Gold could not do it. An underling is ordered to ask the head office for help and to find Kim Hwang. The underlings acknowledge the order. A report must have gone to Choi Min-wook by now, and the order is given to hurry. Soon, Castle's guards will be coming here. A group of men stand ready. Two men in suits stand side by side. One remarks that they are almost done here. The man in the tan suit receives a call. He says, "Crap, Yao boss." He then tells the other man that the director called him a while back. The man relays that he was asked to send 40 to 50 strong men. He states that he is going up. A group of men look on in shock, one wondering what they are. A man is stabbed in the back with a knife. The attacker wonders if they are thinking of going up. The man falls to the ground, defeated. Another man is stabbed with a knife. A man in a red coat fights with another man. A man clutches his chest, exclaiming that his heart feels like it's about to explode. A man on the ground pleads for them to stay where they are, calling them bastards. Song Joon is told not to try to carry it all by himself, as that's why they are all also there. Daejeon, you are all my family, don't forget that. Wonil Hyungnim. A chaotic brawl erupts, bodies colliding in a whirlwind of motion. Cook, these Southeast Asian punks. They are different from the other advanced trade members. As expected, something is strange about them. No, it's something more. They're as pissed as us. Move, brother. The fight continues, a tangle of limbs and desperation. Park Chul-gyu and Oh Kwang-duk observe the scene. Did they even get their visa? I have to stop them. Take a break already. Just once, I have to move like I used to. These punks. Do-hak Soo, what can you even do with that beaten-up body? Oh, once. He was at the funeral. Just once. Hey. Park Chul-gyu, standing over another man, taunts, questioning why he doesn't try again. The man on the ground is holding his hip, and Park Chul-gyu tells him to relax it. Kim Shin observes, acknowledging the strength of his opponent. A foot steps forward, the sound of intent echoing. A chaotic clash erupts as the fight intensifies. Kim Shin declares that he won't tolerate anyone talking badly about his brother. Kim Shin tells Park Chul-gyu to go. A man states he's counting on Ilwa. Another man curses, frustrated that this is his first time since Mr. Oh Gyudong. A man expresses surprise that someone has managed to knock him down. Another man calls someone a punk, adding, "Don't you know that even trucks get flat tires?" Park Chul-gyu hopes his opponent isn't just bluffing, challenging him to try him then. The fight continues, with one man being violently attacked. The brawl escalates, involving multiple combatants. The brutal assault continues, the attacker relentless. He is in the middle of a brutal fight, bodies flying and fists connecting with sickening thuds. Catching his breath, Kim Shin thinks to himself that these opponents are nothing compared to the people they have fought until now. Kim Shin glances to the side, his expression unreadable. A group of men in suits stand in formation, observing the scene. One of the men yells, his face contorted in anger or frustration. A voice echoes, filled with frustration, "Damn it." A man is overwhelmed, being attacked by multiple opponents simultaneously. The man grimaces, thinking, this bastard. It's too bad. The brutal assault continues, the man taking a beating from all sides. The man groans in pain as he lies on the ground, defeated. Ugh. A man stands amidst the carnage, blood splattered across his shirt. Kim Shin instructs, "Jang, take care of him." A hand clutches at a suit, the fabric straining under the pressure. A brutal kick connects with a man's face, the force of the blow evident in the distorted expression. Blood splatters as a man lies prone, a gash visible on his head. Another kick lands, the impact sending the recipient reeling. This cunning bastard. The foot descends, poised to deliver a crushing blow. A chaotic brawl erupts, bodies colliding in a whirlwind of violence. The man's jaw is clenched, his expression grim. He declares, from now on, not a single person is getting on this ship. A dark corridor stretches into the unknown. Bam. Thud. He is struck with a blow, staggering backward from the force. Raising his weapon, Kim Shin takes aim. The shot rings out, the gun bucking in his hand. The bullet finds its mark, blood spraying from the impact. A figure darts to the side, a blur of motion. Another shot connects, the impact sending the figure reeling. A hand grips a pistol, knuckles white with tension. The weapon is primed, ready to unleash its deadly payload. The force of the bullet slams into the target, distorting their face in agony. The sound of the impact echoes through the space. The finger tightens on the trigger, preparing for another volley. Kim Shin fires again, the muzzle flash illuminating the chaos. A man with slicked-back gray hair and glasses observes the unfolding events. Another man lies on the ground, bound by rope, seemingly defeated. A figure stands triumphantly over the bound man, his posture radiating dominance. The man with glasses adjusts his spectacles, his expression unreadable. Leaping through the air, a figure brandishes a pistol, ready to strike. The pistol is held firmly, the finger tightening on the trigger. With a swift kick, one man sends another sprawling across the ground. A blade gleams in the dim light, held by a determined hand. The knife is poised, ready to strike a deadly blow. standing over his fallen opponent. The victor prepares to deliver the final strike. The man's face is obscured, but his intent is clear. The man with glasses speaks, his words carrying a weight of judgment. You're indeed the amour of your generation. He finds it quite relieving. A brutal fight unfolds, blows exchanged with savage intensity. Two figures lay motionless on the floor. The man with slicked-back black hair glares intensely at the man with slicked-back gray hair. The man in black throws a punch. A foot steps forward. The man in black continues his assault. The man with slicked-back black hair grits his teeth. A foot kicks with force. A foot steps forward, crushing the ground. The man in black continues his relentless attack. The man with slicked-back gray hair winces in pain. A foot steps forward, ready to deliver the final blow. He continues his relentless assault, his movements a blur of controlled aggression. A swift kick lands squarely, sending his opponent reeling from the force. The impact sends Park Chul-gyu hurtling through the air, a testament to the sheer power behind the blow. Kim Shin draws his blade, the steel glinting ominously in the dim light as he prepares to strike. With a savage cry, he lunges forward, the blade arcing through the air with deadly precision. His fist clenches, knuckles white with the intensity of his focus. The blade finds its mark, slicing through the air as Kim Shin presses his attack. He continues his assault, a whirlwind of motion and lethal intent. Blood blossoms, staining Park Chul-gyu's clothes as the blade finds its mark. Kim Shin presses his advantage, his movements relentless and unforgiving. But Park Chul-gyu, battered but unbowed, prepares to counter, his own blade held ready. A flicker of something unreadable crosses Kim Shin's face, a hint of the perfection he seeks. He raises his blade, the steel glinting under the dim light. The edge of the weapon promises a swift end. Kim Shin slashes out, aiming to cleave through his opponent. His grip tightens, knuckles white with the force of the blow. The blade finds its mark, slicing across Park Chul-gyu's face, drawing a line of crimson. Park Chul-gyu retaliates, throwing a punch with brutal force. His fist clenches, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Kim Shin narrowly avoids the attack, twisting to evade the incoming fist. Blood trickling down his cheek, Park Chul-gyu spits out, "So apparently I." He continues, his voice laced with venom. "Killed your father, yeah?" Park Chul-gyu taunts, "Though sadly I have no memories of that. That being said, do you really think you'd be able to revenge him with how sloppy you are?" Kim Shin's eyes narrow, his gaze burning with a cold fury. A hand is shown. A series of faces are shown. He manages to keep his emotions under control, yet the resentment still surges up, and his blood flows backwards. He has been. A man's face is shown, along with a crowd of people. Even though he knows very well that the more he delays, the more the number of innocent sacrifices will spread uncontrollably like fire. A knife is shown, along with a man's face. Two are coming in your way, Medvedi. A man is sitting. Tigro. A figure in a black suit and mask holds a gun. The message clear: never look around you. The opponent is in front of you. A figure falls backward after being shot. Blood splatters as the figure is shot. An enemy you won't be able to defeat if you have a heart that's even the tiniest bit wavering. A man in a suit looks down. Baek Do-chan is revealed, a legendary killer known as Python. Regardless of who or what you are, at the end of the day you're also just a human. Baek Do-chan stands with his shirt open. I'm sure you, too, probably got a hunch of some other thing from me. Baek Do-chan stands in a suit. A man with glasses thinks. Baek Do-chan is betting everything he has. I must go beyond that. Baek Do-chan holds a knife. If I can't do that, Baek Do-chan is covered in blood. There's only death waiting for me. Two knives are shown. Park Chul-gyu advances, leveling his pistol. The shot rings out, echoing through the corridor. Park Chul-gyu, blood staining his hand, mutters, "I did anticipate I'd encounter you again someday. But it seems like that timing came considerably earlier. It's a pity that the friend who I saw together with you." Park Chul-gyu reflects, back then died. The part where he never showed signs of losing himself even as he was standing against the CEO was quite a memorable ending, if I say so myself. He continues, gun still raised. "I hope that today, you'll be able to do at least half of what your friend who left this world early did. Do not speak of Daejeon." Park Chul-gyu sneers, "With that dirty mouth of yours." Another shot is fired. The gunfire continues to rip through the air. Park Chul-gyu pauses, a dark expression on his face. He raises his weapon once more. The gun barks again. He clutches at his leg, pain searing through him. Park Chul-gyu levels his weapon, the barrel glinting in the dim light. He reels back, the force of the blow staggering him. Park Chul-gyu brings his foot down with brutal force. The man spits out, "This bastard." He manages to block a punch. Park Chul-gyu grabs his opponent. He grits his teeth. A close-up of Park Chul-gyu's face. Park Chul-gyu says, "Seems like you didn't spend your days just playing around during the period we didn't meet. Are you done with your bullshit now?" He continues, "If you are, then shut up and let me kill you." Park Chul-gyu thinks, he sure grew this kiddo. But unfortunately, he thinks to himself that he is also different than back then, and that he, too, has someone who he can send his answers to. Kim Shin, standing close to another man, states that he will convey his consolation with his head as the start. A hand gently places white flowers on a wooden surface. A figure kneels, head bowed in solemn remembrance. A voice echoes, remembering. You were always there for me. You always stood by my side silently, even for a jerk like me. A lone figure walks away, a bag slung over their shoulder. We never gave up because you were there, a voice recalls. It's a long journey. Choi Dal-cheon, accompanied by another man, states, I'm in the middle of getting things sorted out. He continues, I was going to talk to you about how things have been after a long time. Choi Dal-cheon smiles, saying, good health, but when you're back, let's have a drink. At your favorite restaurant, Jaewong's dad's pork belly. He was more of a brother than an old friend. The figure continues to walk away. A close-up reveals the figure's somber expression. Choi Dal-cheon remarks, grumpier. A hand rests on a surface. A man cries out, Yoa. He grapples with his opponent, the sounds of their struggle echoing in the dimly lit space. Blood splatters, a grim testament to the ferocity of the fight. Choi Dal-cheon thinks, I thought there would be good days in our shit life. He grits his teeth, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Choi Dal-cheon's opponent is doing it again. The fight intensifies, each blow carrying the weight of desperation. They continue to grapple, the sounds of their struggle echoing in the dimly lit space. Choi Dal-cheon thinks, I'm what I am because Daejeon was there for me. The path you walked on. I'll prove it was never in vain. Even your death. A brutal blow lands, sending shockwaves through his body. No matter what. He screams in pain as he's sent flying. The world spins as he crashes to the ground, the fight far from over. He is immediately met with a brutal strike, a fist adorned with a golden knuckle duster slamming into his face, drawing blood. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through his skull as the fist connects. The assailant, knuckles gleaming, prepares another strike. Choi Dal-cheon grits his teeth, a guttural cook, escaping his lips as pain explodes in his jaw. Another blow lands, and he cries out in agony, Arg. The impact sends him flying backward, a ragdoll tossed through the air. He plummets, the world a blur of pain and disorientation. Another fist finds its mark, driving the air from his lungs. The beating continues, each strike a hammer blow against his battered body. Pinned to the ground, he is helpless against the relentless assault. His attacker smiles, a cruel, sadistic expression twisting his features. The final blow lands, and Choi Dal-cheon collapses, broken and defeated. He is met with a brutal stomp, the attacker's foot crashing down with sickening force. Choi Dal-cheon lies prone, the impact sending a jolt of pain through his body. Another blow lands, a swift kick connecting with his ribs. A fist slams into his face, the force of the punch snapping his head to the side. His attacker's fist clenches, ready for another strike. A brutal kick connects, the sound of impact echoing in the air. His face contorted in pain, Choi Dal-cheon grits his teeth against the agony. He thinks to himself, he's thoroughly targeting my weak point. Sprawled on the ground, he coughs up blood, the metallic taste filling his mouth. He's definitely stronger than the last time we fought. Another kick lands, the force sending a shockwave through his battered body. The attacker's arm tenses, ready to deliver another devastating blow. His face is grim, his eyes filled with a cold determination. The relentless assault continues, each blow landing with brutal force. The assailant's fists rain down, a flurry of calculated strikes. Each impact echoes through the alley, a grim symphony of violence. The attacker's movements are precise, each strike aimed with deadly intent. The onslaught shows no sign of stopping, a relentless barrage of punishment. Choi Dal-cheon thinks to himself, not yet. I need to tire him out more. That way, the odds will be against him. The attacker's foot connects, another blow delivered with unwavering force. The impact reverberates, a testament to the sheer power behind each strike. The assault continues, each blow a calculated step towards breaking him. Dal-cheon is struck, the force of the blow sending a jolt through his battered body. It's weaker, he thinks. The assailant continues his assault. It's a desperate fist, an unknown voice observes. Another voice observes, he's getting desperate. Only those who have hit rock bottom can feel it. Bruised and bloodied, Choi Dal-cheon recalls a previous encounter. He thinks, you crushed me last time we fought. He grits his teeth, a dark satisfaction creeping into his expression. But, now I have finally caught up to you. The sound of a brutal impact echoes through the air. Blood splatters from the force of the blow. Choi Dal-cheon's legs tremble, but a strange thrill courses through him. The dirty work of Castle had made me lose my edge, he thinks. I can feel it coming back. The image of a man sitting atop a mountain of corpses flashes through his mind. The urge of biting and tearing a human to survive. At this point, a fist slams into Choi Dal-cheon's face, the force snapping his head back. Another blow lands, the impact jarring his senses. His vision blurs, blood trickling from his split lip. The sound of another punch echoes, the force threatening to knock him unconscious. Blood runs down his arm, a grim testament to the beating he is enduring. His face already a bloody mess, Choi Dal-cheon grits his teeth against the pain. A fist, knuckles adorned with metal, slams into his cheek, the force rocking his skull. Another blow lands, this one from a man in a gray shirt, the impact sending a jolt of agony through Dal-cheon's body. The sound of the impact echoes in the room, a sickening thud that punctuates the brutal assault. Again, the man in gray unleashes a punch, the force blurring the air as it hurtles towards Dalchion's face. The blow connects, sending Choi Dalchion flying backwards, his body a ragdoll tossed aside. Before he can recover, a foot slams into his ribs, the force driving the air from his lungs. Through the haze of pain, Dalchion thinks, if you fall. His body crashes to the floor, the impact sending a cloud of dust swirling around him. A voice echoes, laced with disdain. You've become stronger, but you're still weak. The speaker looms over him, a figure of cold authority. You won't be able to get up? This is the last time you will be standing up to me. He is told that there won't be a next one, and that his eyes are disliked. A voice declares that they are looking forward to tomorrow, and that they make the speaker want to beat him up more. A bloodied hand clenches tightly. Choi Dalchion lies on his back, covered in blood. A hand writes in a notebook, the sound of scratching filling the air. Elsewhere, a view of Vladivostok, Russia, stretches out before the viewer. A classroom scene unfolds, students sitting at their desks. Woojin smiles, sitting in a classroom. Woojin speaks, saying he started going to school and is living in the house that was prepared for him. One figure asks to help, calling the other referee, while the other tells him to just wipe the floor. He adds that he still works at the ballerino at night. A voice says, "Life who you saved with me, we haven't found our parents yet." A woman lies in bed, thinking that she and another person are in the same boat, so they're staying together. Even if she doesn't get to see Woojin, she's not lonely. Someone in an office thinks that they want to meet Woojin again, for he gave them a new life. Kim Shin walks with another man down a hallway. A blade is held, the wielder thinking, in my painting, there's just no place for you. Kim Shin fights another man. A close-up of Kim Shin's face shows his determination. A blade is held, the wielder thinking, too shallow. Hyde is injured, blood dripping from his face. He thinks, Hyde. Then, he realizes, no, Hideaki Kanemura. Kim Shin's face is shown as he says, you still don't know about this Oduwa's painting. Kim Shin continues to fight the other man. Kim Shin's face is shown as he thinks, is he going after the Busan kid first? I won't let that happen, Oduwa. A foot steps forward. Hideaki Kanemura's face is shown as he thinks, damn it, out of everyone. The man, identified as Kim Hyung-chul, raises a hammer, ready to strike. He mutters, Uda. Kim Hyung-chul, now wielding a gun, points it at Hideaki Kanemura. He snarls, what a bunch of persistent people. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. Kim Hyung-chul's face contorts in anticipation. I've been waiting, he growls, for just this moment, Oduwa. He is sent flying backwards, his body twisting in midair. Scrambling to his feet, Kim Hyung-chul sprints forward, determined to regain control. Hideaki Kanemura lies prone on the ground, seemingly defeated. Kim Hyung-chul grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Kim Shin grapples with an unknown assailant, their struggle a whirlwind of motion. A glint of steel flashes as a knife is drawn, promising bloodshed. Kim Hyung-chul is now sprawled on the ground, his body battered and bruised. He remains on the ground, the fight seemingly knocked out of him. He lies on the ground, bloodied and battered, as his opponent stands over him. Kim Shin grits his teeth, a grim determination hardening his gaze. He thinks, I have to. The opponent crouches, a karambit knife glinting in his hand. He vows to fight back and win no matter what. The opponent's eyes narrow, a cold intensity burning within them. The karambit knife is held ready, a deadly extension of the opponent's will. The two clash, knives meeting in a flurry of steel. Sparks fly as Kim Shin and his adversary trade blows, each seeking an opening. The opponent's face contorts in a mask of rage, sweat, and blood mingling on his brow. The air crackles with the sound of blades tearing through flesh. They continue their deadly dance, each strike carrying the weight of desperation. The opponent gains the upper hand, pinning Kim Shin beneath him. The karambit knife is poised to strike, the opponent's grip tightening. He thinks, the karambit which you use, a flippant knife which you swing like a baseball bat, and the hatred that you can't hide. The opponent's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning. He thinks, it confirms everything. I can't believe there was a next generation. Two figures stand over a fallen body. One remarks that he didn't expect the other to show up with the name Pyo. A memory surfaces of people begging for their lives as their limbs were chopped off. The figure with light hair is told that he is trying to get revenge when he is just a baby bird, and is asked if he can even put up a decent fight. He yells for the other to shut up. The figure with light hair continues to yell, telling the other to stop spewing bullshit. Kim Shin stands with a serious expression, holding a weapon. Kim Shin makes its sking sound. Kim Shin states that the other would have done better if he had been taught himself, sking again. Kim Shin holds a weapon, stating that he will save this brat's life. A knife is shown. Kim Shin is told that he is good at everything. A man with long dark hair states that there is one thing Kim Shin is bad at, that he is a man who loses his reasoning in the most critical moment, and that he can't believe he is risking his life. Kim Shin is asked if he is sure he wants to do this, stating that he has no problem at all. Kim Shin, also known as Duwa, states that it is just one of the things he has been wanting to do, and that he still has more cards to defeat the other. A face emerges from the darkness, a grim expression etched upon it. A man in a dark blue coat and bucket hat stands, his gaze fixed downward. Steam rises from a man's head, his expression unreadable. A figure stands over another, a weapon held aloft, ready to strike. Lying on the ground, a man spits out the word, "Hide. You traitor." A voice echoes, "For the longest time, we went through all of that. Have you forgotten everything we went through together?" A figure with a sword faces a man running away. The speaker can still feel his dangerous presence. A brutal fight unfolds, blood splattering across the scene. A government office's file describes the man who killed 100. The file continues, calling him a living legend in itself. The file concludes, "He who makes flowers bloom at the end of his blade. That's who Oduwa is." A figure swings an axe, engaging in a fierce battle. Since the deed is done, the figure decides to take this opportunity to clean things up. The stains of the past linger. Which one should he clean first? A brutal fight unfolds. Someone utters a strangled ugh as they are stabbed. A swift kick connects. A gunshot rings out, followed by a pained cry. A man, impaled through the neck, gasps, "Huh. Brother, I'm on your side." The violence continues. Another gunshot, another victim. A voice whispers, "Thank you." One man observes, "Bobbed hair brother." Another replies, You can't understand Korean." He continues, "I'm more worried about the situation upstairs with the guy named Oduwa. The balance will be ruined, and will be wiped out in no time if he leaves this place. Shamo's probably fighting Oduwa's closest aide. It's not going to be easy. Moreover, Kim Shin might end up shooting Shamo if he tries to interfere. Kim Shin doesn't like this, but he hopes things get sorted out quickly." Heavy footsteps echo in the room. Kim Shin pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Wait." A man cries out as he's stabbed, blood blossoming on his suit. The blade slides further in. The victim stammers, disbelief etched on his face. That. Why is that crazy bastard here in Korea?" A figure stands, a bloody knife clutched in his gloved hand, his expression grim. The man in the hat kneels, plunging his knife into his victim's leg. Hyde sits, his suit stained with blood. "We can't delay any longer. If we don't get away from here, bad might happen." The man in the hat glares. Hyde stares back. The man in the coat attacks the man in the hat. Something. The man in the hat lies on the ground, his knife beside him. The man in the coat stands over the fallen man. The man in the coat and Hyde exchange glances. A figure with spiky hair attacks the man in the coat. A hand grips the hilt of a katana, knuckles white with tension. The swordsman stands ready, his gaze intense as he prepares for battle. Steel clashes against steel as the two swordsmen engage in a furious exchange of blows. The swordsman's face is etched with determination as he fights for his life. The battle rages on, blood splattering as the swordsmen trade blows, each strike carrying the weight of life and death. The blade gleams, reflecting the harsh reality of the conflict. The swordsman walks away, leaving his fallen opponent behind. Hyde says, "Stand up, Hideyoshi Kanamura. You're one of the few whom I had my trust in. You can't be this bad, or are you?" The swordsman continues to walk away, his back turned to the carnage. The defeated swordsman lies on the ground, his body broken and bleeding. It can be considered that we're done for. The pressure from Oduwa is pulling him more down than the damage he has got from him. Busan Kid can only stand up one more time. All right, we still have a chance, but someone's sacrifice is inevitable. Hideaki Kanamura looks up, while another man looks down, the weight of the situation heavy on their faces. A figure stands in silhouette, a gun held loosely at his side. Hyde wonders if the man is the one Iskra sent to help them. He thinks that if they came from the basement, Oduwa's head is all they need. Two pistols are raised, ready to fire. Gunshots echo through the halls. A man in a white shirt is stabbed in the chest, blood erupting from the wound. He curses Black Mamba. Hyde realizes that someone had to go upstairs on his own, wondering what Lisa is thinking. Black Mamba is a psycho who doesn't even care about his teammates. A chaotic melee erupts, with men fighting with guns and blades, blood splattering everywhere. A man lies bleeding on the floor, life draining from him. Hyde shouts for everyone to get down. A figure stands over a fallen body, a weapon in hand. The aftermath of the brutal fight is revealed, with multiple bodies lying dead or injured amidst the blood and debris. A polished shoe steps forward, the sound echoing in the stark environment. A man holds a gleaming blade in his mouth, his expression unreadable. The man with long hair asks, "What are you doing?" A voice demands, "Why didn't you send Aquila?" A figure in a suit and mask stands tall, identified as a blue Iskra guard. Lisa reclines, stating, "It should be Kim Shin, not us who get the big check." She adds, "We shouldn't show the whole power of Iskra yet." A masked man questions, "Even so, aren't we breaking our half of the promise?" He continues, "Even if we're helping them, I don't think we can leave the responsibility of this mission on Black Mamba." A crackling fire illuminates a tense discussion. "Because he can't be trusted," one voice declares. Another adds, "We don't even know what he wants or what he thinks. Guys like him are the most dangerous." Lisa walks away from a fireplace, her thoughts heavy. When this is over, and Oduwa is a giant figure of the last generation. Taking down someone like him is hard. She reflects, "If it was a losing game, I wouldn't have gone to Black Mamba." The words Hotel Castle are emblazoned on a document, surrounded by ominous markings. A voice declares, "It didn't specify though, which means we have to fulfill it." One man says, "Hey, long-haired buddy, I'm the support sent from Iskra." Another replies, "If you have the energy to talk, help me catch the old man." Two men stand ready, guns drawn. One is splattered with blood. A voice warns, "If you don't want to do that, then shut your trap." Even in Iskra, only a few extremely rare people can fight. If somebody gets in his way, he'll take Black Mamba head on. He vows to kill them first, Kiki, out of everything in this world. He remarks that they had to get a crazy bastard. Two men stand ready, weapons drawn. He thinks you're so full of yourself that it's comical. He declares that he's going to be the reason for his death. The two men clash, blades meeting in a shower of sparks. His eye narrows, focused on the fight. He continues to speak. His face contorts in a grimace. Baek Duchan kicks down from above, his foot aimed squarely at Kim Shin. The force of the blow sends Kim Shin flying backwards. Kim Shin clutches a knife in his hand, ready to strike. He runs forward, knife in hand. Baek Duchan recovers and attacks. The blow lands, hitting Kim Shin. Kim Shin reels from the impact. Baek Duchan strikes again, hitting Kim Shin. Kim Shin retaliates, attacking with his knife. The two men face each other, locked in a deadly dance. The fight continues, neither willing to yield. Kim Shin's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on the knife. He slams a kick into Baek Duchan's face. The force of the blow sends Baek Duchan staggering back. He asks, "Want me to tell you a funny story?" Baek Duchan continues, "A few days back, I saw Python's way of doing things and learned a few tricks. After I'm done with you here today, I'll go back to Russia for a while." He sneers, "And I'm going to find your sister that you care about so much and kill her." He then shouts, "Shut your mouth, you fucker." Baek Duchan thinks to himself, "This guy." He continues internally. He purposely moved his knife to not damage it. Is he quick with the knife? Baek Duchan prepares to strike with his knife. He slashes at Kim Shin with the blade. Baek Duchan smirks, thinking, "Here we go." He stabs Kim Shin in the shoulder, thinking, provoking him with his sister worked so well. Baek Duchan taunts, "You amateur punk." Kim Shin grunts in pain. Baek Duchan thinks, "I couldn't cut his arm, but it went in." He lies on the ground, blood pooling around him from multiple stab wounds. Baek Duchan thinks, "I avoided it, but how did he do it?" A hand flashes out, wielding a knife with impossible speed. The blade slices across Baek Duchan's arm, drawing a line of crimson. With a burst of speed, Kim Shin launches a kick straight into Baek Duchan's face. The force of the blow sends Baek Duchan staggering back. Baek Duchan realizes, it's not a matter of speed. He wonders, was he always this good? What happened to him after he lost to me? Baek Duchan's eye twitches as he thinks, did I just get nervous against this Soroka? Baek Duchan's eyes widen in disbelief. What is this? Baek Duchan asks, did you just freak out? Kim Shin stands, now wielding two knives, his gaze intense. Baek Duchan, bruised and bleeding, stands in a hallway, his voice laced with arrogance. Just because you got some hits on me. Clutching a bloodied knife, Baek Duchan's eyes narrow with fury. How dare you look down on me? Baek Duchan lunges forward, the knife a blur of deadly intent. As if I'll let you do something. The blade gleams, slick with crimson. He continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of his wounded pride. His face contorted with rage, Baek Duchan's eyes burn with a manic intensity. The knife flashes again, a desperate dance of violence. A bead of sweat trickles down Baek Duchan's temple as he pauses, his breath ragged. He resumes his attack, a guttural snarl escaping his lips. Calm your nerves. Baek Duchan's voice drips with malice, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. You don't know when you'll have a knife stick into your stomach, you little magpie. A flicker of unease crosses Baek Duchan's face. Something is different. It's different from his usual self. He moves with a calculated precision, his feet shifting as he prepares to thrust. Baek Duchan unleashes a flurry of attacks, the knives blurring as they seek their mark. The relentless assault continues, each strike delivered with deadly intent. A grim determination etches itself onto his face as he presses the attack. The knife, a silver flash in the dim light, becomes an extension of his will. With a savage grace, Baek Duchan continues his dance of death, the knives singing a song of destruction. His movements are a whirlwind of steel, each thrust carrying the weight of his resolve. A flicker of something new ignites in his eyes, a spark of change amidst the chaos. His feet plant firmly, a subtle shift in stance hinting at a deeper transformation. Baek Duchan stands amidst the control panels, a question hanging in the air. What's going on? A voice echoes, laced with disbelief and a hint of fear. He changed his fighting style with a knife. It's like he's a completely different person. A chilling realization dawns, a sinister grin spreading across Baek Duchan's face. This is... He lunges forward, the python's knife glinting in the dim light. Baek Duchan's face is a mask of grim determination. The blade finds its mark, tearing through flesh with a sickening sound. He continues the assault, each stab a brutal punctuation mark. The knife, slick with blood, becomes an extension of his rage. Again and again, the blade plunges into his opponent's body. A whirlwind of motion, a dance of death, the knife flashes in a confined space. The grip tightens, knuckles white, as the blade finds purchase. He wrenches the knife free, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. The bloodied blade drips, each drop a testament to the violence. His opponent, barely clinging to consciousness, manages a strangled, what? One final, brutal thrust silences any further protest. He stares in disbelief, wondering how his opponent is still standing. His opponent retorts, questioning how he dares use moves he's not even used to. The man curses, calling Baek Duchan a son of a bitch. With a swift motion, the opponent stabs Baek Duchan, drawing a cry of pain. The force of the blow sends Baek Duchan flying backwards. Struggling to rise, Baek Duchan finds himself unable to stand. His opponent stands over him, a menacing figure. The opponent prepares to strike, raising his weapon. The attack lands, causing more blood to splatter. Baek Duchan collapses to the ground, defeated. Standing over the fallen Baek Duchan, his opponent is ready to finish him off, muttering about a little Soroka. The final blow lands, ending the fight. Blood pools on the ground, soaking into the concrete beneath his feet. He's moving too excessively. His feet shift, trying to find purchase on the slick surface. This is similar to Tigro. It's not Achilles. But his attacks keep changing. I can counterattack. This is the original. The blade flashes, a crimson streak against the dim light. Since when? I started feeling the limits of my growth. They dismissed it as a lack of talent. What's more, it was impossible to get to the same level as them. So when I faced a huge wall that they also couldn't climb, I chose obedience instead of death. And he helped me slowly overcome my limits, which I thought I would never be able to. His eyes widen, a flicker of defiance in their depths. He grits his teeth, knowing his end is near. I am going to die. His hand clenches tightly, knuckles white against the strain. Realization dawns on him. My fingers. Shit, I made a big mistake. He acknowledges his defeat. I can't win this fight. Bloodied and battered, Baek Duchan stumbles. He takes a step forward, his resolve unwavering despite the pain. The names echo in his mind. Aquila, Tigro. He reflects on his past. I have long years of experience with those monsters, and I can overcome my limits. Who says that a small grass can't grow into a big tree? He steels himself, declaring, today is not the day. Gathering his strength, Baek Duchan leaps towards the window. He crashes through the glass, shards flying as he makes his escape. Falling through the air, he vows, I'll return again. Crimson splatters against the cold, unforgiving steel. He plummets through the air, the wind screaming past his ears as the ground rushes up to meet him. The crimson pool spreads, a dark stain against the pale concrete. TCH, I didn't think he would run away, Baek Duchan thought, his face a mask of disbelief. The Komodo he knew would rather die than be defeated. Duchan's face contorts with rage as he thinks, after I'm done with you here today, I'll go back to Russia for a while. And I'm going to find your sister that you care about so much and kill her. Baek Duchan's eyes narrow, blood trickling down his face. He wonders if he should step back or see it to the end. It won't be easy for him to get back to Russia in his condition. His hand, slick with blood, grips the cold steel of the gun. He knows he'll get an earful from the boss later. Baek Duchan's expression hardens. He should rejoin Medvedi. He touches his shoulder, a grimace twisting his features. He thinks he's gotten better. Earlier, that feeling. It felt like he could cut anything no matter how he moved. He guesses he'll ask the boss for another sparring. After this, the sound of footsteps echoes in the silence. It's Heesung, chairman. The city lights twinkle in the distance as a figure stands before a large window. Sunjin, Mori, Hazung, Gold, 4 of our 7 pillars. Lee Heesung, Castle Holdings chief of staff, learns that there were simultaneous armed clashes in Incheon and other regions. It's time for you to order the divine punishment. The man in the suit looks down at the figure on the ground. He demands, if you have the energy to talk, then help me catch the old man. If you don't want to do that, then shut your trap. Kim Shin continues, his voice cold. If somebody gets in my way, I'll kill them first. A man sits slumped against a wall, blood trickling down his face. Kim Shin walks away from a doorway, a knife strapped to his back. Kim Shin pauses, his expression unreadable. The room is littered with bodies, a grim testament to a recent massacre. A thick fog hangs in the air, tinged with the metallic scent of blood. Kim Shin's gaze is sharp and focused. The floor is stained with blood. A voice echoes, here. Kim Shin walks forward, his pace steady and determined. Kim Shin levels his weapon, his eyes narrowed with deadly intent. A dark room is seen from above. A man lies prone on a table, blood pooling around him. A man raises an axe high, preparing to strike. The axe swings down with deadly force. The man stands over his victim, the axe dripping with blood. Another man levels 2 pistols, his expression grim. The man holding the pistols thinks, let's see now. Good people in this line of work are. Gunfire erupts as the man opens fire. The axe connects, a brutal impact. One man stands over another, the prone figure muttering, oh my. A long-haired man, holding a knife, thinks, he's quite good, our long-haired friend. A man is choked, his face contorted in pain. Baek Duchan's face contorts in pain as he's struck, blood spraying from the impact. An axe gleams, ready for another strike. Kim Shin and Baek Duchan clash, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. A gloved hand grips a knife, the blade reflecting the dim light. The knife is aimed at Baek Du-chan's face, the intent clear in Kim Shin's eyes. The blade inches closer, a promise of pain etched on Baek Du-chan's face. Kim Shin plunges the knife into Baek Du-chan's chest, a crimson stain blooming on his shirt. Baek Du-chan collapses to the ground, clutching his chest as blood pools around him. The floor is slick with blood, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. Baek Du-chan lies prone, his body riddled with wounds. The axe lies discarded, its purpose fulfilled. He drives the knife deep into Baek Du-chan's shoulder, the force of the blow sending a spray of blood into the air. The blade finds purchase, tearing through flesh and bone. Kim Shin raises the axe, the polished steel gleaming under the dim light. A voice echoes, declaring that someone is going that way. Switching back to the knife, Kim Shin prepares to strike again. He plunges the blade into Baek Du-chan's side, the impact eliciting a guttural groan. A voice notes that there are 3 or 4 gunshot wounds. Another voice adds that there are more than a dozen injuries. A voice declares that he is a beast of prey. Once again, Kim Shin raises the axe, ready to deliver another blow. A voice states that he is a beast. The axe descends, poised to end Baek Du-chan's life. He continues his relentless assault, slashing at Baek Du-chan with his sword, the blade singing through the air. Kim Shin stands over Baek Du-chan, his sword dripping with blood, the axe held firmly in his other hand. With brutal efficiency, Kim Shin kicks Baek Du-chan, sending him sprawling, the force of the blow echoing in the room. Kim Shin surveys the scene, standing amidst the bodies of his defeated opponents, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Kim Shin thinks to himself, damn, it's too short. If only the katana didn't break. The fight continues, Kim Shin standing over Baek Du-chan, his movements a blur of lethal precision. He stands in a hallway littered with bodies, the aftermath of his brutal efficiency, the silence broken only by the drip of blood. The scene shifts to a distant view of the hallway, Kim Shin's silhouette a stark contrast against the sterile environment, the bodies of his enemies scattered behind him. He stood over the fallen man, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Kim Shin's gaze hardened, a storm brewing behind his dark eyes. What the hell is wrong with him? Clutching a bloodied weapon, Baek Du-chan's thoughts were on the verge of death. He's overwhelming us. Even for an old man. He's tough, it's such a waste. He just won't stop. I'm sure, he's on the verge of death. I said I'll avenge them, and I even swore to protect them. But, once again I'm too weak to do anything. Why at me? Inside the room, a man stands as a text box identifies Executive Director Ma Hak-young, the captain of the castle guard, who will be leading them. Jang Ho states that the chairman usually ordered that. He continues, revealing they found an unexpected third party at the center of the disturbance. A man looks down, and a voice says, okay, good job. A man instructs someone to leave it to the security team and take actions to ensure there is no noise outside. He wonders about the chairman. Jang Ho asks what kind of action is being taken. A close-up of a man's eyes reveals a stern gaze. A partial view of a man's body shows him standing. A man states that he'll do as he's told. A man looks down, reflecting on everything that's happening already predicted by him. A close-up of a man's face shows a serious expression. A man states he'll be leaving now, reflecting that he can't expect anything more from human greed, and that stopping this is like going against the coming seasons. A man asks what someone thinks. He stands on the balcony, gazing out at the city. Jang Ho wonders if winter will come to his castle as well. Jang Ho reflects that there's always a time when you can't go against anyone. He thinks that there are definitely people who hide their eyes away from God and avoid his providence. Jang Ho muses to himself, wondering if that isn't what Chairman Choi is trying to achieve. Chun Il-du, one of the 7 pillars of Castle and CEO of Hotel Castle, is putting on an eye patch. Jang Ho says that they should see how their executive director Ma performs, chuckling to himself. He thinks that no matter who survives in the end, it's hard to kill those bloody beasts. Jang Ho thinks to himself, well, Jang Ho thinks that those guys fighting over there don't care about Castle. He believes they have no sense of responsibility, no honor. The sound of footsteps echoes. Jang Ho declares that it is for the chairman. A man tells the others that they are doing this for him, so they should give their best. The castle. The man's stern gaze pierces through the shadows as he issues a command. All units, we're going in. Ma Hak-young, executive director of Castle Holdings and captain of the Castle Guard, stands ready. Kim Shin's expression is unreadable. A man stands covered in blood, holding a gun in one hand and a cleaver in the other. The bloodied man grits his teeth. I can't believe I'm like this against them. Given that nobody is coming, they must have attacked the basement too. The injured man walks down a hallway, leaving a trail of blood. Kim Shin's face is partially obscured by shadow. I'm starting to worry about you, old man. The bloodied man raises the cleaver, ready to strike. The man, soaked in his own blood, snarls, let's end this, you brats. Kim Shin levels his pistol at an unseen figure. A voice cries out, why is he pointing it at me? The bloodied man's eyes widen in disbelief. Wait, no way. The gun is still trained on its target. He's going to shoot. He levels the gun, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence. He's really going to pull the trigger. Why? A figure stands with a gun. Kim Shin fires the weapon, the shot reverberating through the hallway. Another shot rings out, the muzzle flash momentarily blinding. The hallway is littered with bodies, a grim testament to the violence that has unfolded. A tense standoff unfolds between three figures. This fucker. He's using us as bait. I'm sure he'll keep doing it until we kill Oduwa. A foot comes down hard, crushing bone and silencing any remaining resistance. The air crackles with tension as the attack begins. He is ambushed, a blade flashing in the dim light as an assailant lunges from the doorway. The world explodes in pain as the first blow lands, a searing agony that threatens to overwhelm him. Crimson blossoms on his side as the knife finds its mark, the metallic tang of blood filling the air. Another strike, a crushing impact that sends shockwaves through his body, blurring his vision. Darkness threatens to consume him as he struggles to stay conscious, the pain a relentless assault on his senses. The blade finds him again, a cruel dance of steel and flesh that leaves him gasping for breath. Each strike chips away at his resolve, the world tilting on its axis as he fights to remain standing. His legs tremble, threatening to buckle beneath him as the relentless assault continues. Through a haze of pain, he sees his attacker, a grim figure looming over him with cold determination. The world narrows to a single point, the glint of steel the last thing he sees as the final blow approaches. A voice barks out, commanding the final act. Now do it. He is stabbed, the blade piercing through his flesh. Blood trickles down Kim Shin's face, a testament to the brutal assault. Collapsing under the force of the blow, he falls to the ground. A heavy boot descends, crushing his hand beneath its weight. A man stands, wielding two guns with a sinister grin. The man gazes intently at another figure. Young is blocking his view. The man declares that the foreigner will be the one killing all of them if they don't kill Oduwa. He chuckles, a chilling sound in the tense atmosphere. A blade plunges into flesh, another life extinguished. Hyde, covered in blood, asks what this is. The man faces Kim Shin, a sinister smile spreading across his bloodied face. He sneers, "You prepared a very nice present for me." Moving with blinding speed, Baek Duchan lunges forward, intent on delivering a swift and brutal attack. The clash is a whirlwind of fists and feet, a brutal dance of violence where every strike carries lethal intent. Baek Duchan curses under his breath, frustration etched on his face. Damn it, I missed his artery. His grip tightens around the cold steel of a handgun, a promise of deadly force. A cruel grin returns to Baek Duchan's lips as he declares, "I'll gladly accept the gift." The room erupts in a spray of crimson, the aftermath of a savage exchange where no quarter is given. Despite the blood and bruises, Baek Duchan's eyes gleam with a manic delight, reveling in the chaos. A weak, almost mocking laugh escapes Kim Shin's lips, a defiant gesture in the face of overwhelming brutality. Hee. The two men continue their brutal dance, a whirlwind of fists and blood painting a gruesome tableau. A glint of steel flashes as Baek Duchan brandishes a knife, his voice dripping with malice. This world, it's not all green. Let me teach. His face contorted in a grotesque smile, Baek Duchan spits out, "You a trick." He stands over Baek Duchan, who is lying on the ground, bloodied and defeated. Kim Shin declares, "I'll take your life as the tuition fee." Kim Shin's expression is grim as he looks down at his opponent. Kim Shin remains standing, his gaze unwavering. Baek Duchan, despite his injuries, manages to strike Kim Shin. A close-up reveals Baek Duchan's face, splattered with blood, his expression intense. Kim Shin's face shows the impact of the blow, blood trickling down his cheek. Baek Duchan's arm is visible, covered in tattoos and blood. Baek Duchan thinks, "I can't feel the axe." Baek Duchan wonders, "What is this uncomfortable feeling?" Baek Duchan is struck, blood spraying from his chest. A close-up shows Baek Duchan's bloodied face, his eyes wide with shock, as he falls. A bloodied hand lies limp, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. A voice seethes with contempt, labeling someone as this foreign dog. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Blood streaks down a figure's face and clothes, the victim of a savage assault. The man identifies the attacker. This guy? Hyde. A close-up reveals the brutal reality of the violence, the bloodied face a testament to the ferocity of the attack. A blade plunges into flesh, the crimson spray painting a gruesome tableau. A voice cries out in disbelief, the shock evident in the stammered question. "Ppo sung." The knife is held aloft, dripping with fresh blood, a symbol of the ongoing violence. A shout pierces the air, a desperate plea for help. "Boss." The news arrives, grim and urgent. Yang Dongpo was attacked. The situation is dire, contact with gold has been lost. The decision is made, they have to leave now. A man in a suit states that they will leave from the back. Another man calls out to Oduwa. A man asks what happened to Oduwa. A man is stabbed, blood splattering. Another man is stabbed, more blood splattering. A close-up of a man's eye reveals the intensity of the situation. A man's face shows signs of struggle and injury. A man walks, his steps heavy with purpose. Blood splatters across the floor, a testament to the violence that has occurred. A man utters Oduwa's name, his voice filled with despair. A man laments his defeat, unable to believe he lost to a kid like this. A man walks away, leaving behind the carnage. Hyde, covered in blood, sees. This was his painting. Hyde, you could have finished me back then when you had pointed that gun at me. What you want is bigger than revenge. But you killed me with a borrowed sword. You're trying to achieve things without dirtying yourself. You and I are so different. From now on, whether you want it or not. The man who killed this Oduwa will be tested by the Yakuzas and the rest of the world. I hope you live long enough to surpass your father. Kiki, I can't curse you with anything worse. The father died to my hands, and the son, Pyosong's son, walking his path of life, came to me. It's my victory, Pyosong. I'm hungry. Bloody hands are shown, a stark image of violence. The soup he had eaten back when he was young was all he could think about. The sound of rain echoes. Jang Ho holds a gun, his expression grim. He curses, questioning what he's eating. Jang Ho sighs, lamenting a lack of proper execution. He thinks of Monaco, of tanning and sleeping on the beach. Jang Ho declares that a man should risk his life to spread his name. He questions if they aren't going to become the best in the Yakuza world. Jang Ho sits with an associate. They're here, he is told. Jang Ho smokes, dismissing his targets as pesky. He's not done smoking yet. A cigarette is extinguished in the rain. Jang Ho tells his associate to go. He finds the situation funny, stating that if things go south, he'll return to his hometown and catch shrimps from a boat. Oduwa, also known by his Japanese name, Uno Toshiro, is targeted. He is one of the best Yakuza of his generation. The one who made flowers bloom at the end of his blade. Two figures lie dead on the tile floor, blood pooling around them. The word lost is written in bold letters. A swift kick lands, the sound echoing in the confined space. The brawl intensifies, bodies colliding in a chaotic dance of aggression. A brutal strike connects, the force reverberating through the air. Another blow lands, the impact sending shockwaves through the victim's body. Cook! Ugh, damn it. A blade gleams in the dim light as the man holding it sneers down at his opponent. Pesky brats, Cook. There's no end to them. These Mori bastards. The man's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on the knife. Playtime's over. A desperate cry pierces the air as the attack continues. Eek! The man's face contorts in pain, his thoughts racing. A baton crashes down, the force of the blow sending splinters flying. A man with long hair stands near a car, while another man with red hair is partially visible. The man with long hair observes the scene, a sense of unease settling in. What a mess. Who are they? The man with long hair, Kim Shin, holds a gun, his expression grim. Damn it. The man's face is partially obscured, but his eyes reveal a sense of urgency. A thought bubble appears. The worst-case scenario is here. A chaotic fight unfolds, men in suits clashing in a brutal melee. Pyo-young looks back, his expression troubled. Things have gone south. Il Ho and young boss Pyo haven't returned yet. Feet move quickly, the sound of hurried steps echoing through the environment. A swift kick connects, sending a man flying through the air. A man raises his arms to shield his face, bracing for impact. Pyo-young's face is etched with concern. Huh. The man sits, his expression a mix of confusion and frustration. Where did these guys even come from? Kim Shin raises his gun, aiming with deadly precision. A shot rings out, shattering the window of a nearby car. He and Pyo-young observe the scene. They are trained properly, he thinks. Kim Shin notes that they are skilled too. The two men in the car continue to watch the unfolding events. A brutal blow lands. The red-haired man throws a punch with ferocious speed. Grappling with his opponent, the red-haired man struggles for dominance. The man in the white suit is knocked to the ground with a resounding thud. The force of the impact leaves the man in the white suit injured and vulnerable. The red-haired man, fueled by rage, prepares to deliver the final blow. This bastard. We're gonna fight to the end. Shamo's eyes burn with unbridled fury. The man in the white suit is left prone on the ground. Kim Shin observes the fight. Pyo-young exclaims, "Holy shit, that surprised me. Who are those people in bulletproof vests?" Kim Shin replies, "We're getting out of here." The men in suits discuss the dangerous nature of their targets. A body lies motionless on the floor, a grim testament to the violence that has transpired. A bloodied hand rests on the ground, a stark reminder of the brutality of the conflict. The man, his face marred with cuts, declares, "Uncle, look at me. It's all over. We finally got rid of Oduwa." The man in the cap asks, "We're gonna go back home to the hairy uncle and the rest of the family, right? So please, please." Another man lies on the floor, seemingly lifeless. A voice echoes, "Brothers who left first, don't worry, I will take care of your families for the rest of my life. I'm sure I'll make our dream come true. Please, watch over me from the other side." A man stands in a hallway, leveling a pistol. "Let's go downstairs. Now why don't you stand up, huh?" Another figure stands with a sword, the blade stained with blood. The man with long hair, his face grim, says, "You'll fight me one day." The swordsman raises his weapon, ready for another confrontation. The man with the pistol stands ready, the weapon held firmly in his hand. The elevator descends, stopping at the second floor. Kim Shin exits the elevator, offering a word of encouragement. "Good luck." The elevator doors slide shut. Meanwhile, Oduwa, his face marred by scars, speaks with urgency. "People will start to come up now. It'll probably be most of Castle's main force that'll clean things up around here. We have to hurry. One man supports another, helping him to stand. Now, we can all live together in peace. Come on, get on my back. The man being helped receives words of encouragement. It's okay. You can do it, uncle. Just like you have managed to all these years. The injured man grits his teeth, determined. The man vows to protect his uncle. I will take uncle back down to Busan no matter what. The injured man lies prone, barely conscious. You uncle? The man struggles to carry his uncle on his back. The injured man's face is etched with pain and determination. Oduwa speaks with grim resolve. Your wish. I don't think I'll listen to all of it, but I'll do you a favor now. The group prepares to move forward. Kim Shin grips Pyo Young's shoulder, holding him in place. A blade flashes in Kim Shin's hand. Kim Shin presses the knife against Pyo Young's neck. Before I slash you. The blade remains pressed against Pyo Young's throat. Kim Shin speaks, his voice cold. Don't mess with me, Pyo Young. Oduwa kneels on the ground, blood staining his clothes. For what reason did that man jump into Oduwa's axe just for you? Oduwa looks up, his face bruised and battered. If you can guess what was going through his head, even a little bit. Pyo Young's face is bloodied, tears streaming down his cheeks. Then shut up and survive. Pyo Young lies on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around him. A close-up shows Pyo Young's face, his eyes wide with pain and fear. A digital timer displays the number 88. Multiple firearms are wielded within the confines of an elevator, poised and ready to unleash a hail of bullets. Footsteps echo, the sound of someone walking towards an unknown destination. A man's face is shown, his expression one of surprise as he utters, Whoa. Sa Jin, a castle holding special guard and head of Chiziongdi, stands ready. The aftermath of a brutal attack is revealed, two bodies lying lifeless in pools of their own blood. That's a big shot, someone observes. A man, covered in blood, stands amidst the carnage, his expression grim. A man lies on the floor, contemplating his fate. He thinks, it wouldn't have been him, but me who would be lying on the floor. I'll have to get this over with. Another man, drenched in blood, stands defiantly. A close-up of a man's face reveals his pain and determination as he gasps, Cook. A swift and brutal kick connects, sending its target reeling. The recipient of the kick lies prone on the floor, defeated. His fist clenches, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The punch connects, impacting Baek Duchan's face with brutal force. The force of the blow sends Baek Duchan reeling backward. Blood sprays from the point of impact, painting a gruesome picture. His legs buckle beneath him, unable to support his weight any longer. Baek Duchan collapses to the ground, defeated. Sitting amidst the carnage, Baek Duchan is covered in blood. You know you can't do anything in your state, right? His face battered and bruised, Baek Duchan struggles to focus. Sa Jin looms over him, his expression grim. I've done my part, so. Baek Duchan lies prone, his back to Sa Jin. Sa Jin's face is shadowed as he declares, Make him pay for his meals, Voke. The man lies on the ground, defeated. One of the men demands to know why he stole someone else's money, threatening to go to the owner to get his money back. Another man tells Zhang not to go too hard on him, as he might die. The man on the ground screams as he clutches his leg. One of the men asks if the kid is retarded, questioning how he dares to bite an adult. The man thinks the kid is a punk. One of the men wonders what kind of whore gave birth to the kid, calling him a devil and saying he's messed up in the head. One of the men yells at the kids to stop eating and at least pay a little money to eat. One of the men says here we go again, threatening to cut off all their limbs this time, calling them pesky. One of the men asks what's wrong with the other man, questioning if his liver is swollen or something. The force of the blow sends his head snapping back. One of the men remarks on the little bastard before them. The group unleashes a flurry of blows, their targets screaming in pain. A hand rests on a table, fingers drumming nervously. Blood trickles down Kim Shin's face, his expression grim. We're asleep. The text declares that two miserable beasts survived through the chaos. Kim Shin's shirt is stained with blood, his breathing heavy. The text states that only one survives tonight. The text warns that this pest-like bastard will come after them when Castle awakens. Two men walk away in the background. Kim Shin's face is bruised and cut, his eyes filled with a haunting memory. Just looking at him. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white. How will I continue being of help to him? So you're... Kim Shin stands, bloodied but defiant, radiating a fierce determination. Not going anywhere. Kim Shin clutches his head, gasping for breath. Why am I now remembering things that I decided to forget? He felt dizzy, a disorienting wave washing over him, threatening to pull him under. Staggering, Kim Shin wondered what he was doing. Right, he was trying to kill him. The memory solidified, a grim purpose hardening his gaze. So that's what he'll do. He'll just kill him. The air crackled with a silent promise of violence. His hand clenched, knuckles white against the worn leather of his gloves. Each breath was a struggle, a testament to the effort it took to simply remain standing. Baek Duchan observed, noting that Kim Shin couldn't even stand properly. He kept saying big things, but he still had a long way to go. He was obviously putting his weight on his legs. It was too obvious. A thin smile played on Baek Duchan's lips, a predator watching its wounded prey. The air hung heavy with anticipation, the calm before a storm. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his already weakened body. Kim Shin thinks he dodged it, but his legs are failing him. He can't hold out much longer. Sliding down the wall, Kim Shin struggles to regain his footing. Baek Do-chan delivers a brutal punch, connecting squarely with Kim Shin's jaw. Following up, Baek Do-chan slams his foot into Kim Shin's chest, sending him sprawling. Kim Shin lies prone, the air knocked from his lungs. Baek Do-chan rises, his expression grim. Blood trickles from Baek Do-chan's lip, but his eyes are filled with a cold determination. Kim Shin's face is a mask of pain and fury. Summoning his remaining strength, Kim Shin throws a desperate punch, connecting with Baek Do-chan's face. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. Both fighters are battered and bloodied, the brutal exchange taking its toll. The world seems to tilt as Baek Do-chan prepares to strike, his fist a blur of motion. He focuses, aiming a little higher. In his mind, a voice echoes. As expected, you don't have much experience. The voice continues, urging him to go beyond the limits of the body, even if his consciousness is on the verge of fading. Kim Shin prepares his own strike, his fist clenched tight. He remembers the words, "Don't make an insignificant fist." Baek Do-chan reels, thinking, "Cook, this bastard. How is he able to?" He grits his teeth, remembering, "I'm the one who survived that hellhole." He recalls, "I let everyone go first, and I survived till the end." Staggering, Baek Do-chan thinks, "I can't go down yet dash." His vision blurs, the pain intense. Kim Shin's fist connects, a brutal impact that sends shockwaves through the room. Baek Do-chan's face is a mess of blood and bruises, a testament to the ferocity of the ongoing battle. Kim Shin stands over him, his expression unreadable as he assesses the damage he's inflicted. Blood streams down Baek Do-chan's face, obscuring his vision and fueling his rage. Kim Shin glances around, his senses on high alert, searching for any sign of movement or threat. Baek Do-chan, struggling to focus, curses under his breath, desperately trying to locate his attacker. "Where is that son of a bitch?" he thinks. Unseen, Kim Shin looms behind Baek Do-chan, ready to strike again. With a roar of fury, Baek Do-chan whirls around, screaming that he will send Kim Shin to hell. Pai Wu-jin steels himself, focusing his mind and body for the battle ahead. His footsteps echo, "He's coming," Baek Do-chan thinks, realizing too late that danger is right behind him. Kim Shin unleashes a devastating blow, his fist blurring through the air towards his unsuspecting target. The impact sends Baek Do-chan reeling, the force of the strike threatening to knock him unconscious. He delivers a crushing blow, the impact sending a spray of blood against the ceiling. The force of the strike reverberates through the air. Staggering, Baek Do-chan struggles to maintain his balance. The man in the suit, his back turned, reflects, "I should be right beside him. Until the end." He continues, "I'm getting close to the first step." But Kim Shin lands another blow. Baek Do-chan thinks, "Was I the only one looking forward to tomorrow?" His teeth grit in pain as he falls. There won't be any tomorrow. His legs buckle as he crashes to the ground. If we just die? Oh. Baek Do-chan, battered and broken, thinks, "I'm just a prey. Fuck. He's a monster." The memory flashes back to a brutal encounter. Kim Shin's fist flies forward, aimed squarely at Baek Do-chan's face. The onslaught continues, each blow carrying the weight of pin-up rage. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the air. Baek Do-chan's face contorts in agony as the fist connects, the sound of bone on bone echoing in the confined space. The relentless assault shows no sign of stopping, each strike more devastating than the last. The impact reverberates through Baek Do-chan's skull, blurring his vision and stealing his breath. Kim Shin grips Baek Do-chan, holding him upright only to deliver another crushing blow. Another strike lands, and Baek Do-chan's body is sent flying. A group of onlookers watch with a mix of horror and morbid fascination. Baek Do-chan lies broken and defeated, the world spinning around him as the weight of his past crashes down. He lay defeated, his body a canvas of bruises and blood. The fight had ended, but the memory would linger. His face, once filled with arrogance, was now a mask of pain and defeat. Each drop of blood seemed to echo the weight of his failure. The world swam around him, a blurry mix of pain and regret. He was broken, both physically and spiritually. From the ashes of defeat, a new figure emerged. Pai Wu-jin stood tall, a silhouette of defiance against the fading light. Someone wonders who could be attacking Mori and Gold at the same time. The man speculates if it's an elder or Kim Tae-hoon's doing, but then dismisses the idea, thinking it might be an outsider involved. Someone shouts for Brother M. The group expresses relief that someone is safe, but acknowledges things are not good. Jang Ho reveals he's just heard from Gold, and that CEO Choi Dal-cheon is involved. Brother M is urged not to sit back. Since Brother M and another are present, they can make a plan to do something. The suggestion is made to take refuge first and start Plan B. Someone suggests leaving right now, as they don't know when the enemy will come. The group acknowledges that a lot of things are happening. They need to figure out what's going on. It's revealed that Duhua and his family were heading out with their new recruits. Someone comments that another didn't waste time gathering his boys. A large group of men are gathered. Now that he thinks about it, even with CEO Choi Dal-cheon gone, Kim Shin seems a bit too relaxed. Another man replies that they have boys of their size. The man wonders if it wouldn't be easier to be at peace without certain people around, adding that as Mori's owner's brother, it would make sense to have small fries around. A group of men stand near a closed door, the air thick with unspoken tension. A voice warns of danger, stating that even if your hand is cut off, you should never interact with a person who is indifferent. A man shouts that such people are the first to sell their comrades. A man is grabbed, and a voice calls him a little bastard. Kim Shin is asked if they are talking about Brother M, and if he and Mori are going to Chairman Choi Min-wook and bed for his life. A voice threatens to make someone lose all their teeth and get dentures. A man declares that he is on a mission. A large group of men stand together, their faces grim. The sound of a slap echoes as a man's face is struck. He is struck hard across the face, the force of the blow snapping his head to the side. A brutal kick sends him staggering backward. Kim Shin groans, the pain searing through his skull. A voice booms, demanding he stop. Another blow connects, sending Kim Shin flying through the air. He crashes to the ground, blood pooling around his head. A man stands over Kim Shin, who is lying prone and bleeding. He mutters about putting him to sleep, his voice laced with disdain. Another man remarks that it will all be over soon. The man turns and walks away, leaving Kim Shin on the ground. Kim Shin struggles to sit up, spitting blood. He curses his attacker. One of the men agrees with his boss, while another suggests wrapping things up. The men announce they are leaving. Two men walk away, one carrying a baseball bat. He grits his teeth against the pain, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead as blood trickles from a gash above his eye. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood and the coppery taste of fear. A grunt escapes as a man is hurled through the air, a dark shape against the harsh light, limbs flailing uselessly as he crashes into an unseen obstacle. The sickening crack of wood against bone echoes as a bat connects with its target, the force of the blow enough to send tremors through the air. A choked gasp, a wet, gurgling sound, escapes the man on the ground, his face a mask of crimson as blood pools beneath his head, staining the cold concrete. His face is a canvas of pain, a brutal masterpiece of cuts and bruises, each mark a testament to the savagery of the assault. The taste of iron fills his mouth, a constant reminder of his broken state. A desperate struggle for air, a clawing at the hands that tighten around his throat, cutting off his breath, stealing his life. Damn it, he manages to choke out. Through swollen eyes, he sees the faces of his attackers, their expressions cold, devoid of mercy. He thinks, I can't even take care of this guy. A ragged breath, a final, desperate gasp, as he succumbs to the darkness, his body limp and broken on the unforgiving ground. A roar of defiance, a primal scream against the injustice of it all, echoes through the night. My brothers, he cries out, his voice raw with pain and rage. The sickening thud of fist against flesh, the crunch of bone, a symphony of violence as the assault continues, each blow a hammer strike against his already battered body. Brothers from all over the country. Standing over the fallen, a figure looms, his face a mask of grim satisfaction. Oh, I feel like raging. Even as they fall, they rise again, fueled by a stubborn refusal to yield, a grim acceptance of their fate. They know they might end up dying. At this rate, all of us might really end up floating off the coast of Incheon, Kim Shin thinks to himself. Why did you leave such a heavy burden on me? He thinks. How can I keep my eyes open and watch our brothers fall? Even when I decided to join you in the first place, it was very painful resisting them. I'm so stupid, I can't even understand why. My mind shakes, and even my conviction fades. I'm the one who's responsible for this. I don't even know if I can handle it. A hand clenches tightly. The world fades to black. A scream echoes in the darkness. A sinister laugh fills the air. You owe me for this, a voice rasps. I'll make fun of you for this for the rest of my life. What are you waiting for? Let's go? Chairman, the chairman is the oldest brother here, and that's you, so behave like one. Oh God, the nursery lady would smash her back if she saw you right now. How long are? His face battered and bruised, he is asked if he intends to remain lying on the ground. A man is attacked on the stairs, cries of pain echoing through the stairwell. Oh Doo-wah clicks his tongue, remarking on their resilience. He demands that the job be done correctly. Oh Kwang-duk expresses his displeasure at having to pick all the pears and salt. A brutal assault unfolds as a group of men descend upon another, their movements a flurry of violence. The man is overwhelmed, the attacker's blows raining down upon him. The assault continues, the man now prone and defenseless against the relentless kicks. A voice echoes, acknowledging that even having such thoughts is a luxury. A figure declares that he is the only one who can stop them. Another man is attacked by a group of men. A voice declares that this is what he is going to do as Oh Doo-wah watches. The man is beaten by the group as a voice says he knows nothing about being a big brother. He is struck from above, the force of the blow sending him stumbling. Kim Shin grits his teeth, struggling to maintain his footing. I can't fall down, because I'm responsible. The attacker slams him to the ground. Blood trickles from Kim Shin's mouth as he spits out a mouthful of crimson. Ugh, this bastard. His eye twitches, a silent promise of retribution. Elsewhere, a group of men ascend a staircase. One of the men calls out, Manager Oh Kyu-dong. Another responds, Sir. One of the men warns, don't tremble like a dog with a cold. Back in the alley, Kim Shin continues to be pummeled. Keep coming at me. The attacker stands over him, bloodied but defiant. I'll be standing here for a long time, you wimpy dogs. The men close in, their faces grim. They surround Kim Shin, ready to deliver the final blow. He roars, blood splattering across his face as the fight intensifies. Meanwhile, a chaotic melee erupts on the staircase, bodies tumbling and fists flying in a desperate struggle for dominance. The brutal close-quarters combat is a flurry of kicks and grapples, each movement fueled by desperation and rage. The ship sat still in the water, the only movement the gentle rocking of the waves. The moon hung in the sky, casting a pale light over the container yard. The hallway stretched out before them, the only light coming from the end of the corridor. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. Kim Shin lunges forward, the knife aimed at Baek Du-chan. He follows up with a kick, sending Baek Du-chan reeling. The knife flashes again, a silver arc against the dim light as Kim Shin slashes at Baek Du-chan. A punch lands, the force of it sending Baek Du-chan stumbling backward. Another kick connects, driving the air from Baek Du-chan's lungs. Kim Shin grabs Baek Du-chan by the neck, his grip tightening. His eyes burn with a cold fury. Baek Du-chan's thoughts raced, the first to land a hit wins. He considered himself a killer down to his bones. He was sure Kim Shin had already gathered information on him and done his analysis. A memory surfaced, a glimpse of Baek Du-chan in his younger days, overwhelmed Iskra in the old days when he was new. No matter how good Kim Shin is, Baek Du-chan thought, he only has to land a hit. He needed to end this fight before Kim Shin read him perfectly. The memory intensified, showing him overwhelming an opponent. His hand clenched, a weapon ready to strike. He reigned as the epitome of killers for many years. Indeed, Baek Du-chan mused, his defense is better than Gustav's, but it's lacking, and as far as he's heard, that skill is an art in itself. Baek Du-chan held a knife, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself that even losing one of the two knives he has would be a deadly blow. Baek Du-chan realizes that losing even a single knife at this point would be fatal. He believes that as long as his wrists remain unharmed, he can keep Kim Shin occupied with a series of attacks. Baek Du-chan thinks that with this momentum, he can keep pushing Kim Shin back and find an opening. Baek Du-chan's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he focuses intently on his opponent. Kim Shin lunges forward, knives extended, seeking an opening. The blades flash, a whirlwind of steel as Kim Shin presses his attack. Baek Du-chan's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering as he anticipates the next strike. Baek Du-chan stands his ground, his posture tense as he prepares to counter the relentless assault. Kim Shin's knife slices through the air, aimed at a vulnerable point. A thin line of blood trickles from Kim Shin's face, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Baek Du-chan stands silhouetted against the doorway, his back to the viewer, a knife strapped to his back, ready for the next exchange. The two men circle each other warily near the square opening, each waiting for the other to make a move. Baek Du-chan takes a step forward, his intentions unclear. The knives meet with a resounding clash, the metallic screech echoing in the confined space. From above, the fight appears as a deadly dance, a whirlwind of blades and desperation. Kim Shin's eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he anticipates his opponent's next strike. Again, the knives collide, the force of the impact sending vibrations up their arms. Stumbling backward, Baek Du-chan loses his footing, a spray of blood erupting from a fresh wound. Pain contorts Baek Du-chan's face as he struggles to regain his balance. A dark shape looms, its form undefined and menacing. Kim Shin's reflection betrays a flicker of concern, or perhaps, a grim satisfaction. A towering figure casts a long shadow over the two combatants, its presence adding a new layer of tension to the already fraught situation. The figure thinks, this doesn't make any sense. What is that strength? Despite his injury, Baek Du-chan continues to fight, his movements desperate but determined. He recalls a lesson learned from Kong Min-sung. A voice echoes, stating that the technique was originally created by the leader of the Bulwi. The clash of steel rings out as Kim Shin and Baek Du-chan continue their deadly dance. Kim Shin presses his attack, knife flashing in the dim light. Baek Du-chan thinks to himself that he has to time his attack perfectly. He is determined not to miss his target a second time. The fight intensifies, each strike carrying the weight of their resolve. Kim Shin's blade finds its mark, slicing through the air towards Baek Du-chan. The knife continues its deadly trajectory, aimed at Baek Du-chan's vitals. The two fighters remain locked in a deadly embrace, each seeking an opening. Kim Shin's relentless assault continues, pushing Baek Du-chan to his limits. The blade presses closer, threatening to end the fight with a single, decisive strike. The clash of steel echoes as Kim Shin continues his assault on Baek Du-chan, their blades meeting in a flurry of desperate parries and thrusts. A crimson spray erupts as Kim Shin's blade finds its mark, piercing Baek Du-chan's flesh. The force of the blow sends a jolt through Baek Du-chan's body. Baek Du-chan's face contorts in a grimace of pain, blood trickling from the fresh wound near his temple. His glasses are askew, and his vision blurs. ISKRA is a group that does not pass down its skills. This is a rule that Baek Du-chan and I both know. The people who made me who I am right now. However, Bulwi, who we met in Busan, expected this showdown. He told me past stories of their behind me. Baek Do-chan, I'll make you experience their chaos. Of course, it was not very detailed because he didn't experience it himself. But it doesn't matter. This is a rule that Baek Do-chan and I both know. The people who made me who I am right now. He told me past stories of their behind me. Baek Do-chan, I'll make you experience their chaos. It's the perfect killer's composure. It could bring a change. Of course, it was not very detailed because he didn't experience it himself. Prior to Baek Do-chan's generation, the remainder that was failed to be filled is 30%. It's time to wrap this up. It's not possible to land a fatal blow right now. It's time to wrap this up. I can't miss it. The fight continues in the narrow corridor. Baek Do-chan stands ready, knife in hand, prepared for the next attack. Kim Shin advances, his expression unreadable as he closes the distance. His footfalls echo softly in the confined space. Kim Shin thinks, here. Baek Do-chan walks forward. Kim Shin thinks, our movements will be limited. Baek Do-chan thinks, skills can be rendered useless. If someone rushes into attack, you'll have to be prepared to get hurt. Baek Do-chan thinks, it's just like. Baek Do-chan thinks, how Baek Do-chan and I fight. Baek Do-chan thinks, it's like a guillotine made to judge us. Baek Do-chan is shown with blood on his shirt and glasses. This fight will be purely determined by one thing, one's animal instinct alone. Let's begin. Kim Shin, knives glinting in the dim light, prepares for the onslaught. He closes the distance, boots pounding against the concrete floor. Leaping back, Kim Shin narrowly avoids the incoming attack. Baek Do-chan, knife raised, is ready to strike. Steel clashes against steel as the two fighters engage in a flurry of strikes. Kim Shin slashes out, aiming for a vital point. The blade finds its mark, drawing a spray of crimson. Baek Do-chan retaliates, his knife a blur of motion. Blocking the attack, Kim Shin deflects the blow with his own blade. Another cut opens on Baek Do-chan's body, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. He stumbles back, barely avoiding a fatal blow. Kim Shin retaliates, driving his knife downward. Baek Do-chan grits his teeth against the pain. The blade flashes as Kim Shin thrusts upward. Again, Kim Shin attacks, the knife a blur of motion. Baek Do-chan counters, his own knife rising to meet the attack. His legs give way, and Baek Do-chan collapses to the floor. Kim Shin stands over him, knife poised to strike. Sparks fly as the knife scrapes against the floor, inches from his face. He thinks, I barely managed to minimize the damage. His vision blurring, Baek Do-chan thinks, asterisk my jaw is cracked. I'm losing consciousness. I saw what you have prepared for me. I saw it properly. Asterisk. Through the haze of pain, Baek Do-chan thinks, asterisk you must have trained very hard. You're certainly a, asterisk. The man holds a pair of glasses, his expression thoughtful. He muses that this is a rare and impressive case he's seen in recent years, but steam rises around Kim Shin's face, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He manipulates wires connected to a device, his movements precise and deliberate. Kim Shin wonders if these skills are those of the guys who lost to him, his gaze intense. He grips a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. A ship cuts through the dark water, its destination unknown. A brutal melee erupts on the ship's deck as masked figures clash, gunfire echoing in the night. One of the assassins leaps into the air, firing his weapon down at his target. Another figure is seized from behind, the fight growing ever more desperate. The scene unfolds from above, the ship is staged for deadly conflict. A gleaming sword is drawn, promising swift and decisive action. Another shot rings out, the battle continuing without pause. A man looks up, his expression unreadable as the chaos unfolds around him. A figure stands framed in a doorway, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. There's a problem. Kim Shin's eyes narrow, a cold calculation in his gaze. You're so defensive. Those eyes that. He reflects on the current situation, noting it won't give in to him. For sure, it's similar to the ones from the past, just a little bit. The man with glasses observes, noting that it is similar to that of the previous amour. Moreover, the man with glasses thinks to himself that, as expected, he's a strong one. The limousine speeds down the road as the man with glasses wonders who can compare to him. He is assured that there is no man who can surpass him in this small land. The man with glasses sits in the limousine, stating that he can assure of it, except for him, of course. He admits he doesn't know, and doesn't think so. It's a big world out there. Moreover, the man with glasses thinks to himself that such a strong person could appear unexpectedly, unless. The man with glasses leans back, contemplating that there's this person, one specific person that clearly comes to mind. The man with glasses smirks, stating that there is no man who can surpass him in this small land. Sooner or later, he says, you'll meet him too. He's one of the reasons why he brought you from Russia. The man with glasses asks if it is Kong Min-sung. He states that he wanted to see his face at least once, and that he made a promise with Choi Min-wook. He vows to take his life for Choi Min-wook. A hand grips a blade tightly, the metal gleaming faintly in the dim light. He just hit the blade with his hand. This is the skill I came up with in Iskra. How come? Is it a coincidence? Is it a series of coincidences? That's a lot of fun. You learned the same skill as me. People like him. Choi Min-wook. It's just as you said, it's a big world. Feet shuffle on the ground, the sound muffled by the surrounding environment. A pool of blood spreads across the floor, staining the surface a dark crimson. Kneeling in the blood, Kim Shin thinks, this is a bit disappointing. I've never missed a target in my life. Kong Min Sung. He is indeed a great man. Do I retreat? After all, it's under my control. Oh Du-hwa says, if you think about the things you've done, you would immediately tear your own limbs to death. Oh Du-hwa continues, Chairman Choi asked me to let you go politely. Your arteries are still connected together, so you can survive for about 5 minutes from now on. But those 5 minutes will be the time you want to die the most in your life. Kim Shin smokes, reflecting on the situation. I've met some red guys, but, eventually, they all fell at my feet in vain. Kim Shin's expression hardens. He's moving on bit by bit. Beyond Choi Min-wook, into the world. A hand grips a knife, ready to strike. Kim Shin looks down, his face grim. Kim Shin stands over Choi Min-wook, who is lying on the ground. Wake up. Choi Min-wook struggles to speak. Yuk, your load. Kim Shin stands over him, unyielding. Choi Min-wook continues. I'm barely, let it. You should go, or he'll come for you. Kim Shin explodes. Fuck. Stop talking, you bastard. Kim Shin's expression is resolute. Kim Shin kneels beside Choi Min-wook. Choi Min-wook says, I'd rather live if I wanted to do that. I'd rather live. I know. It's, Kim Shin says, it's too late. Choi Min-wook whispers, S. Shin. Kim Shin's face is etched with determination. Choi Min-wook, lying on the ground, says, remember what I've been saying. Since I've been on the road, before, please, don't be, like me. Cook. Choi Min-wook smiles weakly, blood staining his face. He urges, smile a little bit, you punk. Kim Shin stares ahead, his expression unreadable. A gruesome scene unfolds, the ground soaked in blood. A lone figure stands amidst a snowy forest, the air thick with smoke. A voice echoes, you want me to stop now? Every time my people die at his hands. I am never there. Choi Min-wook, barely clinging to life, rasps, I'll have to pay for that now. The scene shifts to a corridor where Baek Du-chan is seen. Kim Shin, his face marred by blood, demands, let me ask you one thing. Kim Shin's expression hardens as he recalls, the detective you killed in Korea 9 years ago. You really don't remember him? A figure walks down a dimly lit corridor, their purpose unknown. A voice declares, those who are just weak and incompetent. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression cold and resolute, are not worth remembering. Kim Shin's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fury. A brutal fight erupts, bodies colliding in a flurry of motion. He charges forward, his intent clear. Baek Du-chan lunges with a knife, aiming for a lethal strike. Kim Shin moves to intercept, attempting to block the incoming blade. Kim Shin grabs Baek Du-chan's arm, preventing the stab. A desperate struggle ensues. With a swift kick, Baek Du-chan sends Kim Shin reeling backwards. The force of the kick sends him flying. Baek Du-chan prepares to press his advantage, poised to strike again. Kim Shin manages to block the next knife attack, sparks flying as the blades meet. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Shin delivers a brutal strike to Baek Du-chan's head. The impact distorts Baek Du-chan's face, a grimace of pain contorting his features. The force of the blow sends Baek Du-chan hurtling backwards. Kim Shin follows up with a devastating kick. The kick connects, further distorting Baek Du-chan's face in agony. He stands over Baek Du-chan, who is sprawled on the ground, defeated. A close-up shows the damage inflicted on Baek Du-chan's shoulder. Baek Du-chan thinks to himself, this guy's nothing but a standard killer. His thoughts turn darker. At this rate, I might die, in this place. Am I going to die? Life. A hand grips a knife tightly. Baek Du-chan wonders, was there any need to be tied to that? The fight reignites as Kim Shin and Baek Du-chan clash, their blades meeting with a resounding clang. Kim Shin presses his attack, bringing his blade down in a swift, deadly arc. A close-up focuses on Kim Shin's leg as he moves with lethal precision. Baek Du-chan's resolve hardens, his thoughts consumed by a singular purpose. I'm only alive to kill this guy, he thinks. A close-up reveals the burning intensity in Baek Du-chan's eyes, fueled by his unwavering determination. He plummets from above, a desperate gambit to end the fight. The world blurs as the two collide. Kim Shin, clutching a makeshift blade, grimaces in pain. The struggle continues, a chaotic dance of desperation. Deep gashes mark Kim Shin's chest, crimson blooming against his white shirt. Baek Du-chan's eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Blood drips from Kim Shin's hand, slicking the makeshift weapon. Baek Du-chan is thrown back, the force of the blow sending him reeling. He crashes against the hard floor, a spray of blood marking the impact. Clutching his face, Baek Du-chan feels the sting of fresh wounds. Locked in a brutal embrace, both men are battered and bleeding, their faces contorted in pain and fury. Kim Shin presses the attack, the makeshift blade a blur of motion against Baek Du-chan. A fist clenches, knuckles white with suppressed fury. He sits on the ground, blood staining his clothes. Towering over a fallen foe, he prepares to deliver the final blow. Deep gashes mar his torso, blood welling from the wounds. The man vows to remember his opponent's name. Kim Shin's name echoes in his mind. He rejects it. Should he call him Amor Tigro? His face is marred with cuts and bruises, a grim determination etched into his features. Right now, things like emotions. Or them. I don't need it. The one in front of me. Kim Shin's eyes burn with a singular purpose. He needs to kill him. He remembers the vow he made, to erase everything connected to his enemy. His body, scarred and bloodied, stands as a testament to his resolve. Clutching a knife in each hand, Kim Shin vows, I'll wipe it all out. The scene shifts to a view from above, revealing Kim Shin lying on the ground, a knife piercing his chest. A warehouse blazes, engulfed in a raging inferno. His gaze hardened, the man's target was clear, the one standing in front of him. A cold resolve settled in his heart. He needed to kill him. Blood streaked his face, a grim reminder of the stakes. Everything related to him. A gleaming blade, stained crimson, reflected the harsh light. He would wipe it all out, erasing every trace of his enemy's existence. He lunged forward, a predator unleashed, closing the distance with lethal intent. His grip tightened on the knife, knuckles white against the steel. His face bore the marks of countless battles, each scar a testament to his experience. It was all based on 100 battles. Falling through the air, he calculated the trajectory with inhuman precision. Superhuman geographic perception allowed for precise distance calculation. A deliberate pause paralyzes the enemy's judgment and time. And then the opening that comes out like a snake. It's to stab Baek Du-chan. He's copying my skills and using it back on me. You're more stupid than you look. Long before you even grabbed a knife. Dozens, hundreds of lives have been taken by this knife. Kim Shin lunges, knife aimed at Baek Du-chan. He stopped again. The timing is not right. It will be a huge overload on his body. The two men clash, knives meeting in a shower of sparks. The knives meet again, the sound of steel on steel echoing in the confined space. The blade slices across his chest, drawing a line of crimson. Kim Shin grits his teeth against the sudden, sharp pain. He parries the next strike, the clash of steel echoing in the narrow corridor. The force of the block sends Baek Du-chan staggering backward, momentarily thrown off balance. Baek Du-chan's thoughts race, recognizing the familiar technique. A copy of my techniques. The blood wells, staining his shirt. Baek Du-chan's eyes widen in disbelief. He stopped me from the front. A manic grin spreads across Baek Du-chan's face. This is fun. Kim Shin, ignoring the pain, prepares to press his advantage, his eyes narrowed with grim determination. His muscles scream in protest, ligaments stretch to their limit. He steels himself, pushing through the agony. My muscles and ligaments feel like snapping. Please hang in there one more time. Baek Du-chan, realizing he's outmatched, turns and flees down the corridor, desperation etched on his face. The tattoo on Kim Shin's back is visible through the tears in his shirt. Baek Du-chan sprints away. Kim Shin lunges, grabbing Baek Du-chan from behind, ending his escape. The blade flashes as Baek Du-chan slashes, aiming to cut Kim Shin across the chest. From a low angle, Kim Shin's eyes burn with a fierce intensity as he prepares to counter the attack. Twisting away from the blow, Kim Shin retaliates, his knife tearing across Baek Du-chan's back, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. A desperate block barely deflects the next strike, the force of the impact jarring his arm. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Shin plunges his knife into Baek Du-chan's shoulder, the steel sinking deep. The sound of the impact echoes through the confined space. With a grunt of effort, Baek Du-chan plants his foot, preparing to unleash another furious assault. Baek Du-chan lunges forward, his knife a blur as he aims for a fatal strike. The knife drips with fresh blood, a testament to the brutal exchange. The two men collide, their knives meeting with a sickening crunch as the fight reaches its climax. A guttural scream tears from Baek Du-chan's throat as pain explodes through his body. Kim Shin unleashes a flurry of stabs, each blow landing with deadly precision, sealing Baek Du-chan's fate. Baek Du-chan grits his teeth against the pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Kim Shin slashes downward with his knife, the blade finding its mark. The sound of tearing flesh echoes in the confined space. Baek Du-chan's eyes widen in agony as the blood continues to flow. Another strike lands, the impact jarring Baek Du-chan's body. Kim Shin raises the knife again, preparing to deliver the final blow. The blade descends, slicing through flesh and bone. The sickening thud of the impact reverberates through the air. Kim Shin stands over his fallen opponent, his eyes cold and unwavering. He raises his foot, ready to end it all. Baek Du-chan lies defeated, his body broken and bleeding. Kim Shin stands victorious, the battle finally over. The fight continues, and Kim Shin grits his teeth, feeling the sting of fresh wounds. His opponent rushes forward, a blur of motion. Kim Shin narrows his eyes, preparing to counter the attack. A kick lands, the force reverberating through his body. The pain is evident on Kim Shin's face, but he remains focused. He's definitely lightweight, the opponent thinks, blood dripping from his own injuries. But he's so light that he can't stop. Kim Shin's expression hardens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. A sharp pain erupts as the opponent strikes him from behind. The opponent brandishes a bloodied knife, ready for another strike. Kim Shin stumbles, blood blossoming across his white shirt. Are you saying that you're very flexible? It's such a shame, because your opponent is me, the opponent declares, poised to attack. He grapples with Baek Du-chan, each vying for dominance in the brutal exchange. Perfection. A killer of integrity, Baek Du-chan was referred to by the word perfection. But at that same moment, Kim Shin was also at his peak. After countless hours, humans who had worked hard reached a new peak, a man who had achieved perfection during his youth. Baek Du-chan had hit his prime long ago and remained static. The two men continue their struggle, both bloodied and unyielding. A lone knife falls through the air. Young, a small crack formed as the two men fought. Former Amor, Kang Min-sung, he thought. It couldn't be anybody else. Why is he so persistent? Why couldn't he finish this guy off cold-heartedly, he wondered. This guy? It's him, Choi Min-wook. The man's torso is shown. The fight continued. The man yelled. The man stood, covered in blood. Defeat? Did he? Baek Du-chan. Thought of defeat? Cook. A multitude of hands reach up from the darkness, grasping at something unseen. He is surrounded, the grasping hands clinging to him as a voice echoes, trash. He hurls something away, the motion violent and desperate. His legs move with a purpose, stained with fresh blood. His face is marred with cuts and bruises, a grim determination etched into his features. A voice declares, it's over. A bloodied hand grips a knife, the metal glinting ominously. His eye reflects a cold, unwavering resolve. Now, he plunges the knife into another man, the blade sinking deep. The bloodied hand still clutches the knife, the grip tight and unyielding. His face is a mask of exhaustion and grim satisfaction, the battle clearly taking its toll. He stands over the fallen body, the scene a testament to the brutal struggle. A body lies still, a pool of blood spreading around the fatal wound. Baek Du-chan lies on the cold floor, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A single word echoes in the darkness. Father. Tears stream down a man's face, etched with sorrow and regret. Lying amidst the carnage, Baek Du-chan thinks to himself, I finally killed him. But I still have something left to do. Sitting up, Baek Du-chan vows, until all of this is destroyed, I won't stop. A promise echoes through time. Later, if someone who's in pain because of me comes after me, at that time, I'll willingly give up my neck for their revenge. It's not on our side. A ship burns fiercely, flames licking at the night sky. A man with glasses stares in disbelief. Holy shit. The man's eyes widen as he sees a boat approaching. I didn't expect the ship to catch fire. That boat, whose is it? He focuses intently on the ship, a growing sense of dread washing over him. A man's face, etched with determination, fills the frame. There's no time. He stood amidst the carnage, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. Oh, this is, he thought. The thought continued, a cold assessment of the scene. The result of what happened here. By the way, it's such a waste. A close-up revealed a man battered and bloodied, his face a canvas of pain. The internal monologue concluded with a grim prophecy. As soon as the new sun rises, it's going to set. A body lies sprawled before a massive container, a stark tableau of violence. A lone figure walks away from the scene, their silhouette fading into the distance. A voice whispers, someone is coming. The sound of footsteps echoes. Oh, this is. Standing over the body, a figure laments. I guess no one could have expected this outcome. A masked figure holds a gun, their voice a low murmur. It's such a waste. A voice, filled with dread, whispers, as soon as the new sun rises, it's going to set. I'm in trouble. A trembling hand grips a gun. I can't move a finger. The gun is raised, a desperate act. Just once. A wounded figure clutches at a knife, their voice strained. Move just for once. A masked figure points a gun directly forward, their intentions unknown. A click of the tongue echoes in the darkness. The figure in black stands in the alley, a question forming in his mind. There was another person here? The figure in black turns, a sense of danger prickling at the back of his neck. He raises a gun, the metal glinting in the dim light. A cry of pain erupts as someone is struck. The blade finds its mark, slicing through flesh. The figure in black plummets downwards, the city lights blurring around him. The gun roars, spitting fire into the night. A body tumbles through the air, limbs flailing. The ground rushes up to meet him. He falls, a broken silhouette against the urban landscape. The figure in black stares down, a sinister amusement in his voice. Oh my, who do we have here? The man's face is marred with blood, his expression pained. He wonders why this is happening. A lone figure stands on the deck of a boat, while another man broods on a nearby rooftop, uneasy about the situation. The man with glasses asks if someone is on his side. Below him, another man is identified as Director Ryu Ji-hak. A gloved hand holds a knife, the owner apologizing for what is about to happen. The man with the gun reflects that there wouldn't have been bloodshed if he had known who he was dealing with. He questions the other person's presence. Hearing about what happened to Tae-jin, the man prepares to draw his sword. With his eye obscured, the man declares that it's just him and the other person now, referring to the legacy that the madam left. Hyun Suk, an associate of Kim Yong-sung of Hazong, is introduced as a retired but strongest asset of Hazong. Under the title Castle, the man in the suit suggests they talk things out properly. The man urges someone to take a look, as Baek Du-chan's name is mentioned. The man states that it's just him and the other person now, as a body lies covered in blood. The man asks if the situation is amazing, noting that Baek Duchan was defeated in a one-on-one fight. The man muses, not expecting someone like him to reappear in the world. He finds it quite tragic. He will die without a word even before he becomes known. What do you say? Will you finish it? Would you take this chance to claim the title of Baek Duchan's killer? Aren't you here to kill these two as well? Young Master Kim Tae-hun is a threat to your future. Our chairman Kim Yong-sung says he still loves his immature eldest son. You think he has enough talent to keep this generation alive? Well, sometimes the petty wisdom of life helps you survive. As expected, you don't care about fame or titles in this world. Then, excuse me first over here. Tell the young master. Young Master Kim Tae-hun is a threat to your future. Our chairman Kim Yong-sung says he still loves his immature eldest son. The symbol glows ominously as the two men stand ready, one holding a gun. What are you doing? I haven't heard the answer to my question yet. Nobody in Castle would have expected Kim Shin to win this fight. Why are you here? Was Chairman Kim Yong-sung's plan to give up on advanced trade in the end? He wonders what it could be. Lisa muses to herself. Is that what this is? Although Gold's headquarters is isolated, it's in the center of the city. She can't believe they can get away with this kind of disturbance. And when the pillars lost, Castle's bodyguards appeared like ghosts at the perfect time. Lisa reflects that Kim Shin's strategy was clever enough, but Kim Shin wonders who the hell it is. He thinks there are a lot of street thugs who hate this. Kim Shin can only imagine how much of a scene they'd make after he has shackled them like this. He can definitely see it. Chairman Choi Min-wook's name is spoken. Baek Duchan lies injured on the floor, thinking, who could have done this? It's unlikely that Chairman Kim Yong-sung noticed it from the beginning. The old-fashioned Kim Yong-sung must have finally read Choi Min-wook's intention. So he got what he wanted through Baek Duchan. He attempted to hide the entire situation by removing Baek Duchan, who was at the center. At this moment, Kim Yong-sung has no problems with Castle Holdings and even has a reason to return to the front lines without getting blood on his hands. Chairman Kim Tae-hun, on the other hand, broke Castle's rules and suffered the resulting loss of manpower. It left him vulnerable. The fight begins now. A gloved hand grips a pistol, the metallic glint reflecting the stark declaration. He had changed his mind. Lisa stands beside Baek Duchan, the blonde woman listening intently as he states that he will decide what to do with Kim Shin. Baek Duchan is told that he should go back. Lisa observes that Baek Duchan is usually calm, her expression unreadable. A hand grips a knife, the blade gleaming ominously. The unseen speaker declares that this will be the last time. Baek Duchan is told to go back, to which he replies that it's too bad, Jihak. Baek Duchan is told that he didn't know he wanted to meet Tae-jin in such a hurry. Baek Duchan's expression hardens, a flicker of something dangerous in his eyes. A man carries another man, limp and seemingly unconscious, away from the scene. He repeats the command to go back. A figure plummets through the air, falling from a great height. A man levels a pistol, his gaze fixed and deadly. The pistol is held steady, the barrel pointed towards an unseen target. He strikes out with an umbrella, the force of the blow aimed at his opponent. The fabric of a dark coat ripples in the aftermath of the strike. The umbrella connects, the impact sending tremors through the air. Kim Shin remains stoic, his expression unreadable. Kim Shin looks down at Baek Duchan, his voice laced with a hint of condescension. You've grown up a lot, youngest. Elsewhere, chaos erupts as figures run amidst a raging fire. Kim Shin's gaze remains fixed, his thoughts hidden behind a veil of composure. Baek Duchan holds a knife, his voice a low growl. If you don't take me down in at least 10 minutes, both you and I will be dragged to Chairman Choi Min-wook's. Kim Shin stands over Baek Duchan, his presence imposing. Baek Duchan's voice is strained, his words laced with defiance. This is our victory. Baek Duchan lies defeated, his body sprawled on the ground. Kim Shin's expression is grim, his words a chilling reminder. Victory, huh? Are you sure about that? I'll remember what happened today. He stands alongside a figure cloaked in black, face obscured by a mask. The air crackles with unspoken tension. A figure looms over another, who lies prone on the ground. The scene is stark, illuminated by cold, metallic light. The man looks off into the distance, his expression unreadable. A plume of smoke rises from his lips, the scent of tobacco heavy in the air. Weak and battered, the man croaks. Why? Are you helping me? His voice is raspy, barely a whisper. The man carries another, draped over his shoulder. The weight is considerable, but he presses on, his face grim with determination. Your survival will benefit Chairman Kim Tae-hun, the man states. The man stands firm, his gaze unwavering. That's how I see it, he declares, his voice resonating with conviction. The woman sits in the car, her expression pensive. The city lights blur around her, reflecting in her dark eyes. The man's voice is low, filled with a sense of obligation. Anyway, I owe you, he admits, his gaze softening slightly. You should thank Chairman Kim Tae-hun in the future for what happened. The man's tone is matter of fact, devoid of emotion. Because I am his agent, he states, his eyes glinting in the dim light. The man's voice is laced with disbelief. You managed to do something impossible, he says, his eyes wide with astonishment. You and Becky. The group of men are huddled together, their faces grim. The air is thick with tension, the scent of sweat and fear permeating the atmosphere. Now that you have gathered a lot of people under you, one of the men states. Kim Shin stands over a fallen figure, the flames licking at the night sky behind them. Especially you, Kim Shin, a voice declares. As of the moment you defeated Baek Duchan. The place where Baek Duchan stood, now empty, will bring things that will choke you. A ship sits in the dark water. A truck is parked near a large ship, the sound of the waves crashing against the hull. The aftermath of a violent encounter, bodies litter the floor. Have you ever seen such a dog's-hit situation? A man in a suit, his expression unreadable, stands as a pillar of power. The result of this incident was very tragic. Gold, Mori, advanced, the fall of the three powerful pillars. It ended with a victory for Becky, Hazung, Iskra. Some members of Becky and Hazung were caught red-handed at the scene by the castle's bodyguards. A man gazes out the window, contemplating the scene before him. So, Baek Duchan ended up losing his title after all, and to such a guy? A new wind will be heading our way. But, be heading our way, Chairman. A white car speeds along a bridge, its destination unknown. A man in a gray tracksuit walks through a doorway, his face obscured by sunglasses and a cap. Oh Duwa, bloodied and weary, mutters a name from behind the wheel. Another man stands guard, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. His grip tightens on the steering wheel, knuckles white against the worn leather. Lying prone, the weight of his loss crushes him. Lost my brother, he thinks, the words laced with despair. What's the point of conquering Japan at this point? No. At times like this, he needs to think rationally. They still have the base left in the mainland. It is enough to get an opportunity. He vows, I will surely bring the heads of the traitors to you, Duwa. But before that, he has to avoid the most dangerous knife, which has been pointed against him now. That dagger will definitely go all the way to the mainland to stab him in the neck. The elevator doors open to reveal a group of men in suits, waiting expectantly. Lee Hee-sung, his glasses glinting in the dim light, speaks with a stern expression. He says, I can't believe you came here. Did your judgment become blurred? Chairman Imuyal. A man stands with his shirt partially unbuttoned and stained with blood. He asks, is Chairman Choi inside? Lee Hee-sung, on the phone, states, the chairman is in a meeting right now. I can pass on your message to him. He then asks, what are you doing here? A man with a scar across his face orders, get him. A chaotic brawl erupts, bodies colliding in a flurry of fists and feet. A man groans in pain, clutching his side. Sa-in-jin stands observing the scene. A man is pinned to the ground, struggling against his attackers. He cries out, Chairman Choi, it's me. Imuyal of Mori is here. The man on the ground pleads, please give me a chance to explain. Chairman. Sa-in-jin watches the scene unfold, questioning, you guys, what are you doing? The man continues to be restrained as one of the men says, he's a precious family member. The man on the ground shouts, let go of me, you motherfuckers. A gruff voice commanded, bring him inside. The man was dragged roughly. Elsewhere, a group of men sat around a table. Cheon Il-do and Kim Yong-sung were present. The men looked on. The man thought to himself, wondering how they could relax while being in the same room as him. A man gestured, inviting, make yourself at home, Mr. M. The man took a drag from his cigarette. Chairman Choi, battered and bruised, exclaimed, Chairman Choi. The man continued, you have a big misunderstanding about me right now. If this is at fault. He explained, it is because of Kim Hwang. There is no way to know what is going through his head. That son of a bitch tricked me. Kim Hwang. That crazy plotter betrayed the trust of Chairman Choi and our brothers and committed such a rash act. The man finished. Can you even imagine me doing such things? I know for certain that Mori's traitor and Hasung's chairman. He reflects on the past, the crafty plot of Kim Tae-hun that led to his brother Duwa's death, still a fresh wound. The chairman's thoughts turned to the man in the trunk, the son of a bitch who was behind all of this, who had already tried to kill him. The memory of the attempt on his life flashes before him, the blood a stark reminder of the treachery he has endured. A man walks with purpose, carrying a briefcase, his destination unknown. Chairman Choi sits at his desk, the name Kim Hwang lingering in his thoughts. The chairman's shoes stand firm, a silent promise of the actions he will take. He thinks to himself, please be kind, Chairman Choi. Chairman Choi stands with another man, who assures him that he has already proven himself as a family member. The man adds, you look so heavy. The chairman's associate, Choi Min-wook, speaks of issues between them, noting that Choi Min-wook is not such a small person to keep in his mind. The man with the briefcase continues on his way. The chairman is told to please go to Japan. He thinks to himself that it's not going to be easy to get back on the front lines, but that's... Chairman Choi expresses his gratitude, stating that he will never forget this favor. The chairman's associate says, but... The chairman thinks to himself, just a word, Chairman M. Choi Min-wook states that there's only one issue he can't take lightly, that Choi Min-wook understands they're close. He speaks, reminding his friend, Chairman M, that he is the owner of the castle their brothers built together. The deceitful lies and hypocrisy that he, Mori, and Gold have waged will never be tolerated. Imuyol stammers, claiming it's a misunderstanding. Chairman Choi retorts that he's been trying to pull the wool over his brother's eyes. Even though it's all in vain, he is still lying and hoping for mercy. He is betraying their trust. Chairman Choi states that he cannot tolerate such an insult to their friendship. He asks one last time. Chairman Choi warns Imuyol not to test him. Mori's Imuyol and Gold's Kim Hwang. You two had joined hands together to attack him before, right? Imuyol is terrified. What he wants is a glass shatters. He will tell the truth. Imuyol says that he and Kim Hwang of Gold got rid of Baek Duchan to cover Chairman Choi's eyes and ears. He begs Chairman Choi to save his life. Imuyol apologizes, stating he had a vain dream to get a hold of this castle. He says that he will go back to Japan and spend the rest of his life quietly. A hand crushes a glass. He speaks with a strained voice, blood staining his shirt. I won't say much, Chairman M. Chairman Choi stands over Imuyol, who kneels before him, supported by another man. You should go back to where you belong, the chairman says. A bubble below reveals Imuyol's thoughts. I don't know what Chairman M can do for me and my brothers, but I'll hope you'll think about it carefully. Imuyol, still kneeling, is patted on the back by Chairman Choi. Thank you, Chairman Choi. I will never forget this kindness. Meanwhile, a black sedan speeds down a highway, the sound of tires humming against the asphalt. Inside a car, a man with slick-back hair speaks. No matter how hard I think about it, Hyde, that bastard, was the only one within the family who was willing to betray us. Hyde, you better be prepared. I'm coming for you. The man continues. Dua should have killed you instead of sparing you. Above, a commercial airplane soars through the sky. Elsewhere, Choi Min-wook sits in the back of a car, his expression grim. We'll see, Choi Min-wook. A gloved hand grips a handgun, the metallic click echoing in the confined space. A speech bubble shows a single ellipsis. The man from panel 5 is on the phone, his face contorted with rage. Hey, where are you? A car explodes in a fiery crash, the sound of twisted metal and roaring flames filling the air. Choi Min-wook, still in the car, clenches his jaw. Choi Min-wook, you bastard. A man inside a car points a gun directly at the viewer, the glint of steel reflecting the harsh light. Chairman Choi's face is etched with concern as he reflects on recent events. A dark void fills the panel, punctuated by a somber message. To go out like this. I'm sorry, Dua. I can't avenge you. The lifeless body of a man lies slumped in a car, the scene stained with the grim reality of death. Two figures, one of whom is likely Kim Yong-sung, stride away from a burning vehicle. One says, I'm getting off work early. Want to go get a drink? How about 5 spice pork and baijiu since it's been a while? Meanwhile, the word castle looms over a cityscape, hinting at the complex power structures at play. A man, possibly Jang Ho, looks down, contemplating the situation. He thinks, died? Muyal, Kim Hwang. They were old friends that I was planning to deal with sooner or later, but... The man laughs, musing, I didn't know advanced Baek Duchan would die like that. The Madam of Russia's Iskra, a crafty fox, has stepped into the ring. To think she'd caused such a ridiculous incident. Waha. The man, Jang Ho, remains on the ground, reflecting on the recent losses. Advanced Mori Gold. I can't believe all of the 3 are gone at once. He thinks, that's not a bad thing. Trip to Korea can be meaningless. Elsewhere, a woman, possibly Kim Tae-hun, is surprised by the recent events. She thinks, Kim Tae-hun, this punk really is full of surprises. Should we just stick with people who hate their old man? Sigh. This is driving me crazy. 2 men are in conversation. One says, hey, look for a flight right now. The guy who killed Baek Duchan. Yu Woo-sung's face is shown in close-up. He thinks, I need to see his face. In the background, 2 men talk. One says, think twice about that, the current. Do Chin's face is shown, and he thinks, the fight between them isn't over yet. Before you even arrive in Korea? That man named Kim Shin is recovering in a hospital bed. Kim Shin sits up in his hospital bed. He might even become a corpse. Once more, are you going to fight? Now, what are we going to do? Snow falls as a black car pulls up to a large, modern building. A man in a gray suit steps out of the vehicle, greeted by 2 men in black suits. One of the men states that he is a guest. The man in the gray suit walks towards the entrance of the building, the snow crunching beneath his feet. The man in the gray suit tells the others to move it, stating he doesn't have time to play with them. The man in the gray suit orders them to make way. A man in a suit holds the door open for the approaching figure. Finally, the man in the gray suit walks through the doorway. They meet. He was once Kong Min-sung's brother, but he is now at the pinnacle of the world. He walks with purpose, the face of castle looming before him. The beginning and the end of everything echoes in his mind as he continues his approach. Choi Min-wook. A voice cuts through the silence. Do you like art? Min-wook pauses, his gaze drawn to a nearby sculpture. He had heard that it was in Korea. Choi Min-wook murmurs, I can't believe it was really here. His eyes drift to another piece, a masterpiece that Rodin had spent 30 years on. The man's voice resonates. You can feel the deep resonance. The man continues, art is also a reflection of human nature. You must have taken a liking to this sculpture. He is informed. This gallery closes today. I don't think you came here to admire the art. What do you want? The man states, I'm here to talk on behalf of the chairman of the Hazung Group, Kim Tae-hun, and the Russian contractor, Madame Lisa of Iskra, and on behalf of Beck, I would like to make a proposal to the chairman. The man concludes, I would like to ask for some of your time. The man is bold, it seems. First of all, Choi Min-wook apologizes for the downfall of the 3 pillars and the death of Baek Duchan from the Advanced. It all started from Kim Dae-jeon's friend's death because of Advanced. Choi Min-wook understands the reason for Baek Du-chan. He asks what Mori and Gold did to them. He thinks the chairman knows that better. Choi Min-wook says that they can gauge the amount of benefits they can both get from this. Hasung's chairman, Kim Tae-hun, already has his hands on the funds. Choi Min-wook promises Gold's cash reserves that they're interested in. Choi Min-wook states that he doesn't know what they would have done after what happened to Baek Du-chan, but killing him and Chairman Kim Tae-hun right now, getting all of it would be difficult for them. This was also taken over by the Busan family. That's all he has to say, under his authority, with the assistance of Iskra. First, Gold Capital's main funding line. The majority of these rights will remain with the Castle Holdings chairman. While everyone was focused on the fight, they all took over Gold's business line. Chairman Kim Tae-hun, that is just like him, reasonable. He notes that Gold's real estate is not small. Kim Dae-jeon would rather punish people for who they are. A group of men walk with purpose. Kim Dae-jeon looks up, considering his options. Establishing Castle's authority is more crucial. Kim Dae-jeon walks with his associates. Instead, he asks what if he helps him get what he wants. Kim Dae-jeon considers what he wants. The triads of Hong Kong, killer gangs of Russia and Southeast Asia are shown. Yakuza forces of Japan and Castle Holdings guards are dispatched all across Asia. Kim Dae-jeon states that they've created a diverse group of forces for the purpose of Castle. Choi Min-wook asks if the purpose isn't to create a global organization that puts East Asia at their feet. Moreover, the power they wield runs through the Hasung Group and VIPs, a force to be reckoned with. The plan involves hiding deep underground, beyond anyone's reach. That's what Kim Dae-jeon realized Choi Min-wook was trying to accomplish. This guy knows the chairman's intentions. Wajin and Iskra, along with the Yakuza forces in Japan that were in contact with Mori, will all be brought under the chairman's control. Choi Min-wook stands tall, listening intently. This time, Choi Min-wook is giving Kim Dae-jeon more to work with, but this deal doesn't make sense either. Such a deal can be deadly if not looked at properly. Then, Kim Dae-jeon states that he will help bring them all under the control of the chairman. So now, he's going to kill him. If that happens, the chairman will need a new knife. A beast. As expected, he's no different. Kim Dae-jeon stands amidst the aftermath, his intentions clear. They're the same, a voice muses. Another voice, seemingly amused, chimes in, expressing a fondness for the youth. There's no need to be so aggressive, a man states, his expression stern. But don't try hard, he adds, a hint of warning in his tone. Your body, a voice observes, the words laced with a hint of concern. It still has not recovered from that fierce battle yet. You won't even be able to take down this old body of mine, a man declares, his gaze intense. In the end, your use will be decided by me, not you, a voice declares, the words carrying a weight of authority. The two figures stand in the background, observing the unfolding events. Living is already hell, but a man reflects, his expression contemplative. People like us step deeper into it. But none of them thought about coming in, a voice observes, the words tinged with regret. Those who intended to come in are now long gone. And there were those who opened the door and became famous at the entrance. The figure stands before a large, imposing door, his gaze fixed upon it. Then which one are you, Kim Shin? What do you want to be? A voice asks, the question hanging in the air. Your father was killed by Castle. Many people have touched Castle. You even lost the mentor you're indebted to, a voice observes, the words laced with a hint of pity. What an ill-fated relationship. But whatever you dream of, it won't go your way, a voice declares, the words carrying a sense of finality. It's not because someone will stand in your way. You're just walking along the path of karma. You're already standing in the middle of hell. He knows that once someone gets in here, they won't even be able to think about revenge anymore. Because by then, he reflects, one won't be human anymore. To accomplish what you want, you must deviate from the ideals you follow and respect, he thinks. You have to trample on those who worship you as a god and aim to be like you. Do that. I didn't understand everything you said, but if I can get what I want, I'll do it 100 and 1,000 times. Can you do that? I'll arrange a meeting soon. I'll leave the door open, so enjoy it before you leave. I couldn't get my friend's body from Baek Du-chan because I was in a hurry. Please be kind enough to give him back. Rodan's The Gates of Hell. It is said that a phrase was originally written on the signboard. I'll happily. A chilling inscription marks the entrance. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Kim Shin stands before the threshold, the darkness beyond beckoning him forward. A voice echoes, urging him to go in. Two figures stand in a snow-covered landscape, their destination unknown. A bottle and glass sit on a stone surface, soon followed by the heavy tread of a polished shoe. A woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun appears to be in thought. Someone wonders who disobeyed the order, but decides it's not their time to step up. Everything is up to the chairman, it seems. She always talked about the weight of what she said, as liquor is poured into a glass. A woman in a long coat stands over a figure on the ground, their shadow looming large. Someone expresses their outrage at a broken deal. Hands grip the hilts of twin swords, ready for action. A man with neatly combed hair declares he'll pay for it. A figure in a long coat stands tall, while a man with glasses observes. His mother was born the daughter of a butcher. With nothing, she laid the foundation of what is now Hasung. She and his father worked together to grow into a prosperous company. Behind the scenes, Shin Tae-jin and Hyunsuk were raised so that Hazung would not be driven by power logic. On the other hand, he was the eldest son of a prosperous company called Hazung and grew up without any shortage. So far, he hasn't been able to accomplish anything. It was the president, not anyone else, who led the company to a prosperous company. What he did was, he just filled their stomachs after all. By comparison, Kim Shin did a great job. In just over a decade, he killed Baek Do-chan and negotiated with Chairman Choi Min-wook. My mother and Kim Shin, and I. What's the difference? He doesn't have any desperation. He will get what he wants by putting dirt on it. Resolve is usually biting the opponent and wallowing in the dust. In the end, he was a child who couldn't think of losing something in terms of gaining something. On top of a company that was originally built with murder and trickery, just pretending to be noble, pretending to be clean. He recalls someone saying, "How ugly, isn't it funny?" The man thinks to himself that he wants it to stop. The man is told that he doesn't have to try to keep his loyalty to their mother anymore. Instead, the man holds his glasses. A woman looks off into the distance. The man thinks to himself. The man kneels before someone, stating he'd like to make a new relationship with them. He asks director Ryu Ji-hak to work for him, not his mother. The man thinks that their previous plans for Castle have completely gone to waste. The idea of excluding them and making Hazung independent was foolish. He vows to swallow the castle and grow it. The woman swears right now that she will surpass her mother and Kim Shin. The man thinks that this Hazung group, built with their mother's blood, he will surely raise it to the world class. To do that, he has to surpass the castle. The man desperately needs director Ryu. He asks him to help. The woman is seen leaning over someone other than her father, the chairman. Furthermore, the thing you despise so much is to have blood on your hands. Even me, too. Give me a chance to be your boss. A man stares intently. Ma'am, it would be heartbreaking to see this. However, your son grew up. If you give me an order, I'll kill him no matter what. After the negotiations with Choi Min-wook at the museum, Becky and Hasung's people were released. I carefully examined Kim Shin's. In home city, a joint funeral is held for the victims. Mourners kneel in respect. A close-up reveals a hand with a tattoo. Park Chul-kyu of Suwon declares, "I'm out of here, whatever the reason is. I didn't go through that bloody shit just to make a deal with Castle." The man in the suit declares that he would rather kill himself than work under them, urging others to go. Gwangduk is asked what he is going to do. Do Hak-soo of Pohang states that he owes it to boss Kim Shin. Even if it's a little cold, a man can't live in debt. He asks his brother what's wrong with him. He reflects that in his case, he doesn't have much of an enemy against them. One of the men states that he thinks this is a chance, questioning if everyone isn't living to make a name for themselves in the big water. A voice tells the bandaged man to wake up, commenting that he looks ugly. The man tells the others that they can call the manager a pig, okay? The others agree. Someone comments that if it's the manager, it's still good. A woman tells the bandaged man that if they've had enough time, let's go back so that the director can rest. The bandaged man refuses. The children state that they want to play more. The bandaged man asks if they did well. It is revealed that Becky decided to enter the castle. It is stated that there will be a lot of backlash from the brothers, and they'll probably leave them for it. For survival, there was no other option. So there was no other option. It's not long since I've seen you, but you're not a bad boss enough to make excuses like that. In the first place, didn't you expect something like this to happen? Maybe you're going down a path that I don't understand now. Hey, boss Kim Shin, even if I can't fully understand, at least at the end point, I believe that the result will be what we have all wanted. This is what I decided to do. Isol, I'm really ashamed to meet you like this. Even if you became like this, you fought on till the end. Am I stupid? Though I knew it all. Set your worries aside. The doctor said that as long as the rehab goes well, I can walk again. Who do you think I am? I'll get up quickly and go around. The living expenses of the orphanage and the operating expenses of the youth association are fully supported by the Becky. Hey, I don't want that kind of money. Besides that, if there's something you'd like to do, tell me. I'll help with anything. I will raise the children with my own hands so when they grow up, they won't go astray. From a long time ago, I was thinking about opening a gopchang restaurant. Let's start with this opportunity. The nursery school aunt is amazing at making gopchang. Grilling meat is another thing I would like to try in home city. It's okay. It's no big deal, it's just itchy. Sumin left in the morning. She was so down in spite of herself. Cha Sumin decided to leave. He reflects on a plan that ultimately failed, the cooperation with others proving fruitless in the end. A sense of futility washes over Kim Shin as he mutters that it will all be in vain. A man suggests they drink until they throw up, a crude attempt to lighten the mood. Another man agrees with a simple, sure. A voice calls out, telling someone to come out now that he's gone, the tone laced with impatience. Kim Shin admits that he doesn't even want to look at him, his face turned away in discomfort. Someone declares that Kim Shin, their boss, is a big disappointment, the words hanging heavy in the air. A man states he's fine with it, but questions why another is complaining so much, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He refers to the other as brother. The voice continues, discussing those who were cooperating from Iskra and Hazong, and the uncertainty of future alliances. The speaker notes that their brothers are shaking. A man states that he needs someone in Becky right now, his expression grim. Someone questions being compared with Yeo Min-soo, wondering if he's really that easy to provoke. The departure of some of the local powers is underway, the foreigners watching as the Southborough young adult group returns to their daily life. With Cha Soo-min's retirement, Becky's power decreased. Nevertheless, perhaps it's because they overcame the fierce advanced trade together. Becky is finally complete as an organization with strong solidarity. Meanwhile, Yu Woo-sung's Wajin sought to enter Korea in earnest after capturing Hong Kong and Macau. Ryu Ji-hak started making moves by absorbing Gold's business line. But Kim Tae-hoon's voice has become stronger than in the past. Hotel Castle has yet to show any of its power. With the existing castle's pillars unchanged, Choi Min-wook, head of Castle Holdings' largest shareholder, and Cheon Il-do, CEO of Hotel Castle, remain in place. Russia's stronghold, Iskra, also slowly reveals its claws to the surface. Lisa, Madam of Iskra and a Russian contractor, stands alongside Yu Woo-sung, representative of Wajin Planning and Chinese Triad of Hong Kong and Macau. And the other three young dragons. Kim Tae-hoon, chairman of Hasung Group. Next, CEO Kim Shin of Becky. Finally, the pieces are in place. Two men, their expressions unreadable, observe the unfolding events. Lisa, her gaze sharp and calculating, surveys the scene with a hint of anticipation. They were expanding their strength at a rapid pace. Kim Shin of Becky declares his presence. Kim Shin, interim representative for advanced trade and CEO of Becky, is ready to begin. The first week of May arrives. A man looks on, the meeting about to begin. The meeting has already begun. The key players gather, their faces a mixture of determination and intrigue. Lisa, Chun Il-do, Yu Woo-sung, and Choi Min-wook are all present. Kim Shin announces that they should start the meeting. A figure walks up a flight of stairs. He continues walking, his gaze fixed ahead. Yeah, he replies. Kim Shin is asked, how's your body? The other man replies, not bad enough to concern a kid like you. Kim Shin lights a cigarette. You usually would have gotten pissed. The other man asks, your retirement, is it confirmed? What will happen to your team without you? The man with the bald head says, Radel will lead the next generation. Boys better than anyone else, I believe. Kim Shin looks up, his expression unreadable. Bit delayed, he says. The bald man states, Krisa's left for good. Kim Shin walks away. He'll come back, he says. He just left because he needed some time to recover. His desire to exceed Tigro can be said to be second to yours. Wu Jin is addressed, and the question is posed whether Lisa has approached him. Are you joining them? The question hangs in the air as a figure smokes, lost in thought. I still haven't passed my first target, Nam Gung-hyuk, yet. The man reflects on his mission, a cigarette dangling from his fingers. If it weren't for Krisa, I probably would have died. Of course, if I'm with you guys, I might get to my goal a little faster. The figure stands on a rooftop, contemplating the past and future. The day I sent away my friend, I made up my mind. A figure bows deeply, a vow made in silence. Follow boss Kim Shin. The man stands overlooking the city, his allegiance clear. For someone who has lost his friend, he has improved a lot. His mind has definitely become stronger along with his skills. It's just, Lisa is the only one who hasn't let go of her regrets. A man observes, his words laced with observation and concern. She was particularly interested in Pai Wu Jin. I'm just a little worried. Lisa's face looms large, her thoughts troubled. Two figures stand on a rooftop, their shadows stretching long in the setting sun. The silence is heavy with unspoken words. Take Bayashi, Osaka, Japan. How could this have happened to our great Mori? The scene shifts to a traditional Japanese building, the question echoing in the air. Take Bayashi Gumi, Mori Investment Trust, emergency executive meeting. We have to find the guys who did this and Castle who just let it happen. You're right. We have to make them regret this no matter what. Making them regret it isn't enough. A meeting is underway, the atmosphere tints with anger and determination. Right now, I hate that I thought of you as my brother. Even if Vice President Oduwa trusted you. The man reflects on past relationships, his expression a mix of regret and resentment. He states that he should have been wary until the end. A figure lunges forward, sword in hand, initiating the attack. Feet shuffle rapidly as the fight intensifies. The fabric of clothing blurs with the speed of the sword fight. The swordsman falls, blood splattering as he hits the ground. Blood trickles down the swordsman's face, a testament to the brutal exchange. A close-up reveals hands gripping the sword tightly, ready for the next strike. The swordsman is struck, more blood flying as the blade finds its mark. Kim Shin, covered in blood, calls his opponent a sly devil. The fallen swordsman thinks that Kim Shin was hiding his skills all along, and that this was necessary to make his dream come true, in order to get rid of Muyal and Oduwa. A voice pleads for understanding, stating that all of this was for the great cause. A hand with a ring is shown, as a voice expresses sympathy with the resentment and feelings of all the brothers. He reflects on Kim Shin and Choi Min-wook, the chairman of Castle, who ignored it. He feels terrible about not being able to slice their necks and eat their hearts. Unfortunately, their Mori has lost two powerful central figures. The men discuss the implications of the deaths of Muyal and Oduwa. If the news spreads, they will become prey for the rest of the Gumis of Japan. Oduwa left his will with him during his last moments. He wants them to put off taking over Korea for later. With Hideaki Kanemura at the forefront, he wanted them to achieve total domination of Japan. The group finds the situation quite strange. The only person who came back alive could be a traitor too. Kin Shinoda, also known as Park Sang-jin, Mori's rank 3rd, is questioned. He doesn't know if they can trust him. He knows that the seniors here don't trust him. But this Kanemura Hideaki. The group discusses the new member's plan to take over the organization. He has been recognized for serving the Oyabun and Oduwa, who was the closest to him, and even received his will. To deny him like that, disobeying the will and denying Mori's great work, such a traitor can. Kim Shin declares that such behavior will never be tolerated in Mori's name. All of this was planned. Hideaki was aiming for Kanemura. These young ones are the new generation who don't care about Japan, the past, blood ties, etc. Instead, he promises one thing with his honor: in the future, Mori will be an iron-blooded group that does not know defeat. After they reach the top of Japan, he will avenge the two of them. Who will follow him? A man with long, dark hair stares intently. The man accepts Mori's new Oyabun. Several men kneel. A man walks towards a ship, labeled Stowaway to Russia. The man with short, white hair, covered in blood, says he'll start with someone's sister first. The man pauses. The man walks in an alleyway, thinking he's just being paranoid and that there's no way someone is tailing him. He's here to take someone there. The man thinks he's losing consciousness because he's bled too much. He realizes this isn't the right place to take a boat. A man in a white suit is called Black Mamba. He says it's been a long time. The man with short, white hair wonders what someone is doing here, stating that he's the worst enemy he can face right now. Someone wants to meet him. The man stammers, wondering if he's with Tigro or if it's that bitch, Lisa. The man with short, white hair lies on the ground, seemingly injured. A man's face fills the frame, his expression intense. He wonders who the hell the injured man is. The man's eyes narrow as he questions if it's not him. He wonders if the injured man has ever done anything to him. The man's expression hardens. He says that the injured man offended him, calling him a son of a bitch and demanding to be left alone. Despite his injuries, the white-haired man struggles to his feet, brandishing a knife. The man is overwhelmed, the attack leaving him bloodied. The white-haired man lies prone, blood staining the ground beneath him. The assault continues, the man's body taking further punishment. Blood pools on the ground, a testament to the brutal attack. Another man observes the scene, remarking that the white-haired man managed to find a lizard that cut off its tail and ran away. He adds that the man is still very good at his job. Elsewhere, two men discuss the situation. One states that Tigro is now completely out of Iskra and into new territory, and that Lisa is also more interested in that. A man, identified as Gustav, is asked if he's just going to be stuck in the barren Russian soil like this. Blood splatters across the floor. A voice declares that someone can't stop being unpredictable, which will make things hard. Tigro has Soroka. A man states that other than one person, the rest are like flies stuck together. He adds that the person killed Old Man Python. A man believes that someone's skills should be at their peak. He also believes in their strength enough to know they can win, now that everything has changed. A man asks how about it, implying a challenge or proposition. He says you and me. Two men face each other. One says that if they're together, interesting things will come across them. Two figures stand near a window, overlooking a cityscape. The scene is shrouded in darkness, hinting at clandestine activities. The camera pans over North America Special Federal Prison. Inmates yell, "Kill," from behind bars, their faces contorted with rage. A guard, armed with a rifle, watches the prisoners. He wonders if it's okay to just watch, and if the person has killed enough. A guard states that it's a war between inmates, and they're just watching. A voice says that letting someone run around a bit gets them pocket money. It's an event they already knew about. The guard sighs, his expression troubled. He admits he's been to a lot of prisons, but he's never seen anything like this before. The scene depicts cruelty to the point that the victim can't even dream of fighting back. The unseen assailant shouts, "Kill," as the inmate lies prone. The violence is attributed to black gangsters or the Hispanic mafia. An inmate lies in bed, seemingly unresponsive. A voice questions if he didn't hear correctly, followed by a derogatory remark about being made in Korea. An inmate is kicked violently. He cries out in pain. Another voice declares that it's not a lie and that his gang will follow the victim. An inmate, bound and gagged, begs to stop. He pleads to be let out of there. An inmate is stabbed, blood splattering. He cries out in agony, expressing his desire to leave this dumpster of a place. The guard shouts in disbelief, urging someone to come on. He remarks that rumor has it. A voice states that someone is protected by a huge organization in East Asia. The names Choi Dalcheon and Oh Duwa are mentioned, along with Baek Duchan. A figure expresses disbelief, stating that something is truly untouchable and that this can't be. He then angrily asks which greedy bastard stole 3 bowls of his meal. Ma Junyoung, a lieutenant general and Castle Holdings guard, is shown. He is Ma Hakyoung's twin brother and Castle's round of 10. The scene takes place in Hotel Castle's inner secret room. The guard acknowledges Kim Shin. He wonders how someone knows this young man. A figure mentions the rumor about someone killing Baek Duchan, stating that he doesn't think it's a lie. He adds that the person is not an average goon and is well-connected. Kim Shin stands with another man, both dressed in suits. The man observes that the situation is well-organized, and considering age and experience, there is a good chance of him becoming stronger. A man sits in a chair, responding that he is very happy after a long time. He asks if he does. Kim Shin stands with another man. One of them comments that it is just a little weird. The other man notes how he looks exactly like the chairman when he was young, only to handle those children. The man in the chair simply replies, yes. The man in the chair is asked if there is any problem with the preparation, noting that he brought them up himself. The man in the chair responds, yes, sir. He adds that he is sure they know how skilled they are as well. A drawing of hands is shown, with the text stating that children of the left hand can never beat the children of the right hand. A man is shown, with the text stating that eventually, they'll get you the results you want. Juro, right hand of Chun Il-do, instructor of the assassination group Finger, under the direct control of the government, Castle's round of 10. The man in the chair states that he is really looking forward to it. A group of people are shown, with the word Castle written over them. He considers the offer, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Maybe. Kim Shin proposes a partnership, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He suggests they team up and cook crystal meth. Baek Duchan and Kim Shin stand face to face, the tension palpable in the night air. The fate of their potential alliance hangs in the balance. The writer of Castle, Jeon Jian, greets the readers. Jeon Jian expresses gratitude for the support received throughout the series, acknowledging both the overwhelming support and the challenges faced during the weekly serialization. The writer expresses gratitude to the characters of Castle, considering them alive and precious, and thanks the readers for their continued support. Thank you. Since the series began in November 2019, the team has worked to reach the essence of the story. Jeon Jian acknowledges the help received during production from Naver Webtoon Castle staff, TU Dream staff, Alligator Studio, Assistant Gayao, and their family. The writer expresses awareness of the loving comments and concerns sent to Castle, and notes that Season 2 will focus on completing the story while retaining its charm.